The entire sect believes you've lost all your cultivation and become a good-for-nothing menial who does nothing but get drunk and cause trouble, unaware that you've accidentally bound yourself to the drunken swordmaster system. The drunker you get, the more divine your swordplay becomes. Over 100 flying swords from the disciplinary hall are already pressed against your forehead. The moment the sect master gives the order, you'll be pierced through the heart by 10,000 swords on charges of molesting a junior sister. Just as you let out a drunken belch and staggered, about to collapse, a cold, mechanical voice exploded in your mind without warning. Congratulations, host. You have broken through a cultivation realm through drinking and obtained the SSS rank talent, Sword Tune Resonance. You casually picked up a rotten wooden stick from the ground and gave it a light swing. In an instant, 1,000 Zhang sword beam tore through the sky, and an incomparably terrifying surge of mana instantly shattered the swarm of flying swords into dust. Standing amidst a downpour of blood, you took a huge gulp of strong liquor and laughed maniacally. Who dares to kill me? Who can kill me? Divine Continent. Primal Wilds, Azure Sect. Perched atop a towering, sheer cliff, a classical sect was built into the mountainside, majestic and magnificent. Mist swirled among the mountains. The sect's buildings were arranged in a harmonious, staggered pattern, with red walls and golden tiles, seeming cut off from the outside world and exuding an air of mystery and nobility. The bright moonlight, poetic and picturesque, bathed the mountains and valleys in a quiet, profound glow that was utterly intoxicating. From the outside, the sect's lower courtyard did not appear particularly grand. Most of the plaster on the walls had cracked, revealing the weathered blue bricks beneath, and the roof tiles were covered with a thick layer of moss. It was clear that this courtyard had seen better days. Inside the courtyard, beside a stack of hay, a young disciple who appeared to be only 18 or 19 lay sprawled out. The disciple wore a blue and white Taoist robe and cradled a wine jar in his arms. His thunderous snoring sounded particularly jarring within the lower courtyard. The disciple's name was Yi, an outer sect disciple of the Azure sect. Rather than an outer sect disciple, he was more like a menial laborer all day long. Aside from chopping firewood and carrying water for the sect's inner courtyard, he was also required to attend to the daily needs of the sect's disciples. He was originally a transmigrator. When he first arrived in this world, due to his extraordinary talent and excellent physical constitution, he was selected by the elders of the Azure sect to become an outer sect disciple. It was believed that with diligent cultivation, once he broke through the foundation stage, he would be promoted to inner sect status. The sect elders held high hopes for him and even promised that if he broke through the foundation stage, he would be promoted as a special exception to the status of a direct disciple of the sect. He lived up to everyone's expectations, breaking through from the Chi stage to the foundation stage in just 1 year, becoming a role model for the sect's disciples. However, just as the sect elders were overjoyed, Yi's cultivation was completely wiped out overnight. Not only was his spiritual root destroyed, but his cultivation level also plummeted directly back to the Chi stage. No matter what methods they tried, nothing worked. The sect elders were deeply disappointed. After weighing the pros and cons, they resolutely expelled Yi from the inner court and relegated him to the ranks of the menial disciples. What they didn't know, however, was that Yi, a time traveler from the 21st century, had unexpectedly awakened a system called Drunken Swordmaster System the day before he was set to become the sect master's disciple. With this system, he could break through cultivation levels simply by drinking alcohol. From then on, aside from completing the tasks assigned by the sect, Yi spent most of his time drinking and reveling in the lower courtyard. In just 5 short years, Yi's cultivation broke through from the Chi stage to the nascent stage. Please, senior brothers, stand up for me. Yes, right in there. If the bad guys aren't punished, I might as well just die. Wah! Just then, a voice tinged with tears rang out from outside the door. The next moment, the door was suddenly kicked open with a violent kick. Dozens of Azure sect disciples stormed in, their faces brimming with fury. Some had even summoned their flying swords, ready to bring the perpetrator to justice. The one who had just spoken was a young girl of 15 or 16. Her skin was fair and delicate, her expression shy and demure. Her long, jet-black hair, flowing like a waterfall, swayed gently, and the hem of her light skirt fluttered gracefully with each step. She was like a pure white lotus, elegant and mysterious, radiating an enchanting glow. Her eyes were as deep as the sea, as if capable of seeing through all that is void. With her graceful figure, she resembled a fairy dancing among the clouds. Her eyes were red-rimmed, and crystal-clear tears trickled down the corners of her eyes. When she saw Yi, who was still fast asleep, her face was filled with fear. "Senior brother, it's him. He's the one who just molested me. He even said that if I told the sect elders about this, he'd sell me into a brothel. Wah, senior brother, you must avenge me. I've lost my virtue. How am I ever supposed to get married now? Wah, wah." The more Tong spoke, the more agitated and wrong she became. Seeing her in such a pitiful state, the surrounding fellow disciples were moved with compassion, and they all turned their angry glares toward Yi, who was still fast asleep. Who would have thought that a former prodigy would commit such an utterly depraved act? He should have his cultivation stripped, his limbs broken, and be thrown off the mountain. That's right. Tong is the goddess in our hearts. Now that this brat has insulted her like this, kill him. A hint of mischief played across Tong's youthful face as she looked at Yi, her mind already made up. The sect's regulations clearly stipulated that if a female disciple was violated, she could seek protection from the law enforcement hall, which would investigate the matter. If the allegations were confirmed, the sect would compensate the victimized disciple with 1 rare tool and 10 mana crystals. If the circumstances were particularly egregious, the sect would compensate the disciple by sending her to train in the sect's secret realm and arrange for a specialized elder to take her on as a direct disciple, teaching her immortal arts. 3 years ago, a similar incident occurred in the Azure sect. The female disciple who had been defiled has since become a senior elderess direct disciple, and her cultivation has surged past the core stage. Now that this incident has reoccurred, it naturally filled countless male disciples with indignation and a sense of injustice. The leader of the male disciples grabbed Yi by the collar and shouted, "Speak! Did you defile Tong?" Yi was already dead drunk by this point. Faced with disciple Hao's fury, he merely waved his hand half-heartedly before quickly drifting back into slumber. Such a foolish display sent Hao's rage soaring. He was about to draw his sword to kill the wretch when a disciple standing beside him grabbed his arm and said, "Senior brother, you was the Azure sect's rising star just a few years ago. Even if he's made a mistake, it should be left to the sect elders to decide. If you kill him, there be no one left to corroborate the facts? Do you really think the facts Tong witnessed with her own eyes are just made up out of thin air? What girl in the world would joke about her own virtue?" Hao had been in love with Tong for a long time. Now that she learned Yi had molested her, her rage had already reached the heavens. She longed to have Yi cut into 1,000 pieces. Seeing someone speak up for Yi, Tong wept even more bitterly, her voice trembling as she said, "Junior sister knows that senior brother Yi used to be a prodigy of our Azure sect. If this puts my senior brothers in a difficult position, I'd rather grit my teeth and swallow my pride than cause them any trouble." No sooner had she finished speaking than Hao's rage flared even more. Ignoring the objections of the disciples beside him, he summoned his flying sword and shot toward Yi below like a flash of lightning. "Stop!" A thunderous roar rang out, deafening to the ears. The clouds and mist parted, revealing an elderly man with white hair and a youthful face riding a sword. Upon seeing him, the surrounding disciples immediately bowed in respect, their eyes filled with awe. "We pay our respects to Hua." Hao was also forced to halt his action. He raised his head, his face brimming with indignation, and said, "Hua, that brat Yi molested Tong. Such a scourge tarnishes our sect's reputation. He should have his cultivation stripped, his limbs severed, and be expelled from the Azure sect." Hao grew more and more agitated as he spoke, as if only by doing so could he demonstrate his masculinity in front of Tong. Elder Hua shifted his gaze to Tong, whose face was streaked with tears, and asked with a furrowed brow, "Nephew Hao, is this true?" Tong immediately knelt on the ground, her eyes red-rimmed, and declared with conviction, "What Hao said is true. Just half an hour ago, following the sect's orders, I came to the lower courtyard to find Yi and collect the morning dew he had gathered. I had intended to return after completing the sect's task, but I never expected that Yi, who was heavily intoxicated, would pin me to the ground and attempt to commit an indecent act against me. I fought back with all my might, but senior brother still managed to sneak an attack on my chest. While he was savoring the moment, I seized the opportunity to escape. I implore Elder Hua to seek justice for me. Do you have any evidence?" Huan narrowed his eyes and looked her up and down. Tom was indeed young and pretty, but this business of a sneak attack on her chest was clearly a bit hard to explain. She wasn't exactly unremarkable, but she certainly lacked any real appeal. Aside from her pretty face and her status, there was almost nothing about her that could spark anyone's interest. Tong immediately began rummaging through the haystack and happened to find a red undershirt pinned beneath Yi. The moment they saw the undershirt, the surrounding disciples were all stunned. They never expected that what their junior sister had said was true. Senior brother Yi had actually committed such a despicable act. He was truly a disgrace to our order. Little did they know that all of this was a charade staged by Tong herself. Before arriving, she had tucked her own undershirt into the haystack. She went all out with the act. Her skill suggested this was clearly not her first time. Based on past experience, most people would believe her. Even if she were in the wrong, her Oscar-worthy performance could turn black into white. Calling a deer a horse. It wasn't as if she hadn't done it before. Besides, with that hothead out here adding fuel to the fire, even without any substantial evidence, she could still prove she'd been molested. After all, she was part of a vulnerable group. The moment Elder Hua saw the undershirt, his resolve wavered. He found it hard to believe he was capable of such a thing. But with both eyewitnesses and physical evidence present, what room was there for denial? Seeing the elder fall silent, Hao immediately picked up the flying sword again, ready to carry out the general regulations, and slashed viciously at Yi lying beneath him. Yi, still asleep, seemed to sense the icy chill on his face. He casually picked up a wooden stick from the ground, raised it as if disciplining a child, and swung it out with a casual flick of his wrist. Though the motion seemed ordinary, it contained an incomparably terrifying surge of mana. Under the ferocious shockwave, the flying sword in Hao's right hand couldn't withstand such earth-shattering energy. It shattered instantly. Struck by the force of the mana, he spat out a mouthful of crimson blood and was sent flying backward. At this sight, whether it was Huo in the sky or the sect disciples on the ground, everyone froze in place, their expressions as blank as the third emoji on your phone. They just stood there, dumbfounded. What just happened? If I'm not mistaken, wasn't that Hao who got sent flying? Hao was at the core stage and possessed a mid-grade flying sword. He could even hold his own against a nascent stage powerhouse and was considered a prodigy within the sect. And now, he'd actually been knocked flying by a wooden stick. Whoa! Everyone in the arena instinctively sucked in a cold breath, staring at the wooden stick in Yi's hand with strange expressions. Could this be some kind of peerless divine weapon? Or perhaps a top-grade flying sword bestowed by the sect's ancestor? Cultivators on the Divine Continent span a wide range of cultivation levels, which are divided into Chi Stage, Foundation Stage, Core Stage, Nascent Stage, Soul Stage, Void Stage, Unity Stage, Grand Stage, and Lightning Tribulation. Elder Hua wore an equally puzzled expression. He landed steadily on the ground and picked up the wooden stick he had dropped. No matter how thoroughly he examined it, he could only confirm that it was the most ordinary of sticks. What on earth was going on? Why is everyone here? Just as everyone was still trying to process what had happened, a lazy voice rang out leisurely. Yi, who had been sound asleep just moments ago, was now sitting up. Stretching, he felt exhausted. With sleep still in his eyes, it seemed as if he might collapse back onto the haystack to sleep again. Yi smacked his lips, feeling his mouth go dry, and casually picked up the unopened wine jar, drinking from it in big, hearty gulps. Congratulations, host, on drinking an entire jar of wine. Reward, cultivation level +1. Congratulations, host, on comprehending the secrets of divine weapons while intoxicated. You may now temper any item into a flying sword for 10 breaths. Congratulations, host. You have gained +1 proficiency in the Drunken Swordmaster system. Hearing the sound ringing in his ears, Yi couldn't help but glance at the wall, which had been smashed open by something. What just happened? Yi was a bit puzzled. Looking at the junior disciples in the courtyard, each one utterly stunned, he couldn't shake the feeling that he'd just whacked a sycophant with a stick in his sleep. Yi, do you acknowledge your crime? Hua demanded with a menacing expression. Do you realize that molesting a female disciple is a grave crime in the Azure sect? Molesting a female disciple? Yi was taken aback. He locked eyes with Tong in the crowd and caught a glimpse of that sly glint deep in her eyes. He didn't need to think twice, this girl was definitely setting him up. A sense of satisfaction welled up inside Tong, and she thought to herself, Yi, don't blame me. The cultivation world is full of deceit and backstabbing, it's survival of the fittest. As long as you're dead, I'll become the sect master's direct disciple. This time next year, your junior sister will pay her respects at your grave. Yi slowly stood up, perhaps the effects of the alcohol hadn't worn off yet, for she swayed unsteadily as she rose, as if she might collapse to the ground at any moment. You say I molested you, so tell me, how exactly did I molest you? Tong's cheeks flushed crimson as she declared with conviction, Senior brother, you took advantage of your drunkenness to pin me to the ground, and you also ripped off my undershirt, this is all evidence. As she finished speaking, Tong pulled out the still warm red undershirt. At this point, modesty no longer mattered. The disciples on both sides turned to Senior brother Yi, expecting him to offer a reasonable explanation. Yi glanced at the bodice in Tong's hand and replied with a hint of coldness, you can't exactly slander me based on just a bodice, can you? Tong bit her lip lightly with her pearly teeth, looking deeply aggrieved as she said, Yi, as a woman, how could I ever joke about my own virtue? I know this means nothing to you, but for me, this is my whole life. Don't you feel even a shred of remorse? As she spoke, Tong's eyes welled up once more, and crystal clear tears streamed down her face uncontrollably, as if she had suffered the greatest injustice imaginable, so much so that she felt an urge to throw herself to her death right there, proving her innocence. Her look of such profound injustice stirred pity in many hearts, further convincing them that Yi was indeed the culprit. Alcohol emboldens men, no one can control their animalistic desires. Moreover, Tong was young and beautiful, the pride and joy of the Zhou family, a vassal clan of the Azure sect, and it was absolutely impossible for her to gamble away her virtue. Senior brother, if you really molested Tong, just admit it. That's right. If you apologize sincerely, the worst that could happen is having your cultivation stripped and being expelled from the sect. But if you keep this up, you'll surely have your limbs chopped off. Senior brother, just admit your mistake. With Hoi here, they'll definitely go easy on you. The sect disciples began to cheer him on, all urging Yi to admit his mistake so the matter could be put to rest. After all, Yi had once been a prodigy of the Azure sect. He'd broken through to the foundation stage at a young age and had even nearly become the sect master's personal disciple. Even now, despite the loss of his cultivation, many disciples still looked up to him as a role model. Was it really that hard to admit his mistake? In an instant, all eyes turned to Yi. Everyone believed that Yi, in a drunken fit, had taken advantage of his younger junior sister. Even Elder Hua couldn't help but furrow his brows, unsure of whom to believe. On one side was Yi, the former prodigy of the Azure sect, on the other was Miss Tong of the Zhou family. For a moment, he didn't know which side to take. Just then, Hao walked in from outside the mountain gate. His clothes were in tatters, his hair disheveled, and he trembled all over, looking every bit like a beggar. Under the force of the earlier energy blast, he had nearly died on the spot. Had he not channeled the energy into his flying sword in time, his arm would likely have been shattered. Senior brother, are you all right? Hao forcefully pushed aside the disciple beside him. With bloodshot eyes and a furious glare, he stared at Yi and roared, Yi! You'll pay for my flying sword. His flying sword had been bestowed upon him by Ning, a mid-grade flying sword, extremely precious, yet now it lay shattered into dust, filling him with an unprecedented rage. Yi paid no heed to Hao's fury. Holding the wine jar, he staggered over to Tong and asked, Are you sure I molested you? I'm sure. Smack! A crisp sound rang out. The sharp, clear sound of a slap echoed instantly. Tong's frail body flew backward like a kite whose string had snapped, crashing into the wall without warning. Tong's face was already red and swollen. She had lost 2 teeth, and blood was streaming from the corners of her mouth, making her look utterly terrifying. Seeing this, the disciples on either side were once again so shocked they were speechless. Tong had actually been sent flying by a single slap. You! How dare you hit me? Tong had been spoiled and pampered since childhood, accustomed to a life of luxury. Even after joining the Azure sect, the elders had always shown her some deference out of respect for the Zhou family's influence. Now that she'd been struck, how could she possibly accept this reality? She went berserk, charging at Yi like a madwoman. Yi remained expressionless as he delivered a powerful kick to Tong's stomach. The force of the blow was immense. Tong was hurled directly into the wall, and the massive shockwave tore through several walls before crashing into the pile of boulders outside. The deafening roar drew the attention of many cultivators. Female disciples of the Azure sect rushed over and pulled Tong, who was coughing up blood, out from the rubble. All of Tong's ribs were shattered, and his internal organs were damaged. If not for the magical artifact protecting him, he would likely have died instantly. Put! A mouthful of crimson blood spurted out. Gritting his teeth in agony, Tong threatened, "My Zhou family will not let you off the hook." He took a step forward and, without hesitation, slammed another fierce slap across Tong's face. Tong didn't even have a chance to react. His body spun around a dozen times before he finally came to a halt. With his ears ringing, the right side of Tong's face was already swollen and red, a sight that made anyone who saw it want to burst out laughing. Tong had only recently joined the sect and was currently at the chi stage. There was no way he could block Yi's slap. "You wretch, you're asking for death." As the Azure sect's #1 sycophant, how could not tolerate this? Tong was his favorite, and now that he'd been beaten to a pulp, Hao was determined to cripple Yi today, no matter what. Yi wore a look of disdain. Although he was only at the nascent stage, his mastery of the drunken swordmaster system ran deep. When in his drunken state, he feared not even soul stage or void stage experts in the slightest. Elder Ho frowned, sensing something amiss with Yi. He strode forward to block the enraged Hao and barked, "Do not act until we've sorted this out." Elder Hua, step aside. Today, I will ensure this good-for-nothing dies without a proper burial. Otherwise, my Dao heart will be shattered, and I'll never be able to break through again in this lifetime. Hao had completely lost his reason. He paid no heed to Hua's attempts to dissuade him. All he wanted now was to kill Yi and avenge his flying sword in Tong. When Hua learned that Hao's Dao heart had been damaged, his face turned ashen. He couldn't believe that such a trivial matter could lead to such damage. Now there were only two options: either kill Yi, or force Yi to kneel and apologize. Otherwise, inner demons would take root, and Hao would likely never show any signs of breakthrough for the rest of his life. After weighing the pros and cons, Hua silently stepped aside. After all, Hao was his senior brother's direct disciple. If Hao failed to break through in this lifetime, his senior brother would surely hold him responsible. A cold glow radiated from Hao's body as he snatched the flying sword from the arms of a disciple standing nearby. The icy sword energy shot straight toward Yi's neck. He gave Yi no chance to kneel and beg for mercy, focused solely on annihilating the once promising prodigy standing before him. Yi's expression remained impassive as he casually picked up a wooden stick devoid of mana from the ground. Suddenly, a brilliant blue glow radiated from his entire body, and the sword, intent soaring toward the heavens, darted through the clouds like a dragon. The sword energy shone like a rainbow, shaking heaven and earth. The pitch-black night sky turned pale blue under the sword energy's glow, resembling a divine being from the land of the immortals, a sight that sent chills down one's spine. Hao came to an abrupt halt, looked up, and stared in utter terror at the sword piercing through the clouds, exclaiming in panic, "It's impossible! You're only at the chi stage, how can you possess such power?" Yi said nothing. He nonchalantly downed the strong liquor from the wine jar in one gulp, then laughed heartily as he swung his right hand. The blue long sword piercing through the clouds was over 1,000 zhang long. Not only did it tear through the sky, but under the intensity of its sword energy, it instantly blinded countless disciples. "Ah, my eyes! My eyes! That sword energy is terrifying, I can't see a thing." Hao was so terrified he collapsed onto the ground, yellow liquid trickling down his pant legs. His lips were deathly pale, and his throat seemed locked by some kind of energy, leaving him unable to utter even a single sound. A deathly silence fell over the scene. At that moment, time seemed to stand still. An incredibly pure sword intent erupted from Yi's body, and as if in response, the giant sword in the sky plummeted vertically at breakneck speed. Suddenly, the entire Azure sect shook. Birds and swallows took flight in the woods, beasts raced through the mountains and fields. Even those rarely seen creatures, driven mad by the icy sword energy, fled frantically down the mountainside. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The sound of swords rang out one after another. Sword energy swirled around him like a pool of azure water, its sharpness fully revealed. Numerous disciples of the Azure sect rushed out of their rooms, expecting a major enemy to have attacked, only to find birds of prey across the mountains and fields fleeing the sect in a frenzy, leaving them utterly baffled. Tom was so terrified he collapsed to the ground, his face deathly pale, his lips trembling. No, this can't be. Why is this guy's sword intense, so absurdly powerful? It wasn't just Tom, even the other sect disciples were utterly stunned. Within the entire sect, aside from the sect master, no one had ever attained such a level of sword intent. Who on earth was Yi? Could it be that he'd been a genius all along? Had he been fooling everyone this whole time? This guy had been showing off the whole time. Yi picked up the wine jar beside him, casually popped the lid off, and tilted his head back to drink deeply. Clear, strong liquor dripped down the corner of his mouth, soaking his clothes and shocking everyone present. Hua furrowed his brow. He could clearly sense that the massive sword before him was far beyond his ability to withstand. As a fellow nascent stage powerhouse, Hua was utterly awestruck by the prodigy before him. Just then, Hua, who had been scared out of his wits, stammered in panic, Don't kill me. I, Ning, am an elder of the Azure sect. If you kill me, I, Ning, won't let you off the hook." Yi remained as expressionless as ever. With a sweeping downward motion of his massive hand, the colossal sword that had sliced through the clouds plunged straight down. Under the full force of that overwhelming sword energy, the magnificent mountain gate shattered into pieces in an instant. Huge boulders tumbled down the mountainside, and the entire Azure sect shook violently, as if struck by an earthquake. The disciples inside were all horrified. They rushed out of their rooms, casting stunned glances toward the lower academy. What terrifying sword energy! When did such a formidable figure emerge in our Azure sect? Hurry and go see. With such sword intent, even observing from a distance allows us to gain profound insights. If we witness it up close, our cultivation will surely improve. In an instant, numerous inner sect disciples soared into the air above the sect. Having all sensed the overwhelming power of this sword energy, they rushed without pause toward the lower academy. A single sword slashes the heavens. The sword energy roared past, and Hua's body began to crumble like shattered glass. The surrounding disciples were all stunned by the scene before them. Not a single one stepped forward to stop him. Even Hua, a fellow nascent stage elder, was so stunned by the scene that he was speechless, standing there silently in dread. At the same time, within the Azure sect's blade grave, a legacy passed down for 1,000 years. Several white-haired elders all opened their eyes. It was clear from their expressions that this heaven-shattering sword strike was powerful enough to intimidate every powerful cultivator in the sect. Such a technique, as devastating as a celestial calamity. When did our Azure sect produce such a prodigy? This youth's name is Yi. He was indeed a prodigy once, but heaven envies talent, causing his cultivation to regress overnight. We had thought he would never break through in this lifetime, yet who would have imagined his strength would be so terrifying? That single sword strike, even a soul stage cultivator would likely struggle to block it. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the flying sword within the blade grave began to tremble violently, leaving the elders guarding the blade grave utterly astonished. The Azure sect has a history spanning 1,000 years, yet among all its disciples throughout the ages, no one has ever been able to resonate with the flying sword within the blade grave, not even the sect's founding ancestor. What on earth has this guy done? Before they could even react, the flying swords within the blade grave shot out into the air one after another, transforming into a rainbow of light as they raced toward the giant sword. The elders of the blade grave could no longer remain calm. They immediately stood up, intent on preventing the flying swords from leaving the blade grave. Yet, no matter how hard they tried to stop them, the flying swords seemed to be controlled by some mysterious force, making them impossible to restrain. Quick, go notify the sect master. But the sect master is still in seclusion. No one is allowed to disturb him during this time. If we don't notify the sect master now, the Azure sect's 1,000-year legacy will be wiped out. Hurry, if we don't act now, it'll be too late. The elder leading the group looked furious. If the flying sword within Bladegrave were to escape into the mortal world, it would be an unimaginable loss for the Azure sect. It could even wipe out the sect's thousand-year legacy. Outside, the sect's disciples also witnessed the scene of the multicolored light merging into the giant sword. They instinctively rubbed their eyes, only to realize it wasn't T-light at all, but the sword aura emanating from the flying swords. How is this possible? This guy actually managed to draw all the flying swords immersed within the Bladegrave toward him. How on earth did he do that? The crowd pointed at him in outrage, their emotions running high. Yi smiled faintly. I am at the peak of the nascent stage. Who dares to kill me? Who is capable of killing me? As the sword intent faded, Hawes' body crumbled to dust in an instant. Even in his final moments, he had no idea why he had met his end at the hands of a menial disciple. Tong trembled with fear, fully aware that she now had only one path left, to stick to her story no matter what. For if it were proven that she had been deceiving everyone, even if he spared her life, she would face unimaginable punishment. Not only would her cultivation be stripped away, but her limbs would be severed, her eyes gouged out, her teeth smashed, and her tongue torn out. In short, the torture would be as brutal as possible. Tanya's slender body trembled as she swore to herself that she would stick to her story no matter what. She was at the Chi stage, while her opponent was at the nascent stage. In terms of strength, she certainly had no grounds to argue, but she could also use her opponent's strength to her advantage. Moreover, a Chi stage cultivator simply couldn't withstand a soul extraction by a powerful opponent, so they wouldn't be able to find a shred of evidence to prove they deframed Yi. A faint smile curled at the corners of Tong's lips as she came up with a plan that would work even more to her advantage. That was to marry Yi. Yi had leaped from the Chi stage to the peak of the nascent stage. In the future, he would hold at least the position of elder within the sect, and he would also be granted a mountain peak teeming with spiritual energy. The sect would nurture him with great care. In short, this was far better than her becoming an elder's direct disciple. Everyone, stop right there. Just then, a dramatic voice suddenly rang out, and a middle-aged man stepped forward from the void. The man had long, lustrous black hair as dark as a waterfall, cascading over his shoulders. Occasional purple ribbons were woven into his locks, as if a starry river had descended to the mortal realm. His features were refined and elegant, as smooth as ancient jade, with a hint of coolness in the corners of his eyes that exuded a sense of carefree ease and freedom from worldly concerns. Upon seeing the newcomer, Huo was the first to kneel on the ground, bowing his head and prostrating himself twice as he said, I pay my respects to the sect master. His disciples, naturally, dared not show the slightest negligence. They immediately followed the elder's lead and knelt on the ground as well, exclaiming, We disciples pay our respects to the sect master. The man before them was the Grand Master of the Azure sect, a true void stage powerhouse. Nascent stage cultivators were as fragile as ants in his presence. He could crush them to death with a single finger. Dan stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Even simply standing there, he radiated a brilliance akin to gazing at the sun. It seemed as though a single glance from him could cause everyone to explode into pieces. Dan spoke slowly, Go ahead. Tell me exactly what happened. Before Hua could explain the situation, Tong rushed forward and knelt before the sect master. Tears had already welled up in her eyes. She looked as though she'd suffered the greatest injustice, sobbing uncontrollably. Sect master, I beg you to avenge me. Tong's voice was choked with emotion as she recounted everything that had happened to the sect master, especially Yi's sexual assault against her. She told the story in full, not wanting to omit even the slightest detail. Dan furrowed his brow slightly, turned his head, and fixed his intense gaze on Yi, who reeked of alcohol and was teetering on the verge of collapse. He asked emotionlessly, Is this true? This sect rule had been established by the founder of the Azure sect. No one was permitted to violate it, not even the sect master himself. If he had truly done it, no one could save him. Yi replied indifferently, That's utter nonsense, completely baseless. Why, how could a girl like me ever joke about my virtue? Senior brother, I know you're a nascent stage powerhouse, but you still need evidence to back up your claims. Tong knelt on the ground, tears streaming down her face. Her eyes were already red from crying, begging the sect master and her fellow disciples to vindicate her. Such heart-wrenching sobs, combined with Tong's innocent appearance, made it hard for anyone not to believe her. Some had even begun to imagine the scene in their minds. Yi, in order to win Tong over, had committed an indecent act while drunk. Then, consumed by shame and anger, he killed Hao, and now, standing before the sect master, he still refused to admit the truth. Such behavior was truly lamentable. Dan, too, began to harbor some doubts. Unfortunately, Tong's cultivation was only at the chi stage, making her completely unable to withstand a soul scan. Otherwise, a scan would have settled the matter. Hua spoke up at that moment. Sect Master, why don't we scan Yi's soul? If this is true, a scan will reveal it immediately. Tong, who had been busy devising a plan, turned deathly pale. She had completely forgotten that Yi was no longer at the chi stage. If his memories were scanned, everyone would discover she was deceiving them. In her panic, Tong had a sudden flash of inspiration and hurriedly said, to report to the sect master, I did not blame Yi, I only wanted justice. Furthermore, this disciple has harbored secret feelings for Yi from the very beginning. As long as Yi is willing to marry this disciple, I am willing to bury this matter deep in my heart and never bring it up again. Hearing such a passionate plea, the disciples around her were nearly moved to tears. Who would have thought Tong was so beautiful, willing to sacrifice everything to protect her senior brother from being killed? What an extraordinary young woman! Junior sister, I never expected you to be this kind of person. I admire you, senior brother. That's right. To protect senior brother Yi, you're willing to sacrifice your body and your virtue throughout history. You must be the first to ever do such a thing. Don't worry, junior sister. We senior brothers will definitely find the evidence and clear your name. The surrounding disciples were filled with fervor, all eager to help Tong seek justice, little knowing that Tong had already cursed every one of those bastards in her heart. She had originally intended to shift the blame onto someone else, but now that he was a nascent stage powerhouse, why not just become his Dao companion? Besides, Yi was quite handsome, exactly her type. If she could become Yi's Dao companion, the cultivation resources available to her in the future would be unimaginable. Dan furrowed his brow and asked, Are you sure you want to marry the man who molested you? I'm certain, Tong said with absolute conviction. To save senior brother, I'm willing to become his Dao companion. Dan didn't want to make a big deal out of it either. He turned to look at Yi, who reeked of alcohol, and asked softly, Yi, are you willing to become Tong's Dao companion? As long as you're willing, today's matter will be considered settled. If you refuse, I'll have you imprisoned until evidence is found, at which point you'll be dealt with according to the sect's rules. Yi said with a hint of sarcasm, ha, why go to all that trouble? It'd be so much simpler to just scan your soul. Tong's slender body trembled, her expression filled with anxiety. If he discovered she was lying, she would surely meet a terrible end. Under no circumstances could she let him probe her nascent stage. With that thought, Tong steeled her resolve. She pulled a dagger from her storage pouch and pressed it against her throat, her eyes bloodshot as she said, Since senior brother refuses to take responsibility, what face does this junior sister have to continue living in this world? I might as well just die. As soon as the words left her mouth, Tong was about to use her own death to prove that everything she said was absolutely true. Tong's actions indeed convinced everyone of her sincerity. Even Dan furrowed his brow, convinced that a female disciple would never joke about her own virtue. Moreover, Tong had proven her resolve by risking her life. Such courage meant that even if she were slandering Yi, she was still a woman of great daring. Yi, why can't you just admit it? Tong is even willing to die for you, yet you're sitting there silent like a scared turtle. That's right, Yi, why don't you just die? Never mind that you're at the peak of the nascent stage. Even if you were at the soul stage, so what? As long as you violate the sect's rules, you'll still have to pay the price. Don't worry, junior sister. There's no way this guy can leave the sect. With senior uncle, the sect master, here, no matter how powerful he is, he won't escape death. Yikes. I never imagined senior brother Yi was this kind of person. I really underestimated him. I thought Yi was a true gem among men, but it turns out he's just a coward who dares to act but not take responsibility. You're not human. You actually molested Tong, such a beautiful and charming woman. You're nothing but a beast. Faced with the slanderous remarks from the sect disciples, Yi remained as indifferent as ever, then spoke up, If I refuse, who can do anything to me? Dan furrowed his brow slightly. If it weren't for the fact that the other was a prodigy of the Azure sect and a disciple his senior sister had once taken a liking to, he would have slapped him across the face long ago. Suppressing the rage boiling within him, Dan spoke with a hint of threat in his voice. Yi, do you really want to make a big deal out of this? Yi drank 3 sheng of wine with carefree abandon, casually wiped the droplets from the corner of his mouth, and nodded. So what if I do? Yi stood tall, his face expressionless, and smiled calmly. I am a nascent stage powerhouse. Who dares to kill me? Who is capable of killing me? Such a defiant declaration, looking down on everyone present, left the entire crowd pale with shock. They all took 2 steps back, their expressions tinged with fear. Could it be that this guy intends to slaughter everyone here? Yi's arrogant and presumptuous remarks infuriated the sect disciples on both sides. With the sect master present, this guy actually dared to act so brazenly. He clearly didn't hold the sect master in any regard. Sure enough, Yi's words left Dan feeling his pride wounded. His face turned ashen, and several black lines appeared on his forehead. At that moment, Huo was the first to lose his composure. With a look of fury on his face, he pointed his finger at Yi's nose and roared, "How dare you? This is the Azure sect. As long as you're a disciple of this sect, you should cooperate fully with the investigation. Once this matter is resolved, senior brother, the sect master, will see that justice is served for you, not for you to act so arrogantly here. The nascent stage is indeed powerful, but in the face of a void stage expert, it's as insignificant as an ant." Seeing that the situation was getting out of hand, Tong, standing beside him, put on the act of a woman who had been deeply wronged. She knelt before the sect master and the elders, her eyes brimming with tears as she choked out, "I beg the sect master and the elders not to blame my senior brother. He only spoke those words under the influence of alcohol. Once he sobers up, he will certainly agree to this marriage." Listening to Tong's defense, Dan nodded in satisfaction. This girl was not only clever but also knew how to diffuse major conflicts and smooth over minor ones. She was sure to become a formidable figure renowned throughout the region in the future. Dan landed smoothly on the ground. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, he strode forward. His snow-white robes fluttered without a breeze, and his entire demeanor exuded the ethereal grace of a celestial being from the 9 heavens. "Nephew Yi, since you've gone this far, do you really intend to back out now?" Dan said with a solemn expression, "I hereby declare that, from this day forward, you, Yi, and Tong shall form a dual cultivation partnership. Let us just treat this whole affair as a joke." Hearing that even the sect master was coming to her aid, Tong's heart, which had been in her throat, finally settled. If the sect master had forcibly extracted Yi's soul, she would have faced the most severe punishment. The Azure sect detests nothing more than the sexual assault or slander of its disciples. If such a crime were uncovered, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yi, however, curled the corners of his mouth into a cold smile and said sarcastically, "I never expected that among the many elders and the sect master of the esteemed Azure sect, there would be someone so blind." Dan turned around, his expression gradually darkening. As the sect master, if it weren't for the entrustment his senior sister had made years ago, he wouldn't have bothered to care whether Yi was being wrongly accused. He had already offered Yi a way out, but to his surprise, not only did she fail to take it, he had gone so far as to insult him to his face. An endless chill flashed in his eyes. His elegant robe fluttered without a breeze as surging mana gathered in his palm. It seemed that if he uttered another word, he would leave his body to rot in the wilderness today. "Junior disciple Yi, I have already given you a chance. Could it be that you wish to provoke me?" However, emboldened by the alcohol, Yi not only failed to rein himself in but retorted, without distinguishing right from wrong, "So many of you cultivators actually believe the words of a single woman. How pitiful and lamentable. How dare you!" Dan flew into a rage, and surging waves of mana radiated outward. The nearest disciple was immediately knocked flying by the shockwave, spurting blood. The other disciples were also deeply terrified by the sect master. They all knelt on the ground, trembling uncontrollably, their eyes filled with fear of the sect master in shock at Yi's arrogant and presumptuous remarks. Has this kid lost his mind? To dare provoke the sect master in public. The sect master had always had a terrible temper. Once, a disciple was struck dead with a single slap simply for failing to hear his orders. Now Yi had actually dared to contradict the sect master in front of everyone, completely humiliating him. Truly, only someone with exceptional skill would be so bold. Even if you hadn't molested a female disciple, I would still purge the sect of such scum, strip you of your cultivation, and tear you to pieces. Dan's rage was thoroughly ignited, and he immediately lashed out with a slap toward Yi standing before him. Under the force of that overwhelming energy blast, not only would a nascent stage cultivator be doomed, but even a soul stage expert would face certain death. Yi merely smiled calmly as the system's voice echoed in his ears. Drunken Swordmaster System Proficiency +1. The host has consumed 3 jars of wine, triggering the Drunken Swordmaster System's bonus rate. The host is rewarded with a cultivation boost. Currently at the peak of the nascent stage, advancing to the early soul stage. Feeling the immense energy surging through his body, he smiled slightly as he pulled a flying sword from his storage ring and casually swung it at the energy blast before him. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out. The resulting shockwave sent the disciples on both sides flying. Even Hoa felt his blood boil, stumbling back 2 steps. Just as everyone thought Yi was surely doomed, a voice laced with a touch of mockery reached their ears. Yesterday and past lives may all be cast aside. The bright moon in Pine Breeze answered the sword's call. Rise, sword! As soon as Yi's words fell, he suddenly pointed toward the sky and swung his right hand forcefully at the flying sword. Instantly, the flying sword split into dozens of blades, each glowing with a different color. Dozens of flying swords spun at breakneck speed, their sword energy tearing through every living thing around them. A colossal tornado, soaring 100 meters high, obscured the sky and the moon, enveloping everyone within its grasp. Even the flying swords that had flown out of Bladegrave were all drawn toward it. Right before everyone's eyes, they merged into a single, gigantic longsword. Is this 10,000 swords converge as one? Hua stared wide-eyed, utterly stunned. It truly is 10,000 swords converge as one. To be able to condense the flying swords accumulated by the Azure sect over 1,000 years, this youth's talent is truly terrifying. Dan's face darkened with anger. Even though he still stood with his hands clasped behind his back, he could still sense that the giant sword before him posed a mortal threat to his life. He is not just at the nascent stage, no, he is actually at the soul stage, isn't? How could he possibly pose a threat to me, a void stage powerhouse? Could this just be a bluff? But soon, Dan realized something was amiss, for within the flying swords, celestial mana was beginning to gather at a frenzied pace. You're actually able to channel the mana of heaven and earth? What on earth have you done? Dan grew serious, immediately summoning his own flying sword. With his brows furrowed, he stared intently at the converging sword energy. Suddenly, countless flying swords surged toward Dan. Dan's expression changed instantly. He didn't dare to take it lightly. He swiftly swung the hilt of his sword, fending off the flying swords in the sky one by one, but they seemed endless, never ceasing. Clang! 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 Blinding sparks flashed across the sky. Countless streaks of light sliced through the sky, leaving countless disciples speechless. Now, Yi hadn't even moved a muscle. He had simply used his sword intent to command the long dormant Bladegrave flying swords to obey his orders. It was truly astonishing. As for Sect Master Dan, he was being forced back step by step under the flying sword's attacks, leaving the sect disciples utterly speechless. The Sect Master is actually about to lose? How is that possible? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The Sect Master is a void stage powerhouse. How could he possibly lose to a menial disciple? That is absolutely impossible. You're wrong. The Sect Master is simply tempering his resolve, using the flying sword of Bladegrave to enhance his own strength. Don't look down on yourselves. Hearing these words, Dan, who was still fending off the flying sword, nearly burst out cursing. Tempering his resolve, you say? Can't you see my hand is already cramping up? Damn that guy, when did this wayward disciple get so strong? Yi lay lazily on a rock, glancing at the wine jar that had long since been drained by his disciples. He casually untied the wine gourd hanging from the corner of his eye, tilted his head back for a hearty swig, then smiled leisurely. A candle-less smoke may be blown out, but my sword can slay even immortals. Dan stared with eyes as round as copper bells at Yi, who appeared so carefree and at ease, and flew into a rage on the spot. Wicked disciple! If I don't kill you today, I'll take your surname from now on. Faced with Dan's impotent roar, Yi remained as calm as ever, lying on the rock with his wine gourd in his arms, and before long, he fell into a deep sleep. Youth is wonderful, able to fall asleep the moment one lays one's head down. But even as he slept soundly, the myriad flying swords within Bladegrave never ceased their assault. On the contrary, their attack grew ever more ferocious, leaving Dan before him unable to return a single blow. Infinite sword formation, arise! Dan's hands moved frantically. The flying swords before him began to tremble, and before the eyes of all the disciples, they started splitting apart in all directions, coalescing into brand new flying swords that appeared at his side. The split flying swords formed an array, each piercing the ground in the four cardinal directions east, south, west, and north, while Dan, the master of the array, stood right in the center. As the formation took shape, a special barrier space formed within 100 zhang around him. Any flying sword that touched the barrier was blocked outside. No matter how hard it struck, it could not break through the barrier, which was as tough as a turtle's shell. A smile played at the corner of Dan's mouth as he said, "The 10,000 swords converge as one of a mere soul stage brat is as good as nothing in the face of a void stage powerhouse. Next, I will grind your bones to dust." No sooner had the words left his mouth than a crisp clang rang out from the side. Dan furrowed his brow slightly and looked at the flying sword, which was entirely deep blue and resembled a crystal carving. His expression suddenly changed. "Is that Senior Sister's frost-cold sword? Why is it here?" Before he could react, the boundless sword formation proved utterly incapable of withstanding the frost-cold sword's assault. In an instant, it shattered like broken glass into countless fragments and vanished, while he himself, struck by the backlash from the formation's collapse, spat out a mouthful of crimson blood. "Enough!" Just then, a gentle voice suddenly rang out from the sky. Instantly, the 10,000 swords returning to the source which had been converging into a single point shattered into pieces, transforming into countless flying swords that returned to the Bladegrave. High above, several figures cut through the air. Leading the group was a woman who resembled a celestial maiden. Clothed in sheer gauze, she was as delicate and beautiful as a peony. The immaculate white blossoms complemented her fair complexion perfectly. Her posture was graceful, like dancing willow catkins, and every movement exuded an intoxicating elegance. Her features were fresh and ethereal, like a lotus emerging from the mud yet remaining unstained. Upon seeing Senior Sister Ning, the sect leader, arrive in person, the elders and all the disciples knelt on one knee. "We pay our respects to Senior Aunt." Immediately afterward, the disciples of the Azure sect also knelt on one knee. "We pay our respects to Senior Great Aunt." Ning gave a slight nod, then turned her detached gaze toward her junior brother Dan, her tone tinged with reproach. "Have you forgotten what I instructed you to do back then?" Dan seemed terrified of this senior sister. He knelt on the ground like a child who had done something wrong, beads of sweat the size of soybeans soaking his Taoist robe, his expression tinged with fear. "I would never dare, Senior Sister. You once said that Yi is the pride of heaven, possessing the potential of a great emperor, and that in the future he will surely break through his limitations and return to the pinnacle." Ning narrowed her eyes and said emotionlessly, "Since you know this, why did you dare lay a hand on him?" The icy voice rang out like a thunderclap in everyone's ears. Dan, too, trembled all over at the sound of this sharp, commanding voice and hurriedly threw himself face down on the ground. Ning landed steadily on the ground. Her fresh, ethereal beauty drew the admiring glances of many sect disciples. They never expected the sect master as Senior Sister to be so stunning. "I am already aware of today's events. I will personally investigate them thoroughly. A sect-wide announcement will be made in 3 days. If I discover anyone else lying, they will be executed without mercy. As for Yi, from this day forward, you will become my direct disciple. Once you've sobered up tomorrow, go to Qingjing Peak to cultivate." Before leaving, Ning cast a glance at Tong, whose face had long since turned deathly pale. Perhaps it truly is only women who understand other women. The moment she saw Tong, Ning had already determined that she was lying. Likewise, Tong was so terrified that she slumped to the ground, her face etched with fear, trembling all over like a tractor, making it painfully obvious that this woman had something to hide. But without concrete evidence, no one could say for certain whether Tong was putting on a show. As Ning left, the lower courtyard returned to its previous commotion. I never expected Senior Sister Ning to take Yi as a disciple. As far as I recall, in the 800 years since she joined the sect, she has never taken a single disciple. That's right. I've heard that Senior Aunt Tong is otherworldly in her spare time. She feeds on flower nectar and drinks stew. Keep your voices down, all of you. How dare you speculate about the sect leader as Senior Sister? Let us put today's incident behind us. Everyone, disperse. Hua helped the sect master, Dan, who had collapsed to the ground, to his feet, his face flushed as he asked, "Uncle, are you all right? How could I possibly be hurt?" If Senior Sister Han Ti stepped in to stop it, that brat Yi Wun Ti have stood a chance against me. Dan's face twitched as he glared viciously at the soundly sleeping Yi. If not for Senior Sister's sudden appearance, he would have slashed that prodigy to pieces in a fit of rage today. He then spoke coldly, "Hua, my nephew, keep today's events under wraps. Anyone who knows about this must keep it to themselves. Anyone who dares to gossip behind my back, I'll cut out their tongue." Alright, but what about this Yi? Are we just going to let this slide? No rush. Dan's brow remained furrowed as he said, "I'll give Senior Sister 3 days. If she can't find any useful evidence by then, Yi is as good as dead." But what about Senior Uncle? Hua found himself in a dilemma. Offending Senior Uncle Ning was not a wise choice, and besides, if Senior Uncle were to hold them accountable, they simply couldn't bear the consequences. Dan, however, couldn't care less. He didn't believe his Senior Sister could come up with a plausible explanation in 3 days to prove Yi's innocence. Likewise, they could simply assume that Yi's faint memories had been erased. As long as Tong stuck to her story about what happened tonight, and with the sect master present, even if evidence were found, they would turn black into white. The next morning, the dawn was radiant and dazzling. In the old courtyard, ancient paulownia and weeping willow trees stood tall. Dappled sunlight filtered through the gaps in the branches, quietly falling upon Yi's face as he slept soundly beneath the eaves. Yi opened his eyes in a daze. The glaring sunlight made him feel a bit uncomfortable. Subconsciously, he raised his hand to block the rays reflecting off his face. Looking at the empty lower courtyard, he couldn't help but feel a slight headache. Sitting up, Yi struggled to recall everything that had happened the previous night, muttering to himself, "Was last night just a dream? It seems like I was falsely accused." All he could remember was drinking heavily the night before, being falsely accused by his junior sister Tong in his dream, how coming to her defense, and sect master Dan arriving to uphold justice only to get soundly beaten by him. It had to be said that dream felt incredibly real. He sat up straight and, with a slight shift of his thoughts, a deep blue character panel quickly appeared before him. Name, Yi. Age, 18. Status, Outer Sect Menial, Azure Sect. Cultivation level, Early Soul Stage. Cultivation technique, Sword Control Art. Drunken Swordmaster System Proficiency, 3100. Drunken Swordmaster System Level Up, 410. I actually broke through to the soul stage? He smacked his lips, saying in disbelief, "Just how much wine did I drink yesterday to break through directly from the peak of the nascent stage to the soul stage?" Just as Yi was still lost in the dreams of the previous night, the gates of the lower academy were pushed open with a forceful shove. A disciple clad in the robes of the law enforcement hall strode in. His expression, as he looked at Yi, was filled with envy, and he said reluctantly, "Your great-great-uncle has ordered you to proceed immediately to Qingjing Peak. There must be no delay." "Great-uncle?" Yi rubbed his temples and asked, "Senior brother, what am I supposed to do at Qingjing Peak?" Seeing Yi playing dumb, the law enforcement hall disciple nearly lunged at him. Didn't this guy remember what he'd gone through last night? How could great-uncle have been so reckless as to take him as a disciple? He must have been blind. He'd rather take me than him. You'll find out once you get there. The senior disciple from the disciplinary hall couldn't be bothered to say more. He shot Yi a glance, turned, and walked away without looking back. He didn't even want to linger here for a single second. Yi reached for the wine gourd at his waist. After confirming it was still there, he let out a sigh of relief. Then, following the senior disciple's instructions, he mounted his sword and flew straight toward Qingjing Peak. Xinjing Peak was the resting place of the sect's founding ancestor. It was said that any disciple who entered Xinjing Peak without an invitation would be expelled from the sect in severe cases. Their cultivation would even be stripped away. Within the entire sect, only his great-uncle Ning knew of his true strength, so he did not travel on foot but instead flew there on his sword. Soon, the scenery before Yi's eyes changed. It was a mountain peak soaring into the clouds, majestic, towering, and awe-inspiring. Clouds and mist swirled around the summit, making it seem as if he were in a fairyland. The mountainside was densely forested and lush, forming a striking contrast to the peak's majestic grandeur. At the foot of the mountain, a river rushed swiftly, surging ceaselessly, and churning up waves of white foam. Amidst the green trees, a clear spring trickled gently, showcasing the endless charm of nature. At the very top stands Xinjing Peak, and within the mountain ranges flanking it are several massive iron chains. These chains span the entire width of Xinjing Peak, as if suggesting that to enter this place, one must walk in on foot. Likewise, this area is a no-flight zone. No matter how powerful one's mana may be, anyone whose strength falls short of that of Great Grandmaster Ning will be subject to the sanctions of this place's restrictions. Yi landed steadily on a nearby peak. Walking on iron chains was nothing new to him in his previous life. Walking on a tightrope had posed no problem at all. Inside a wooden cabin atop Xinjing Peak, Ning slowly opened his eyes, as if he had already sensed Yi's arrival and taken an interest in it. Her slender fingers lifted ever so slightly, and the iron chains several li away began to sway violently. Yet Yi, perched upon them, remained utterly composed. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back and strode forward. Below him lay a 10,000 zhang precipice. Even the mightiest cultivator, without the aid of mana, would be shattered to pieces if they fell. He removed the wine gourd from his waist, tilted his head back, and took a hearty swig. He nodded slightly with a faint smile and continued walking forward. After about half an hour, he finally arrived safely atop Xinjing Peak. Gazing at the mountain that resembled a fairyland, he, too, was captivated by the scene before him. Birds sang, flowers bloomed, and flocks of cranes soared overhead. "I never expected you to be so bold as to openly defy Dan. If I hadn't intervened, you would have been dead long ago." No sooner had the words left his mouth than Ning stepped out of a thatched hut nearby. His aura was fresh and ethereal, and several spirit fish leaped from the water, trailing crystalline droplets. Flowers bloomed in profusion, bursting into full bloom. "This disciple, Yi, pays his respects to great-great-uncle." Ning observed Yi's composed expression with a smile and said softly, "From now on, you need not address me as great-great-uncle, but simply as Ning." "Ning?" Yi looked at Ning with some surprise. Ning was the first prodigy in the history of the Azure sect. At only 800 years old, his cultivation had already surpassed the grand stage, making him one of the top-tier powerhouses across the entire divine continent. Cultivation realms are divided into Chi stage, foundation stage, core stage, nascent stage, soul stage, void stage, unity stage, grand stage, true immortal, golden immortal, deluo golden immortal, quasi-sage, sage, and immortal emperor. By this measure, Ning was already considered one of the few top-tier powerhouses in the cultivation world. "What's the matter? Does it upset you that I've become your Ning?" While he was lost in thought, Ning's willow-like eyebrows furrowed, her tone laced with a hint of displeasure. She then swept her robe aside and said, "If you find this offensive, then leave." Yi hurriedly clasped his hands and said, "Disciple Yi pays his respects to Ning." Ning cast a glance at Yi, her hands suspended behind her back, and demanded directly, "I'll ask you just one question, did you molest Tong?" Yi denied it, saying, "I did not." "If Ning does not believe me, you may scan my soul." "Never mind. Scanning your soul would harm your body if anything goes wrong, it could even cut short your future cultivation path." Ning said coldly, "Do you acknowledge your guilt in Hao's death?" Yi rubbed his nose and nodded. "I drank too much yesterday and thought it was a dream, so I forgot to hold back my power, which led to Hao's death and the loss of his Tao. Besides, killing people in dreams is a common occurrence. It has nothing to do with me." Seeing that Yi was shirking responsibility so completely, Ning didn't press the matter further. Dead is dead. The cultivation world is, after all, a place where the strong prey on the weak, and only the fittest survive. How's cultivation was lacking, leading to his demise. It was simply fate. As for How's Ning demanding an explanation, she would naturally handle that herself. He was outmatched. His death was well deserved. In 3 days, I will clear your name before the entire sect. I will see at a glance who is lying. As for the wine, Azure sect, the Millennium Blade Grave. Ning cast a glance at the languid Yi behind her. Her clear eyes lingered on him, as if trying to find traces of yesterday's unimaginable sword energy. But all that emanated from Yi now was a strong stench of alcohol. Not a shred of the supreme aura of the sword Dao was visible, which made her wonder, could she have misjudged him? But Ning quickly dismissed that thought. During her seclusion yesterday, she had clearly sensed an unprecedented sword intent, and without that overwhelming sword intent, how could he possibly have commanded the flying swords within Blade Grave? Therefore, Ning concluded that he was deliberately concealing his true strength. Led by Ning, the two arrived at a dimly lit cave. Inside, it was pitch black. Not even a speck of light could be seen, and water droplets were still trickling down the walls on both sides. At the end of the cave lay a naturally formed mine shaft, where more than a dozen towering stone pillars stood. Perched atop each pillar was an elderly man with white hair and a white beard, sitting in the lotus position. Not far from the stone pillars lay countless dimly glowing flying swords. By a rough estimate, there were at least several thousand of these oddly shaped flying swords sealed away here. The moment Ning stepped inside, the elders on the stone pillars all opened their eyes, swept their elegant robes aside, and bowed with clasped hands. Greetings, Senior Sister Lang. Ning nodded casually, then fixed her gaze on Yi and said softly, how did you activate all the flying swords within the Blade Grave yesterday? Could you demonstrate it again? Yi rubbed her temples. Her memory of yesterday's events was a bit hazy, and she wasn't sure how she managed to activate the flying swords within the Blade Grave. All she knew was that a sword intent had welled up within her, and the Azure sect's flying swords seemed to be drawn to it, fusing completely with that intent to form 10,000 swords returned to the source. Senior Sister, is this the young man who caused the sword's resonance last night? The elderly woman leading the group furrowed her brow as she scrutinized Yi from head to toe, her tone tinged with surprise. Such a young early soul stage cultivator are you, Yi, the Azure sect's greatest prodigy in thousands of years, second only to my senior sister? The guards stationed here were all powerful cultivators from the sect. The weakest among them were at the soul stage realm, while the strongest had already reached the peak of the unity stage. The reason they were stationed here was that their mastery of the way of the sword fell short of Ning's. Thus, they had been left to guard the Blade Grave for 1,000 years, forbidden to leave this place even a single step without permission. Yi took half a step forward and bowed his hand slightly, saying, greetings, esteemed elders. The gaunt-looking old man narrowed his eyes. With a wave of his right hand, and the flying sword within the Blade Grave shot out through the air, darting toward Yi's position like a flash of lightning. Yi reacted swiftly, dodging to the side. With a flick of his wrist, a golden sword intent silently materialized in his hand, and the flying sword, as it whizzed past, seemed to be suppressed. It dimmed and fell steadily to the ground. That's sword intent. Whoa! The elders within Blade Grave sucked in a sharp breath. If they weren't mistaken, this youngster had actually condensed sword intent. They, a group of old-timers who had lived for hundreds of years, had never grasped true sword intent, yet Yi, at only 18, had achieved such mastery. It was simply mind-boggling. Ning narrowed his eyes, a faint smile playing on his delicate face, and thought to himself, I remember I was 20 when I channeled sword intent. I never imagined his talent would surpass mine. It seems his future achievements will surpass mine. The white-haired elder smiled warmly. Interesting, truly interesting. No wonder you've managed to attract all the flying swords within Blade Grave. However, sword intent alone doesn't seem enough to attract other flying swords. Do you have some secret technique? He shook his head and said, no secret technique, I simply have the sword in my heart, so success came naturally. How fitting, the sword in one's heart, and success came naturally. The Blade Grave elder stood with his hands behind his back and said, since junior disciple Yi is unwilling to speak, this old man will not press the matter further. Ning remained silent as well, but cast a meaningful glance at Yi before saying calmly, fellow disciples, in 3 days' time, a clan-wide announcement will be made. To my disciple Yi, clear his name, you are permitted to leave Blade Grave for 3 hours. Upon hearing they could leave, the Blade Grave elders all clasped their hands in gratitude. Thank you, senior sister. Let us go. Ning turned and walked away with a flourish. Yi followed closely behind and asked, Ning, can't these elders leave Bladegrave? Ning nodded, speaking without reservation. Because Bladegrave was established by the sect's founding ancestor, the flying swords within are the sect's most precious treasures. Likewise, someone must remain here to guard them. Those guys were my junior brothers and sisters back in the day. Since they couldn't beat me in swordsmanship, their sword hearts were damaged, and now they're forever trapped inside Bladegrave, guarding the flying swords. Without my orders, they're not allowed to leave this place even a single step. Hearing this, Yi clicked his tongue. Staying here for the rest of one's life, that's something no one could ever accept, he thought. At least, he certainly couldn't. Just as Yi was about to take a sip of wine to moisten his throat, he discovered his wine gourd was already empty. As someone who couldn't live without wine, he immediately panicked. Only then did he remember that last night he drained every last drop of the fine wine he'd been saving for years. What's wrong? Ning had also noticed Yi's flustered expression and asked curiously in a soft voice. Yi awkwardly confessed to Ning that he'd drunk all the wine. Upon hearing this, Ning smiled quietly. So it's just a trifling matter like that. I still have a little century-old wine left on Qingjing Peak. Since you like it, I'll give it to you. Hearing this, Yi immediately clasped his hands in gratitude and said, Thank you, Ning. Yi was absolutely salivating at the thought of century-old fine wine. He had gone down the mountain many times in search of ancient wines, but century-old varieties were extremely rare. Even when he happened upon them, most were treasured in private collections, and few were willing to sell them. At that moment, Ning quietly cautioned him, Within our sect, your master's strength is indeed formidable, but across the entire divine continent, my power is still far too weak. In the future, if you encounter someone of overwhelming power, do not engage them in battle. Do your best to avoid them at all costs, don't risk your life. Faced with Ning's kind warning, Yi naturally took it to heart. He understood better than anyone that the cultivation world was a place where the strong preyed on the weak. Back at Qingjing Peak. As promised, Ning gave Yi his entire collection of fine wines and advised him to drink in moderation, avoiding overindulgence to prevent reckless behavior while intoxicated. Yi nodded in agreement, but behind the scenes, he poured all the wine into his magical treasure, the purple gold wine gourd. He lay in the reed beds, his pant legs rolled up to his knees, a blade of grass clenched between his teeth, savoring the tranquil moments on Qingjing Peak. A gentle breeze carried the sound of birdsong. Sunlight glistened on the lake's surface. It all resembled a serene and beautiful painting. Yi opened the gourd, took a whiff of the aroma inside, and immediately recognized the wine he hadn't expected. Ning to have been hoarding this top-quality bamboo green wine for 200 years. The bamboo green wine contained a blend of precious herbs that not only promoted cultivation progress but also purified the marrow and meridians. Even a single gourd of this wine would be worth 10,000 taels of gold in the outside world, and it was the kind of treasure that was rare and hard to come by. He licked his lips and took a small sip. The moment it touched his tongue, the aroma of the wine filled the air, transforming into a gentle stream of energy that flowed into his body, cleansing every fiber of his being. The sensation of bliss left Yi wanting more, but knowing how precious this wine was, he limited himself to just a small sip each time, never drinking too much. Yet for some reason, the wine's fragrance, like a worm burrowing deep inside him, kept stirring Yi's desire, and in the end, he couldn't resist taking a big gulp. Yi felt a wave of bliss wash over him. He squinted his eyes as if drinking from a sweet, clear spring, utterly intoxicated by the warmth spreading through his body. Licking his lips, Yi immediately suppressed his urge to drink more, quickly turned away, and muttered, No, I can't drink anymore. Otherwise, I really won't be able to control myself. The moonlight was bright, and the cold wind whistled. Drunk to the point of intoxication, Yi ultimately couldn't resist the temptation of the fine wine and drained more than half of the originally full wine gourd. Congratulations, host, on drinking 3 jars of wine. Reward, +10 to cultivation level. Congratulations, host, on your cultivation increase. You are now at the mid-soul stage. Congratulations, host, on comprehending the way of the sword while intoxicated. You have obtained the soul-shattering, spirit-severing style. Congratulations, host, on gaining +2 proficiency in the drunken swordmaster system. Yi swayed as he held the wine gourd, now half empty, and sighed heavily. Ah, why couldn't I have held back? But at least my cultivation has risen by one level. It really is top-quality green bamboo wine. If I could get my hands on 1,000-year-old vintage, perhaps my strength could improve even further. Yi staggered to his feet. While Ning was still recovering, he slipped away from Qingjing Peak and returned to his lower courtyard, intending to move everything there back to Qingjing Peak. No sooner had he returned to the lower courtyard than he saw several female disciples fawning over a woman with an air of arrogance. Junior Sister Zhou, this time around, you're sure to become a disciple of an elder or the sect master. Once you've made it big, don't forget us senior sisters, okay? That's right, Tong. We've always supported you, just don't forget our hard work when the time comes. Tong, her face brimming with arrogance, raised the corners of her mouth slightly before saying softly, rest assured, senior sisters. As long as I become an elderess direct disciple or the sect masteress disciple, I will certainly not treat you unfairly once I succeed. Thank you so much, junior sister. We'll definitely support you then. A cold glint flashed in Tong's eyes, and a sly smile played on her lips. They want me to look out for them? That's a pipe dream. As long as I become the sect masteress disciple, every disciple who knows about this will die. Only the dead keep their mouths shut. After all, no one is allowed to know about my scandal. Tong raised her head. By now, she had noticed Yi as well. Memories of yesterday flooded her mind, especially the overwhelming might of that heaven and earth sword, a sight Tong would never forget for the rest of her life. Tong had intended to slip away quietly, but the two senior sisters behind her paid no heed to whether Tong was afraid. Pointing their fingers right at Yi's nose, they launched into a tirade. Yi, you son of a bitch. I never thought you'd dare come back. You really don't know your place. We should have crippled your limbs and cut out your tongue back then, leaving you in agony, unable to live or die. Yi, who had initially intended to ignore them, stopped in his tracks. He then slowly turned around, his face darkening as he said coldly, who do you think you are, daring to call me by my full name? A sword-esque glow sliced through the silent night sky like a bolt of lightning. In the next instant, Yi appeared out of nowhere in front of the female disciple who had just spoken disrespectfully, the blade still speckled with blood. The female disciple's eyes were bloodshot as she clutched desperately at her throat, crimson blood spurting out like a fountain. She struggled for a moment before collapsing face down onto the ground. After two final convulsions, she lay still. Witnessing this scene, Tong and the others had long since turned pale with fear. They knelt on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. In their eyes, Yi now seemed like a god of death incarnate, utterly beyond comprehension. Yi pointed his cold, gleaming sword at Tong's neck and said calmly, if I don't kill you today, someone else will eventually expose your true colors, Tong. You will pay a terrible price for your recklessness. With that, Yi turned and walked away with a flourish, though the sword intent he had unleashed still lingered in the air, unending like the surging waters of a mighty river. Tong's lips trembled, her eyes welling up with tears, and a sense of regret began to well up within her. If only she hadn't heeded the advice of her senior sisters back then, she wouldn't have slandered Yi. She had assumed he was merely a menial disciple, the lowest of the low, and that a few words from her would be enough to make the sect's disciples follow her orders. Little did she know that Yi's cultivation hadn't been completely stripped away at all. Instead, he had been hiding in the lower courtyard, cultivating in peace. Over the past few years, his strength had broken through to the soul stage. Tong felt a pang of regret over why she had singled out Yi. If she had chosen any other disciple instead, perhaps this situation would never have arisen. Just then, Dan, the sect master, materialized out of thin air. He glanced at the disciple who had already breathed her last and said expressionlessly, who did this? Tong burst into tears and cried out, Sect Master, it was Yi who did this. I beg you to avenge this disciple. Dan said nothing, but with a casual flick of his finger, a female disciple kneeling beside Tong was pierced through the brow by a strange energy and died instantly. Tong's lips trembled as he looked at the sect master in terror, unable to believe that he had just killed several of his senior sisters. Dan instructed him expressionlessly, I've known for a long time that you were slandering Yi, but I chose to spare you, so no one killed you. You just need to remember, never admit to this, not even if a sword is held to your neck. Do you understand? Tong knelt on the ground, trembling, and nodded repeatedly, saying, Disciple understands. Dan patted Tong lightly on the head, flashing a sinister smile as he said, Once this matter is settled, I will take you as my disciple, teach you the ways of the Tao, and make you one of the Azure Sect's most powerful masters. Upon hearing this, Tong's eyes lit up, and all fear vanished from his heart. Is that true? Dan smirked, standing with his hands behind his back, a hint of coldness in his demeanor. The image of himself kneeling on the ground in front of so many disciples not long ago flashed through his mind, and his heart was filled with endless resentment toward Ning. Taking on a disciple was entirely up to him. Yi was indeed a once-in-a-millennium prodigy, but it remained to be seen whether he was destined to survive. As for Tong, once he had dealt with the nuisance that was Yi, he would kill her outright to eliminate any future threats. That way, no one would ever know what he had done. Tong stood there, still basking in her self-satisfaction, convinced she was about to become the sect master's personal disciple, unaware that all her efforts were merely paving the way for sect master Dan. Thank you, Ning. This disciple will certainly not bring dishonor to the sect by letting that lecher Yi do as he pleases. Dan smiled faintly and said calmly, My dear disciple, remember, no matter what they say, you must deny everything. Even if senior sister takes a hard line, with me on your side, I'll ensure you come out unscathed. I obey. A flash of cunning crossed Tong's eyes. He thought to himself, Yi, don't blame me. Blame the deceit and treachery of this world instead. To become stronger, it's your honor to be a stumbling block in my path. Back at Qingjing Peak, Ning had been waiting for quite some time. Seeing the scent of blood wafting from Yi, he knew immediately that he had gotten himself into trouble again. Master, what are you doing here? Yi, who had been planning to sneak back to drink in private, happened to spot Ning standing at the doorway. Out of respect for his status, he quickened his pace and approached, clasping his hands in a bow. Have you been causing trouble again? Hearing this, Yi made no attempt to hide anything and recounted everything that had happened in the lower courtyard to Ning. Upon learning of the incident, Ning did not blame Yi. The strong prey on the weak, that is simply the way of things. If he has killed, he has killed. Still, he offered a few words of advice. Although the elders will spare you this time for my sake, you must remember, I can protect you for a lifetime, but I cannot protect you forever. This disciple understands. Seeing how readily Yi agreed, Ning gave a casual nod. As his elegant robe fluttered, a crisp, fragrant scent wafted toward him. Even a single breath of it was enough to leave one with a refreshing, heart-soothing sensation. Go back and get ready. In 2 days, I'll clear your name. Thank you, Ning. Ning cast a meaningful glance at Yi, then turned and walked back into his wooden cottage. Yi licked his slightly parched lips, raised his head, and gazed at the bright moonlight, his inner craving for wine growing ever stronger. Such a beautiful scene, it would be a real shame not to drink a pot of it. 2 days later, at the Azure Sect. At the end of the long stone staircase, mist swirled beyond the mist lay a vast plaza, entirely paved with massive stones of uniform color, giving it a simple yet majestic appearance. Upon hearing of this event, numerous secluded elders and disciples of the sect had gathered in the plaza, ready to witness the entire process. The vast plaza was now filled with several thousand sect disciples, and many inner sect disciples were even flying on swords in the sky. Dan, the sect master of the Azure Sect, sat in the secondary seat, elegantly sipping his tea, while the empty main seat was, of course, reserved for senior sister Ning. Just then, the elders of Bladegrave also arrived, riding their swords. Having not emerged for so many years, they now watched their sect thrive, and each wore an expression of deep satisfaction. Elders, why have you come here instead of remaining at Bladegrave? Dan, seeing all the Bladegrave elders present, couldn't help but ask with some puzzlement. The white-bearded elder leading the group shrugged and replied with a smile, Senior Sister Lang ordered us to come and observe. We old-timers naturally had to do her a favor. Upon learning that Senior Sister Lang had summoned them, Dan's expression turned displeased. Releasing the Bladegrave elders without his consent, it seemed he, as the sect master, truly held no authority at all. Elder Bladegrave, for his part, sat down on a chair without the slightest hesitation and began speaking at length about the state of the sect's disciples. He left Dan standing there all by himself. Dan was seething with rage. His right hand, clenched around the teacup, trembled slightly, and his eyes glinted with an icy fury. After all, he was the head of the sect. If they wouldn't respect him, they should at least show him a modicum of courtesy. Who would have thought that this elder blade grave wouldn't even bother to speak to him? They were nothing but a bunch of short-sighted fools. Dan's brow remained furrowed in his heart. He had already cursed that old coot countless times. Today, no matter what, he was going to take action. At that moment, Tom was kneeling on the square outside the main hall, with the surrounding disciples rallying around him in solidarity. Damn ye! I never imagined he'd be this kind of person. I used to regard him as the sect's pride and joy, but I never thought he'd commit such an act of treason. That's right. I, too, used to think he was the sect's former prodigy. It was impossible for him to do something so utterly depraved. But Tong is just a woman. How could she ever joke about her own virtue? We must stand up for our junior sister. The crowd was in an uproar. Everyone was speaking out on Tong's behalf. Some even wanted to have Yi beheaded to serve as a warning to the sect's other disciples. Hearing the voices around her, a cold smile involuntarily curled on Tong's pale face. With so many disciples speaking out on her behalf, and sect master Dan present, even if he had 100 mouths, he'd find it hard to defend himself. Besides, she had evidence she didn't believe he could possibly win. Our great uncle has arrived. Welcome. Just then, the disciples on both sides of the sect suddenly spoke up. They all knelt on the ground, their expressions filled with respect and admiration for their great uncle. A sword trail sliced through the azure sky. Standing upon an ice-blue flying sword was a woman of breathtaking beauty, while behind her lay a male disciple who was already drunk. The elders and disciples of the Azure sect all knelt on the ground, speaking in unison. We pay our respects to our great-great-aunt. We pay our respects to our great-aunt. We pay our respects to our senior sister. Ning, atop the flying sword, remained as impassive as ever as she surveyed the many disciples of the Azure sect. With one hand clasped behind her back, she guided the flying sword to a smooth landing on the ground. The elders of Bladegrave also emerged from the main hall, bowing respectfully. Senior sister, you've arrived. There is no need to be so formal, fellow disciples. Ning's voice, clear as spring water, rang out calmly. Dan also stepped forward, clasping his hands in a polite gesture, though his tone carried a hint of dissatisfaction. Senior sister, now that you're here, let us get straight to the point. Ning turned around casually, glancing at Tong, who was kneeling on the ground, and Yi, who was still drunk, and found herself at a loss for words. She had clearly told him that today was an important day, but who would have thought this guy would mistake important day for drinking day? Not only had he drained the entire supply of Qingzhou wine, but he'd also polished off her treasured 300-year-old newer Hong. Sometimes, Ning really wanted to throw Yi off a 1,000-foot cliff. Ning exhaled a fragrant breath and spoke solemnly. Tong, I ask you, has Yi ever molested you? Yi did indeed molest this disciple. He even made me keep it a secret and threatened that if I ever spoke of this, he would sell me into a brothel. Tong was quite the actress. She immediately slipped into character, acting as if she'd truly been molested. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably, making her look utterly pitiful. I originally wanted to become Dao companions with senior brother to spare him from the sect's disciplinary punishment, but I never expected him to resist so fiercely. I had no choice but to hope the sect elders would seek justice for me. Tong's slender body trembled, tears welling in the corners of her eyes. She was convinced that Yi had molested her and pulled a bodice from her bosom as evidence. I can confirm that this is indeed the bodice Tong found in the lower court. I can also confirm it. I implore you, great uncle, to severely punish the culprit. Otherwise, how could any disciple of the sect dare to violate the sect's rules? That's right. I implore you, great uncle, to scrutinize this matter with the utmost care. Do not let a single villain escape, nor wrongly accuse an innocent person. Under the gaze of the crowd, Yi was in a precarious position. It seemed that if he couldn't produce any useful clues, he would surely pay the price today for his reckless actions. Ning narrowed his eyes and asked coldly, Are you absolutely certain that Yi molested you? This disciple is willing to swear by the revelation of the Tao. If there is even a shred of falsehood in my words, I will never be able to break through to the grand stage in this lifetime. The other disciples? Even Dan nearly burst out cursing. This girl really is asking for trouble. Grand stage, why don't you just say Deluo Golden Immortal while you're at it? Invoking the revelation of the Tao is indeed a major taboo for cultivators, because the slightest misstep can turn one's words into a self-fulfilling prophecy. But by saying this, Tong was clearly exploiting a loophole. With her talent, breaking through to the nascent stage in this lifetime would already be quite an achievement. To even dream of breaking through to the grand stage is nothing but a pipe dream. Ning glanced at Dan beside him and continued, "Since you claim that my disciple molested you, was it while he was drunk or sober?" "Drunk," Tong replied without hesitation. If it had been while he was sober, given the strength of the Yi Soul stage realm, he would never have let her leave unscathed. Therefore, all she had to do was insist that he had molested her while drunk. However, Ning had been waiting for exactly that statement. She replied directly, "Since you claim my disciple molested you while drunk, then he must be drunk right now. Why isn't he making a sound?" "Well." Tong glanced at Yi, who lay sprawled like a pile of mud, and realized she hadn't thought this through. She immediately shifted her gaze to Sect Master Dan. Dan's brow remained furrowed as he forced a cold smile. "Senior sister, that's not quite right. Who knows if he was actually drunk back then? Besides, a soul stage cultivator should have more than enough power to expel alcohol from his system, shouldn't he?" "Oh?" Ning licked her dark eyebrows, a glint of coldness flickering in her narrow eyes. "Are you implying, junior brother, that I've slandered Tong?" "I wouldn't dare, junior sister. I'm simply stating the facts." Dan chuckled. Ning, of course, knew exactly what her junior brother was capable of. From the look Tong and Dan exchanged, it was clear the two had been in cahoots all along. But she had other options. Ning took a jade green bead from his storage ring and said calmly, "This is called the truth-telling bead. Whenever someone lies, the bead turns red. A single test will reveal the truth." "Ah." Tong looked somewhat nervous. If that were true, wouldn't her earlier words have incriminated her? Dan, however, was prepared. His lips moved slightly as he said, "Senior sister, that is quite a clever move. However, the truth-telling pearl seems to cause extreme harm to Chi stage disciples. If it damages her foundation, it will be very difficult for this junior brother to handle. If it damages her foundation, I will personally help her repair her meridians. If you dare not do so, then it means Tong has something to hide." Ning casually tossed the truth-telling pearl in front of Tong, gesturing for her to reveal the entire truth. Dan furrowed his brow slightly, immediately turning around and speaking with a hint of displeasure, "Senior sister, acting this way is unbecoming of your title as great uncle's disciple, and it betrays the kindness of our master's teachings back then. Since when have you had the right to interrupt me?" Ning's voice was bone-chillingly cold, and the stone tiles beneath her began to frost over in visible patches. Such a biting aura caused Dan to take 2 steps back. In the presence of a grand stage cultivator, a mere void stage cultivator was nothing more than a Dan was deeply enraged by Yi's words and immediately snapped, "If you wanna die, I'll gladly send you on your way." "Enough!" Ning barked, "Junior brother Dan, Yi is my disciple, it's not an outsider's place to lecture him." Dan spun around, seething with rage. He couldn't understand why his senior sister was constantly opposing him. Besides, Yi was just a disciple, wasn't it a bit excessive to go out of her way to offend him over a mere child? However, Ning didn't offer Dan a reasonable explanation, only she had the right to reprimand her own disciple. As for others, they simply weren't qualified. Ning was notorious for protecting her own. If a disciple of the sect was bullied, she would always stand up for them, even going so far as to confront the other sect to seek justice. Moreover, she had never taken on a disciple in her entire life. Now that Yi had become her disciple, there was no way she would allow anyone else to reprimand him. Dan felt like a mute swallowing bitter gall. He had grievances but could not voice them. If he hadn't been wary of his senior sister's grand stage cultivation, how could he have let a mere woman lecture him? "I ask you this, did you molest Tong?" "I did not." The truth pearl showed no reaction. In other words, Yi wasn't lying. Seeing that the truth pearl didn't emit even the slightest glimmer of light, the surrounding disciples fell silent. If the truth pearl truly worked and senior brother Yi's words were true, then the only one who had been deceiving them all along was Tong. Tong's slender body trembled uncontrollably, her eyes darting about as she frantically tried to come up with an excuse. If she said the wrong thing, she feared she would be executed on the spot the very next second. She didn't want to die yet. Since my disciple is innocent, then Tong, why haven't you confessed yet? Ning's tone carried a hint of coldness. Just then, Ning's delicate feet touched the ground lightly, and surging waves of mana radiated outward in all directions like raging waves, causing the air to warp wherever they passed. Tong's hair was tousled by this powerful force, and she immediately threw herself to the ground, crying, "I am the granddaughter of Chancellor Zhou of the Yulong Kingdom. I swear by my grandfather's name that I truly have not lied. I implore you, great uncle, to see through this matter with the utmost discernment." The Yulong Kingdom Chancellor Zhou? Yi murmured to himself. It seemed he had indeed heard that name before. The Kingdom of Yulong is one of the few top-tier great powers on the Divine Continent, controlling a vast amount of cultivation resources in the eastern region of the Divine Continent. The grandfather Tong mentioned is none other than Zhou Longshan, the Chancellor of the Kingdom of Yulong, a cultivator renowned for having reached the peak of the soul stage. He holds an extremely high status in the Kingdom of Yulong. Not only does he oversee the administration of the court, but he also assists the emperor in resolving difficulties, and is hailed as the next state preceptor. Senior sister, fellow Daoist Zhou Longshan holds great significance for our Azure sect. If you lay a hand on his granddaughter, it will likely bring unnecessary trouble upon our sect. Elder Bladegrave stepped forward and spoke with a grave expression. So what? These are the sect's rules. Who dares to defy them? Ning would show no leniency to anyone. Even if Zhou Longshan were to come to the Azure sect in person, it would be of no avail. As long as Tong was a disciple of the Azure sect, she would have to pay a heavy price for her recklessness. Seeing that her senior sister's mind was made up, Elder Bladegrave said no more, but instead chided Tong. If she had simply focused on her cultivation, breaking through to the nascent stage would have been just around the corner. But she had chosen to take the high road, leading to a situation that could no longer be changed. Perhaps this was a case of reaping what one sows. Tong knelt on the ground, tears streaming down her face. She looked at Sect Master Dan with pleading eyes, but Dan, too, seemed at a loss for words. Seeing Dan turn away, Tong's eyes instantly welled up with tears, and she cried out, "I'm not wrong. I didn't do anything wrong." The situation took a sudden turn, and the disciples of the Azure sect all stopped to watch Tong, wanting to see who was actually lying. Tong struggled to get to her feet. Her frail body swayed precariously, as if the slightest breeze could blow her away. "Disciple Tong, I refuse to accept this." "Then explain, am I slandering you?" Ning was now absolutely certain that Tong was slandering Yi. If she couldn't provide a reasonable explanation today, the only fate awaiting Tong would be the stripping of her cultivation and expulsion from the Azure sect. The cultivation world is inherently a place where the strong prey on the weak and deceit runs rampant. This disciple only wishes to grow stronger. What wrong is there in that? If anyone is to blame, it's this dark world. What I'm doing is for the sake of a brighter future for the Azure sect. My grandfather is Zhou Longshan, the Chancellor of the Dragon Riding Kingdom. Who among you dares to lay a finger on me? Tong's words finally made the disciples of the Azure sect realize that she had indeed slandered senior brother Yi. I never expected Tong to be this kind of person. I was just speaking up for her a moment ago, but I never imagined she'd do something like this. That's right. A woman who plays with her own reputation isn't worthy of sympathy. She is truly despicable. A woman like this doesn't deserve to be in the Azure sect. Kick her out. I knew it. Senior brother Yi is the sect's prodigy. How could he possibly do something so utterly depraved? It must be a false accusation. I stand with you, senior brother Yi. The disciples who had been speaking up for Tong just moments ago saw the tide turn and hurriedly lined up behind senior brother Yi, hurling insults at Tong, calling her a vile woman. Tong no longer tried to hide anything. Seeing that the truth had been completely exposed and that saying anything more was pointless, she spoke directly, "Master Dan, you promised me you would help me." The blame was now directed at sect Master Dan, who immediately roared in anger, "You wretch! When did I ever promise you anything? Do not speak nonsense and slander innocent people. That I, of all people, was deceived by a mere woman like you deserve to die." Dan's eyes turned cold. Determined to prevent the truth from coming out and to stop this woman from undermining his standing in the eyes of the sect's disciples, he suddenly lunged forward and struck Tong's head with all his might. There was a loud thud. Tong's eyes were now wide as copper bells, and hot blood streamed down her forehead. Her entire appearance was as hideous as a demon from hell. Struck by a void stage master, Tong died instantly. Her body went limp as if all life had been drained from it, collapsing to the ground without a sound. Whoosh! Witnessing this scene, everyone from the Azure sect was horrified and couldn't help but gasp in shock. They never expected their sect master to act with such lightning speed, striking Tong down with a single palm strike before he could even finish speaking. The Dragon Riding Kingdom. Inside the opulent imperial palace, an elderly man dressed in lavish robes sat cross-legged. Beside him lay two corpses from which all energy had been drained. From the expressions on their faces, it was clear they had been tortured to death as their energy was forcibly extracted while they were still alive. The old man slowly opened his eyes, his face expressionless as he said, "What a useless woman to provide such a meager amount of chi. It seems only women born in a year, month, and hour can sustain this old man's cultivation. Fortunately, I've broken through to the void stage. Now, aside from that old emperor, my cultivation is the strongest in the court." Just then, Zhou Longshan suddenly felt a sharp pang in his heart. Before he could react, the soul jade tablet hanging from his chest shattered. Seeing this, Zhou Longshan froze in place, unable to move. It was only after a long while that he came to his senses. He had personally crafted this soul jade tablet using his granddaughter's essence blood. As long as it glowed, it meant his granddaughter was safe and sound, but once it shattered, it meant his precious granddaughter had met her untimely end. Zhou Longshan flew into a rage and immediately roared hoarsely, "I swear, even if I have to search the heavens above and the underworld below, I will grind your bones to dust and scatter them to the winds." Tong was his most beloved granddaughter and the sole female heir of the Zhou clan. Now that she had been killed, as her grandfather, Zhou Longshan was determined to avenge her and settle the score. Zhou Longshan immediately made his way to a secluded room somewhere in the imperial palace. He kicked the door open with all his might and saw an old Taoist priest with white hair and beard sitting cross-legged inside. The old Taoist looked at the furious Zhou Longshan, furrowing his brow as he asked, "Fellow Taoist Longshan, why are you in such a rush? 2 years ago, my granddaughter left the family to pursue her cultivation. I need you to help me determine who killed my precious granddaughter. Once this is done, I am willing to part with a void stage magical artifact." The white-haired Taoist raised an eyebrow. The look on his face changed as he looked at Zhou Longshan. He hadn't expected that this old man's granddaughter had actually been killed. "Very well, I'll investigate for you. However, are you certain you want to use this method to find the culprit?" The gray-bearded Taoist raised his eyebrow slightly. Peering into the mysteries of heaven was a dangerous endeavor that could easily backfire, but for the sake of that void stage magical artifact, he was willing to take the risk. His fingers danced rapidly, and the image within the bronze mirror before him grew hazy. To ensure absolute certainty, the old Taoist even sacrificed a drop of his own essence blood, and the scene of Tong's murder appeared with flawless precision. "Is this the Azure sect?" Zhou Longshan's mouth twitched, his eyes flashing with fury as he gritted his teeth and snarled, "That wretch Dan, how dare he kill my granddaughter? I will kill you." In the past, he might not have dared to speak so boldly, but now that he had broken through to the void stage and with the support of his 10,000 souls banner, he refused to believe he was no match for Dan. Inside the Azure sect, Dan's decisive and ruthless methods couldn't help but make Ning feel a bit wary. Clearly, Dan had no intention of letting Tong reveal those secrets. Now that the misunderstanding has been cleared up and the slanderer has been killed, senior sister should have nothing more to say, right? Dan said with a forced smile. "In that case, I'll leave the sect's affairs to you as before. In 3 months, the sparring matches between the Azure sect and the young disciples of other sects will also be in your hands. Ning glanced at Dan beside her, then walked slowly toward Yi. She casually grabbed his wrist and vanished in a flash of white light. Seeing that the misunderstanding had been cleared up in that tone, the disciple who had stirred up trouble had been executed, the elders of Bladegrave saw no reason to linger. After bowing to Dan, they all returned to Bladegrave to continue guarding the sect's most precious flying sword. Hu stepped forward, his brow furrowed, and said, "Uncle Master, you killed Zhou Longshan's granddaughter. Given that old man's temperament, he'll definitely not let this slide." "Humph." Dan snorted coldly, brimming with anger, and replied nonchalantly, "So what? She is merely a soul stage cultivator, nothing more than an ant in my presence. Seal Tong's body in ice, send it back to the kingdom of Yulong, and have a disciple inform them of the reason. Don't let them say that my Azure sect indiscriminately kills the innocent." With that, Dan flicked his sleeves and left the area. As for Zhou Longshan, he didn't give him a second thought. If he dared to come, Dan would make sure he never returned. Xingjing Peak. Inside a wooden cottage. The intricate wooden latticework of the windows cast a soft glow against the elegant candlelight, filling the room with radiance. A small copper mirror sat on the table, reflecting the moonlight outside as if it were water. Red candles dripped like tears, and the scent of books filled the air. It was just like a serene and beautiful painting. Incense burned in the censer, and wispy wisps of smoke drifted through every corner of the chamber. Ning sat cross-legged, looking at her disciple Yi, who reeked of alcohol, and said with conviction, "You must be careful lately. Do not have too much contact with Dan. Although that fellow hasn't shown it, he has already harbored murderous intent toward you." Yi nodded in agreement. This disciple understands. Ning knew her younger junior brother, Dan, better than anyone. From a young age, Dan had displayed extreme ambition. Anyone who stood in his way would be put to death. If it weren't for Ning's warning back then not to interfere in the sect's internal affairs, it was anyone's guess who would be the current grandmaster of the Azure sect. "Ning, I have one more favor to ask." "Go ahead." Yi smiled mischievously and said, "Ning, your daughter's red wine was exceptionally fragrant and delicious last night. Could you give this disciple a few more jars?" A hint of resignation flashed across Ning's delicate face, but she still took out several jars of fine wine from her storage ring. Yi was about to reach out to grab them when Ning interrupted him by extending her sword scabbard, saying with a touch of playfulness, "You may drink, but you must promise your master one thing." "Ning, please speak." Yi gazed at the wine jars, their aroma still lingering, and felt a dry heat rise in his throat. In 3 months, the great competition among the many cultivation sects of the dragon-ruling kingdom will take place. During this time, there will be many young disciples. They are hailed as the prodigies of their sections. Our Azure sect has 2 such prodigies. One is a disciple of Xiaozhu Peak. When you have time, go to Xiaozhu Peak to guide him in his cultivation and help him achieve a breakthrough within 3 months. Yi looked up and met Ning's gaze, asking in confusion, "This disciple has already reached the soul stage. Am I really supposed to fight against that group of prodigies? Soul stage versus foundation stage? How amusing, how amusing." There was a sharp thud. Ning slammed the sword scabbard in her hand against Yi's forehead, rolled her eyes at him, and said calmly, "The prodigies from sects across the land range in age from 18 to 200 years old. Among the strongest, some have already broken through to the nascent stage." "A 200-year-old prodigy?" Yi's lips twitched slightly, unable to believe his ears. At 200 years old, one is usually considered an ancestor, yet to be hailed as a prodigy? That's truly mind-boggling. Ning spoke up, "Not everyone is like you, breaking through to the soul stage at 18. Such talent even I, in my prime, would have been in awe of it." Yi's talent was indeed extraordinary. Breaking through to the soul stage at 18 was a feat no one in history had ever achieved. Even someone like Ning, who was considered the most likely candidate for ascension, paled in comparison to him. When the time comes, you'll represent the Azure sect in battle and show those factions exactly what the Azure sect's prodigies are capable of. Yi didn't ask any further questions. Since Ning had arranged this sparring match for him, he would naturally give it his all and not bring shame upon the Azure sect. The moonlight was bright, and the cold wind whistled. Shaozhou Peak. As one of the Azure sect's most resource-rich peaks, Shaozhou Peak was home almost exclusively to female disciples. The peak was renowned for producing a type of bamboo capable of temporarily enhancing low-tier weapons. It was called fire bamboo. This bamboo was emerald green in color, with blood-red roots and stems. Its slender stalks had nearly half as many nodes as ordinary bamboo, yet its wood was extremely tough, renowned as the finest in the world. It is the best choice for tempering magical treasures. Yi set out under the cover of night, heading toward Shaozhou Peak. Qingjing Peak is not far from Shaozhou Peak, only a few kilometers away, and in less than a few minutes, Yi arrived at the mountain gate of Shaozhou Peak. 2 female disciples dressed in white were standing guard at the entrance. Perhaps because it was getting late, their eyelids kept drooping as they stood watch. Junior sisters? Hearing the sudden noise, the female disciples at the gate were immediately startled awake. Out of caution, they drew their flying swords from their robes. However, upon seeing Yi, they both breathed a sigh of relief and bowed with clasped fists, saying, "We pay our respects to Uncle Yi." Ever since Yi had become a disciple of the great Grandmaster, his status within the sect had risen significantly. He was now on equal footing with the elders, and even disciples of his own generation were required to address him as Uncle Master. Yi nodded and smiled faintly. "No need to be so formal, junior sisters. I wonder if the prodigy of Shaozhou Peak is here. Are you looking for senior sister Lin?" The woman in white looked startled, gazing at Yi with some confusion, unsure why he had come to Shaozhou Peak to seek out senior sister Lin. Ever since the incident had been resolved, the female disciples' perception of Yi had changed. They had initially thought he was the one who had molested a female disciple, but now it seemed they had wrongly accused Uncle Yi. "Please wait a moment, I'll go notify senior sister Lin right away." "Thank you for your trouble." Yi sat lazily on the stone steps, took the wine gourd from his waist, and, basking in the moonlight, casually tilted his head back to take a sip, then pursed his lips as if he wanted more. Ning's daughter's red was still the best. Although bamboo green wine tasted good too, it was clearly in a different league compared to a fine wine like daughter's red, which had been aged for 200 years. The rich aroma of the wine washed over him. Just a single breath of it brought a sense of relaxation to his entire body. Before long, the mountain gate of Shaozhou Peak was gently pushed open, and a woman of breathtaking beauty stepped out. Her willow-like eyebrows were as delicate as smoke, radiant as spring blossoms. She resembled a lotus fairy, graceful, ethereal, pure, and elegant. She possessed long, curly hair as dazzling as the stars, shimmering with a silvery moonlight that sparkled like a constellation in the night. Her eyes were as deep as the sea, brimming with boundless wisdom and mystery. It was a gaze that seemed to see through everything yet embrace it all. This disciple, Lin, pays her respects to Uncle Yi. Hearing the commotion, Yi rose from the steps and looked at Lin, who stood before him like a fairy descended from the heavens, momentarily lost in thought. But Yi quickly regained his composure and nodded. "Are you Lin, the prodigy of Shaozhou Peak?" "That is indeed this disciple." Lin tucked a strand of her long black hair behind her ear with a delicate hand as she replied. Yi cleared his throat and said, "I have been tasked by Ning to guide little Bamboo Peak's prodigy in advancing her cultivation." Lin was around 28 years old, and her cultivation had already reached the mid-core stage. Among her peers, she was already a prodigy with her talent. Breaking through to the void stage in the future would be no difficult feat. She was even hailed by the elders of Shaozhou Peak as the candidate with the best chance of becoming the sect's founding ancestor. Not only had they selected the optimal cultivation environment for her, but the cultivation resources at her disposal were far beyond what the other disciples could hope for. Lin then asked, "Uncle Yi, may I ask how we should cultivate?" Yi blurted out, "Do you drink alcohol?" "Ha!" The back mountain of Shaozhou Peak. The scenery here was breathtaking. Birds sang amidst the fragrance of flowers, and crystal-clear lake water flowed gently along the winding mountain streams. Bamboo leaves drifted in the breeze, landing on the lake's surface and creating ripples. Such a picturesque scene was bound to put one in the mood for a drink. A wooden boat was moored at the shore. Yi leaned against it, gently swaying the wine gourd in his hand. Lin, who had never drunk alcohol before, felt a bit drowsy. Sitting at the bow, she gazed at the full moon reflected in the water, her snow-white feet gently stirring the crystal-clear lake. Fish swam ceaselessly beneath her, occasionally nibbling at Lina's feet, causing her face to flush deeply. Bathed in moonlight, Lina's complexion glowed with a healthy rosy hue. Despite more than 20 years of cultivation, she had never tasted alcohol before, but today, at senior disciple Lina's invitation, she had finally sampled a little. Though the aroma lingered on her lips and teeth, it burned fiercely in her throat, leaving her puzzled as to why her senior brother liked such a thing. Lina's vision grew hazy, and she said, slightly tipsy, "Uncle Lin, does drinking really make you stronger?" Yi turned toward her, watching Lin, who was already on the verge of falling asleep, but said nothing. He didn't know if she could become stronger or, to put it another way, he was certain she could. But there was a benefit to her growing stronger. He could lend her a hand in her cultivation, helping her gain a deeper understanding of the sword. Yi slowly stood up and fished a rotten, withered twig out of the water. It looked so precarious that one feared it might fall into the lake at any moment. Yi threw her head back and laughed loudly. With the aid of the sword control manual, she refined the twig in her hand into a flying sword. Even if it lasted only 10 breaths, that would be enough. I guzzle hundreds of cups of jade nectar, dancing drunkenly with my long sword as I point at the void. My heels playfully tread upon the constellations with a single long howl. The heavens and earth turn red. Yi's gaze was resolute. With a flick of his wrist, he aimed at the lake's surface below and casually swung his sword. Whoosh! The sword energy sliced through the silent night sky. Immediately afterward, the gently flowing lake water came to a sudden standstill. With a thunderous roar, the river, which had been flowing steadily, was violently split down the middle. In an instant, walls of water several zhang high rose on both sides, surging upward at a speed visible to the naked eye. Riding a sword like a sparrow in the heavens, roaming the 8 seas. Drinking wine beyond the firmament, I alone am the immortal in my drunken state. Yi tilted his head back and took several more large gulps of strong liquor. The clear liquid flowed down his neck, soaking his white Taoist robe. With a determined gaze and an air of unbridled freedom, Yi swung his wooden staff once more. Where he swung, a vacuum nearly 10 zhang wide appeared, instantly exposing the parched, tangled riverbed. Many unfortunate fish, unaware of what was happening, were suddenly flung from the water into the air, their eyes widening in shock. Lin gazed at the scene before him, his youthful face betraying boundless horror. Uncle Yi truly lived up to his reputation as the greatest prodigy since the sect's founding. With nothing but a wooden staff, he could split rivers and cleave streams. Such terrifying power was unparalleled in the world. Dazzling starlight shone down, and an endless sword intent lingered in the air. Even from Qingjing Peak, several li away, one could feel the icy cold sword intent. Ning placed one hand behind his back and stepped out of the room. His eyes, as brilliant as stars, gazed toward the distant sky. After a long while, he spoke slowly. Such earth-shattering sword intent, apart from Yi, I fear no one else in the sect could possibly match it. It wasn't just Ning. Even the elders from the many peaks of the Azure sect had sensed it. They appeared one after another in midair, their gazes all fixed on the direction of Shaozhu Peak. Uncle Sect Master, that direction is Shaozhu Peak. Could it be Lin, the prodigy of Shaozhu Peak? Dan offered a forced smile. You're overthinking it. No matter how outstanding Lin's talent may be, he lacks the ability to unleash such earth-shattering sword intent. Besides, do you really think Lin is capable of unleashing a technique as devastating as a celestial catastrophe? Dan clenched the crystal stone in his hand, a cold, piercing glint flashing from his eyes. Aside from Yi of Qingjing Peak, he could think of no one else in the Azure sect capable of unleashing such sword intent. Back when Yi was still a prodigy, Dan had considered taking him as a disciple, but he never imagined the boy's cultivation would plummet overnight. As the sect master of the Azure sect, Dan feared it would tarnish his reputation, so he had simply nullified their original agreement. But now, seeing how formidable his opponent was, Dan's heart was filled with jealousy. As the saying goes, to hate evil as one would hate an enemy can easily throw a person into a state of confusion. At this moment, Dan no longer cared whether his opponent was once a prodigy of the Azure sect. He knew only that anyone who threatened his position as sect master deserved to die. Hua gazed toward Little Bamboo Peak, a peculiar light flickering in his aged eyes. A disciple with such extraordinary talent would surely lead the sect to the pinnacle of this world in the future. But soon, Hor realized he had revealed an expression he shouldn't have, and the light in his eyes vanished instantly, perhaps out of fear that his senior uncle, the sect leader, would hold it against him. Xiaozhu Peak. Sword energy surged like a surging river, unceasing and endless. It rippled through the air in a series of graceful waves, leaving onlookers awestruck. Lin, too, was awed by his uncle Master's sword intent. Having lived for over 20 years, Lin had always believed his swordsmanship had long since reached the pinnacle. Yet he never imagined that, in the presence of Uncle Master Yi, his own swordsmanship would seem as childish as a game of make-believe. If they were to truly compete, it would be like comparing a plodding horse to a qilin, or a cold crow to a phoenix. They were simply not on the same level. Yi casually tossed the dull wooden staff aside, lay back down on the wooden boat, gazed at the vast expanse of stars, and nodded, saying, "I have a flask of wine, enough to soothe the weariness of the journey. No swan takes flight in alarm when the sword rises, it reshapes the heavens and earth." Lin once again looked at her junior master with newfound respect. So this was the highest realm of the way of the sword, truly impressive. A single flask of wine, a single sword, enough to all things under heaven. No wonder Ning had urged her to spend more time with Master Yi. With just those few words, Lin felt as though she had entered that realm of enlightenment, unable to tear herself away. Yi lay on the boat, basking in the cool lake breeze, and soon fell into a deep sleep. As for whether Lin could grasp the depth of the sword art within those words, that depended entirely on her own ability. Lin picked up the wooden stick her junior master had tossed into the water and examined it closely. Wasn't this just an ordinary stick? To achieve such a feat with an ordinary wooden stick was simply mind-boggling. Lin began to imitate the movements with great earnestness, but the results were negligible. She hadn't even scratched the surface. Unwilling to give up, Lin's eyes gleamed with determination as she silently vowed to herself that she, too, would become as powerful as Uncle Yi. The next morning, the dawn was radiant with color. The early morning sunlight fell upon Yi's well-defined features. Still half asleep, Yi opened his eyes only to find that his niece, Lin, was no longer there. The wooden stick he had casually tossed into the water yesterday had, at some point, been wrapped in white cloth and carefully placed beside him. The ground around him was marked with countless sword gashes, some long, some short, some deep, some shallow, clearly left by Lin the previous night. Yi stretched his limbs. While still in a tipsy state, he didn't forget to pick up the wine gourd beside him and take a small sip. True to its reputation as a 200-year-old daughter's red, it was not only mellow and fragrant, but it also didn't leave him with a splitting headache afterward. It was far superior to the cheap Xiaodao liquor found elsewhere. He staggered to his feet and walked straight toward the main hall of Xiaozhu Peak. Since he had come at Ning's behest to assist Lin in his cultivation, he naturally had to supervise Lin's practice as well. If he failed to complete the task Ning had assigned him, he would likely be reprimanded again. A reprimand was a minor matter. If he were forbidden from drinking, that would be a major issue. Xiaozhu Peak. Inside the magnificent main hall, numerous female disciples, all dressed uniformly, were sitting cross-legged with their eyes gently closed, contemplating the great Tao in all things, and cultivating their inner states. Lin was among them. As the sole prodigy of Xiaozhu Peak in the past 100 years, Lin naturally sat in the seat of honor, guiding his senior and junior sisters in their contemplation of the great Tao of life. "Schwerer, didn't I tell you to go practice with junior brother Yi? Why have you returned to contemplate the Tao?" Just then, a gentle voice rang out leisurely. Amidst the swirling mist, a woman of unparalleled charm materialized and walked toward them. Her steps were light and graceful, accompanied by a gentle rustling sound. She wore a sky-blue court robe, the hem adorned with layers upon layers of triangular jade-embellished fabric. A sash was tied around her waist, from beneath which many long, flowing ribbons extended. When worn by this young woman, the court robe exuded a natural air of vitality and grace. "Ning?" Lin looked up at the stunningly beautiful woman standing in the doorway, hurriedly stood up, and bowed respectfully with his hands clasped. The woman was exceptionally beautiful. Though she wore no makeup, her complexion was as radiant as the morning glow reflecting off snow, truly as white as cream, with a face as lovely as a flower and as serene as the moon. The mana surging within her was immense. Even standing there motionless, she exuded an unimaginable sense of awe. She was none other than Bai Yuling, the peak master of Xiaozhu Peak and one of the elders of the Azure sect, a woman who wore no makeup. Bai Yuling looked at her direct disciple, her tone tinged with reproach. Xuezhu, didn't I tell you to diligently follow your uncle Yi in your cultivation? Why did you return early? Lin replied softly, reporting to Ning, this disciple practiced swordsmanship all night, and Uncle Yi fell asleep, so I returned. Fell asleep? Bai Yuling's narrow eyes narrowed slightly. For a mighty cultivator of the soul stage to actually fall asleep while teaching a disciple, this was surely a rarity even in the cultivation world. Just as she was about to say something, she sensed a peculiar aura approaching. Turning around, she saw Yi staggering toward her, reeking of alcohol. Bai Yuling's cultivation level was comparable to Yi's. Both were early-stage soul stage cultivators and held high status within the sect, second only to sect master Dan. Junior brother Yi? Originally, there had been several generations difference in their seniority, but now that Yi had been taken on as a direct disciple by Uncle Master Ning, his seniority naturally placed him on equal footing with many of the peak masters. Yi gave a slight bow toward the beautiful woman before him and said, "Greetings, senior sister Bai." Bai Yuling furrowed her brow slightly, waved her hand, and said with a hint of reproach, "Junior brother Yi, although there has never been a ban on alcohol within the sect, how can you possibly teach disciples their cultivation when you're this utterly drunk?" "It's fine, it won't interfere." Yi replied casually, then turned to look at Lin, who stood beside Bai Yuling, and said, "Let us go. Uncle Ning will take you to practice the way of the sword." Lin glanced sideways and asked softly, "Ning, does that mean I'm going?" Bai Yuling had no reply. After all, this matter had been decided by Uncle Ning. As the peak master and Lin's teacher, she naturally couldn't refuse. She could only watch as her disciple followed Yi away. Bai Yuling said indifferently, "Why did Uncle Ning take Yi as a disciple? Could it be because he has an exceptionally deep understanding of the way of the sword?" It wasn't just her, even the peak masters of other peaks felt the same way. Yi was extremely talented, so in theory, taking him as a disciple wasn't a problem. But Uncle Ning had never taken a disciple since joining the sect, and now that he made an exception for Yi, it was bound to spark all sorts of speculation. Moreover, Yi was a heavy drinker. What if one day, after drinking too much, he went to another peak and caused a disturbance? Wouldn't that bring utter disgrace upon Uncle Ning? Bai Yuling pondered for a long time before deciding to make a trip to Qingjing Peak. She intended to confront Uncle Ning face to face and demand a clear explanation as to why he had taken Yi as a disciple. In the tranquil mountain woods, the crisp chirping of birds could be heard from time to time. Looking up, a flock of titmice was hopping merrily among the branches, their feathers gleaming with a lustrous sheen. And among the treetops, large flocks of swallows danced gracefully through the air, like a beautiful symphony orchestra. Fallen leaves swayed in the breeze, and the sword energy hummed as it shot forward abruptly, like a swan in flight. Yi personally guided Lin's sword movements while teaching her how to channel her inner mana to unleash the full power of the flying sword. Lin was already a core stage cultivator and one of the Azure sect's few prodigies, so she had considerable mastery in the art of sword cultivation. During her training, she grasped concepts instantly, as if everything clicked into place. Under the scorching midday sun, Yi sat casually on a rock, watching her practice. He would only speak up when she made a mistake, then leave the rest of the training for Lin to figure out on her own. "Uncle Yi, we've been practicing for 3 hours now. Can we take a break?" Lin exhaled a puff of hot air, wiped the glistening beads of sweat from his face, and asked Yi, who was resting with his eyes closed. He slowly opened his eyes, looked up at the blazing sun, and then said, "In that case, I'll take you down the mountain for a drink." "Down the mountain?" Lin's expression froze for a moment upon hearing this, then he immediately shook his head vigorously, like a rattle. After all, the Azure sect, as one of the few major cultivation sects in the kingdom of Yulong, had over 300 sect rules, and every disciple who joined the sect was required to memorize them by heart. One of these rules stipulated that sect disciples were not allowed to leave the sect grounds even a single step unless on a mission. Anyone who violated this order would be expelled from the sect. As a prodigy of Xiaozhu Peak, Lin had long since memorized the sect rules by heart, so when she heard Yi wanted to go down the mountain, she refused immediately. However, Yi smiled and said, "Don't worry. With my status, even if I go down the mountain myself, no one will say a word. Besides, in 3 months, the major cultivation sects will hold their grand competition. There'll be countless prodigies there. We might as well take this opportunity to buy some wine. Yi slowly stood up. Without waiting for Lin's consent, he grabbed her delicate, boneless little hand and flew straight toward the distance. Lin felt the warmth radiating from his palm. Her exquisite cheeks flushed bright red. She tried to pull her hand away but found her body tingling with a numbing sensation, as if she might collapse to the ground at any moment. From the moment she was born, Lin had joined the Azure sect, becoming a direct disciple of Bai Yuling, the peak master of the sect as Xiaozhu Peak. Throughout her time there, she had never experienced any distinction between men and women, let alone any romantic feelings. In short, she was like a blank sheet of paper, completely untainted. Moreover, her mother, Ning Jia, had taught her never to let a man deceive her heart. Lin parted her cherry red lips slightly and asked with some concern, "Uncle Master, if we just leave the sect like this, the sect leader will surely punish us if he finds out. Besides, the world below the mountain is a mixed bag of good and bad. It's said there are powerful members of the demon cult among them, and their strength is all at the soul stage. Even if..." Yi nodded and smiled faintly. "Don't worry. As long as I'm here, nothing will happen to you. Besides, senior brother's wine is almost gone, and we need to stock up on some more." Seeing that Uncle Yi was so confident, Lin said no more and could only follow senior brother as they flew toward the foot of the mountain. As they passed the mountain gate, the sword intent unleashed by the flying sword's swift passage caused the disciples on either side to involuntarily take 2 steps back at the same time. They had already noticed the flying sword streaking out. One of them, his eyes wide as copper bells, pointed at the flying sword that had already flown away and immediately exclaimed, "Someone has actually violated the sect's rules and left the sect without permission. What audacity! Someone, go notify Elder Ho at once." Xingjing Peak. On the immortal peak, inside a tranquil bamboo cottage, Ning, dressed in white, poured a cup of tea with grace and ease. Her clear voice was as melodious as raindrops tapping the ground. "Junior disciple Bai, what brings you here today?" "Uncle Master, there is something I do not understand." Bai Yuling, seated upright before Ning, furrowed her brow slightly. A look of puzzlement flashed across her delicate face. Ning smiled and said, "You've come this time because of my wayward disciple, Yi, Haven to you?" Seeing that his uncle had already guessed, Bai Yuling saw no point in beating around the bush and spoke directly, "That's right, uncle. I don't understand. With your immense power, why would you take such a drunkard as a disciple? He does possess extraordinary talent, but with such a foolish demeanor, he'll only bring shame to your reputation." Faced with Bai Yuling's complaint, Ning didn't get angry. Instead, he laughed and said, "Young lady, do you remember when you first joined the sect?" "I do." Bai Yuling nodded honestly. "When you first joined the sect, you had lost both your parents. Back then, you were heartbroken and knelt before the gates of the Azure sect, your snot and tears mingling together. They were practically running into your mouth, weren't they? And when you were 10, you secretly poured the juice of the mind-numbing herb into Ning's cup, causing him to fall into a deep sleep for 3 days and 3 nights. It wasn't until I arrived that I was able to neutralize the herb's effects within his body, wasn't it?" Faced with Ning's words, Bai Yuling immediately lowered her head in shame, her pale cheeks flushing red, giving her a certain alluring charm. These were all old stories from long ago. She hadn't expected her junior master to still remember them. "Junior master, I was still a child back then. I didn't understand anything at all. That's exactly my point. Your junior brother Yi is also just a child. Young people are naturally full of vigor. Let him do whatever he wants. If anything goes wrong, I'll take full responsibility." Ning took an elegant sip of tea. The corners of her youthful mouth turned up slightly, and her star-like eyes revealed a hint of deep meaning. Seeing her uncle so protective of his disciple, Bai Yuling could do nothing but sigh deeply and say, "I understand, uncle. It's just I'm afraid." "You're afraid Yi will lead your daughter astray, aren't you?" Lin was not only a prodigy of Xiaozhu Peak but also held another identity. She was the biological daughter of Bai Yuling, the peak master of Xiaozhu Peak. Bai Yuling took this matter exceptionally seriously. Her father had died young, and she had been raised by her senior sisters since childhood, as innocent as a blank sheet of paper. She feared that once Lin came into contact with Yi, her heart might change. Ning, with his usual refined and easygoing manner, set down his teacup and said lightly, "Rest assured. Your junior brother isn't that kind of person. Aside from his love of drinking, he has no other flaws." "Very well, then. This disciple will take her leave." Bai Yuling stood up. Since her senior uncle had vouched for his disciple, as a junior, she naturally had no further objections. However, once he returned, he would still have to warn his daughter to avoid contact with Yi, lest something unspeakable occur at an age when youthful infatuation first blossoms. At the foot of the Azure Sect, Qingshan Town. The town was nestled among the mountains, surrounded by lush greenery and picturesque scenery. Bathed in sunlight, the lake shimmered, as if countless diamonds were sparkling on its surface. The surrounding mountains, layered with lush greenery, formed a beautiful, natural barrier. As an ancient town with a history spanning 1,000 years, the place thrived. Most of the goods sold here were elixirs and magical artifacts used by cultivators, attracting many visitors to come and explore. The charm of an ancient-style restaurant, a legacy passed down through the ages. Hidden within this bustling, noisy metropolis lies a restaurant steeped in ancient charm, named Classical Aroma. This restaurant is dedicated to recreating the authentic atmosphere of ancient eateries, allowing customers to experience flavors rooted in a 1,000-year-old tradition. The ancient-style restaurant stands on the street, its simple yet elegant architectural style catching the eye. Tall wooden doors swing open, inviting visitors inside. A carved plaque hangs above the entrance, inscribed with the 3 characters "Drunken Fragrance Pavilion." Its antique charm highlights the restaurant's long history. Lin looked up at the imposing building and asked curiously, "Uncle Master, are we buying wine here?" "Of course." Yi led Lin into the tavern. As they crossed the threshold, a spacious and bustling main hall came into view. The red brick walls were adorned with faded murals, and the dim lighting created a rustic yet cozy atmosphere. In the center of the hall stood a long wooden banquet table, where several men dressed in ancient attire were raising their cups and drinking heartily. The walls were lined with various wooden wine racks, filled to the brim with all kinds of fine wines. It was Lin's first time down the mountain lacking experience. He was filled with curiosity about everything around him. Even when he spotted a candlestick that burned on its own, he couldn't help but take a few extra glances. He sat down casually in a corner, nonchalantly pulled out a mana crystal, waved his hand, and said, "Bartender, fill my wine gourd, and bring me everything else." "Sure thing, senior. Coming right up." As a regular here, the tavern's bartender had long since recognized him and, with practiced ease, filled Yi's wine gourd before placing several large jars of wine on the table. Yi poured himself a cup, took a sip, and couldn't help but furrow his brow at the taste. Staring at the crystal clear, potent liquor in his cup, Yi fell deep in thought. He realized that ever since drinking the 200-year-old daughter's red that Ning had given him, his palate had become more discerning. These wines now seemed rather bland and unremarkable. However, Yi soon regained his composure. Acting with wild abandon, he picked up a wine jar and began drinking heartily. His boisterous demeanor drew the attention of many. No one had expected this young man to have such a high tolerance for alcohol. Under the intense stares of the others, Lin nervously tugged at the hem of Yi's robe and whispered, "Uncle Master, those people are looking at us strangely." "Are they the bad guys Ning was talking about?" Yi's hand suddenly paused. He glanced slightly to the side at the pitiful-looking Lin beside him. She really was pure and beautiful. Lin was indeed like a blank sheet of paper. She knew nothing and understood nothing. Yi patted the back of Lin's hand and declared solemnly, "Don't worry. As long as your uncle is here, I'll make sure you're safe." Lin pursed her innocent lips and nodded slightly, though she still felt somewhat out of place in such a lively setting. Just then, some teasing voices drifted down from the second floor of the Drunken Fragrance Pavilion. "You truly have a bottomless stomach, fellow Daoist. But the Drunken Fragrance Pavilion is a gathering place for scholars and men of principle. How can someone as clumsy as you drink and amuse yourself here? Besides, the woman by your side is so stunning, it's such a waste for her to be with you." Hearing the commotion, Yi set down the wine jar he was holding and looked up toward the second floor. Silence fell over the drunken fragrance pavilion as numerous cultivators fixed their gaze on the second floor, each with a look of astonishment on their face. Standing on the second floor was an elegant young gentleman clad in a white robe, his snow-white hair flowing casually down his back. In his right hand, he held a mountain and river fan as he waved it, a faint yet intense fragrance wafted through the air. Immediately, someone in the crowd shouted, "It's actually Wu Yan, one of the 5 poisons protectors of the Luoha faction." "It really is Wu Yan. My goodness, someone from the Luoha faction actually came here." A commotion swept through the crowd, and many of the cultivators on the second floor hurriedly left the area, for they all knew that Wu Yan was exceptionally skilled in the use of poison. Colorless and odorless, his poison could take a life in an instant. Anyone poisoned by him would endure the agony of 10,000 arrows piercing their heart. Indeed, before they even had time to react, the deadly poison would have entered their body, leaving them with no chance of survival. A cold smile curled at the corners of the white-haired man's mouth as he bowed his hands toward the gathered cultivators and said, "I am Wu Yan, one of the 5 poison guardians of the Luoha faction." Wu Yan, a prodigy of the Luoha faction, had long since reached the peak of the nascent stage. It was said he was already 200 years old. Were it not for his youthful appearance, he likely wouldn't have earned the title of prodigy. Upon hearing the words Luoha faction, everyone scrambled to keep their distance, some even covering their mouths and noses, fearing he might poison them on the spot. Wu Yan's lips curled upward as he nodded. "Our sect master has said that we of the Luoha faction are all venomous creatures. When we go out to meet guests, we fear our fellow Taoists might be unwilling to eat our dishes, so over the years, very few of us have ventured down the mountain. However, in a few months, the grand competition among the sects near the Yulong Kingdom will take place. Even His Majesty the Emperor of the Yulong Kingdom will be attending in person, so naturally, the Luoha faction will not be absent." With one hand clasped behind her back, Wu Yan slowly fanned herself with her mountain and river fan, a faint smile playing on her lips. "I didn't expect anyone from the Luoha faction to show up either. Rumor has it that the 5 poisons protectors are inseparable. Now that Wu Yan has appeared, the others must be nearby as well. It's said that the Luoha faction and the Azure sect are sworn enemies, and this Yi is a menial disciple of the Azure sect. Clearly, they've come here specifically for him. It's highly likely. Wu Yan likely reached the peak of the nascent stage many years ago, while fellow Taoist Yi is probably only at the Qi stage. If he were to come into contact with even a trace of poison, he'd likely be reduced to nothing but bones. Yi's cultivation level has not yet been revealed, and no one knows exactly what it is. All that is known is that he is a menial disciple at the Azure sect who, whenever he goes down the mountain to run errands, stops by the drunken tower to enjoy a few jars of wine. Because he is a regular customer, people recognize him. Lin Schwerer furrowed her willow-like brows and said, "Are you Wu Yan of the Luoha faction?" "That is indeed me." Wu Yan chuckled softly. With a light step, he stepped onto the railing, twirling several times in midair like a graceful young gentleman before landing smoothly on the ground. "Greetings, young lady. I am Wu Yan, one of the 5 poisons protectors of the Luoha faction. May I ask your name, and are you currently betrothed?" Wu Yan placed one hand behind his back and nodded. "I never expected the Luoha faction to be invited to this martial arts tournament, you bunch of poison-wielding vermin." You're joking, young lady." Wu Yan shrugged and said, "The path of cultivation is fraught with obstacles. Pursuing one's own path is the way to immortality. As a prodigy of the Luoha faction, what poison is off limits to me? Judging by your attire, you must be the prodigy of the Azure sect Lin, correct?" Wu Yan narrowed her eyes. "You're quite young and beautiful. Having reached the mid-core stage in your 20s, it won't be long before you break through to the nascent stage before you turn 100. That's none of your business. The Azure sect and the Luoha faction are sworn enemies. Now that the two sides have met, their hostility is naturally intense." Wu Yan glanced at Yi, who was sitting in a chair drinking, and said with a smile, "If I'm not mistaken, I recall that the Azure sect has numerous sect rules, one of which states that disciples are not allowed to leave the sect grounds even a single step unless on a mission. Judging by the look of you two, you're not on a mission. You look more like a couple sneaking out for a date." "You." Hearing Wu Yan's words, Lin Schwerer flushed bright red, even the tips of her ears turning crimson with embarrassment. Wu Yan's expression turned icy. As his finger twitched slightly, a bone-chilling voice rang out. "The moment you place your hand on your waist is the moment you die." Wu Yan's right hand froze instantly. His expression shifted repeatedly. The feeling this person gave him was simply too eerie. Though clearly only at the chi stage, they exerted a sense of oppression typically reserved for cultivators at the nascent stage. Could it be that the other party was also a nascent stage cultivator? And had been concealing his cultivation level all along? He had not the slightest doubt that if his hand so much as touched the storage pouch, he would undoubtedly be mercilessly slain by the other party. Wu Yan said with a laugh, "Hee, you're too kind, my friend. I was just trying to liven up the atmosphere a bit earlier. Now that the mood has been set, I shall take my leave. Uncle Master, we can't let him leave. Otherwise, who knows how many more people might die at his hands. Our Azure sect has long been at odds with the Luoha faction. If we kill Wu Yan, the others will surely be thrown into chaos." Lin drew her sword and stood firm, her dark brows slightly furrowed as mana surged from within her as if, given her uncle's approval, she would take action herself. Wu Yan narrowed his eyes, his voice tinged with a hint of coldness. "Young lady, I haven't done anything wrong. Why do you seek to kill me?" Shu Ezhu, step back for now. Yi glanced sideways at Lin, who was poised to strike. "Uncle Master, what are you doing?" Lin turned around, her lively eyes filled with confusion, and couldn't help but ask. Yi offered no explanation. Leaning back in his chair, he swirled his wine gourd and remarked, as if in passing, "Wu Yan, is it? Withdraw your attack. If you intend to slaughter everyone here, I'm afraid quite a few elders from the cultivation world will head to the Luoha faction tomorrow to demand justice." Wu Yan's expression faltered for a moment. He hadn't expected the young man before him to have noticed. No wonder he attained the rank of junior uncle at such a young age. So that was it. He immediately clasped his hands and asked, "Fellow Taoist, may I ask your name?" "Yi, a menial disciple of the Azure sect." "A menial disciple?" Wu Yan twitched the corner of his mouth. What a veiled insult. He, the mighty five poisons protector of the Luoha faction, was now being scolded by a Yi who called himself a menial disciple. Such humiliation truly made him grit his teeth. Wu Yan withdrew the toxic mist he had released and chuckled, "Interesting, truly interesting. Since you belittle yourself so much, I have nothing further to ask of you. I look forward to competing against you in the sect's grand competition 2 months from now." "Ah, fellow Taoist Yi, you really are amusing. Rumor has it that the Azure sect, ranked among the top sects within the dragon ruling kingdom, is actually filled with good-for-nothing scoundrels like you. It seems the Azure sect has long since fallen into decline." Wu Yan's face wore a sneer as he fanned himself with his folding fan. Had he not sensed a terrifying energy emanating from his opponent, Wu Yan would have struck Yi down with a single slap long ago. After all, the cultivation world is a jungle where the strong prey on the weak without the necessary strength. One simply cannot survive in this world. Yi was either the illegitimate son of some Azure sect elder, or he was hiding his cultivation level here, waiting for Wu Yan to take the bait. Matters concerning the Azure sect are, of course, for the Azure sect to handle. As the five poisons protector of the Luoha faction, what right does Wu Yan have to lecture a member of the Azure sect? Lin drew his sword and stood his ground, his gaze coldly fixed on the hypocritical Wu Yan before him. If he dared to make a move in the drunken fragrance pavilion, he would face a coordinated assault from the group. But just then, a piercing sword trail whistled past Yi's side so fast that only a faint afterimage could be seen. Under the force of this overwhelming sword energy, the sturdy wooden table was instantly split in two. Yi yawned as if in a dream, leaning back half an inch. Not only did he dodge the sweeping sword energy, but he also lifted the wine jar from the table in the process. Tilting his head back, he took several big gulps, then laughed heartily. "Fine wine, what a treat." Seeing this, the many Taoist masters gathered around to watch the spectacle couldn't help but cast curious glances his way. That was the sword intent released by a peak nascent stage cultivator, and yet he actually managed to dodge it? Even Wu Yan couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. That movement was so swift and decisive. How had he dodged it? Could it have been mere coincidence? Just then, the doors of the Drunken Fragrance Pavilion swung open. A woman clad in a blue robe stepped forward, her hands clasped together as she cradled a deep blue sword hilt in her arms. Clearly, the sword strike from moments ago had been unleashed by her. A faint, delicate sword hum could still be sensed emanating from her. It's actually Shui Linger, the prodigy of the Shuiyun sect. Wasn't she in seclusion for over 100 years? How come she has suddenly emerged? It really is the prodigy of the Shuiyun sect. I recall that 100 years ago, her cultivation had already reached the nascent stage. I never imagined that in just 100 years, she'd already reached the peak of the nascent stage. What a true prodigy. That's right. Shui Linger's master is a true void stage powerhouse in the kingdom of Yulong. No wonder she was able to cultivate such a prodigiously talented disciple. In this sect tournament, many reclusive prodigies from various sects have already emerged. It looks like the 2-month competition is going to be exceptionally thrilling. Amid the surging excitement, everyone cast envious glances his way. Reaching the peak of the nascent stage at the age of 200 was indeed the mark of a once-in-a-lifetime prodigy. However, Yi's expression remained impassive. He slammed the wine jar in his hand down on the table and said, his tone laced with anger, "Why are you interrupting my drinking?" No sooner had he spoken than an invisible surge of sword energy roared toward them. Surging mana fluctuations spread out in all directions like raging waves, distorting the air wherever they passed. All the cultivators inside the Drunken Fragrance Pavilion sprang to their feet amid this astonishing sword energy. Those who wielded swords stared in alarm at the blades at their waists, only to discover that their flying swords were vibrating wildly. Everyone's expressions were a kaleidoscope of emotions, their eyes reflecting a hint of astonishment. What kind of sword intent was this? It could actually cause their flying swords to resonate. How on earth did he do that? Shui Linger furrowed her delicate brows slightly, staring at the flying sword trembling incessantly in her arms. She, too, looked up at Yi, who was seated in his chair, with a look of puzzlement. Just who is this guy, anyway? How could he make her flying sword spiral out of control, as if a pair of giant hands were groping her chest at will, causing her whole body to tremble uncontrollably? Lin was the first to cast an envious glance his way, a faint blush spreading across her delicate cheeks as she muttered to herself, no wonder he is Uncle Yi. In his presence, even the most prodigious talents seem as fragile as ants. Shui Linger sensed the overwhelming killing intent emanating from the other person's body, and a hint of bewilderment flashed in her lively eyes. Could she actually be feeling intimidated by this menial disciple standing before her? Why was that? Woyan spoke up at that moment, since this is merely a trial sparring match, fellow Taoist, you surely won't take offense, will he? Though Wuyan's remark seemed like a casual reminder, it was actually a threat to Yi. Starting a fight here was clearly not a wise choice. Moreover, there were many prodigies in this place, and several who hadn't even appeared yet were all watching this spot. If a fight broke out, it would surely draw the displeasure of those prodigies as well. Just as Lin was about to speak, Yi stopped him with a hand at his side. Though the Drunken Fragrance Pavilion appeared unremarkable, it concealed several void stage powerhouses within. Clearly, they were all sect masters from major sects, having come here specifically for the sect competition to be held in 2 months' time. The spiritual senses of these void stage powerhouses had already locked onto Yi. If he dared to kill anyone, these powerhouses would undoubtedly strike simultaneously, slaying Yi on the spot. Yi did not take these void stage sect masters seriously. If it came to a fight, the outcome was far from certain. On the 3rd floor, a refined and affable-looking man set down his wine cup, sat back in his chair, glanced slightly to the side, and fanned himself with a folding fan. I never expected that even the menial disciples of the Azure sect would be allowed to come down the mountain to drink these days. What a curious turn of events. In my opinion, the Azure sect's standing isn't all that great. Hearing this, everyone looked up. They saw a man clad in a black robe, with a red dot engraved between his eyebrows. His entire face exuded a grim, menacing aura. Ning! Wuyan's face lit up with joy at the sight. He hadn't expected Ning to appear at this moment, and, not daring to show the slightest disrespect, immediately clasped his hands in a bow toward the 3rd floor. When the crowd heard Wuyan utter the name Ning, the entire hall erupted in a stir. This young man, who appeared to be only in his 20s, was none other than the leader of the Luaha faction of Void Stage powerhouse, the Nine-Nether Demon Lord Sean. "Greetings, Senior." Numerous cultivators bowed in unison, their eyes betraying a look of astonishment. It was indeed a rare privilege to behold such a powerful figure today. The Nine Netherworld's Demon Lord Sean rose slowly to his feet, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. Even simply standing there, he exuded an unimaginable, suffocating presence as if they were facing the blazing sun, utterly dazzling. "I recall that your Azure sect has a rule: disciples are not allowed to leave the mountain without authorization unless on a mission. Since you've come here now, I assume you must have sneaked down, correct?" Yi smiled indifferently and said, "It seems that whether disciples of the Azure sect leave the mountain has nothing to do with the elders of the Luaha faction." Sean furrowed his brow slightly. This was the first time anyone had dared to talk back to him. Didn't he fear that Sean might swat him to death with a single slap? Lin looked at his junior uncle and whispered, "Junior uncle, this old monster is at the Void Stage. Even Sect Master Dan Woon T be a match for him. It's best not to provoke him." The Nine Netherworld's Demon Lord Sean was a figure whose reputation had spread far and wide within the kingdom of Yulong. He was particularly known for his ruthless nature. Virtually no one he set his sights on ever walked away alive. He was a powerful figure notorious throughout the kingdom of Yulong. He picked up the wine jar and, quite naturally, tilted his head back to take several large gulps. The clear liquor slid down his neck, soaking his white shirt. The cultivators inside the drunken tower all marveled at Yi's recklessness. He was the only menial disciple in thousands of years to publicly contradict the sect master. Sean waved the folding fan in his hand. Far from being angered by Yi's recklessness, he smiled calmly and said, "Hee, young friend, you are truly amusing. You certainly live up to your reputation as a disciple of the Azure sect. I shall choose a day soon to pay a personal visit to the Azure sect." He cast a glance at Sean, whose smile was more forced than genuine, then slowly stood up and, taking Lin's small hand, walked toward the exit. Watching Yi's retreating figure, Shui Linger smiled calmly. She, too, had developed a keen interest in this youngster. The fact that he could resonate with her flying sword indicated that his understanding of the way of the sword was exceptionally profound. If she could recruit him to the Water Cloud sect, it would be of great benefit to the sect. Even though Yi had already walked far away, Shui Linger's gaze remained fixed on his retreating figure. After leaving the drunken fragrance pavilion, Lin finally couldn't help but ask, "Auntie, why did the powerful figures from those factions arrive so early?" "They're probably here to sound out the situation. After all, the Azure sect is one of the most powerful forces within the Yulong kingdom." Upon the flying sword, Yi sat riding the wind, his right hand clutching a wine gourd, which he gently swirled as he spoke. This sect competition was of utmost importance to the cultivation sects near the Yulong kingdom. It was not only a test of the disciples' strength but, more importantly, a chance to seize the other sect's cultivation resources. The sect competition was held once every 50 years. Whoever took first place would earn their sect a top-tier magical artifact bestowed by the divine sect, as well as an opportunity to train at the main sect. Cult sects from all over were flocking here, vying fiercely to become the champion of this competition. It was the best opportunity to make a name for themselves. Though the grand sect competition had not yet begun, prodigies and sect leaders from all over had already arrived. It seemed that all the pressure was now falling on the Azure sect. He had just returned to Qingjing Peak. Yi heard a commotion coming from inside the room. Peering closer, he saw Dan, seething with rage, confronting Ning, whose face remained impassive, in the otherwise quiet room. "Senior sister, the sect's rules were established by the ancestor. How can you justify allowing a disciple to leave the sect so recklessly? What punishment do you deserve? If Ning were to find out, she would surely be outraged by your actions today." Dan grew increasingly agitated as she spoke, even going so far as to openly confront senior sister Ning in order to defend the sect's reputation. Ning said, "Are you done ranting? I was the one who sent him down the mountain on a mission. That shouldn't violate the sect's rules, should it? What did you say?" Dan's brow furrowed, a hint of coldness flashing in her eyes, as she spoke in a low, stern voice, "Senior sister, I don't understand why are you so determined to protect a drunken disciple? His talent is indeed remarkable. He has already reached the soul stage at such a young age, but that doesn't mean he can flout the rules of our Azure sect. When did it become your place to criticize my disciple? Ning's tone carried a hint of coldness, and her star-like eyes glinted with a faint chill, as if telling Dan standing before her that she would protect her own disciple herself. As for the sect, she was not yet qualified to manage such matters. Dan clenched her fists, well aware that her senior sister was notorious for being overprotective. Trying to take the disciple from her was nothing short of a pipe dream. Taking a deep breath, Dan turned away, his face brimming with resentment, and said coolly, "Since senior sister has spoken so decisively, then I shall take my leave. At the sect's grand competition in 2 months, I hope senior sister's disciple will take first place for the sect. Otherwise, no one will be able to protect him." With that, Dan opened the door and caught sight of Yi, reeking of alcohol and teetering on the verge of collapse, as if he might fall to the ground at any moment. Dan's face twitched. She already hated the disciple before her with a deep, seething loathing. She then angrily flung aside her elegant robe, turned, and vanished from the spot. Ning glanced sideways and said, "Have you gotten into trouble again?" "I wouldn't exactly call it trouble." He sat cross-legged on the meditation cushion, rubbed his nose, and said, "Ning, I did indeed have an unexpected windfall on this trip down the mountain." "Tell me about it." Ning closed her eyes. Her long eyelashes fluttered slightly, and combined with her face, which was almost as ethereal as that of a celestial being, it added an extra touch of charm to her appearance at that moment. He recounted the events at the Drunken Fragrance Pavilion to Ning. Upon learning that the prodigies of the Luaha faction and the Watercloud sect had already arrived in Qingshan town, Ning's face remained expressionless. After a long pause, she spoke slowly, her tone tinged with a hint of approval. "You've done well. Before the sect's grand competition, it's best not to reveal your true strength. Once the competition begins, I want you to defeat them all." Yi's lips curled into a smile as she said, "Rest assured, Ning. This disciple will certainly carry out the orders you've given. However, this disciple would also like to ask Ning for something." Ning slowly opened her eyes, already guessing what her disciple wanted. She slowly extended her slender, jade-like hand, and a wisp of blue mana spread out from it. Instantly, 3 water jars taller than a person materialized out of thin air in the room. Each jar exuded a strong aroma of wine. Just one whiff was enough to make one feel as if they were floating on air. Clear as spring water, the aroma was that of the finest wine. Upon catching the scent, Yi's eyes lit up. She immediately ran over and took a deep sniff. "Is this a 500-year-old vintage Luosang wine? You have a good nose." Ning said softly, "These 3 vats of wine were left behind by this master long ago. Each is about 500 years old. I had originally planned to host a banquet for the entire sect after the sect competition concludes, but since you want to drink it, I'll give them to you." "Thank you, Ning." He didn't hesitate to take all 3 vats of wine for himself. This fine wine would be enough to last him quite a while. The next morning, the dawn was radiant and resplendent. Disciples throughout the Azure sect had already begun preparing for the sect competition, which was to take place in 2 months. As the most renowned sect competition within the Dragon ruling kingdom, countless cultivators paid close attention to it. Even a top 3 finish would yield a vast amount of cultivation resources. Many elders of the Azure sect accompanied the disciples as they made preparations, and they volunteered to have their own disciples participate in the sect's grand competition. Even if their disciples weren't prodigies, since each sect was required to send 10 participants, the elders naturally recommended their own disciples to give it a try. An elderly man with a gaunt, skeletal face walked slowly through the crowd. His expression was cold, and he was clad in a pale blue-white robe. With every step he took, ripples spread out in concentric circles through the void. By the time the ripples faded, his figure had already appeared 100 meters away, a most mysterious sight. "Senior Brother Chen, you're back." Huo immediately walked over and bowed respectfully to the old man before him. Lin Chen's face hardened as he asked, "I've been away from the sect for no more than 3 or 5 years, yet such a major incident has occurred. Junior Brother Hua, will you give me a reasonable explanation?" As Haoas Ning, he could not possibly stand idly by after his most cherished disciple had been slain. With the Sectes Grand Competition just around the corner, he had to demand an explanation. Given his disciple's core stage grand perfection cultivation level, he was certain to take first place in the competition. Yet, unexpectedly, his life had been cut short because of a menial disciple. Hua sighed and said, "Senior Brother Chen, it's not that we don't want justice, it's just that our great uncle is determined to protect ye, and there is nothing we can do about it." Lin Chen's mouth twitched as he glared with eyes as round as bronze bells and said, "I don't care. Paying back debts and repaying murder with one's life is only natural. No matter who is protecting ye, they must first ask this old man for my consent." With his beloved disciple murdered, how could Lin Chen just let this go? If he didn't get a reasonable explanation, he wouldn't hold back today. Hua didn't want to make a scene, so he immediately grabbed Lin Chen's hand, led him to a secluded spot, and said in a low voice, "Senior Brother Chen, you know full well what our great aunt is like. Are you out of your mind, going after her disciple?" "What did you say?" Lin Chen's heart skipped a beat as he looked at Hua beside him with a strange expression. "You've only just returned to the sect, so there are some things you don't know yet. Yi isn't actually a good for nothing. Over the past 5 years, his cultivation has skyrocketed. He has broken through directly to the soul stage. To prevent such a prodigy from being overlooked, our great-great-aunt made an exception and took him as her disciple. She also cleared his name, vindicating him and removing the stain of the accusation that he had molested a female disciple." Lin Chen narrowed his eyes and stroked his goatee. If what his junior brother said was true, then this Yi had been playing the fool all along to hide his true strength. No wonder he was able to slay her most cherished disciple and future prodigy. How? Lin Chen exhaled a puff of warm breath and said, "Very well. Since he is my great-great-uncle's direct disciple, according to the lineage, we must still address him as uncle." Although Lin Chen was deeply reluctant, there was nothing he could do about it. After all, his great-great-aunt's power was simply too terrifying if she so desired. There were few cultivators within the entire Yulong kingdom who could defeat her. Lin Chen could only accept his misfortune. Even though his own cultivation had reached the peak of the nascent stage, when facing his great-great-aunt, he couldn't even hold her gaze for a moment. Moreover, the person who had killed his disciple was a soul stage powerhouse. He truly wasn't a match for her. Just then, a familiar voice rang out beside them. "So you two are here." Hearing the sound, Lin Chen and Hua both turned their gaze to a man in a white robe, who was smiling. Lin Chen's lips moved slightly, and he immediately performed the celestial bow. "Lin Chen, Peak Master of Lin Nanfeng Peak, greets you, Junior Uncle." "Greetings, Junior Uncle." Yi stepped forward. He had come at Ning's behest to participate in the prodigy selection. The Sectes Grand Competition required the dispatch of 10 representatives. However, the Sectes' only current prodigies were Yi and Lin. Therefore, the sect had decided to select powerful disciples from among the ranks to serve as substitutes for the new prodigies. Hua reluctantly clasped his hands in a bow. Originally, they had all been Yi's seniors, but due to Tong's slander, Yi had now become the grand uncle's direct disciple. In his heart, he gritted his teeth with hatred for Tong. If it weren't for this woman meddling, things would never have escalated to this point. Yi nodded and smiled faintly. "My 2 junior disciples, there is no need to be so formal. Ning has now instructed me to assemble the Sectes prodigies. Do you have any recommendations?" Hua spoke first. "Reporting to Senior Uncle, the Sectes disciples are already prepared. They can undergo testing at any time to compete for the remaining 8 spots." Lin Chen, however, remained silent. Among his disciples, only Hao possessed the strongest overall talent, yet he had been killed by the man standing before him, and Lin Chen dared not speak out against it. After all, the man's strength surpassed his own. Yi and the 2 elders arrived at the arena for the Sectes Disciples Grand Competition. The disciples were currently engaged in combat. A total of 200 disciples were participating in the assessment. The fact that only 8 needed to be selected from these 200 spoke volumes about the unimaginable difficulty of the task. However, among these disciples, the strongest was only at the mid-core stage. The rest were either at the early core stage or hadn't even reached the core stage yet. Yi couldn't help but feel a touch of helplessness. Ever since Dan became the sect master, the disciples of the Azure sect had been getting worse year after year, and many had even left the sect. It was unclear whether the sect's treatment was inadequate or if those disciples had simply lost all hope in the Azure sect. Soon, a gasp of astonishment rang out from the crowd. Inside the arena, a figure who appeared to be a man held a flying sword in one hand while keeping the other casually behind his back. Every disciple who had come to challenge him lay sprawled on the ground in his hands. They barely lasted half a breath. Seeing this, all the disciples cast stunned glances at him. They never expected the Azure sect to produce such a prodigy, one who, single-handedly, had defeated every challenger. Whose disciple was this, to be so formidable? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow and asked in puzzlement, "Junior brother Hua, who is this man? Why have I never seen him before?" Hua also furrowed his brow. Staring at that stern face, he had no idea who this young man was either. The man in black robes slowly raised his head and locked eyes with Yi in the stands. A smile tugged at the corner of his mouth as he lightly tapped the ground with his right foot, unleashing a surging wave of mana that left the disciples on both sides frozen in horror. Upon sensing the other's cultivation level, Lin Chen abruptly stood up, his face filled with disbelief, and exclaimed loudly, "Early soul stage. Who on earth is this young man?" Feeling the surging mana fluctuations within him, both Lin Chen and Hua were utterly stunned. They never imagined that their Azure sect actually possessed a disciple with such extraordinary talent. The man in the black robe clasped his hands and said, "I am Tang, a disciple of the Azure sect's sect master." "It's Tang." Elder Lin Chen furrowed his brow and said, 100 years ago, my junior uncle Dan took on a disciple named Tang who possessed a heavenly spirit root. After that, Tang completely vanished from public view. Now, 100 years have passed, and he has actually reached the soul stage." Hearing Elder Lin Chen's words, Elder Hua also recalled that 100 years ago, the sect master had indeed announced that Tang had become his direct disciple and publicly proclaimed that his disciple Tang possessed the potential to become a great emperor. After that, all traces of Tang vanished, as if he had never appeared in anyone's sight. Who would have thought that a century later, not only had Tang survived, but he had been quietly cultivating all along and had now become a soul stage powerhouse. Tang shrugged and said expressionlessly, "Anyone else want to come up? Come on, all at once. I don't have time to play around with you lot here." The Azure sect disciples looked troubled. Challenging a soul stage powerhouse would be nothing short of courting disaster, wouldn't it? Yi Min took a sip of wine and cast a dispassionate glance at the currently dominant Tang. He hadn't expected Dan to have been concealing Tang's identity all along. Now, during the sect's grand competition, it was clear that Dan intended for his disciple to become the champion, thereby gaining the favor of the divine sect and securing a vast amount of cultivation resources. With one hand resting behind his back, Tang, seeing that no one else was stepping forward, announced that he was the Azure sect's third prodigy. A few days later, after enduring countless hardships, the sect's disciples finally narrowed the field down to the top 10 prodigies. However, compared to Yi and Tang, they clearly didn't stand a chance. Azure sect. Inside the magnificent grand hall, Dan nodded proudly and said with a smile, "Tunger, it's up to you now. The outcome of this sect competition concerns my very dignity." Tang clasped his hands in a bow and replied, "Rest assured, Ning. This disciple will certainly avenge you. Once I become the champion of this tournament, I will also find an opportunity to eliminate Yi." Dan stood up, patted Tang on the shoulder, and said, "Tunger, you must remember, if you fail to eliminate Yi in this tournament, your future standing will undoubtedly be compromised. Whether you can hold on to the position of Azure sect's sect master depends entirely on this. This disciple understands." A cold gleam flashed in Tang's eyes. To ensure the divine sect took notice of him, Yi would merely serve as a stepping stone to his ultimate ascent this time. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. The sect competition officially began. Numerous cultivators from the Dragon Riding Kingdom had come to witness the event. Dan watched the various cultivation sects arriving one after another and let out a faint smile, as if he had already foreseen the final outcome. This group would all serve as stepping stones for his disciple's ascent to the top. Ning sat upright in his chair, propping his chin with one hand and closing his eyes lightly. He didn't even feel the urge to greet the powerful cultivators from other sects. Just then, several streaks of light shot through the sky and landed on the ground, revealing dozens of men and women dressed in matching Taoist robes. The man leading the group appeared to be in his 30s, his face possessing a strangely alluring handsomeness. Upon seeing the plump envoy, he immediately said respectfully, "Chen Yu of the Hahuan sect pays his respects to fellow Taoist Lang." The woman, dressed like a young wife, still possessed a certain charm and a seductive glint in the corners of her eyes. Looking at Ning, she said respectfully, "Qingling, head of the Hahuan sect, pays her respects to fellow Taoist Ning." Ning gave a slight nod and paid no further attention to the two of them. In her view, in the entire Yulong kingdom, only the emperor of Yulong kingdom was barely worthy of a few words from her. Before long, over 500 more people arrived in succession, including Wu Yan, one of the 5 poisons protectors of the Luoha faction, and Shuilinger, a disciple of the Shuiyun sect. His Majesty, the Emperor of the Yulong Kingdom, has arrived. As this announcement rang out, Ning, who had been resting with her eyes closed, slowly opened them. The only person worthy of her full attention was His Majesty, the Emperor of the Yulong Kingdom. Tall and imposing, he wore a bright yellow dragon robe. His long, jet-black hair was tied back, and he wore a crown fastened with a bright yellow cord. A gem was embedded in the center of the crown's dome, with delicate beaded tassels hanging down on either side. The Dragon Emperor looked extremely majestic, with a chiseled face, eyes like suspended bells, eyebrows as black as lacquer, and a composed demeanor. Even simply standing there, he exuded an intangible sense of oppression that made one break out in a cold sweat. The Dragon Emperor of the Imperial Dragon Kingdom has already reached the early grand stage. I never expected him to be here as well. With the Sect's grand competition held once every 50 years, how could the Dragon Emperor possibly miss it? Standing right beside the Dragon Emperor was none other than the Chancellor of the Dragon ruling kingdom, Tong's grandfather, Zhou Longshan. Zhou Longshan's expression was grim. With his granddaughter murdered, he, as her grandfather, was naturally furious. Today, he had come not only to attend the sect competition but also to demand justice. Dan strode forward, smiling as he clasped his hands in a bow and said, "This junior, Dan, pays his respects to His Majesty the Dragon Emperor." The Dragon Emperor gave a slight nod and strode directly toward Ning. Within the entire Azure sect, Ning was the only one worthy of even a few words from him. Dan's face twitched slightly, but he didn't lose his temper. After all, the cultivation world was a jungle where the strong preyed on the weak. Since the other party was more powerful than him, it was understandable that he would look down on him. After all, strength reigns supreme. Just then, Zhou Longshan strode over, his expression hostile. "Dan, my granddaughter's death won't be so easily resolved." "Your fellow Taoist Zhou Longshan?" "Humph." Zhou Longshan refused to pay any attention to the hypocritical Dan and walked straight ahead. Once this tournament was over, he would certainly demand justice from the Azure sect. Once all the nascent stage cultivators from the Dragon ruling kingdom had gathered, the ominous clouds in the sky grew even denser. Dragon Emperor's expression turned grave as he formed a seal with his right hand and cast several magical seals toward the sky. Immediately, the clouds began to churn violently. A beam of red light descended from the heavens, striking the vast plaza of the Azure sect and forming a barrier that completely enveloped the entire area. The Dragon Emperor and Ning rose to their feet simultaneously. With a flick of their bodies, they materialized in midair and spoke in unison, their voices loud yet respectful. "This junior, the Dragon Emperor, and this junior, Ning, humbly welcome the elders of the divine sect." The clouds parted, and an elderly man clad in magnificent robes materialized out of thin air. Surging energy radiated outward in all directions like raging waves. The moment the old man appeared, all the peak-level experts of the Dragon ruling kingdom were struck with terror. Their nascent stages nearly collapsed. They had no doubt whatsoever that if he were to fix his gaze on them for even a moment longer, their nascent stages would be unable to withstand such immense pressure and would explode on their own. A lightning tribulation stage expert. The elderly man, with a youthful face and snow-white hair, nodded with satisfaction as he looked down upon the world and declared, "I am an elder of the divine sect. Today, I have been sent to observe the sect's grand competition. Whoever takes first place will be awarded a top-tier magical treasure and will be permitted to train at the divine sect. Listen carefully, all of you, no one may be older than 200 years, and cultivation levels must not exceed the void stage. If anyone dares to violate these rules, I will slaughter every last member of their sect. Endless pressure surged forth. Whether they were elders of the Azure sect or powerhouses from other sects, all knelt on the ground and trembled under this overwhelming pressure. Is this the true power of a lightning tribulation cultivator? Although he also sensed this mana-based pressure, after taking a sip of wine, it vanished into thin air. The elderly man with a youthful face and snow-white hair materialized out of thin air at the seat of honor prepared by the Azure sect. Given his strength, he naturally took his place there. As for the others, only the Dragon Emperor and Ning were qualified to sit by his side. Ning glanced at Yi, who remained completely undisturbed, and a hint of satisfaction flashed in his star-like eyes. Truly, he was a worthy disciple. Tang, seeing that Yi faced no hindrance, clenched his fist for no apparent reason. Why wasn't this guy affected by the mana pressure of a lightning tribulation stage powerhouse? Could it be that his strength surpassed even the soul stage? Shui Linger, the prodigy of the Water Cloud sect, stepped forward and said in a sickly voice, I've long heard of the Azure sect's prodigies being formidable. I wonder, is there anyone willing to step forward and challenge them? This sect competition appeared to be a contest for first place, but in reality, it was a selection process to identify the disciple with the greatest talent who would then become a plaything in the hands of the divine sect. Moreover, there were no rules during the competition. Even if one killed their opponent, no one would intervene. Unless one side chose to concede defeat, the match would never end. Shui Linger pointed at the Azure sect disciple, her expression hostile. Is there anyone willing to fight me? Or could it be that the disciples of the Azure sect simply don't dare to oppose me? I'll do it. A disciple of the Azure sect lunged forward. Clutching a flying sword, his eyes bloodshot, he pointed furiously at Shui Linger before him, his face brimming with indignation. You demoness, you've insulted our Azure sect, you've chosen your own death. Oh? Shui Linger raised an eyebrow and said with a smile, I never expected the disciple sent by the Azure sect to be merely at the early core stage. You really don't know your place. You core stage brat, today this older sister will teach you a lesson and show you exactly what a gap in cultivation levels looks like. A cold glint flashed in Shui Linger's eyes, and in the next instant, her body vanished as suddenly as a startled swan. When she reappeared, she was already behind the Azure sect disciple. And on the deep blue treasure sword in Shui Linger's hand, flecks of crimson blood mist were now glimmering. Silence. The entire arena was eerily silent. Shui Linger nonchalantly wiped the bloodstains from her sword, while the Azure sect disciple, who had his back to her, crashed to the ground with a thud. Before long, he drew his last breath. Witnessing this, the Azure sect disciples were furious. They never expected a Shui Yun sect disciple to publicly kill one of their own. It was as if she didn't even consider the Azure sect worthy of respect. Haha, are there no other disciples left in your Azure sect? You actually sent some core stage brat to provoke us? Ha, this is absolutely hilarious. Exactly. A core stage brat challenging a peak nascent stage cultivator. Are you people at the Azure sect brain dead? I can't take it anymore, I can't take it. I'm dying of laughter, ha 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 ha. Disciples from other sects burst into laughter, indirectly causing the Azure sect disciples' faces to turn beet red with embarrassment. They had no idea what this guy was up to. A mere core stage cultivator challenging a nascent stage cultivator? Has he lost his mind? At that moment, Tang stepped out of the crowd and said calmly, peak nascent stage? Let me be the one to challenge you. Shui Linger raised an eyebrow, watching the figure who had suddenly stepped forward. A hint of interest flashed in her eyes as she said, interesting. I didn't expect the Azure sect to have such a prodigy. Come on, let this older sister see just how strong the Azure sect really is. Tang held one hand behind his back while his right hand made a gesture of invitation. He said casually, are you going to make the first move, or should I? You're so noisy. Shui Linger coldly watched Tang's movements. Although she couldn't gauge his cultivation level, she didn't believe the Azure sect would send a soul stage expert into battle. Besides, she was a prodigy of the Water Cloud sect herself. She had killed countless people in her life and remained aloof and unflappable. Who could possibly kill her? However, the scene that unfolded next caused everyone to jump to their feet. Tang's right hand pierced through Shui Ling's chest without the slightest resistance. Upon closer inspection, one could see that Tang had violently ripped Shui Ling's heart right out of her chest. The speed of the attack left the prodigies from all the major sects speechless. When did the Azure sect produce a soul stage prodigy under 200 years old? The patriarch of the Shuiyun sect leapt to his feet and roared furiously, "You wretch! How dare you!" Tang paid no heed to the patriarch's rebuke, continuing as if nothing had happened as he crushed Shui Ling's heart with all his might. Shui Ling stared with eyes as round as copper bells, her face filled with resentment. She could scarcely believe that she, a prodigy of the prestigious Shuiyun sect, would meet such a senseless end today. Tang licked the blood from Shui Ling's cheek and chuckled sinisterly, "Rest in peace." The sect master of the Water Cloud sect immediately waved his hands, forcibly extracting Shui Ling's nascent stage. As long as the nascent stage remained intact, his disciple would not be lost. Watching the sect master intervene, Tang's mouth twitched twice. He was about to say something when he saw Ning Dan shaking her head at him. "My disciple, Tang, possesses the potential of a great emperor." Since her physical body had already been destroyed, there was no need to annihilate her nascent stage as well. After all, in this sect competition, there was no need to kill nascent stage cultivators. The sect master of Shuiyun sect tucked his disciple's nascent stage away and exclaimed furiously, "Your Excellency the envoy, this child is undoubtedly over 200 years old. I implore you to scrutinize this matter carefully and not allow such a monstrosity to participate in this competition." The elderly man with a youthful face and snow-white hair narrowed his eyes. With a single glance, he had already discerned Tang's age and cultivation level, and remarked with a touch of admiration, "I didn't expect him to have reached the early soul stage at just 100 years old. Truly, he lives up to his reputation as a prodigy of the Azure sect." Over 100 years old? Hearing the words of the divine sect's envoy, the powerful figures from numerous sects all looked taken aback, their eyes filled with astonishment as they stared at Tang below them. This fellow was actually only a little over 100 years old? Why had such a prodigy never made a name for himself in the dragon-ruling kingdom? Could it be that the Azure sect has been deliberately keeping him hidden? He sat in his chair, savoring a 500-year-old Losong wine. He glanced slightly to the side at Tang, who was currently stealing the spotlight, a hint of disdain crossing his face. If they knew he had already broken through to the late soul stage, it would surely shock everyone to the core. Since Tang wanted to steal the spotlight, let him have it. After all, the higher you fly, the harder you fall. The prodigies from various sects exchanged glances. Not a single one of them stepped forward to challenge the other. After all, the disparity in strength within the cultivation world was simply too great. Even the slightest difference in cultivation level could mean meeting one's end at the opponent's hands. Especially since this sect competition had no rules whatsoever. As long as neither side conceded defeat, no one would say a word even if someone were killed. Tang stood with his hands behind his back, his chin held high, basking in the attention of the crowd. A hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Those guys weren't even worthy of being his opponents. Just as Tang was about to claim first place, a burly, muscular man stepped out of the crowd. The giant stood a full 3 meters tall. Every step he took caused the ground to tremble slightly, and his rugged, muscular face made it clear he was no ordinary man. Niu Meng, prodigy of the Yellow Springs Pavilion, seeks a duel with Tang, prodigy of the Azure sect. Half a step into the soul stage, is that so? Tang narrowed his eyes and muttered, knowing full well he is no match for me. Why is this guy coming here to die? Could it be that his strength goes beyond what meets the eye? Nyoman stepped up before Tang. His massive frame was so imposing that even standing still, he exuded a unique sense of oppression. Tang could only look up at him. He was practically jumping to reach his knees. I never expected the Azure sect to possess such a prodigy. Today, I shall see for myself just how powerful a disciple who broke through to the soul stage at the age of 100 truly is. Tang didn't bother with small talk and charged straight at him. However, to Tang's astonishment, his right hand, which had once been able to effortlessly pierce an enemy's chest, could not penetrate Niu Meng's physical body today. The master of the Yellow Springs Pavilion smiled coldly. You're truly out of your depth. Don't think that just because you've reached the early soul stage, you can do as you please. Niu Meng has trained his physique since childhood. The hardness of his body is in no way inferior to that of a mid-soul stage powerhouse. He alone doesn't have the ability to break through Niu Meng's defenses. Niu Meng swung his massive hand, a motion that seemed ordinary but was incredibly fast, almost as if it had locked onto his target, leaving the enemy no chance to escape. Tang had no choice but to use his own body to take the blow head-on. There was a dull thud. Tang was sent flying dozens of meters away. The immense force even caused the skin on his knuckles to split open instantly, and hot blood flowed continuously from the wound. Tang could hardly believe it. He, a mighty soul stage powerhouse, had actually been crushed today by a mere ant on the threshold of the soul stage. A flash of light appeared, and a flying sword, radiant with golden light, materialized in his hand out of thin air. Tang's eyes turned cold as he manipulated the flying sword to strike directly at the horsefly. Unmovable as a mountain, "Come forth, Yellow Springs Belle." The horsefly slammed his right foot down on the ground. The massive shockwave instantly shattered the stone bricks beneath him, and the resulting mana formed a unique golden bronze bell, firmly encasing his body within it. Clang! 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 Blinding sparks flared before the horsefly. No matter how fiercely Tang slashed, he could not breach his opponent's defense. Damn it, this shell is incredibly sturdy. Tang furrowed his brow, unwilling to believe his opponent could withstand his attacks, and a chill flashed across his face. It seemed he had no choice but to resort to that move. Tang thrust his right hand forward. The flying sword shot through the air under his control. It split into hundreds of identical illusory sword intent projections, which he then swung with all his might at the horsefly below him. The horsefly snorted disdainfully and roared at the oncoming flying sword, shouting, "Yellow Springs' heavenly wrath." The sudden, furious roar was like a bolt of lightning on a clear day, reverberating through the heavens and shattering the tranquility of the world. The immense roar seemed to explode right next to his ear, sending a jolt of shock through Tang's mind. The space before him rippled violently, and in an instant, the sound waves expanded outward like lightning. The phantom images of the flying swords hurtling toward him shattered instantly upon contact with the sound waves, sending fragments flying in all directions. Put! Tang violently spat out a mouthful of crimson blood. Like an eagle with broken wings, he crashed heavily to the ground under the stunned gazes of the crowd. Defeated? That's impossible. A soul stage cultivator actually lost to a half-step soul stage cultivator? Niu Meng, the strongest prodigy of the Yellow Springs Pavilion. The techniques he practices are the most formidable top-tier arts, especially Yellow Springs' Heavenly Wrath, which is a sonic attack. It's an assault that no one can possibly withstand. This sect competition really is full of surprises. I originally thought the nascent stage was already strong enough, but I never imagined we'd witness a half-step soul stage practitioner defeating an early-stage soul stage practitioner. Ah, so Tang isn't all that, is he? Niu Meng charged forward, taking 2 steps for every 3, and from his movements, it was clear he intended to kill Tang to prevent him from becoming an enemy of the Yellow Springs Pavilion in the future. I concede. Just as the fist was about to strike, Tang, not daring to delay even for a moment, immediately shouted his surrender, completely disregarding his pride. Right now, the most important thing was to save his own life, everything else was secondary. Hearing Tang's plea for mercy, Niu Meng, standing before him, couldn't help but furrow his brows. In the presence of the envoy, he dared not continue the attack and could only grudgingly pull his fist back. He was so close, just a little closer, and he could have shattered the skull of Tang, the Azure Sect's prodigy, with a single punch. What a pity, what a pity! Tang's mind was still reeling as he immediately stepped back, but the pain in his chest still left him breathing heavily. This soundwave technique had clearly given him a hard time. Dan asked with concern, "Tang, are you all right?" Clutching his chest, Tang returned to Ning's side and replied in a low voice, "I'm fine. Thank goodness I conceded early, otherwise, I really would have met my end today." Dan hadn't expected Niu Meng's physical body to be so resilient, such a prodigy. If left unchecked, he would undoubtedly pose a threat. No wonder that old fossil from the Yellow Springs Pavilion hadn't shown the slightest fear that his disciple might fail. Just then, Dan thought of Yi. he, too, was a prodigy of the Azure sect. In that case, he would send him in. If he were to die at Nielman's hands, it would at least be a death well spent. At this thought, Dan's lips curled into a sinister smile. He turned to her and said, "Senior sister, I suppose only junior brother Yi has a chance to turn the tide now. What do you think?" Ning knew full well what junior brother Dan was thinking, but at present, the sect no longer had any prodigies worthy of the name. If Lin were to step into the ring, it would likely be a suicide mission. He simply wouldn't stand a chance against the tsetse fly standing before them. "Disciple, would you be interested in stepping in for your senior brother Tung to spar with the prodigy from the Yellow Springs Pavilion?" Under the gaze of countless onlookers, Yi, who had been keeping his eyes slightly closed, slowly opened them and then respectfully bowed to Ning. The disciples of various sects all fixed their gaze on Yi, wondering who this person was who commanded such respect from the Azure sect's great uncle. Yi strode forward, shrugged his shoulders, and looked at the burly Niu Meng standing before him. With a hint of nonchalance, he removed the wine gourd from his waist, tilted his head back, took a sip, and said, "Let us not waste any time. Come at me all at once." As soon as the words left his mouth, the entire hall fell silent. Everyone stared in astonishment at this young upstart who clearly didn't know his place. Wu Yan, one of the 5 poisons protectors of the Luoha faction, also stood up. Sure enough, this fellow could absolutely not be a menial disciple of the Azure sect. Otherwise, how could he possibly be so arrogant and overbearing in the drunken pavilion? Today, he intended to see just how talented this youth really was. If he were merely at the nascent stage, then he was as good as dead today. Even Tang, who was in the early soul stage, was no match for Niu Meng, let alone Yi, who was only at the nascent stage. Even Tang couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth, cursing silently to himself, "What an arrogant young upstart, daring to act so brazenly. You've only been cultivating for a dozen or so years. Even if you give it your all, you're no match for Niu Meng." The 9 Netherworld's demon lord, Shan, turned to Ning at his side, his expression displeased. "Fellow Daoist Lang, are all the disciples of your sect this arrogant, or are you not afraid he'll die at the hands of the horsefly?" Ning took a sip of tea and replied indifferently, "If he dies, it just means Yi isn't strong enough." "So be it." Shan frowned slightly. That such words could actually come from Ning's mouth was truly shocking. Many of the powerful figures in the Dragon Riding Kingdom knew that Ning was a woman who cared deeply for her disciples. If anyone harmed them, she would undoubtedly launch an attack on their sect. Yet now, she seemed to care nothing for her own direct disciple. That clearly didn't add up. Either Ning's personality had changed, or she believed her disciple was capable of defeating anyone. Unbeknownst to the crowd, the corners of Ning's mouth had already turned upward. Seeing his opponent's audacity, Niu Meng decided to crush him with a single punch. Using his head to intimidate the Azure sect would be a fine move. With that thought, a flash of coldness flickered in Niu Meng's eyes, and he charged forward first. As his massive frame ran, the entire ground trembled violently. At the same time, he raised his right arm high and slammed it down fiercely toward Yi below him. The chi energy from the fist's strike whistled past, causing Yi's hair to whip wildly. Yet Yi merely smiled indifferently, tilted his head back to take several more large gulps of wine, and as if he had anticipated the attack all along, effortlessly sidestepped, dodging the massive punch. Niu Meng furrowed his brow, stunned that this guy had actually managed to dodge his attack. Before he had time to figure out how Yi had done it, the veins on Niu Meng's arm bulged once more, and he swung his arm with all his might, intending to use the sweeping force to snap Yi in half. A cold smile curled at the corner of Yi's mouth. With the utmost nonchalance, he extended a single finger to meet Niu Meng's arm head-on. Is this kid crazy? Actually trying to block Niu Meng's arm with just a finger? Crazy. He's definitely crazy. Looks like this kid's head is about to get smashed right off. A clamor of voices erupted instantly. Countless powerful figures shook their heads in exasperation. He seemed like a decent enough person, but he was simply too arrogant and conceited. Even the envoy couldn't help but turn around, glance at Ning beside him, and furrow his brow. "Master Lang, is this your disciple?" "Envoy, please watch closely." Ning nodded in response, his rock-solid resolve undisturbed by the collective condemnation of those around him. Boom! Just then, a powerful shockwave instantly spread outward in all directions, and right in the center between Yi and his opponent, a massive 10-meter-wide indentation suddenly appeared. At that very moment, wave after wave of peculiar energy surged down from the sky, causing the ground beneath the two of them to crack extensively under the force of the energy, then shatter inch by inch. Almost at the same moment, everyone in the spectator stands sprang to their feet, staring in astonishment at the combat stage below at Yi, who had withstood Niu Meng's assault. What on earth did this guy do? How could he block Niu Meng's attack so effortlessly? Niu Meng was also somewhat puzzled. How on earth had this guy managed to block his attack? Unwilling to believe it, Niu Meng raised his fist once more and swung it at Yi below him. With every swing, a piercing whistling sound rang out. Yi moved with remarkable agility each time he sidestepped. He perfectly evaded his opponent's attack, and could even clearly see the exact trajectory of Niu Meng's punches. The bullfly's movements slowed down hundreds of times in front of him. Even a turtle would be much faster than him. It must be said that the bullfly was indeed a genius. Very few people could bring their physical bodies to such a level. Not only had the bullfly elevated his physique to a level typically seen only in the mid-soul stage, but he also possessed such formidable chi energy it was likely that no one else in the entire dragon-ruling kingdom could match him. Cultivating both internal and external arts, truly a remarkable individual. However, today, he had failed to fully grasp his own strength. At that moment, he slowly withdrew his wine gourd, his eyes suddenly snapping open. His piercing gaze instantly froze Niu Fei in his tracks. Niu Fei's raised fist hesitated, unable to come down. In Yi's gaze, he saw an unimaginable sword intent, one that seemed to press directly against his own nascent stage. The nascent stage stung excruciatingly. Niu Fei staggered backward 2 steps, his heart pounding violently. What on earth has this guy done? Yi's lips curled slightly upward. With a flick of his right hand toward the heavens, a surging sword intent roared past in an instant, and the resulting gale sent Niu Fei flying 100 meters backward. A resounding clang echoed. A flash of sword light sliced through the silent sky like a fleeting glimpse of a swan. The dazzling golden light was blinding, spreading to every corner of the Azure sect and causing the cultivators from all the major sects to feel an unprecedented thrill. Seeing the scene in the sky, everyone gaped in astonishment. Especially Dan's disciple, Tang, who stood frozen in place, his eyes filled with sheer horror, unable to believe that this young man could split the heavens with a single sword strike. No, it wasn't just a single sword strike. Rather, it was the sword intent generated merely by drawing the sword that successfully split the sky in two. This youth is destined for greatness. The Divine Sect envoy also rose from his chair, his face etched with shock as he exclaimed, "Late soul stage and he is just an 18-year-old boy? This is impossible." His 3 consecutive this made it clear that the Divine Sect envoy was so utterly stunned by the youth's age and talent that he was at a loss for words. Drinking wine from a cup, singing the song of the drunken immortal, I have a sword that can cleave the heavens. The sword's blade flickered, radiating a piercing cold light. Such a bold declaration left everyone present momentarily stunned. They all stared at Yi, who was drinking and reciting poetry with eyes wide with astonishment. Yi merely smiled indifferently, pointing his long sword straight at the heavens as he boasted defiantly, "Fellow Taoists, which of you dares to fight me?" Faced with Yi's provocation, the prodigies from the major sects all halted in their tracks. Their expressions were a kaleidoscope of emotions, yet not a single one took even half a step forward, not because they didn't want to, but because they dared not. As a prodigy at the late stage of the soul stage, even across the entire divine continent, if Yi were second, who would dare claim first? The leaders of the major sects furrowed their brows, standing in a triangular formation with grim expressions deep within. They already harbored intense murderous intent toward Yi. If such a prodigy were left unchecked, he would one day grow into a powerhouse capable of rivaling the entire divine continent. If not eliminated promptly, given time, this youth would surely become a major threat. They exchanged nods and immediately ordered the prodigies within their sects to join forces. Even if it meant resorting to secret arts, they must eliminate this youth, otherwise, giving him any more time would lead to endless trouble down the road. Wu Yan, one of the 5 poisons protectors of the Luoha faction, wore a grim expression. He had already been about to step back and leave when, unexpectedly, the sect master issued him an order at that very moment. Kill Yi at any cost. Wasn't he this clearly sending him to his death? A nascent stage cultivator challenging a soul stage cultivator? Wasn't he that asking for death? But Wu Yan dared not disobey the sect master's order. He had no choice but to steel himself and step forward, though he was already having second thoughts. He decided that if he failed in the first round, he would immediately shout surrender. After all, one only has one life. Once dead, one is truly dead. Seeing someone step onto the combat platform, the prodigies from the major sects all had a clear idea of what was coming. They stood up simultaneously and followed Wu Yan onto the platform. Niao Meng, the prodigy from the Yellow Springs Pavilion, was bleeding from his nose and mouth. Weakened as he was, he could barely walk without staggering, yet for the sake of the Yellow Springs Pavilion's honor, he was determined to eliminate Yi standing before him. The divine sect envoy furrowed his brow slightly and said with a hint of reproach, "The prodigies of all the major sects have stepped in. Do you not intend to let Yi live?" Ning, however, rose to his feet with unhurried composure. With a flick of his jade scepter, a jar of 800-year-old fine wine floated slowly down to rest before Yi. Yi nodded in understanding and popped open the jar of wine Ning had given him with a pop. The aroma was rich and intoxicating, like the sweet fragrance of perfectly ripe fruit. Those wispy notes of fragrance were like ancient tales, flowing slowly through the river of time, drawing one into their spell. It was like an elegant symphony. Rich fruit aromas intertwined with the deep scent of oak, while delicate sweetness and gentle tartness complemented one another. As time passes, the aroma evolves in the air, gradually transforming from the fiery intensity of a fresh brew into the refined elegance of an aged wine. It is just like the setting sun, as the colors of the sky and earth shift from a fiery crimson to a deep, sapphire blue. Yi, too, was captivated by the fine wine in the jar and couldn't wait to take a sip. It was sweet on the palate, as clear as nectar. Truly a nectar of the gods. What a truly fine wine! Yi had only taken a small sip when he sensed its sweetness. Unable to resist, he drained the entire jar right there in front of the many celestial prodigies. Congratulations, host, on downing an entire jar of 800-year-old fire bamboo wine. You have been rewarded with plus 13 proficiency in the Drunken Swordmaster system. Yi was somewhat tipsy and didn't even hear the voice in his ear clearly. With his sword gripped in his backhand, he staggered as if he might collapse to the ground at any moment. However, Yi felt it wasn't enough, so he lifted the wine gourd from his waist and began guzzling it right in front of everyone. Around the arena, almost everyone exchanged bewildered glances. Someone couldn't help but blurt out, "What is this guy doing? Drinking? Has he lost his mind? Drinking that much and not using mana to flush the alcohol out of his system? This young man may seem exceptionally gifted, but he is actually a die-hard drunkard. He won't amount to much in the future." Exactly. A drunk like that, if he dies, so be it. Faced with the mockery of the surrounding disciples, a strange smile curled at the corner of Yi's mouth. He then tucked away the wine gourd and hung it back at his waist. Suddenly, Yi let out a hearty laugh, his voice like thunder cracking across the sky, echoing throughout the entire combat arena. The great river sword descends from the heavens. All flying swords, heed my command. Swords, rise. As soon as the words left his mouth, the flying swords held by hundreds of Azure sect disciples began to tremble violently. Amid the stunned gazes of the crowd, the flying swords burst from their scabbards and shot upward, transforming into beams of light of various colors as they traced perfect arcs through the air, dazzling and brilliant like stars. Everyone present froze in their tracks. Before the Azure sect disciples could even react, the same phenomenon occurred among the disciples of the other sword-wielding sects. Their flying swords had no time to resist. They were all drawn in by this unique sword intent. No matter how hard they tried to recall them, the flying swords spun wildly through the sky as if they had lost all control. The multicolored flying swords swirled wildly like a tornado, forming a gale powerful enough to tear apart the void, forcing the onlookers to retreat. Fortunately, the divine sect envoy had set up a barrier in advance. Otherwise, the sheer ferocity of the sword energy alone would have easily slaughtered every cultivator below the core stage. Yi's face flushed crimson. A faint smile touched his lips as the flying sword in his hand transformed into a streak of golden light, soaring straight into the clouds alongside the radiance of the other flying swords. Silence. The sky was eerily quiet. But everyone knew this was likely the calm before the storm. Wu Yan, the prodigy of the Luoha faction, immediately bellowed, "Everyone, attack together. Don't let this boy unleash that sword intent." At Wu Yan's warning, the crowd who had been momentarily stunned snapped out of their daze and began hurling their magical treasures at Yi. Wu Yan even pulled a bamboo flute from his pocket and blew into it with all his might. Rings of sound rippled through the air, like autumn rain falling on water, creating wave after wave of ripples. Yi smiled calmly, his gaze glancing at the various magical treasures hurtling toward him. Noisy. Buzz. Just then, a piercing buzzing sound suddenly rang out from the sky. Before the hurtling magical artifacts could even touch Yi's body, they were struck by some unknown force and immediately sent flying backward, some even shattered into pieces like broken glass in an instant. None suffered more than Wu Yan, one of the 5 poisons protectors of the Luoha faction. A trail of blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as he stared, his eyes bloodshot, at his now completely destroyed magical artifact. Just as he had released his sound wave, it was sliced clean in half. The sword intent generated not only tore through his sound wave but also directly severed his prized magical artifact, the bamboo flute, into several pieces. Wu Yan roared furiously, "You wretch! How dare you destroy my magical artifact? I will grind you to dust and scatter your bones." The other prodigies, still shaken by the ordeal, took 2 steps back. Fear had now taken hold of them. With their magical treasures destroyed and their flying swords seized, they stood no chance against Yi. Yi, however, would give them no chance to back down. Since they had chosen to step forward, they would not be allowed to escape the full force of his sword intent today. "Let me choose a suitable flying sword." Yi surveyed his surroundings, his eyes flickering as they settled on the sword hanging at Ning Ning's waist. The blade was as thin as a cicada's wing, shimmering with a green glow. Its edge was as clear as autumn water, radiating a piercing chill. A ruby was embedded in the hilt, sparkling brilliantly. Holding it in one's hand, one could almost feel the faint aura of killing intent it emitted. Ning smiled calmly. With a slight flick of her finger, the flying sword at her waist hummed to life, instantly transforming into a streak of light that pierced the void, hurtling straight toward Yi's location. "Taoist cold, what do you mean by this?" Shan, the leader of the Luoha faction, furrowed his brows and said, "This is a clear violation of the competition rules." Ning, however, merely smiled faintly and replied, "Taoistly, when have you ever seen me break the competition rules? It was clearly my disciple who deliberately manipulated the situation. How can you possibly blame me for that?" Faced with Ning's staunch defense of Yi, Shan, despite being a void stage cultivator, felt his lips twitch. Just as he was about to speak, he caught sight of the Dragon Emperor, the mightiest figure in the dragon ruling kingdom, staring intently at him. Those piercing eyes seemed to warn him that if he dared to say another word, he would surely die. Shan dared not gamble with his own cultivation, so he could only return to his seat with a look of resentment, slamming his ceremonial robe down in anger, a flash of coldness gleaming in his eyes. The divine sect envoy said nothing either. He, too, wanted to see how you would deal with this bunch. Gripping his jade sword tightly, the surging sword intent within him suddenly burst forth like a flash of lightning. Just then, Lin ran over from a short distance away and tossed the wine pouch in his hand toward him. "Senior brother, catch the wine." Yi burst out laughing. "Ha, Shuizhu really understands me." Catching the wine bag Lin had thrown, Yi downed the entire contents in one gulp, then wiped the droplets from the corner of his mouth and said, "Fellow disciples, please remain calm. I don't know if this move will work, but in any case, let me give it my all first." "Shuizhu, step back." Lin obediently stepped back. At that very moment, a colossal surge of sword energy erupted, whipping up a hurricane that forced the charging disciples to retreat, as they struggled to block the sword intent capable of tearing apart the void. Wu Yan suddenly looked up, his voice filled with panic. "This sword intent, it's bad. Stop him quickly." No sooner had the words left his mouth than the flying sword, which had vanished moments before, suddenly converged. Under the sword's trail, the white clouds stretching for 10,000 li blossomed and transformed. A dazzling golden light flared up, carrying golden thunder as it surged forward. Witnessing this scene, the entire crowd fell deathly silent. Had this man actually split the heavens open? Even the divine sect's envoy couldn't help but be deeply shaken. Staring at the indescribable sword mark in the sky, he abruptly leaped to his feet, his face etched with utter horror. With such sword intent, even at the soul stage, he could cleave the heavens and attain sainthood. Once he breaks through to the grand stage, wouldn't he be capable of annihilating celestial gods? This youth is destined for greatness. Under the spewing sword energy, many prodigies from various sects spat out crimson blood and collapsed to the ground, convulsing. Even for just an instant, they felt as though their nascent stage cultivation had been torn apart. Wu Yan even fell to one knee, blood streaming from his 7 orifices, while faint red sword marks appeared across his body. Ah! The head of the Luoha faction immediately sprang to his feet and roared, "You soul stage brat, how dare you!" Others might not have noticed, but these void stage powerhouses knew full well. The sword intent from moments before had directly torn Wu Yan's body apart, and it wasn't just his physical form that was shredded, but Wu Yan's nascent stage as well. Wu Yan stared at his hands with a look of utter resentment, then collapsed to the ground as if about to topple over, turning into a wisp of pale ash before vanishing. Whoa! Witnessing the scene before them, the crowd sucked in a sharp breath. That was Wu Yan, at the peak of the nascent stage, and yet today he had died so mysteriously, without even having time to project his nascent stage out of his body. Failure to project the nascent stage meant that the nascent stage itself had perished with his body gone, his cultivation had vanished. Shan gritted his teeth and roared, "You soul stage brat, how dare you kill the prodigy of our Luoha faction? I'll wipe you out. Fellow Daoistly, let me give you a word of advice: if you dare to make a move, I won't hesitate to wipe out your entire Luoha faction. Even if that unity stage old monster from your sect were here, he couldn't stop me." Just as Shan was about to strike, Ning's emotionless voice drifted softly into his ears, as haunting as a soul-reaping demon. Shan clenched his fists. Seeing Ning's demeanor, he couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Ultimately, out of fear of her status, he could only suppress his rage deep within his heart. He vowed that if the opportunity ever arose, he would make he pay for his crimes with his own blood. Such sword intent, fellow Taoist Lang, even you couldn't achieve that, could you? The Dragon Emperor nodded, turned around with a faint smile, and asked. Ning did not answer the Dragon Emperor's question. She truly was incapable of unleashing such terrifying sword intent. In fact, she found it nearly impossible to even comprehend this ability to kill from a distance and tear apart a nascent stage cultivator. The Dragon Emperor smiled slightly, refocusing his gaze on Yi, and said with a touch of admiration, "Truly a remarkable individual." The intoxicated Yi lay on the steps, drowsiness washing over him. His eyelids fluttered constantly, as if they might close at any moment. Just then, a crisp, fragrant scent wafted toward him. When he lifted his head, he saw Lin's youthful face. Lin cradled Yi's head, resting it on her flawlessly white thigh. Her slender fingers brushed the strands of hair framing Yi's face as she smiled gently and said, "Senior brother, you've truly made a name for yourself this time." With that single sword strike, 3 fell, 8 were gravely wounded, and 13 sustained minor injuries. "I'm afraid those prodigies will now look upon you with nothing but fear." The divine sect envoy stood up, his deep yet resonant voice echoing over the Azure sect. "The sect competition is officially over. The winner is Yi, the prodigy of the Azure sect. The reward is 1 intermediate grade flying sword and 1 storage ring. He also receives 1 opportunity to train at the divine sect and become a prodigy disciple there. Yi must go to train within 100 years. Failure to do so is not permitted." The divine sect envoy handed the rewards to Ning. Since Yi was her disciple, it was only natural for her to distribute them. However, Yi seemed somewhat dissatisfied with the divine sect's rewards. He staggered to his feet, belched, and bowed toward the envoy, saying, "Senior, might I exchange these 2 items for some fine wine?" Yi's sudden remark caused everyone in the hall to freeze in surprise. They turned to look at Yi, whose face was flushed crimson. Has this guy lost his mind? Exchanging a mid-grade flying sword and a top-grade storage ring for wine, that's a complete waste of such precious items. Ning stood up. Seeing Yi's drunken demeanor, she assumed he was speaking in a drunken haze and furrowed her dark brows slightly, asking, "Disciple, what do you mean by this?" Yi replied softly, "This disciple believes that flying swords are not defined by their grade as long as they're sufficient for the task, that's all that matters. As for the storage ring, I already have one, so I'd like to exchange these two treasures for fine wine." The divine sect envoy also burst into laughter. Glancing at Yi out of the corner of his eye, a hint of contempt flashed in his gaze. A cultivator who cares more about fine wine than magical treasures truly beyond redemption. In that case, this old man shall present you with 100 jars of 1,000-year-old vintage, and an additional 1,000 jars of 500-year-old bamboo green wine. The divine sect envoy smiled. Since the other party didn't want these two treasures, they were now his to keep. With a wave of his elegant robe, jar after jar of fine wine appeared before Yi. As the lids were opened, an intense aroma of wine wafted toward him. Even a single deep breath was enough to refresh the soul. The disciples around him also began to criticize Yi. "I never expected this guy to be such a drunkard. Those were a mid-grade flying sword and a top-grade storage ring. If he traded them for wine, there'd have been enough for every disciple in the Azure sect to drink. Yeah, it's just 1,000-year-old vintage. This guy has clearly gone mad. A drunkard is a drunkard. He'll never amount to anything in this lifetime." The crowd was in an uproar, and all eyes were fixed on him. Yi, however, merely smiled calmly. Keeping a mid-grade flying sword wasn't a good idea to begin with. It was a treasure that void stage experts would fight to the death to obtain, let alone someone like Yi, who was still only at the lowly soul stage. When the time came, as soon as he left the sect, he would surely be hunted down by countless powerful figures. It was better to simply trade the flying sword and storage ring for fine wine. It was the quicker option. 100 vats of 1,000-year-old fine wine. Even from 100 meters away, one could smell its pure aroma. In the end, he'd get to enjoy some of that wine himself. The cultivation gains he'd achieve would naturally be far more valuable than a mid-grade flying sword and a storage ring. The divine sect envoy cast a glance at Yi. The admiration in his eyes had turned to a hint of contempt. A disciple whose cultivation level was unknown, even if he possessed remarkable talent, would struggle to achieve greatness in the future. Amid a violent tremor, the divine sect envoy vanished from where he stood. The 7 colored clouds in the sky dispersed, and in the blink of an eye, the sky returned to normal. The immense aura of oppression that had blanketed the entire dragon-ruling kingdom vanished. The heads of the other sects also departed one after another, though they had clearly taken this grudge to heart. Should the opportunity arise in the future, they would certainly make the Azure sect pay a bloody price. Just then, Zhou Longshan stepped out of the crowd with a grim expression. His eyes blazed with malice as he began to mutter to himself. The spirit banner flutters without a breeze. When the wind stirs, it soars in an instant. Should the wind come, the banner's spirit shall be bound. The spirit, guided by the banner, shall ascend to the southern palace. Having finished these words, Zhou Longshan tapped his storage pouch, and a 7-chi-long banner instantly appeared in his hand. The very moment the banner materialized, gusts of chilling wind began to blow. Hundreds upon hundreds of human faces materialized on the banner, each contorted in agony as they screamed frantically. "It's actually the banner of 10,000 souls." The elders of the Azure sect's faces paled. They immediately took to the air, watching Zhou Longshan below with wariness. The appearance of the banner of 10,000 souls was bound to result in massive casualties. Could it be that Zhou Longshan, that old fossil, intended to slaughter the entire Azure sect? The Dragon Emperor also stood up at this moment, his tone tinged with a hint of coldness as he said, "Chancellor Zhou, what exactly do you mean by this?" Zhou Longshan, however, replied, "Your Majesty, you are unaware that my granddaughter joined the Azure sect not long ago. Only to be killed by them. I have come here today to avenge my deceased granddaughter." Granddaughter? The Dragon Emperor also recalled that girl, Tong. He had met her a long time ago and had given her a special magical artifact that could protect her from death as long as she remained below the soul stage. Now that she has been killed in the Azure sect, that clearly doesn't add up. The Dragon Emperor shifted his gaze to Ning and asked, "Fellow Taoist Lung, is this true?" "Yes, it is." Ning nodded slightly, making no attempt to conceal the truth. "You've confessed without being questioned." Zhou Longshan glared with his bell-like eyes and said, "Today, if the Azure sect does not give me a reasonable explanation, I will certainly cause a huge commotion here." "Are you looking to die?" Ning's tone carried a hint of murderous intent. To act so brazenly within the Azure sect, did he really think Ning wouldn't wipe him out? Even with the Dragon Emperor present, Ning could absolutely kill Zhou Longshan, that vermin, with a single strike before the other even had a chance to act. A hint of fear crept into Zhou Longshan's heart, but upon realizing that His Majesty the Dragon Emperor would surely protect him, he composed himself and said, "I just want to know why Dan killed my granddaughter." "Because your granddaughter slandered a disciple of our sect. According to our sect's rules, she deserved to die." "What wrong have I done?" Dan flew in front of Zhou Longshan and locked eyes with him. "Slandered a disciple?" Zhou Longshan exclaimed angrily, "That's utter nonsense. My granddaughter is a prodigy of the heavens, how could she possibly do such a thing? It must be that your Azure sect, seeing she is a member of the Zhou family, decided to kill her. Dan, if you don't give me a satisfactory explanation today, this old man will grind your bones to dust and scatter them to the winds. In that case, go ask Yi, the prodigy of the Azure sect, yourself. He is the one who started this whole affair. Whether it's a slander or not depends entirely on what he has to say." Hearing this, Zhou Longshan turned to Yi, who was savoring a fine wine, his heart seething with anger. Why was this guy everywhere? "It's you again." Zhou Longshan gritted his teeth, pointed at Yi, and roared, "You soul stage brat! Today, you must give me an explanation, or else I'll have your corpse lying 5 steps from here." Yi's eyes darkened as he cleared away all the fine wine before him. "Why won't you old fools ever let it go? I didn't kill anyone, what's the point of coming after me?" Zhou Longshan turned his gaze back to Dan, his eyes brimming with boundless fury. However, Dan shifted the blame elsewhere, seizing this opportunity to eliminate Yi. "Fellow Taoist Zhou, you must understand that I've always been a man of my word. The reason I killed Tong was entirely due to Yi's actions. Furthermore, I had intended to take Tong as my disciple. If you do not believe me, I am willing to swear by the revelation of the Tao of Heaven. If I am lying, may my soul and spirit be utterly annihilated." Dan's solemn oath moved even the Dragon Emperor. After all, cultivators dare not take the revelation of the Tao of Heaven lightly, for defying the Tao of Heaven results, at best, in the complete loss of one's cultivation, and at worst, the annihilation of both soul and spirit, leading to physical death and the extinction of one's Tao. Zhou Longshan, having fallen for Dan's slander, had vented his rage on Yi and was determined to avenge his granddaughter today. "Fellow cultivators, this man killed my granddaughter. He and Zhou Longshan share an irreconcilable enmity. Today, I shall slay him, and I renounce all his possessions. But if anyone stands in my way, do not blame Zhou for turning on you," Zhou Longshan roared. At that moment, the Dragon Emperor suddenly laughed. "Very well. Cultivators of the Dragon Empire, do not intervene. I'm curious to see if you, Zhou Longshan, dare to strike him down." "You dare." Ning flew into a rage. "If you dare harm my disciple, I, Ning, will slaughter every last disciple of the Zhou clan." Zhou Longshan's raised arms suddenly froze deep down. He still harbored apprehension toward Ning's threat. However, just as he was weighing whether to strike, the Dragon Emperor's voice rang in his ears. "Go ahead and strike. I will hold Ning back. This youth possesses extraordinary talent and will surely become a threat to the Imperial Dragon Kingdom in the future. Eliminate him now, or we will face endless trouble later." With His Majesty the Dragon Emperor's permission, Zhou Longshan paid no further heed to Ning's words and charged straight toward Yi, who stood before him. A massive palm tore through the void, crashing down like a cataclysm of heaven and earth. The purplish-black palm contained unimaginable energy. Should it strike, even a soul-stage cultivator would face certain death. Zhou Longshan's eyes turned bloodshot as he roared at the top of his lungs, "You soul-stage brat, die!" In an instant, the air throughout the entire arena warped. Every Azure sect disciple who witnessed the strange phenomenon in the sky found themselves frozen in place, unable to move even an inch. That old fossil actually dared to attack right here. "Drink today's wine today, let tomorrow's worries come tomorrow." He drew the sword from his waist and swung it at the purplish-black palm in the sky. This time, he had no intention of holding back. Facing a void stage powerhouse, if he continued to play the underdog, things might take a dangerous turn. There was a startling hiss. The shockwave generated by the collision between the sword energy and the hand seal surged violently. The stone pillars on either side shattered instantly under the impact, and boulders weighing several metric tons crashed to the ground, filling everyone's ears with a deafening roar. He gazed up at the sky through bleary eyes and took another sip of fine wine. At that moment, his aura shifted once more. A mere void stage? You're no match for me. You brat, how dare you be so insolent? Zhou Longshan waved the great banner with his right hand, and the human faces within were instantly flung out. One by one, headless wraiths charged toward Yi without hesitation, their eyes gleaming with a mad, death-seeking fervor. Watching everything unfold before him, Dan retreated rapidly, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, as if he had already witnessed Yi's gruesome death at Zhou Longshan's hands. Elder Huo was equally overjoyed and transmitted telepathically, "Uncle Master, your diverting the calamity eastward tactic is truly brilliant. At this rate, Yi is surely doomed." Naturally. Dan stood with his hands behind his back, his expression serene as he hovered in midair. Out of the corner of his eye, he kept a watchful eye on senior sister Ning, guarding against her suddenly intervening to help Yi. The Dragon Emperor sat in his chair, smiling as he said, "Zhou Longshan's banner of 10,000 souls isn't quite up to par yet. It looks like it only contains a little over 100,000 souls, not even enough to be considered a small city. Back when I was among the powerful figures in the demon realm, I saw a fellow whose soul banner had already gathered tens of millions of souls, and even then, it had only barely reached the mid-stage." Ning glanced sideways slightly. Such a thing was beyond the capabilities of the disciples of the Azure sect. After all, every soul represented a human life. Likewise, these souls could not be reincarnated, they would be trapped within the 10,000 souls banner for all eternity. Only by annihilating them all could these souls be completely freed from the banner's bonds. Zhou Longshan waved the soul banner, and over 100,000 spirits surged toward Yi. In the blink of an eye, the spirits swarmed around Yi, frantically burrowing into his body. "You wretch, how dare you!" Ning tried to stop him, but was intercepted by the Dragon Emperor standing beside her. "Fellow Daoist Lang, this is, after all, a matter between Chancellor Zhou and Yi. It was Chancellor Zhou's granddaughter who died. I've already told him to go easy on her, he just needs to vent his anger a bit," the Dragon Emperor said with a chuckle. Few people would likely believe such an excuse. Ning clenched her jade-like hands, her expression darkening, and even her tone carried a hint of coldness. "Dragon Emperor, you should know my temperament. If anything happens to my disciple, I won't hesitate to wreak havoc in the Imperial Dragon Kingdom." Faced with Ning's threat, the Dragon Emperor, who stood above all others, furrowed his brow slightly, and his resolve wavered. After all, a stubborn madwoman like Ning, once truly enraged, would indeed march straight into the Imperial Dragon Kingdom. Just as her words fell, an even more surging sword energy roared past. The moment it touched them, over 100,000 vengeful spirits were obliterated. Even Zhou Longshan was furious at that moment. "You cunning brat! How dare you destroy the souls I've cultivated for over a decade? Today, this old man will turn you into a sacrificial banner. That depends on whether you have what it takes." There were already more than a dozen wine jars beside Yi, and he had drained them all. The instant he finished those jars, an intense chill swept over him, and frost began to spread across the ground beneath him at a visible pace. Zhou Longshan furrowed his brow. It had been a long time since he felt the sting of cold sweat, yet in just that brief moment, his back was already drenched in sweat. What has this fellow done? How is it that I, a mighty void stage cultivator, can actually feel this extreme cold? Zhou Longshan staggered back 2 steps, his brow furrowed. How is this possible? I, a mighty void stage cultivator, have actually been played like a puppet today by a mere soul stage brat. What's most terrifying is just how formidable this fellow is. His sword intent is exactly as His Majesty the Dragon Emperor described. If we let this continue, a great calamity will befall us. Zhou Longshan had already resolved to kill him. After all, having come this far, even if he didn't kill Yi now, once he grew stronger, he would surely come to the dragon ruling kingdom to kill him. "You brat, die. Zhou Longshan swung his massive hand once more. This time, a gigantic stone pillar materialized, its surface covered in thorns, with countless brilliant golden runes flickering with dazzling light. The shockwave that tore through the void sent ripples of disturbance through the air. The atmosphere on both sides of the mountain gate warped and shifted, and a faint, piercing sensation of impact could be felt. The Dragon Emperor's golden pillar, a top-tier magical treasure. Under Zhou Longshan's control, the golden pillar aimed directly at Yi below and crashed down with a thunderous roar. A deafening sonic boom echoed, and endless waves of energy surged like a raging river, their force sending countless Azure Sect disciples into a panic. This was the might of a void stage powerhouse. How terrifying! Dust swirled in the air, refusing to settle. Ning, the great grandmaster of the Azure Sect, had long since engaged the Dragon Emperor in battle. The two darted frantically through the clouds, each collision tearing the void apart around them. One moment they were on land, the next, amidst mountains and rivers. The resulting energy waves utterly destroyed every mountain range within 100 meters of them, and countless divine beings perished instantly under the force of this energy. Ning's eyes flashed with a cold glint, his heart pierced by unbearable pain, as he declared, "Yulong Kingdom, I swear by the name of the Tao of Heaven, if my disciple perishes, I will annihilate every single one of your 10,000 disciples." The Dragon Emperor snorted coldly, "That depends on whether fellow Daoist Ling has the ability to do so. As fellow Grand Stage cultivators, it remains to be seen who will emerge victorious." Zhou Longshan landed steadily on the Azure Sect's arena. Standing with his hands behind his back, he watched as the dust settled, revealing no signs of life, and a sinister smile spread across his face. "Tong Grandpa has avenged you. You saw that, and this isn't over yet. Once the dust settles, Grandpa will extract his soul and seal it within the banner of 10,000 souls, leaving him unable to live or die." A cold smile curled at the corner of Dan's mouth, and he thought to himself, a mere soul stage brat daring to provoke a void stage powerhouse, he truly doesn't know when to quit. Elder Lin Chen also sighed, "I never imagined that the prodigy of our Azure Sect would meet his end here today. His resolve is admirable, his heart pitiable. We should be ashamed of ourselves." Just as Zhou Longshan was about to strike, his eyes suddenly widened in shock. He immediately waved his elegant robe to dispel the dust before him, only to discover that his Dragon Emperor's golden pillar was developing widespread cracks at a speed visible to the naked eye. Before he could recall the magical treasure, he lost all connection with the Dragon Emperor's golden pillar. "He not dead?" Dan's brow furrowed. He had never imagined that a mere soul stage child could still be alive. "That kid's resilience is tougher than a cockroach's." Yi's eyes flashed with a cold light. The flying sword in his hand shimmered with an icy blue glow, and the energy within his body gently radiated outward. All living beings within 100 li could sense this astonishing aura of intimidation. Even the numerous sect masters who had left the Azure Sect immediately turned their heads to look in the direction of the Azure Sect. This astonishing energy fluctuation, could it be the void stage? Shan, the patriarch of the Luoha faction, whipped his head around, his expression one of shock. Could it be that scourge? If it really is him, then the Azure Sect is bound to be reduced to ashes, otherwise, the Divine Continent will face endless trouble. Congratulations, host, on drinking 30 jars of wine in a row, triggering the Drunken Swordmaster system. You have been rewarded with a 2-level increase in strength. Current stage, Void Stage. What is this? Zhou Longshan took half a step forward, his body trembling uncontrollably. He then stared wide-eyed and exclaimed in shock, This is the Void Stage? What? He actually broke through 2 levels right in the heat of battle? Impossible. Not long ago, he was still at the peak of the nascent stage. Then he broke through to the Soul Stage, and now he has actually broken through to the Void Stage? How on earth did this guy cultivate? The elders of the Azure Sect were utterly stunned. In just a few months, he had actually broken through directly to the Void Stage. Such a cultivation speed puts us all to shame. He wiped the water from the corner of his mouth, looked up, and addressed Zhou Longshan, who was standing there. Old man, that was quite a thrilling fight just now. Misunderstanding, fellow Daoist, a misunderstanding. Sensing an intense sense of danger, Zhou Longshan, true to his status as a great cultivator of the void stage, could clearly feel that the attack contained a force capable of destroying everything. In this moment of crisis, he retreated rapidly. At the same time, his eyes widened suddenly, and he formed hand seals. His nascent stage avatar instantly appeared above his head and began forming seals as well. In an instant, a series of magical seals and talismans appeared before him, attempting to block the opponent's attack. However, Yi, whose body had transformed into a golden bolt of lightning, charged forward with unstoppable momentum. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Longshan bit his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, the nascent stage above his head also spewed forth a burst of nascent stage essence. With a ferocious expression, Zhou Longshan roared, "Blood shield!" A massive blood shield suddenly materialized, but in the face of the jade sword, it proved as fragile as paper. Splash! The jade sword pierced through his body. Zhou Longshan coughed up another mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground, convulsing like a stray dog. With his physical body damaged beyond repair, Zhou Longshan was forced to abandon it, transforming into a golden nascent stage essence that burst forth from his body. Inside the golden nascent stage, Zhou Longshan's face was deathly pale. He stared at Yi, who was floating in midair, and said slowly, "Fellow Daoist, what just happened was merely a misunderstanding. Now that my physical body is shattered, I can no longer pose a threat to you. Please spare me." Zhou Longshan backed away in terror. The fear in his heart had already caused his body to tremble uncontrollably. Die! A sword beam flashed, and the void blossomed and shifted. Realizing the situation was hopeless, Zhou Longshan turned and fled, shouting toward Mount Xiong in the distance as he ran, "Your Majesty, save me! Your Majesty, save me!" A cold gleam shot toward him in an instant, followed by a piercing sword beam that pierced straight through Zhou Longshan's back, sending a jet of blood spraying out. Zhou Longshan lowered his head in resignation, staring at the jet of blood spurting from his chest. His horror deepened. He never imagined that, with his strength, he would meet his end here today. The spark of life in his eyes quickly faded as fresh blood dripped from the sword tip. Finally, amidst the countless horrified gazes of those around him, Zhou Longshan could no longer control his nascent stage cultivation. It transformed into a wisp of golden light, and he perished, his cultivation dissipating. The Dragon Emperor's expression shifted as he watched Zhou Longshan's demise, murmuring, leaping 2 levels at once, "Could this fellow be the reincarnation of a great emperor? You dare to lose focus while fighting me." The Dragon Emperor's expression suddenly changed. He spun around abruptly and, upon looking closely, saw that Ning had already charged forward, slamming a fist viciously into his chest. In an instant, the Dragon Emperor's eyes widened like copper bells as he violently spat out a mouthful of crimson blood. His mouth gaped open, and his body flew backward like a kite whose string had snapped, crashing heavily into a jade mountain. There was a thunderous crash. The jade mountain collapsed with a roar, and the Dragon Emperor trembled all over like a stray dog. Ning stood with her jade-like feet upon the flying sword, casting a haughty glance down at the Dragon Emperor beneath her as if surveying her rivals, and said calmly, "All your ribs are broken, and your internal organs are damaged. Have your men carry you back for treatment? From this day forward, my Azure sect has no ties whatsoever with your Dragon Kingdom." Supported by his men, the Dragon Emperor struggled to his feet. He coughed up another mouthful of blood, raised his head to meet Ning's gaze, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and said in a solemn voice, "Today, this emperor miscalculated. Fellow Daoist Ning, we shall meet again." Ning remained silent. The Dragon Emperor's backing was overwhelmingly powerful. If he were to kill him, the disciples of the Azure sect would surely face certain death. The Dragon Emperor wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, raised his head, and locked eyes with Yi, a disciple of the Azure sect standing on the arena, his piercing gaze flickering with a hint of murderous intent. However, he was currently feeling unwell. Forcing his chi to surge might very well damage his foundational cultivation, and that would be a case of the cure being worse than the disease. Left with no choice, the Dragon Emperor could only leave a parting threat before turning and walking away from the Azure sect, his heart filled with utter hatred for the sect. Ning stood with her hands clasped behind her back, coldly glaring at her junior brother Dan as she demanded, "Dan, for someone who claims to be the patriarch of the Azure sect, I never expected you to be as cowardly as a mouse." Dan retorted indignantly, "Senior sister, I did this for the sake of the Azure sect. What have I done wrong? Seeing that Dan showed no remorse, Ning was so enraged that her slender frame trembled, and she slapped Dan hard across the face. The crisp, sharp sound of the slap lingered over the Azure sect for a long time. Dan's expression was equally grim as the revered sect master, to be slapped in the face? If word of this got out, where would his dignity be? However, when faced with his senior sister Ning, Dan dared not voice his anger. From childhood onward, his fear of her had been deeply ingrained, and now, even after being beaten, he could only bottle up his rage inside. Dan, disregarding his dignity, turned and walked away from the combat arena, while instructing his men to restore the area to its original state. Ning gazed in the direction her junior brother had left inside. Perhaps he never should have become the Grandmaster of the Azure sect. Meanwhile, Yi lay on a rock, fast asleep as if nothing had just happened. Such composure couldn't help but make one wonder just who was Yi, and how had he managed to leap 2 levels and break through to the void stage. Even a true prodigy wouldn't possess such ability. At dawn the next day, as the golden rooster crowed, Yi woke up groggily from his slumber. The first thing he saw was his Ning, sitting there playing the guqin. "You're finally awake. Otherwise, I would ve thought you'd passed out." At that moment, Ning raised her head gracefully, her hands resting on the strings, and the echoing melody came to an abrupt halt. Wearing his nightgown, Yi rubbed his temples, feeling dizzy and disoriented, as if he were suffering from a hangover. Just how much had he drunk yesterday? He racked his brain and vaguely recalled that he had apparently consumed more than 10 jars of 1,000-year-old fine wine, causing his cultivation to break through directly from the late soul stage to the void stage. Taking advantage of this sudden surge in power, he had also slain Zhou Longshan, the chancellor of the dragon-ruling kingdom. Ning slowly rose to her feet, her immaculate white robe fluttered in the breeze, complementing her nearly flawless features and leaving one utterly spellbound. "Wicked disciple, you've caused a major disaster this time." Yi looked up at Ning and asked tentatively, "Ning, what have I done wrong this time? I ask you this, why did you refuse the flying sword and storage ring bestowed upon you by the divine sect's envoy?" Yi made no attempt to hide the truth. She explained carefully, "This disciple believes that while that flying sword may seem powerful, it is actually of no use to our Azure sect. After all, in the cultivation world, strength reigns supreme, and with my shallow cultivation base, I am still unable to master a mid-grade flying sword. If I kept it with me, it would ultimately be a nuisance. I'd rather secure some fine wines and spirits and focus on cultivation while I'm still young. After all, I'm still young and have plenty of time ahead of me." Ning looked at Yi, whose face was full of sincerity, and continued, "Then why are you giving away the storage ring? I already have a storage ring, having another one is of no use to me. Besides, my storage ring is filled with fine wines and spirits, and I can manage it with ease." Seeing that Yi didn't care about these two treasures, Ning felt a sense of helplessness, but he didn't say anything either. He had already refused them once, he certainly couldn't go back to the divine sect and demand them back just because of these two items. With one hand resting behind his back, Ning said with a hint of admiration, "Disciple, I'm very curious just how extraordinary a cultivation prodigy are you, that in just a few short months, you were able to break through from the peak of the nascent stage to the void stage? Could it be that you've been hiding your true strength all along?" Ning fixed Yi with a piercing gaze, as if trying to see right through him and uncover his secret. Yi remained silent for a moment. He certainly couldn't just tell him that he possessed the drunken swordmaster system, that simply drinking alcohol would make him grow stronger and stronger. Even if he did say it, Ning probably wouldn't believe him. After all, nothing like this had ever happened before in all of history. He'd just be treated like an idiot. With that in mind, he clasped his hands slightly and replied, "This disciple may possess exceptional natural talent. Simply by sparring with powerful opponents, I am able to grasp the mysteries involved, thereby opening my mind and advancing my cultivation." Although this answer did not fully satisfy Ning, since he had already said as much, Ning naturally saw no reason to press the matter further. 100 years from now, the victor will travel to the divine sect to train. The divine sect's power is overwhelming. Even the divine sect envoy you met last time was merely an entry-level elder. Upon hearing this, Yi's expression faltered. If a lightning tribulation level expert was merely an entry-level elder, wouldn't the divine sect's overall strength be enough to sweep across the entire divine continent? Since arriving in this world, Yi had come to understand that the divine continent they inhabited was divided into 3 regions, with the strongest region located in the southeast. It was called Dongsheng Shenzhou. Mana was abundant there, powerhouses abounded, and prodigies were countless. Figures like Lin and Wuyan, one of the 5 poisons overlords of the Luoha faction, were nothing more than ants in the face of Dongsheng Shenzhou. Even a lightning tribulation level cultivator would be as insignificant as an ant before them. After all, this world is rich in mana, teeming with cultivators, and those who have reached the grand stage are as common as sand on the beach. Next, in second place, is Zinio-Hizu. This is a vast domain where numerous major cultivation powers hold sway. Even a lightning tribulation cultivator is merely a lowly entry-level elder in their presence. Finally, there is their own location, Dongling Nanzhao, the weakest region among the 3 continents. Yet it has still nurtured countless cultivators, the strongest of whom have reached the lightning tribulation realm. From this, it is not hard to see just how formidable the powerhouses of the divine continent truly are. Even prodigies are insignificant in their presence. It is said that among the factions of the Eastern Victory divine continent, there are many who break through to the grand stage realm by the age of 18. Indeed, Yi would not even rank among that group of prodigies. To enter the divine continent of Dongsheng, one must be recommended by a cultivation nation or sect within the divine continent. Otherwise, venturing in recklessly will result in being treated as an outsider or even facing massacre. Dongling South State stretches for tens of millions of kilometers, home to hundreds of cultivation nations and countless affiliated sects, with a total cultivation population exceeding 10 billion. This is an astronomical figure, and it is also a world of constant strife. The slightest misstep could lead to death and the loss of one's cultivation. The divine sect envoy from earlier hailed from the Piao Xian sect in Xinyohi State. It is said that the sect is teeming with powerful cultivators, yet those with talent like Yi-S are few and far between. Otherwise, the other party Wun Ti have displayed such a stunned expression. Seeing that Yi was still lost in thought, Ning picked up the bamboo flute beside him and tapped Yi lightly on the head, asking, "What are you thinking about? There are still 100 years until we go to the divine sect. For us cultivators, 100 years pass in the blink of an eye. Don't slack off in your cultivation. Strive to break through your limitations as soon as possible so you can go to the divine sect to train." Yi, however, shook his head and asked somewhat reluctantly, "Ning, can this disciple avoid going to the Piao immortal sect?" Hearing this, Ning immediately turned around. Her expression had clearly changed, as if she couldn't believe her ears. "What did you just say? You want to refuse?" Ning furrowed her dark brows, not understanding what Yi was trying to do. Mana was extremely abundant in Zinio-Hizu. Anyone who went there to cultivate would achieve twice the results with half the effort. Even a powerhouse like her, at the grand stage realm, wanted to go to Zinio-Hizu to cultivate, yet Yi was thinking of refusing. "Do you know the status of the Piao immortal sect in Zinio-Hizu? This disciple has heard you mention it before. It seems to be a second-rate sect in Zinio-Hizu." Yi replied softly. "Since you know, I won't hide anything from you. Even if the Piao immortal sect is a second-tier sect in Zinio-Hizu, in our Donglingnan state, it would be among the very top sections," Ning said calmly. Even the Azure sect was merely a second-tier sect in the East Ridge South State. As for first-tier sects, one needed to rely on cultivators at the peak of the grand stage or the lightning tribulation realm to successfully advance. Ning glanced sideways at Yi's unchanging expression, wondering if there was truly nothing that could stir this fellow's heart. Yi stretched, shrugged, and said, "This disciple understands. I'll strive to reach the level of a prodigy in Shihanyojo within 100 years. That's difficult." Ning shook her head. It wasn't that she wanted to discourage Yi, it was simply that such an idea was completely unrealistic. It was said that the prodigies of the divine sect reach the Chi stage at age 3, the foundation stage at 5, the core stage at 6, the nascent stage at 8, the soul stage at 15, the void stage at 18, and the unity stage by the age of 20. Yi was about to turn 19. Breaking through from the void stage to the unity stage in just 1 year was no easy feat. Yi didn't say anything, though. If he had an endless supply of fine wine, reaching the unity stage or even the grand stage would be a piece of cake. By the way, now that you've killed Zhou Longshan, the Chancellor of the Dragon Kingdom, the Dragon Emperor will definitely not let this go. You'd better be careful and avoid letting that guy ambush you from the shadows. Ning cautioned Yi. This matter was of the utmost importance, and no one had ever been able to stop the Dragon Emperor once he set his mind on something. Had Yi not distracted him during his breakthrough, Ning would never have had the opening to land a single strike on the Dragon Emperor's body, severely wounding him. After all, as fellow Grand Stage powerhouses, it was no easy feat for Ning to severely wound the Dragon Emperor even with the aid of a magical artifact. It was as difficult as climbing to the heavens. This disciple understands. Ning nodded and said, I need to go into seclusion to replenish the mana within my body. For the time being, you should stay at the sect and cultivate and don't get into any more trouble for me. Before Yi could say a word, Ning vanished from where she stood. After all, she had just fought a fierce battle with the Dragon Emperor, depleting far too much of her mana, and needed to quickly replenish the mana she had lost. Watching Ning vanish, Yi smiled calmly, took the wine gourd from his waist, tilted his head back to take a sip, and licked his lips, still craving more. Drinking really is the best. Half a month later. Bored with his stay at Qingjing Peak, Yi secretly slipped away and made his way to the sect's central plaza. At that moment, the sect's disciples were practicing their cultivation techniques there under the guidance of the elders, a daily requirement for outer sect disciples. Yi's appearance startled the disciples who were still practicing swordplay. They immediately withdrew their flying swords and bowed respectfully. Greetings, great uncle Yi. Upon hearing this, the elder also turned around and clasped his fists toward Yi. Greetings, junior uncle. Yi's seniority within the sect was extremely high, even some elders had to address him as uncle. Yi said with a slight nod. Everyone, please continue. The elders of the Azure sect resumed directing their disciples in their cultivation, striving to help them break through the foundation stage as soon as possible and join the ranks of cultivators. Lin Chen then walked over. Seeing Yi sitting on the sect's steps drinking, he asked with a smile, Junior Uncle Yi, you've really made a name for yourself this time. Not only within the Azure sect, but across the entire Yulong Kingdom you've truly taken the top spot. Yi raised an eyebrow slightly and said, is that so? How come I didn't know about this? Lin Chen rubbed his nose and said with a smile, of course you wouldn't know. Ever since the Dragon Emperor returned, he has announced your achievements to the world and hailed you as the youngest Void Stage powerhouse. The Dragon Emperor again. Yi furrowed his brow slightly. He didn't believe the Dragon Emperor had such good intentions after all. Not long ago, he had successfully killed Zhou Longshan, the Chancellor of the Yulong Kingdom, and the Dragon Emperor must have been deeply stung by that loss. That was a Void Stage level powerhouse. Not only had he been killed, but even his 10,000 souls banner, which he had refined for many years, had fallen into Yi's possession. Not killing him was already generous enough. Lin Chen spoke up at that moment, Uncle Yi, there is still half a month left until the sect's assessment. As a direct disciple of your great uncle, you really need to be mindful of your status. Remember to set a good example for the younger disciples. The sect's assessment requires disciples to descend the mountain for training. During this period, disciples are permitted to go down the mountain to punish evil and promote good, slaying demons and exterminating monsters. The more demon beasts they slay, the higher their ranking in the sect's assessment. Those who rank first earn the title of Honored Disciple, which not only grants a generous monthly stipend of mana crystals but also qualifies them to claim a flying sword from the Blade Grave. Currently, 30% of the inner sect disciples have already ventured down the mountain, striving to return in half a month's time with bountiful spoils. Yi rubbed his chin and asked, do I still need to take the assessment? Elder Lin Chen paused for a moment. He really wanted to say, who do you think you are? This was a trial specifically designed to evaluate disciples. Everyone had to take the test, and even though Yi had already reached the void stage, he still had to participate. Yi stood up, stretched, and said, alright, I get it. Since it was a written exam for the sect's disciples, he might as well give it a try to set a good example for them. However, if he were to go down the mountain, with his void stage cultivation, the demons, monsters, and malevolent spirits down there would likely be so terrified they'd flee in panic. Just then, Elder Lin Chen took a jade slip from his pocket and said, Junior Uncle, this is the jade slip for recording disciples' achievements. Any demons, monsters, or malevolent spirits you slay will be recorded on it, which saves a lot of trouble. At the same time, it allows us to assign demon beasts based on your strength. It was personally refined by Sect Master Dan. He casually tucked away the jade slip Elder Lynch and handed him, waved his hand, and said, "Well then, I'll be on my way. Goodbye." With that, Yi, clutching his wine gourd, staggered down the mountain. After he left, Sect Master's disciple Tang approached from a distance. Tang stood with his hands behind his back and asked expressionlessly, "Did you give him the item?" Reporting to Senior Uncle Tang, "I've given it to him, and everything went according to plan. I'm confident he'll have a rough time once he heads down the mountain this time." Lin Chen replied, nodding. Tang narrowed his eyes, a faint smile curving his lips, and thought to himself, "Yi, I'm curious to see how you, the chosen one, will react when faced with such a desperate situation. Uncle Tang, what are your next moves?" Lin Chen looked at Tang before him and asked cautiously. "Just call me Junior Brother. Although your Ning was demoted to an inner door disciple back then, you are, after all, my Ning's grandnephews. Theoretically, we're of the same generation." Elder Lin Chen nodded in response and said, "Then I'll leave it to you, Junior Brother. Whether my disciple Hao's revenge can be avenged depends entirely on this mission." Tang vanished into thin air, leaving Elder Lin Chen standing there, staring intently at the two figures as they walked away, his heart filled with murderous intent toward Yi. The cultivation realm is generally divided into three major categories: immortal cultivators, demon cultivators, and beast cultivators. Immortal cultivators emphasize purity and non-action, while demon cultivators prioritize power above all else. As for beast cultivators, they are greedy, lustful, and commit every conceivable evil. 100 li beyond the Dragon Riding Kingdom lies the famous forest of 10,000 beasts, home to countless demon beasts. Among them, those that reach the core stage possess basic human characteristics. Those at the void stage, however, can transform directly into human form. Humans and demon beasts share a blood feud. Their conflict has persisted since ancient times, and whenever the opportunity arises, it often escalates into a fight to the death. Yi soared on his sword, leaving cities, mountains, grasslands, and lakes far behind one by one, until suddenly a vast forest came into view. This must be the infamous forest of 10,000 beasts. Yi landed smoothly on the ground. It was said that the forest of 10,000 beasts covered an area of tens of millions of square kilometers, stretching across the entire Dongling Nanzhou region, and was home to countless demon beasts, including a significant number at the Lightning Tribulation realm. Upon entering this vast forest, Yi discovered that there were virtually no signs of human presence within. The dense growth of weeds, trees, and vines indicated that this was a truly pristine, untouched forest. Yi sped deep into the forest. Though his speed while riding the sword wasn't particularly fast, the sword intent it emitted caused a tearing pain in anyone's senses. He paid no heed to the so-called ferocious beasts. A mere hint of his aura was enough to ensure not a single one dared to approach. Seated atop his flying sword, Yi raised his right hand, opened his wine gourd, took a small sip, and said casually, "There are only low-tier demon beasts around here. They're completely useless." Just then, a humming sword chant reached Yi's ears. Though the distance was great, he could still hear the piercing sound it produced. Two young men, full of vigor, joined forces with a woman to form a triangular formation, trapping the tiger spirit in the center. "Ha ha ha ha. I never expected that just after leaving the mountains, I'd run into 3 death-defying human cultivators. How amusing. Today, not a single one of you will leave here alive." The tiger demon licked its lips, its eyes gleaming with greed. It could hardly wait to savor the taste of these humans. Its body had already taken human form, though its limbs and head remained as they were. "Junior sister, you leave first. We'll hold off the tiger demon," one of the male disciples said with a grave expression. This tiger demon was already at the core stage, while the strongest among the 3 of them was only at the early core stage, and the other 2 were at the peak of the foundation stage. They stood no chance against the tiger demon. The tiger demon launched the first attack, its sharp claws slicing through the air as it lunged straight at the man in front of it. Sword rise. The flying sword in his hand shot through the air, immediately spinning halfway around before hurtling toward the tiger demon in front of him. However, against a core stage demon beast, such an attack was no more than a tickle. In a single clash, the flying sword was sent flying. Seeing this, all three were horrified. The three of them were greenhorns. They originally planned to head to the forest of 10,000 beasts, relying on their skills to slay a few demon beasts and obtain mana crystals. They never expected to run into such a formidable demon right off the bat. Ha ha ha. You three ants actually dare to brandish swords and spears before this tiger lord? You weren't even born yet when I was already devouring humans. The tiger demon was brimming with smugness, a fierce glint flashing in its eyes. It had not tasted human cultivators in 30 years. Now that it had finally come across three, it certainly did not intend to let them slip away. Licking its lips, the tiger demon fixed its gaze on the young female disciple and grinned lecherously. Hee, such a pretty little thing. I wonder if devouring you would help me break through to the nascent stage. You wretch! How dare you! Seeing the tiger demon set its sights on their junior sister, the remaining two disciples flew into a rage and were about to summon their flying swords to engage in a fierce battle. Unfortunately, due to the gap in cultivation levels, they were utterly powerless to resist. After just a few exchanges, they were beaten to the ground, coughing up blood. The senior disciple leading the group struggled to his feet. He twitched his finger slightly, and a spirit talisman appeared at his fingertip. He then lowered his voice and said, Tiger demon, if you dare lay a finger on my junior sister, the Yunshan sect will not let you off the hook. So you're scum from the Yunshan sect. It's been ages since I've eaten anyone. Just because you tell me to let her go doesn't mean I will. Do you think you're my father or something? After speaking, the tiger demon paused for a moment. Something about those words just fell off. Never mind, human language is just too much of a hassle. Might as well eat something. You dare! The senior disciple of the Yunshan sect flew into a rage and immediately pretended to set the talisman ablaze. This talisman is a treasure of our Yunshan sect. If anything happens to us, it will notify the sect immediately. The tiger demon burst out laughing. Ha, you core stage brat, you really do amuse this tiger lord. This tiger lord may be a demon beast, but I'm no fool. That talisman of yours is clearly a 1,000-li tracking talisman. By the time your sect's elders arrive, you'll all be nothing but a pile of shit. The tiger demon paid no heed to the severely wounded man and strode straight toward his young junior sister, who was weeping like a rain-soaked pear blossom. A girl's flesh is the sweetest, especially the area around her chest, which is absolutely delicious. But just then, a streak of sword energy suddenly pierced the void, slashing straight toward the tiger demon's position. Feeling this terrifying sword energy, the tiger demon let out a cat-like yelp of fear, instantly revealing his true form. His fur bristled like a hedgehog as he stumbled backward. Where he had been standing, a trench over 10 meters long appeared. The tiger demon was horrified. Staring at the gash left in the ground, he suddenly raised his head and roared, "Who dares to ambush this tiger lord? Come out!" Not far away, Yu was riding his flying sword, gliding slowly toward this direction. He casually tossed the twig in his hand onto the ground and muttered, "It still doesn't work. The twig's load-bearing capacity is too weak. Otherwise, even from a distance of over 10 li, I should have been able to kill him with a single strike." The tiger demon said coldly, "Who goes there? State your name. This tiger lord never kills nameless fools." "Oh, I am that nameless fool." Hearing this, the three men lying on the ground froze in surprise. Even the tiger demon was taken aback. What a clever ruse. The tiger demon roared furiously, "Human, you're so cunning. Today, I'll devour you along with the rest. A mere core stage demon beast, why bring about your own destruction?" He shook his head and casually plucked a fallen leaf from a tree. Refined by the sword control art, the leaf in his hand transformed into a magical treasure comparable to a flying sword. With a slight flick of his finger, the leaf turned into a streak of sword energy that whistled past. At such close range, the charging tiger demon had no way to defend itself in an instant. It was pierced through the body by the razor-sharp leaf. Its massive body crashed to the ground with a thud. A golden inner core slowly rose from within. Perhaps it would never know, even in death, that it had perished at the hands of a single leaf. The three cultivators stared at Yi before them, not daring to even breathe, as if they had turned to stone. What kind of powerhouse was this? To slay a core stage tiger spirit with just a single leaf, was this even human? Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. The forest of 10,000 beasts truly was a place where hidden talents abounded. Reclusive masters seemed to emerge one after another. The man before them was likely a nascent stage powerhouse. Are you disciples of the Yunshan sect? The senior disciple at the front immediately clasped his hands in a bow and said, "This junior is Zhang Feng of the Yunshan sect. These are my junior brothers Li Nan and Lin Xiaoer." The other two bowed in turn, their eyes brimming with respect for the man before them. After all, for a powerhouse of this caliber, annihilating them would be a breeze. Fortunately, he was a sword cultivator, not a demon cultivator. Otherwise, they truly would have gone from the frying pan into the fire. Demon cultivators' methods are even more brutal. They're certainly far more cruel than being devoured by a tiger spirit. Yi nodded slightly and said, "Fellow Taoist, there's no need to be nervous. That was just a little trick. I'll take this tiger spirit's corpse back with me, is that alright? Beasts from the core stage realm are also a great source of nourishment. Besides, at Qingjing Peak, they only ate vegetarian meals, and Yi had long since grown tired of it. This time, he planned to capture a few more beasts to take back and enjoy a proper feast. Take it. Zhang Feng didn't dare say a word and replied immediately. Yi grinned as he stowed away the tiger demon's corpse, planning to return and make a bowl of meat soup, though he wasn't sure if Ning would eat it. He also pocketed the tiger demon's inner core, intending to trade it for wine. He figured he could get at least a few dozen jars of fine liquor in exchange. This was Yi's first time slaying a demon beast. Back then, he had been nothing more than a menial disciple. His daily tasks consisted of chopping wood and fetching water. He had absolutely no time to venture down the mountain for training, nor to hunt demon beasts. Yi landed steadily on the ground, sheathed his flying sword, and asked, "Have the three of you come here to train?" Zhang Feng was the first to answer, "Yes, the three of us are from Yunshan sect. We're here specifically for training." Lin Xiaoer chimed in, "Also, we heard that an extremely rare demon beast has appeared in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, so we wanted to take this opportunity to try our luck." Junior sister. Upon hearing Lin Xiaoer bring this up, Zhang Feng shot her a reproachful glance. After all, only the three of them knew about this matter. Telling others would surely cause unnecessary trouble or even lead to them being silenced. Hearing this, Lin Xiaoer lowered her head in silence, not daring to say another word. She could only rub her blood-stained clothes repeatedly with her small hands. There's no need for you three to be nervous. I've come here solely for training and have no interest whatsoever in the spirit beast you mentioned. Since you three are all well and safe, I'll take my leave now. Farewell." Yi nodded with a faint smile, then, with one hand hanging behind his back, strode forward. Thinking Yi was angry, Zhang Feng immediately spoke up to explain, "Senior, the forest of 10,000 beasts is fraught with danger. It's not that I didn't want to tell you, but I was afraid bandits might rob us and take our lives." Yi did not pause. He had already made it clear that he had no interest in the demon beasts the three had mentioned. Zhang Feng clenched his fists, his brow furrowed, and continued, "That demon beast is extremely rare. It is said that there are no more than 10 of them in the entire 10,000 beasts forest. It is an auspicious demon beast. Obtaining it can repair one's meridians and accelerate one's cultivation progress." Hearing this, Yi stopped in his tracks and glanced sideways at them. "How do you know all this?" "To report to you, Senior, half a month ago, I, Ning, came to the 10,000 Beasts forest in search of medicinal herbs. During my search, I encountered an injured spirit beast. I originally intended to take it back with me, but unexpectedly, this spirit beast was guarded by several demon beasts. Ning already had urgent matters to attend to, so he didn't intervene. That's why he told the three of us about this." Seeing that Zhang Feng and the others didn't seem to be lying, he stroked his chin. This was the first time he'd ever heard of such a strange demon beast. Since it was right nearby, he decided to go look for it. If he could find it, he'd bring it back. Ning would surely be pleased to see a demon beast with such unusual abilities. "Fellow Taoists, you'd best leave the 10,000 Beasts forest as soon as possible. You're already approaching the inner circle, where there are countless core stage demon beasts. Be careful lest you meet a tragic end and your soul be scattered to the winds." "Senior, actually, we could show you the way. Yi had intended to refuse, but then he realized he didn't even know where that auspicious beast was searching for. It would indeed be too much trouble. The forest of 10,000 beasts was vast beyond measure. Finding a single demon beast was no easy feat. Even if he expanded his spiritual sense 100 li out, he might not be able to pinpoint the exact location of the auspicious beast. Alright, but I won't need that many people. Just. Yi's finger hovered over the three of them, then pointed at Lin Xiao's position and said, "You, then. Come with me to search for it. Once the task is complete, I'll personally escort you out of the forest of 10,000 beasts." Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng also volunteered, but Lin Xiao immediately agreed. They had been saved by the senior in the first place. To make demands at a time like this would clearly be courting death. Besides, even if the spirit beast were taken away by the other party, they wouldn't dare say anything. After all, they had been saved by them. Refusing his senior at this moment was not something practitioners of the Tao should do. Zhang Feng and Li Nan exchanged glances, then stepped over to Lin Xiao's side. Zhang Feng took several spirit talismans from his robe, handed them to Lin Xiao, and whispered, "Junior sister, if you're in danger, use the thousandly thief tracking talisman immediately. We'll bring Ning here right away." Li Nan frowned. They wanted to stay by their junior sister's side, but the senior had already made it clear that their presence wasn't needed. Li Nan could only pin his hopes on his junior sister, Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao nodding obediently, she silently tucked away the talismans her senior brother had given her. Then, not wanting to keep the senior waiting anxiously, she ran over at a brisk pace. Summoning the flying sword, she settled steadily upon it as it grew larger in the wind. Raising her wine gourd, she said, "Fellow Taoist, please board the sword." Lin Xiao finally looked at her two senior brothers. They knew better than anyone how cruel the cultivation world could be, but they had no other choice at this point. She could only sit upon the flying sword and speed off into the distance. Watching his junior sister grow smaller and smaller in the distance, Li Nan immediately said, "Senior brother, let us hurry back to the sect and tell Ning about this." With Ning's late nascent stage strength, he should be able to locate the spirit beast ahead of time. Hearing this, Zhang Feng nodded and immediately led his junior brother as they rode their flying swords, speeding toward the outskirts of the 10,000 beasts forest, determined to leave the area before sunset. On the flying sword, Yi was lying there, fast asleep. His innocent appearance left Lin Xiao feeling somewhat surprised. This was the extremely dangerous 10,000 beasts forest, where even nascent stage cultivators faced a high probability of perishing. Yet this senior was actually sleeping. And he seemed to be fast asleep. Lin Xiao gently pressed her hand to her forehead and sighed with a touch of exasperation. After a moment, she snapped out of her daze and looked up, examining Yi's attire but finding no useful clues. Before leaving the Azure sect, Yi had changed into a clean set of robes to throw people off the scent and had stowed the Azure sect emblem away in his storage ring. This had successfully led people to believe he was an independent cultivator, preventing them from linking Yi to the Azure sect. The moonlight was bright, and the cold wind was biting. Yi awoke from his slumber and looked at Lin Xiao, whose face was tense, saying, "Young lady, haven't you gotten some proper rest? Senior, how can you even sleep under these circumstances?" Lin Xiao wore a peculiar expression as she looked at Yi with a strange gaze, as if to say that even if she wanted to sleep, she probably couldn't. "Sleep when you're tired, eat when you're hungry," Yi said with great contentment. Cultivation was tedious and monotonous, a grueling test of body and spirit. If one didn't grit their teeth and persevere, every moment would be a temptation to give up. Tempering one's character and cultivating one's inner realm was so dry and frustrating that it even made one long for the physical pain of training. Yi didn't care for this kind of life. He'd much rather enjoy a drink and a good chat. Lin Xiao began to look at the man before her with newfound respect. She had to admit that in this exposed cultivation world, it was rare to find someone with such a calm state of mind. "It's getting late. Let us go grab something to eat first." Yi yawned, flicked his finger, and guided the flying sword to land smoothly on the ground. The demon beasts in the vicinity, sensing the energy fluctuations emanating from the two of them, were frightened into scattering in all directions. After lighting a campfire, Yi brought out the tiger demoness carcass and skillfully dismembered it. Since the animals here were all fully grown demon beasts, they were relatively large in size. This tiger demon, which had already reached the core stage, weighed a full 5,000 gene, far too much for them to finish in one sitting. Let us just have one leg today. Yi took out various jars and bottles from his storage ring seasonings he had collected over the years. He had ground and filtered them using various methods before sealing them in bottles for use in grilling meat. The tiger spirit's thigh had already been cleaned and was now skewered on the grill, with charcoal flames blazing fiercely beneath it. Before long, droplets of golden yellow hot oil began to seep out, slowly trickling down the grain of the plump tiger meat and dripping into the charcoal fire. Immediately afterward, a rich, meaty aroma wafted out, instantly enveloping the forest. Sniffing carefully and inhaling slowly, her appetite was quickly whetted. It smells so good. Lin Xiao'er jolted, her eyes fixed intently on the tiger spirit. Gulp. She couldn't help but swallow involuntarily. For a cultivator of her caliber, she no longer needed to eat daily to replenish her mana. Simply absorbing mana was enough to satisfy her physical hunger. But for some reason, the sight of the golden brown grilled meat had stirred Lin Xiao'er's appetite, and the saliva in her mouth kept flowing more and more. She had never imagined that food could emit such an alluring aroma. Even when faced with spiritual herbs and elixirs, she had never felt such an intense craving. Seeing Lin Xiao'er's expression, Yi smiled faintly. His grilling technique was absolutely masterful, and paired with his special seasoning, it was sure to elevate the flavor to a whole new level. Once the meat was perfectly charred on the outside and tender on the inside, Yi pulled a dagger from his pocket. The dagger moved through his hands with serpentine agility. With a flash of the blade, slices of tiger meat were cut off and placed into a bowl. Here, have a taste. Yi handed her the food with gentlemanly grace. Lin Xiao'er, taking the food from him, couldn't help but start salivating. The exterior was a glossy, golden brown, while the meat inside was a rich, deep red. Wafts of steam mingled with the aroma. Even just a whiff was enough to make one feel completely relaxed. Yi nodded with a faint smile, then cut himself a large chunk of tiger meat. Pairing it with daughter's red wine, he ate with great relish. Lin Xiao'er finally couldn't resist any longer. She picked up a piece of crispy roasted skin, brought it to her lips, and took a gentle bite. At that moment, Lin Xiao'er couldn't help but lick her lips. Her cherry red lips parted slightly as she took a big bite. Crunch! The surface of the grilled meat was a tempting golden brown, giving off an irresistible aroma. With one bite, the tender, smooth meat combined with the crispy, golden skin. It was as if a delicious dance was taking place in her mouth, making it impossible to stop savoring this moment of pure delight. The grilled meat was crispy and delicious, the skin lightly charred, while the inside remained tender and juicy. Paired with a mysterious seasoning, it brought a look of pure bliss to Lin Xiao'er's face. So delicious. In her 16 years of life, this was the first time Lin Xiao'er had ever tasted such a delicious meal. For a moment, tears welled up in her eyes and began to fall uncontrollably. Watching Lin Xiao'er eat so heartily, Yi nodded slightly with a faint smile, then lowered her head to continue eating the grilled meat in her hand. After all, no one in this world had ever tasted modern seasonings, and since cultivators usually ate plain, bland food, they rarely consumed such rich, fatty dishes. Just then, as if sensing something, Yi slowly stood up, furrowing his brow slightly before turning his gaze toward the depths of the silent forest, his expression impassive. Since you're here, come out. No need to hide. Ha ha ha. As a sinister voice suddenly rang out, an old man clad in a black robe slowly stepped forward. He was gaunt and emaciated, his face cold and menacing, with two scorpion totems etched on his palms. A nascent stage cultivator? Lin Xiao'er immediately set down her bowl and chopsticks, stood up, and looked at the suddenly appearing black-robed old man with a look of terror. From his aura alone, she could tell that this old man was at the late nascent stage. The black-robed old man shrugged and said coldly, "Young friend, I didn't expect you to be living so comfortably. In the 10,000 Beasts forest, a place teeming with death, you still have the mind to eat meat. That's truly admirable." Yi nodded and said, "Old master, as a demon cultivator, aren't you tired of following us all this way?" Oh? The old man in the black robe raised an eyebrow and looked meaningfully at Yi before him. I didn't expect a little brat like you to sense my aura. Interesting, truly interesting. But whether you know it or not, neither of you will leave here alive today. The old man in the black robe licked his lips and gave Lin Xiao a lecherous grin. As it happens, I'm in need of a cauldron. You seem to have good potential, and you're so beautiful I'll use you to quench my fire. Terrified, Lin Xiao hid behind Yi while simultaneously pulling out the spirit talisman her senior brother had given her earlier. Should danger arise, she would burn it immediately. Ning would surely come to her rescue the moment he could. Yi took a sip of wine and said with a sneer, "You don't seem to have what it takes to do that." The old man in the black robe fixed his gaze on Yi, sizing him up from head to toe, then furrowed his brow and asked, "Youngster, which sect are you from? Why do you carry such a unique aura of energy?" "Just a nobody not worth mentioning." Yi shrugged, finished off all the grilled meat in his hand, then smacked his lips and said, "I'll give you 3 breaths to leave this place. Otherwise, you'll stay here forever." "Ha!" The old man in the black robe burst into loud laughter. "You little brat, have you had too much to drink? You're spouting nonsense. I am a nascent stage powerhouse who dares to kill me. Who could possibly kill me? Since you're such an impolite little brat, I'll eliminate you first, then savor this girl's flavor." Ha ha ha. The old man in the black robe's eyes turned cold. His figure flickered, and when he reappeared, he was already standing before Yi. His sharp claws were aimed at the boy's neck as he uttered a chilling voice. "Boy, die." With his mid-nascent stage cultivation, he could already walk all over the outskirts of the forest of 10,000 beasts now. Facing 2 teenagers, he naturally didn't take them seriously. "Quiet." As the words fell, the old man in the black robe felt a silver-white killing intent emanate from the other's body. Instantly, he saw his own legs suddenly freeze in place, and a bitterly cold killing intent filled his entire body. Clang! Sparks flew in all directions. A 7 slaying sword suddenly appeared before the old man in black robes. However, the lightning-fast thrust of the sharp claws merely left streaks of white on the flying sword. The white streaks lasted only a moment before vanishing completely. Seeing this, the old man in black robes was startled. He looked up abruptly and exclaimed, "You just how powerful are you?" Under his own attack, even a cultivator of the same realm would be no match for him. Yet this opponent had managed to block it effortlessly, without even staggering backward. This fellow was clearly playing the part of a weakling to hide his true strength. Emerge, 10,000 Ghosts Seal. The black light around him flared once more. With a light flick of his sleeve, a deluge of black shadows surged violently from behind him. In an instant, the soaring black shadows nearly obscured the entire sky. The black veil blanketing the sky suddenly churned, and a torrent of black streaks erupted from within, intertwining as they shot toward Yi. However, when the black shadow struck where Yi stood, nothing remained but a cloud of dust. Not even a trace of his figure could be seen. Seeing that his opponent was unscathed, the black-robed old man was filled with dread and shock. A soul stage expert? The old man in the black robe immediately pushed off with all his might, using the momentum of his retreat to try to break free from the outer perimeter of the sword energy. But that was a bit of a pipe dream. As he casually swung his sword, a seemingly ordinary blade whistled past, and the dense energy of heaven and earth completely shook the surrounding space. Feeling the biting sword energy, the old man in the black robe hurriedly cried out, "Senior, spare my life. Since you've come this far, you won't be leaving." In an instant, a chill pressed in, and a cold voice suddenly rang out from behind him. The old man's face turned pale just as he was about to turn his head. He felt a searing, tearing pain in his chest. Put! A gush of crimson blood spurted forth. A cold gleam flashed instantly, followed by a fierce sword beam that pierced straight through the old man's back, sending a jet of blood spraying out. The old man in the black robe lowered his head in resignation, staring at the jet of blood spurting from his chest. His heart filled with even greater horror. He never imagined that, with his strength, he would meet his end here today. All demon cultivators deserve to be slain on the road to the underworld. There is no distinction between young and old. Die! Yi pulled out the flying sword with a blank expression. The old man in black was forced to abandon his physical body, transforming into a purplish-black nascent stage spirit. Even at the cost of destroying his own cultivation, he fled into the distance without hesitation. However, in the face of Yi, his speed was simply too slow. The sword light swirled chaotically, shooting forth like a startled swan. The old man in black's head shot skyward. Not only was his physical body severed, but more importantly, his nascent stage was obliterated as well. Lin Xiaoer stood frozen in place, her mouth agape, a piece of chewed tiger meat falling out as she struggled to believe her eyes. If she hadn't seen wrong, had that nascent stage old monster just been killed like that? Yi stood there expressionless. With a flick of his wrist, he swept the blood from his flying sword and sheathed it once more. Toting his wine gourd, he strode over to the stunned Lin Xiaoer, sat down casually as if nothing had just happened, tore off a piece of meat, and put it in his mouth to chew slowly. It had to be said the demon beast meat in this world was truly delicious, vastly different from the pork, beef, and lamb he'd eaten in his previous life. The meat was tender, with a delicate aroma, and contained rich mana fluctuations. Just one bite was enough to make the flavor unforgettable. Senior. Lin Xiaoer turned around, her fear evident, and struggled to control her trembling arms as she swallowed the tiger meat in her mouth. You killed a nascent stage expert? He glanced sideways slightly, tilted his head back, and downed 2 liang of wine. The clear liquid trickled down the corner of his mouth, dampening his white robe. So what? Is there a problem? Yi's nonchalant demeanor filled Lin Xiaoer with dread. Who on earth was this guy, capable of instantly killing a nascent stage powerhouse with a single strike? Could it be a soul stage veteran? Lin Xiaoer's suspicions were confirmed after all. Aside from a soul stage powerhouse, who else would dare claim to instantly kill a nascent stage veteran with a single strike? After the meal had been enjoyed to the fullest and the wine had been passed around 3 times, Yi lay on the ground like a pile of mud, snoring loudly. Such a clumsy appearance was a far cry from the image of a soul stage powerhouse Lin Xiaoer in her mind. She believed that a cultivator at this level should be dignified and solemn, maintaining a life of purity and self-restraint. But the senior before her was such a glutton, he ate and drank like there was no tomorrow, devouring the entire tiger leg as if it were his last meal. After finishing, he simply wiped his mouth and fell fast asleep. Such a carefree life was truly beyond belief. Lin Xiaoer stared at the bones before her, feeling like she wanted to cry but had no tears left. She wasn't even full yet. The next day, Yi awoke from his slumber, glanced at Lin Xiaoer, who was sitting cross-legged nearby, and said casually, "You haven't been sleeping?" Hearing the sound, Lin Xiaoer immediately opened her eyes and hurriedly replied, "This junior believes one should strive diligently in cultivation to break through to the core stage as soon as possible." Yi stretched, then stowed away the nascent stage old ghost he'd killed the night before he'd traded for wine once he returned to the sect. After all, a nascent stage physical body was quite valuable. Not only could it be used to craft puppets, but it could also help transfer a dying body to the nascent stage. On the open market, it was worth at least 1,000 mana crystals. Yi slid the storage ring off the old demon's finger. As an ownerless item, it required no mana surge to open. He simply needed to use his spiritual sense to see the treasures inside. However, upon seeing its contents, the corners of Yi's mouth nearly reached the sky. Not only did it contain over 300 mana crystals, but also 3 top-grade mana crystals, as well as countless rare and precious treasures. The most abundant item of all: corsets. Upon seeing this, Yi didn't hesitate to burn every single corset to ashes. Such things were truly a source of great harm. Recalling what that bitch Tong had done, Yi felt a surge of anger. If he had still been a chi stage good for nothing, death would likely have been his only fate. After all, who would believe the words of a chi stage cultivator? Let us go find this auspicious beast you mentioned. Yi pocketed the storage ring belonging to the old ghost in the black robe, let one hand hang loosely behind his back, and set off. Lin Xiaoer followed closely behind, pulling out a map and saying, "Senior, based on our current location, the auspicious beast should be 300 kilometers ahead. According to Ning's assessment, it should be right there." Yi glanced at the map in Lin Xiaoer's hand and immediately said softly, let us go. Let us aim to find the auspicious beast by tonight. To Yi, a distance of 300 kilometers was a journey that could be covered in just a few breaths, perhaps even faster. Upon arriving at the location, the towering tree they had seen before had long since vanished, replaced by a bamboo grove. The deep bamboo grove resembled a vivid, richly colored painting, perfectly blending the vitality and energy of nature. Sunlight filtered through the dense bamboo leaves, casting mottled patterns of light and shadow on the ground, making one feel as if they were in a fairy tale. Deep within the grove, lush greenery flourished. Rows of bamboo of varying heights stood in staggered formation, resembling a green barrier that evoked a sense of tranquility and mystery. Lin Xiaor glances at the map and says, "This must be the place. I've been told that the auspicious beast's lair lies within this bamboo grove." Yi grabbed Lin Xiaor's wrist and walked forward. With every step he took, ripples spread out across the void. By the time the ripples faded, his figure had already appeared 100 zhang away, a truly mysterious sight. Appearing 100 zhang away in the blink of an eye, this elder is indeed a soul stage powerhouse. Lin Xiaor was utterly astonished. Such a young soul stage powerhouse, could he be the founder of some sect, or perhaps an ancient master who specialized in the art of disguise? Even Her Ning appeared to be nothing more than an old Taoist with a childlike face and white hair. It was said that the earlier one broke through to a higher realm, the more one's appearance would be frozen at the peak of one's youth. However, in the cultivation world, there was also a specific cultivation technique dedicated to preserving one's appearance, known as the youth-preserving art. Anyone who practiced it could maintain their original appearance, though they would still die when their lifespan came to an end. Deep within the bamboo grove, it was quiet and serene. As her divine sense expanded, it enveloped the entire bamboo grove, and at the same time, she sensed a unique energy coursing through it. It moved with great speed, streaking through the silent bamboo grove like a bolt of thunder, leaving a trail of golden lightning in its wake. Yi raised an eyebrow, fixing his gaze on the figure shimmering with golden light. With his keen eyesight, he naturally discerned the creature's true form. This demon beast was exceptionally unique, with golden fur and a body that seemed as translucent as crystal, exuding a strange, otherworldly texture. Its overall form closely resembled a lion, but its 4 claws were like those of a dragon. Beneath each dragon claw burned a ball of golden flame. Its muzzle was also slightly longer than that of a typical lion-type soul beast, and beneath its fur lay what appeared to be fine, dense golden scales. Its speed was as swift as lightning as it glided through the air. The void on either side rippled and shifted, as if containing an incredibly terrifying energy. Yi appeared instantly before the auspicious beast, and in turn, the beast noticed the human who had suddenly appeared before it. It immediately bared 2 fangs, snarling at Yi and letting out a deep, rumbling roar. "How cute!" Lin Xiaor hurried over. Looking at the radiant golden auspicious beast, her eyes lit up. She hadn't expected it to be so adorable and charming. The auspicious beast bared its teeth at Lin Xiaor, backed away, and assumed an attacking stance, speaking in human language. "Human, get lost." However, its voice was babyish, like that of a child who had just been weaned. There was no authority in its tone. On the contrary, it made one feel even more affectionate toward it. Yi held the auspicious beast by the back of its neck and examined it from head to toe, saying, "So this is the auspicious beast you were talking about? Early core stage, interesting, as expected. Let me go, let me go." The auspicious beast frantically flailed its limbs, but it couldn't even reach Yi. All it could do was keep yapping, "Let me go right now. You're hurting me." Yi set the auspicious beast down on the ground, placing one hand behind his back as he asked, "Reaching the early core stage at such a young age, what is your true form?" The auspicious beast bared its teeth and snarled, "Mind your own business, you cunning human. Get out of here right now, or else when my little brother shows up, none of you will be able to leave." Lin Xiaor, overcome by childlike curiosity, was just about to step forward to hug the auspicious beast when Yi, standing beside her, stopped her with a swift gesture. "You're only at the foundation stage. Be careful, one swat from me could kill you." Hearing this, Lin Xiaor remembered that Yi was at the core stage. As a foundation stage cultivator, she had absolutely no chance of resisting a demon beast of that caliber. Just then, a golden light suddenly appeared before Yi and Lin Xiaor, completely isolating the two of them. Lin Xiaor exclaimed in astonishment, "Is this an array?" He. The auspicious beast lay sprawled on the rock, a smirk playing at the corners of its mouth as it said smugly, "Didn't he see that coming, did you? This is my unique ability. You won't be able to leave this array of mine. Once my little brother returns, I'll make you pay." Yi, too, was deeply intrigued. That this auspicious beast could actually set up a formation such an extraordinary demon beast was indeed a prime subject for study. They say the cultivation realm is full of wonders, and seeing this today, he realized the reputation was well deserved. Yi pointed diagonally toward the sky with his right hand, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Suddenly, the once azure sky was filled with dark clouds, and thunderstorms rolled in. Bronze-colored heavenly lightning darted through the clouds and mist like dragons and serpents. The auspicious beast climbed to its feet from the rock, blinked its star-like eyes, and murmured curiously, "Is it going to rain?" But just as its voice faded, the cloud-shrouded sky was suddenly split in two. A dazzling, golden giant sword pierced through the clouds, unleashing a blinding golden sword intent. The auspicious beast's eyes sparkled in the reflected golden light, but it quickly realized something was amiss, for the sword intent tearing through the sky was hurtling straight toward the formation it had set up. Boom! A massive explosion rang out suddenly. A whirlwind howled in all directions, blowing the auspicious beast's body hundreds of jam away. It wasn't until it crashed into several bamboo stalks that its frail body finally came to a halt. The auspicious beast rubbed its head in pain and said, "Who is this human? What a terrifying sword intent!" As the dust settled, the barrier dissolved into a wisp of golden mist and vanished without a trace. Likewise, Yi's body had disappeared. The auspicious beast blinked, searching the bamboo grove for the human-esque figure, when it suddenly felt its limbs leave the ground. Only then did it realize that Yi had appeared behind it at some point. Yi, holding the auspicious beast aloft, had already downed 3 dough of wine and said cheerfully, "How amusing. Come with me, I'll treat you to the finer things in life." Put. The auspicious beast pursed its lips, crossed its arms, and said, "You humans are the most cunning of all. You actually think I'd go with you? Dream on. Humans cunning, scoundrels, big fools." Yi pulled a piece of grilled meat from his pocket and waved it in front of the auspicious beast. When he saw it wasn't paying any attention, he took out a mana crystal instead. Sure enough, the moment it saw the mana crystals, the auspicious beast's eyes lit up. It immediately clutched them to its chest as if they were its own treasure, unable to put them down. Seeing how much the beast loved the mana crystals, he waved his hand, and a pile of mana crystals as tall as a small mountain appeared before him. He nodded and smiled faintly, "Come with me, and all these mana crystals are yours." The auspicious beast said nonchalantly, "No thanks. Who knows what you humans are up to? If I follow you, you might just skin me and eat my flesh." Lin Xiaoer also wanted to bring the auspicious beast back to Yinshan's sect, but it was clear the senior before her would never agree, so she swallowed the words she'd been about to say. Yi said softly, "I'm not interested in your meat. With just those 2 liang of flesh, you wouldn't even be enough for one of my meals." Frightened, the auspicious beast clutched the mana crystals and cowered to one side, feigning a pitiful expression as it cried, "So you really do want to eat me?" Yi had no desire to waste any more words on the auspicious beast. He gathered up the mana crystals, grabbed it by the neck, and prepared to take it back. "Human, let go of the sacred beast, or you'll die." A piercing scream rang out the very next moment, and a dark red figure charged forward with ferocious force. A powerful shockwave sent Lin Xiaoer in front of him crashing to the ground. The overwhelming pressure caused her bones to creak and crack. Only after regaining her footing could she make out the demon beast's appearance, over 5 meters long, incredibly imposing, somewhat resembling a leopard, yet covered in dragon-like scales. "You've worn fake dragon horns before, but your serpentine form is quite rare. Your dragon scale armor shows considerable mastery. You're the one-horned dragon from the forest of 10,000 beasts that everyone fears, aren't you?" Yi had heard of this creature's name from Lin's niece. It was said to be a terrifying demon beast in the forest of 10,000 beasts, with power that had already reached the half-step void stage. Drawing on dragon power, it was even a match for void stage experts. It was an extremely formidable opponent. "Human, release the auspicious beast, or none of you will leave here alive today." The one-horned dragon glared with eyes like copper bells and slammed its massive paw down on the ground, causing widespread cracks to appear across the entire surface. He paid no heed to the one-horned dragon before him. He casually lifted a jar of fine wine and tilted his head back to take several large gulps. Gulp, gulp, gulp. With the strong liquor down his throat, Yi's face flushed crimson. He curled the corners of his lips upward, and the flying sword in his hand transformed into a streak of golden light, taking on its original form. The one-horned dragon snorted coldly, "You human brat, daring to wield a sword before this old man. You're no match for me, you upstart. So, should I grovel for mercy?" Yi let out a cold laugh and handed the auspicious beast whose cultivation had been sealed to Lin Xiao'er. "Don't panic, young lady. Take the auspicious beast and step aside for now. Leave this monster to me." Lin Xiao'er immediately hugged the auspicious beast and hid to the side, staring in terror at the one-horned dragon, who had reached the great perfection of the soul stage. The one-horned dragon's mouth twitched. His massive form exuded an overwhelming sense of oppression as he opened his gaping maw and roared, "In that case, I'll let you taste the folly of relying on your physical strength." No sooner had the words left his mouth than thunderclouds began to roll across the sky. Thunderbolts from 100 li gathered here, completely shrouding the sky in thunderclouds. "Ignorant brat, I summon the 100 li divine thunder." A thunderous roar echoed, as if the end of the world were imminent. Lightning crisscrossed the sky, dancing like silver serpents, illuminating the entire night sky. Dark clouds loomed overhead, instantly swallowing the sunlight, and the earth grew gloomy. In the blink of an eye, torrential rain poured down from the heavens, drenching the entire world. The thunder roared like the wrath of a celestial deity, much like the roar of a titan from ancient myths, both majestic and mysterious, leaving one awestruck by the sacredness and grandeur of the thunder. He raised his head, gazing at the gathering thunder across 100 li, and said with a hint of sarcasm, "Impressive indeed. But with just that, it doesn't seem like you can kill me. Swords, rise." Yi's lips parted slightly, and dozens of flying swords shot through the air, each a different color, hovering at his sides and creating an unimaginably awe-inspiring sight. The one-horned dragon let out a maniacal laugh, completely disregarding Yi before him, and roared, "What an arrogant human! Since that's the case, take these swords with you and send your soul to the nether realm." Purple-black lightning crashed down, filling all living beings within 100 li with unprecedented terror. Even the auspicious beasts were now trembling in fear from the endless thunder, hiding in Lin Xiao'er's embrace, dare not to peek out. Lin Xiao'er was forced to take cover behind a rock. The lightning surrounding her spread outward at a visible speed. Had it not been for the mana Yi had left behind, she would likely have perished long ago. A thunderous roar. A bolt of lightning as thick as a water bucket struck, completely obliterating the bamboo forest within 100 meters. However, just as the one-horned dragon thought it had succeeded, the sight before it caused its expression to change drastically. There stood Yi, unscathed. The flying sword, hovering 3 feet around him, was imbued with the power of the thunder from earlier. In other words, had the flying sword just dodged all of its thunderbolts? Yi drank 2 liang of wine and said, looking slightly tipsy, "The thunder sword draws, the lightning sword emerges. The sword belongs to metal, sharp as thunder. With the sword as my cage, even if there were 10,000 june of thunder, I would stroll as if in my own garden. Are you satisfied?" With one hand clasped behind his back, Yi continued, "Since you've run out of tricks, it's my turn now. Cunning human, always trying to outsmart others. I'm eager to see just what you're capable of. Not even a mid-void stage powerhouse can touch me, let alone you." The one-horned dragon let out a deep roar. "I possess a sword that can sever all things, slay immortals, and destroy demons. Today, I'll let you experience its might." Yi's expression was cold and ruthless. His right hand once again pointed diagonally toward the sky. Under his control, the 2 flying swords on either side actually fused into a single flying sword. Just then, sword energy swept past like a flash of lightning. A cold, piercing sword glow surged forth, and the shockwave generated by the blade was even more powerful than that of the 100 li divine thunder moments before. Having been arrogant for over 1,000 years, I'd rather ask the heavens with a single sword strike. He suddenly raised his head, his body soaring into the wind. The energy emanating from the flying sword in his hand was even more powerful than before, causing the one-horned dragon before him to show a hint of fear. But now, it was too late to flee. Soul-shattering, spirit-severing style, soul annihilation. Yi swung his right hand down with all his might. This strike sliced right through the one-horned dragon's prized armor, targeting its soul directly. The one-horned dragon never expected this sword intent to pierce through its scales, but it was too late to resist. The excruciating pain caused it to let out a deafening roar, and the bamboo groves on either side instantly turned to a wisp of ash, vanishing without a trace. You actually managed to sever my divine soul. How is this possible? The one-horned dragon stared wide-eyed, its eyes as round as copper bells. Overcome by extreme resentment, it crashed to the ground as its soul was instantly annihilated, leaving it no time to leave its body even at the nascent stage. Yi paid no heed to the creature's angry roars of resentment. Only after it had completely perished did he seal the one-horned dragon's physical form within the jade slip. With this one-horned dragon in hand, this mission should be over now. Yi approached Lin Xiao, took the auspicious beast from her hands, tossed it directly into his spatial ring, and turned to say, "Let us go." Lin Xiao felt a pang of reluctance, but there was nothing she could do. She could only follow Yi as they left the forest of 10,000 beasts. Outside the forest of 10,000 beasts, several figures were pacing anxiously in place, glancing from time to time at the soul jade slip still flickering in their hands. They knew that junior sister Lin Xiao was not dead. Zhang Feng frowned and exclaimed, "If junior sister Lin Xiao were to come to harm, I fear our Yunshan sect would be slaughtered to the last man by that group of powerhouses." At the head of the group stood an elderly man with white hair and a youthful face. Clad in a blue robe, his expression was grave as he held a white flywhisk in his hands, yet his face betrayed no emotion. Lin Xiao's family hailed from Xinyohiza. She had been sent to the Yunshan sect for training since childhood. If anything were to happen to her in the forest of 10,000 beasts, she would likely perish and her cultivation be lost forever. "Ning, let us go in and look for junior sister," Li Nan said urgently. If Lin Xiao were to perish, the Yunshan sect would surely face a great catastrophe. The white-haired, youthful-faced elder said angrily, "I was only speaking hypothetically back then. I never expected you two to actually enter the forest of 10,000 beasts for the sake of an auspicious beast. Do you have any idea just how dangerous the forest of 10,000 beasts is?" Faced with Ning's scolding, Zhang Feng and Li Nan exchanged glances, not daring to say another word. The elderly man waved his flywhisk and counted on his fingers, in half a sure, "If Xiao still hasn't returned, we'll go look for her." After all, the soul jade slip was intact. If it had shattered, it would have meant that Lin Xiao had met her untimely end. The fact that it remained unharmed indicated that Lin Xiao was still alive and her life was not in danger. Just as the three of them were deep in worry, a streak of light shot rapidly toward them. It moved so fast that it reached them in the blink of an eye. "Ah!" The elderly man with a youthful face and snow-white hair startled, immediately stepping forward to bow respectfully. "This junior, elder Huang Zhendong of the Yunshan sect, greets you, senior. There's no need to be nervous, fellow Taoist." Yi landed steadily on the ground, looking at Huang Zhendong, a late nascent stage cultivator standing before him, then glancing at Zhang Feng and Li Nan behind him. The two did not dare to be disrespectful and immediately bowed in greeting. "Greetings, senior." "Ning, senior brother." Lin Xiao jumped down from her flying sword, hurried over to Huang Zhendong, and asked, "Ning, why did you two suddenly show up?" "It's all because of you," Huang Zhendong said with a reproachful look. "I knew you'd cause me trouble. Thankfully, you're all safe, otherwise, how would I face your father?" Huang Zhelong turned around and nodded at Yi, saying, "Thank you, senior, for protecting my disciple. I offer my deepest gratitude once again. You're too kind, fellow Taoist." It was merely a small favor. Yi lifted the other man's arms and nodded with a faint smile. "May I ask your name, fellow Taoist, and under whom you trained?" Huang Zhenlong asked curiously. He was considered a prominent nascent stage powerhouse within the Fire God Kingdom and had met nearly all the powerful figures from nearby sects and factions, yet he had absolutely no recollection of the young man standing before him. Yi placed one hand behind his back and said, "My name is Yi. As for my master, I'm afraid I cannot reveal that to you." I understand. Huang Zhenlong stroked his beard, nodded, and smiled faintly. "Thank you for saving my life this time." Should you ever visit the Yunshan sect, an affiliate of the Fire God Kingdom, I shall certainly extend a warm welcome to you, senior. Very well, let us put today's events behind us for now. Until we meet again. Until we meet again. Gazing in the direction Yi had departed, a look of admiration flashed across Huang Zhenlong's face. To possess such power at such a young age was truly beyond belief. As for Yi, I'll have to look into this when I have time, to see if he is a disciple of the Fire God Kingdom. The Fire God Kingdom and the Dragon Ruling Kingdom are neighbors and sworn enemies. Over meager resources, cultivators from both nations would fight until blood flows, even slaughtering countless lives. To prevent the situation from escalating, the two emperors signed a treaty, agreeing that the two sides would keep to their own territories, otherwise, they would pay each other a personal visit. Zhang Feng couldn't help but ask, "Junior sister, what about the auspicious beast? Did you find it?" "We did." Lin Xiao'er nodded, a hint of regret flitting across her delicate face as she said, "But it was taken away by that elder." "What?" Zhang Feng furrowed his brows, completely taken aback that they had actually found the auspicious beast, only to have Yi claim it all for himself. "Enough." Huang Zhenlong waved his flywhisk and said, "He saved you all, it's only natural that he took the auspicious beast with him. Don't go gossiping behind his back. Let us head back. Senior brother, the sect master, has invited me to discuss an important matter." "Yes, Ning." Azure sect. Inside the magnificent main hall, Tang stared at the jade slip in his hand, his brow furrowed. He then looked up at Elder Lin Chen and asked, "Senior brother Lin Chen, why hasn't the jade slip shattered yet? Could it be that he is still alive?" Lin Chen stepped forward and muttered, "That shouldn't be possible. I left a special powder on the jade slip. It's supposed to attract countless demon beasts. Why hasn't anything happened? Could it have gone wrong?" Tang's mouth twitched. If it weren't for the fact that the other was a nascent stage elder of the sect, he would have slapped him across the face long ago. Dan set down his teacup and said impassively, "All right, let us put this matter aside for now. In 3 months, the Divine Sect's prodigy will arrive at our Azure sect to engage in a friendly sparring match. Disciple, you'd better give it your all. Rumor has it that the Divine Sect's prodigy is a beauty. If you can win her over with your personal charm, your future will be bright." Tang looked at Ning and asked in confusion, "A beauty? Ning, didn't you tell this disciple to purify my heart, renounce worldly desires, and focus solely on cultivation?" Dan stroked his beard and said with a smile, You just don't understand. The reason I asked you to do that was to make you stronger, so that you can marry the Divine Sect's prodigy and become my pride and joy. As long as you succeed, the opportunities that await you will be unimaginable. You might even become the strongest person in Dongling Nanzhou. By then, you'll understand the thoughtfulness behind my words." Hearing this, Tang nodded in understanding, a sly smile curving his lips. He was eager to see what kind of beauty this Divine Sect prodigy Ning spoke of actually was. If he could leverage her status to break through his own limits, then surely he'd be able to slay that Yi fellow. "Oh my, everyone is here." Just then, a mocking voice rang out from outside the hall, and Yi, drunk as a skunk, staggered in. Tang slammed his palm down on the table and said furiously, "How dare you? To intrude upon the main hall without permission, Yi, you have some nerve. Aren't you afraid of being punished by the sect's rules?" "I am the prodigy of the Azure sect. The sect's rules have no power over me." Yi glanced at Tang, whose eyes were wide with fury, then plopped down into a chair without even acknowledging him. This left Dan feeling somewhat humiliated. After all, he was the Grandmaster of the Azure sect. It was one thing not to pay his respects, but to not even say a word of greeting. Wasn't that going a bit too far? "Yi, you're being far too arrogant. Can't you see that I, Ning, am still here?" Tang grabbed Yi by the collar, his eyes blazing with fury. "You wretch, do you want to die?" A sharp crack rang out. The sharp sound of a slap echoed leisurely through the hall. Suddenly, a crimson handprint appeared on Tang's face. He didn't even know when it had happened, and it began to swell at a visible pace. He staggered back 2 steps, staring at Yi in disbelief. He couldn't believe it. This guy had actually laid a hand on him. "Yi, you have some nerve. Tang was furious to the extreme and was just about to summon his flying sword when Dan called out to him, "Tunger, don't be rude." Hearing Ning's reprimand, Tang's expression darkened. He twitched twice before finally returning to stand beside Dan. Dan frowned and said, "Junior disciple Yi, I heard from Elder Lin Chen that you went to the forest of 10,000 beasts. Why have you returned so soon?" "I completed the assessment task, so naturally I returned." "Is there something wrong with that?" "Oh." Dan raised an eyebrow, exchanged a glance with Elder Lin Chen, and continued, "In that case, I'd like to see what spoils of war you've brought back. Given your strength, it surely can't be just some trifling prey." Yi and the others stepped outside the hall, where the sect's disciples were practicing sword riding techniques. Upon seeing the sect master and the others, they shrugged and bowed in greeting. "Greetings, sect master, Uncle Yi, Uncle Tang, and Elder Lin Chen." Dan raised his chin and said coldly, "Then bring out your results. If there is nothing worthwhile, I'll have to deem you unqualified and you'll be sent to the sect's blade grave to guard the sword for 100 years. You're aware of this sect rule, aren't you? The sect rules clearly stipulate that if a prodigy disciple is unable to complete the assessment, they must face the harshest punishment. They must go to blade grave to guard the flying sword for 100 years. During that time, they are not allowed to leave blade grave even a half step, and they are not even allowed to drink alcohol. These sect rules were established by the founder of the Azure sect. No disciple may violate them, or they will face the harshest punishment. Of course, this rule is specifically intended for prodigies. After all, the sect's growth relies on their leadership, which is why it is so strict." Just as Yi was about to speak, Tang, standing beside him, stepped forward and said, "Since junior brother Yi wants to see what a celestial prodigy is, today I'll let you witness the demon beast I've slain." No sooner had the words left his mouth than Tang materialized out of thin air right in the center of the square. Perhaps because his cheek was still red and swollen, he drew a crowd of disciples. One of them couldn't help but ask, "Senior brother Tang, what happened to your face?" "Last night, something went awry with my chi cultivation. My Yangming large intestine meridian became blocked, causing my face to swell up." "Please don't laugh at me. Then why is there a handprint on it?" The disciple scratched his nose, convinced that Tang had been struck by someone. Tang was cursing under his breath. Why wouldn't this guy let it go? Couldn't he tell that Tang didn't want to talk about it? He couldn't very well refuse to answer, so he just made up a flimsy excuse to brush it off. "After all, I'm a few years older than you. There are naturally deeper mysteries behind these 100 years of cultivation." "Oh, all right." The Azure sect disciple felt too embarrassed to press the matter further. Tang shot the disciple a glance. Once this was over, he was definitely going to teach this guy a lesson and make him understand that there were some questions he should ask and some he shouldn't. With a wave of his right hand, a demon beast in the early soul stage materialized out of thin air. Its massive body lay motionless on the ground. Even in death, it left the entire Azure sect disciple speechless. It's actually an early soul stage dragon soaring beast. They say this type is already a top-tier demon beast with formidable power. I never expected Uncle Tang to have slain it. That's right. Even across the entire dragon-ruling kingdom, this dragon-soaring beast is an extremely rare sight. Uncle Tang is truly formidable. That's incredible. Uncle Tang is so awesome. A strange smile tugged at the corner of Tang's mouth. He glanced sideways at Yi, who was still drinking, and said, "I'd actually like to see just how powerful the demon beast you killed is. Junior brother Yi, you're already a void stage powerhouse. The demon beasts you hunt should also be at the void stage level, right?" Tang said with a sarcastic chuckle. The gazes of all the disciples landed on Yi almost simultaneously. Filled with immense curiosity, they were eager to see just how powerful Uncle Yi was. Surely it would shock the entire audience. Yi shrugged and said, "The demon beast I hunted was not at the void stage." "Oh?" Upon hearing these words, Tang seemed to have found a weakness, and said with a laugh, "In that case, you failed to complete your assessment task. According to sect regulations, you're supposed to go to Blade Grave to guard the flying sword for 100 years. Ah, what a pity. Uncle Yi actually failed this time. It seems he'll have to go guard Blade Grave after all." Yes, the sect's rules aren't so bad for us, but for a prodigy, they're absolutely disastrous. Once you violate the sect's rules, the consequences are unimaginable. 100 years at the blade grave, that's no easy time to endure. Dan also let out a mocking smile. By the looks of it, he had indeed failed. With that thought, Dan let out a cold smile. It seemed that even if he didn't intervene, you would still have to be imprisoned for 100 years. Although I didn't slay a demon beast at the void stage, I did slay one at the half-step void stage. I wonder, fellow disciples, have any of you heard of the one-horned dragon? Yi asked casually. Upon hearing this, the disciples in the hall all looked taken aback for a moment. Then they burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, who hasn't heard of the one-horned dragon? It's one of the top-tier demon beasts in the forest of 10,000 beasts. Its power is formidable, even a mid-void stage expert couldn't pierce its scales. That's right. I've read about it in ancient texts. Although it's only at the peak of the soul stage, it can hold its own against void stage experts. You could say its power is truly formidable. Tong shot him a disdainful look and said, Yi, what are you getting at? Are you implying you've actually slain the one-horned dragon? As if you had the strength to do that. After all, even his Ning Dan couldn't defeat the one-horned dragon. He even nearly died at its hands back then. For a greenhorn like him to think he could pose a threat to the one-horned dragon was nothing short of a fairy tale. Dan's face turned ashen as he said, Junior disciple Yi, don't blow your own horn too much at one do anyone any good. Besides, even a mid-void stage cultivator can't break through the one-horned dragon's scales. You certainly don't have that ability. Yi paid no heed to their mockery. With a wave of his right hand, he flung the one-horned dragon's corpse onto the ground. Silence. The entire arena fell into an eerie silence. Even Tang couldn't help but stare in disbelief. He couldn't believe Yi had actually slain the one-horned dragon. Dan rushed forward quickly. Looking at the incredibly hard scales, he knew this was the very one-horned dragon that had nearly killed him back then. Yi had actually managed to slay it. How was that possible? Yi took a sip of wine, forcefully pulled the demon core from the one-horned dragon's mouth, and said calmly, Now, are you willing to believe it? A stir ran through the crowd. Everyone began whispering among themselves. I never thought Senior Uncle Yi would actually slay the one-horned dragon. We wronged him. That's right. The one-horned dragon is incredibly powerful. They say that 30 years ago, it wiped out the patriarch of the Shireen sect, who was a mid-void stage powerhouse, no less. That's truly terrifying. Senior Uncle Yi's strength has long since reached the pinnacle. It seems he is bound to take first place in this grand competition. Senior Uncle Tang really pales in comparison to Senior Uncle Yi. Hearing the whispers around him, Tang's expression grew exceptionally grim. He was supposed to be the sect's prodigy, yet all the limelight had been stolen by that upstart, Yi. If only he'd known this would happen, he should have crushed him with a single blowback when he was still weak. It would have spared him so much trouble. At that moment, Dan's expression was also grim. A few black lines appeared on his forehead, and the look in his eyes as he gazed at Yi had changed. Having been in the sect for barely over a decade, yet having reached such a realm, he was indeed a prodigy. It was just a pity he wasn't his own disciple. So, you've passed the assessment, right? Yi put away the one-horned dragon's corpse. Naturally, he wouldn't give such a precious demon beast to Dan. He planned to hand it over to Ning once she emerged from seclusion. If its scales could be refined into a magical artifact, and with Ning's mana to bolster it, it might even be capable of holding off a Unity stage expert. Dan's mouth twitched as he said, Junior nephew Yi, why are you putting this demon beast away? Hand it over to me, let this old man handle it. Faced with Dan's brazen demand, Yi merely smiled calmly and replied, I'm afraid not, Uncle Sect Master. I still have use for this one-horned dragon's carcass. Seeing that Yi had refused, Dan's expression darkened, but with so many disciples present, he felt it would be inappropriate to demand it outright. He could only snort coldly and put on a different facade. In that case, Junior disciple Yi, you may keep it for yourself. I don't absolutely need it. Tang, too, clenched his fists at that moment, glaring viciously at that bastard Yi, his inner rage toward Yi reaching a new peak. Unfortunately, he was still no match for a void stage powerhouse at the moment. But once he and the Divine Sect's prodigy were wedded, he would make Yi kneel before him like a stray dog, wagging his tail and begging for mercy. Yi took a sip of bamboo green wine and said softly, "Now that the Sect's written exam is over, might I ask if you'd be so kind as to hand over the 30 mid-grade mana crystals promised to the first place winner?" You. Tang clenched his fists, then seemed to think of something and said coldly, "Yi, the Sect's grand competition does indeed award 30 mana crystals to the disciple who ranks first, but this one horned dragon is merely at the peak of the soul stage. Theoretically, it cannot be considered an equal in cultivation level." Then, Tang bowed toward Dan's seat and said, "Ning, although junior brother Yi did slay the one-horned dragon, the creature was, after all, at the peak of the soul stage, not the void stage. Therefore, this disciple believes that junior brother Yi did not pass this assessment." As soon as he finished speaking, the entire hall fell silent. The gazes of many disciples were fixed on Yi and Tang. By now, even a fool could tell that Tang was trying to use the Sect's rules to suppress Yi. After all, the one-horned dragon was not a void stage demon beast. Theoretically, it could not be considered a success. Dan stroked his beard lightly and said calmly, "Tunger has a point. In that case, the winner of this Sect's written exam is Tunger, then." Faced with Dan's blatant favoritism, Yi furrowed his brow slightly and said, "Uncle Sect Master, isn't this a bit unreasonable? Are you suggesting you could have killed the one-horned dragon yourself?" Dan angrily flung his elegant robe aside, his tone laced with displeasure. "What do you mean by that? I am a mighty void stage peak cultivator. Could I possibly fail to slay a single soul stage demon beast? Considering your extraordinary talent, and for senior sister Ning's sake, I won't demote you to the blade grave this time. You should be happy, not questioning me like this." Yi showed no sign of anger. Instead, he silently turned to face Dan and snorted coldly, "How delightful. The Sect's rules were established by our founding patriarch, but the strength of this one-horned dragon is on par with that of a mid-void stage cultivator. Uncle Dan, surely you're not unaware of that? Are you questioning me?" Dan's brows furrowed tightly, and cold glints flashed in his eyes, darting wildly through his pupils like lightning. "I'm not questioning you, I simply find you utterly repulsive, Uncle Dan." He glanced at Dan out of the corner of his eye, raised the wine gourd to his lips, and took a sip. His ink-black hair drifted gently in the breeze, giving him an air of extreme nonchalance and freedom. "How dare you?" Faced with Yi's insults, Dan, as the sect master, flew into a rage. Pointing his finger at Yi's nose, he roared, "You insolent brat, Yi! How dare you speak to this old man in such a manner? This disciple is merely speaking the truth. If you cannot bear to hear it, uncle, then seal off your 5 senses and return early to seclude yourself in meditation." He stepped before Tang and, in full view of everyone, slapped him hard enough to send him crashing to the ground. The crisp sound of the slap was strikingly melodious, lingering in the square for a long time. The other side of Tang's face had also swollen red, mirroring the mark left by the slap on his left cheek. Ah, Senior Uncle Tang's cheek was slapped into that shape. No wonder Senior Uncle has a handprint on his face, and he claimed it was a mishap during his training. In my opinion, he is just putting on a show here. Keep your voice down. After all, he is the sect master's disciple. Be careful, he might accuse you of courting death." Yi took 30 mana crystals from Tang and said calmly, "I'm taking these mana crystals. If Senior Uncle decides he is not satisfied, then go find my Ning. If Ning believes I've done wrong, this disciple is willing to go to Blade Grave and guard the flying sword for 300 years. Also, the powder Elder Lin Chen left on the jade slip was probably meant to attract that group of demon beasts, but against a void stage expert, it's as good as useless. For Ning's sake, I'll spare your life. But if you dare provoke me again, I'll cut off your head." Lin Chen's Ning was Ning's junior disciple, who had been wandering the continent and had yet to return. It was said his strength had reached the unity stage, making him a formidable presence even in Dongling South State. "You!" Watching Yi walk away, Dan trembled with rage. In all these years, he had never suffered such humiliation. If not for his apprehension regarding Yi's cultivation level, Dan would have launched an attack on Yi right then and there, just as he had done before. As fellow Void Stage powerhouses, Dan had little confidence in his ability to defeat Yi. After all, this young man had even slain the one-horned dragon in the forest of 10,000 beasts, a feat that placed him above Dan himself. Tang lay on the ground, clutching his swollen cheek, as tears of grievance streamed down his face. He looked as though he'd swallowed a mouthful of shit, his expression utterly wretched. Ning, you must seek justice for your disciple. Enough! Dan was already furious, and upon hearing Tang demand justice, he flew into a rage on the spot. Useless good for nothing. He has reached this realm after only a dozen or so years of cultivation, while you've been practicing for 100 years and are still only in the early soul stage. You've truly disappointed your master. Watching the once great Ning berate him, Tang's face turned ashen. He bowed his head deeply amid the pointing and whispering of the other disciples, his aged face flushed crimson, and he felt he had lost all face. His heart was now filled with even greater hatred for Yi. He vowed that, within his lifetime, he would tear Yi's physical body into pieces, imprison his soul within the banner of 10,000 souls, and subject him to every conceivable torment. Xingjing Peak. With a mountain stream winding through the gorge and a light veil of mist, the fairy tale-like scenery was intoxicating, as if one had entered a mysterious immortal realm. Exotic mountains and waters, surrounded by swirling white clouds, the fairy tale landscape resembled a natural ink wash painting. With a wine jar in one hand and his sword cradled in both arms, Yi lay on his side in the bamboo pavilion by the Huai River. A blade of dogtail grass tucked between his teeth, he basked in the gentle spring breeze and breathed in the fragrance of peach blossoms from Taolin Mountain, utterly at ease. The auspicious beast cowered on the table, staring at Yi, and said in a babyish voice, "Let me go back. I don't want to be here." Yi turned his head slightly and glanced at the auspicious beast lying on the table, saying, "Don't worry. No one will hurt you here either. Here are 30 mana crystals. They're a gift for you." He waved his elegant robe, and 30 mana crystals, shimmering with flecks of morning light, appeared out of thin air before the auspicious beast. Endless waves of mana rippled through the bamboo pavilion, creating a scene of exquisite beauty. The auspicious beast's eyes lit up, and it immediately burrowed into the pile of mana crystals, playing freely within as if basking in the moonlight of a tree. Yi nodded with a smile, took a sip of wine, and casually opened the Drunken Swordmaster system interface. As a deep blue light flared up, Yi's complete personal information appeared before him. Name, Yi. Age, 19. Status, Junior Uncle of the Azure Sect. Cultivation level, Void Stage. Cultivation techniques, Sword Control Art, Spirit Shattering Soul Severing Style. Drunken Swordmaster System Proficiency, 46-100. Drunken Swordmaster System Level Progress, 110. Looking at his current Drunken Swordmaster System proficiency and level, Yi shook his head in resignation. After reaching the Void Stage, his rate of advancement had slowed significantly, nothing like when he was at the Qi Stage, where a single flask of wine had been enough to break through to the Foundation Stage. The cultivation tiers on the Divine Continent are quite complex. Above the Void Stage lies the Unity Stage, above the Unity Stage lies the Grand Stage, and above the Grand Stage lies the Lightning Tribulation. In short, anyone who reaches the Lightning Tribulation realm can walk all over Dongling South State, since the strongest cultivators there are no higher than the Lightning Tribulation realm. As for true immortals, those above the Lightning Tribulation realm, one must travel to Zinio State to encounter them, though true immortals are not found everywhere in Zinio State. Each realm serves as a watershed, tripping up countless cultivators, 1 in 10, 1 in 20, or even 1 in 100. Once one reaches the true immortal realm, it takes as many as 1,000 Lightning Tribulation cultivators to produce a single true immortal. From this, it's not hard to see just how arduous the journey up the ranks truly is. "Uncle Master, there you are." Accompanied by a voice as clear as a Oriole's song, Lin, dressed in emerald green robes, dashed into the Huai River bamboo pavilion on a wisp of spring breeze, her delicate, youthful face beaming with excitement. Yi closed the Drunken Swordmaster system interface, visible only to him, turned to her, and asked curiously, "Nephew Shueju, what brings you here?" "I came back right after the assessment ended." Lin tucked a strand of black hair behind her ear with her small hand and smiled warmly. "This time, I killed a core stage demon beast." I heard from a fellow disciple that you, Uncle Yi, killed a soul stage grand perfection demon beast.
That is truly amazing. Yi nodded and smiled.
You flatter me, Shueju. Lin also noticed the auspicious beast inside the mana crystals.
Her eyes lit up, and she immediately ran over, exclaiming, "What a cute demon beast! Uncle Yi, where did you catch it?"
No girl could resist a fluffy auspicious beast, especially one as beautiful as this. It brought out Lin's inner child, and she immediately cradled the beast against her chest, squeezing it tightly. The auspicious beast was struggling to breathe. It tapped Lin's chest with its little paws and said indignantly, "Human, I can't breathe. Let me go, quick." "Oh, sorry." Hearing the beast's indignant, babyish voice, Lin immediately let go, though she continued to happily stroke its fur. So soft, so smooth, so comfortable. Lin's face was filled with a look of pure bliss. If she could hold it while sleeping, it would surely be very comfortable. The auspicious beast wriggled free from Lin's embrace, leaped lightly onto Yi's shoulder, and nudged Yi's cheek with its paw, complaining, "Why didn't you do anything? I was almost suffocated." Yi smiled brightly but ignored the auspicious beast. Instead, he looked up at Lin and asked, "Nephew Shueju, what brings you here today?" "Uncle, I am still slow to understand. I have not yet broken through to the core stage, so I would like to seek your guidance." Lin bowed respectfully to Yi. For some reason, she always felt as though something was missing from her heart, and it was precisely this missing piece that was holding Lin back in his cultivation. No matter how hard he practiced, it was to no avail. Cultivators are supposed to follow their hearts freely, neither humble nor arrogant, yet this missing piece in his heart had become a nightmare Lin dared not even imagine. He also set down the flying sword in his hand, stood up, and said, "Since that's the case, I'll teach you a move or two on behalf of Ning." "Sword, come." No sooner had Yi's voice faded than the long sword hanging from Lin's waist shot out of its sheath uncontrollably. After spinning halfway through the air, it landed smoothly in Yi's hand. A swordsman must keep his mind free of distractions, neither arrogant nor impatient, neither servile nor overbearing. His movements should be like a thunderous strike, swift as a clap of thunder, swift as a flash of lightning. With every swing, everything in its path is consumed. He turned on his heel and casually swung the long sword in his hand. As the sword energy roared toward the white clouds in the sky like raging waves, a single move was enough to split the clouds in two, causing many of the Azure Sect's elders to exchange looks of disbelief. He leaped lightly into the air, casually popped the lid off the jar, and tilted his head back to drink deeply. Clear, fiery liquor dripped down the corner of his mouth, soaking his clothes. He drained the jar in one gulp, and then he began to dance with his sword. With every swing, the heavens and earth seemed to change color. Those who practice the sword must possess the spirit of the sword. If the mind is clouded by distracting thoughts, the so-called sword spirit is utterly useless. The sword Yi wielded gave off an air of such elegance and nobility. There was not the slightest hint of intent to take a life. The blade came down. A crisp breeze blew past. Yi stepped on the fallen leaves and landed steadily in midair. With one hand clasped behind his back, he flicked his right hand upward. The long sword in his hand spun once before his face and then settled smoothly back into Lin's scabbard. Lin stood frozen in place. She could clearly sense the sword's afterimage lingering in the air. Even the slightest touch would cause her fingers to spurt crimson blood. Ah! What a terrifying sword intent! Is this the way of my senior uncle? Lin's heart was filled with awe. She had never felt anything like this from anyone before, not even from her own mother, Bai Yuling. In the entire sect, aside from senior great-uncle Ning, there were likely very few who could achieve such a feat. A wanderer in the mortal world with a sword in hand, ascending to the heavens with fine wine playing among the stars and constellations, illuminating the sun and moon, lying drunk among the clouds, laughing at the world below. He held one hand behind his back, his right hand clutching a wine gourd, as he stood atop the lake's surface. The shimmering water rippled into graceful waves at his touch. He exuded an air of, between heaven and earth, there is only me, the drunken swordmaster system. Lin, cradling the auspicious beast, gazed mesmerized at Uncle Yi's retreating figure. For some reason, the moment she saw him, the void within her heart seemed to be filled, causing her heart to flutter. The auspicious beast was equally astonished.
Its star-like eyes widened as it stared intently at Yi, thinking to itself, this human has such a profound grasp of sword intent, could he be the reincarnation of a sword immortal? To cause the golden core within me to tremble with nothing but sword intent alone, just who is this human prodigy? Yi turned gracefully and nodded, saying, Shuezhu, have you discerned the underlying principles?
Lin recovered from her astonishment and immediately replied, this disciple has attained enlightenment.
Thank you, senior uncle, for your guidance.
With that, Lin, without bothering to return to Shaozhu Peak, sat cross-legged, drawing upon the current energy of the sword intent to comprehend the energy within it. Tremendous energy flowed into her body, bringing a look of contentment to Lin's face. Even the mana surrounding her formed a vortex that swirled around her. The auspicious beast, currently at the early core stage, leaped down from Lin's lap, lay down on the table, and, with its little fangs, took a bite out of a mana crystal, quietly watching as Lin broke through to the next realm. Judging by the energy, it was clear that Lin had reached the moment of breakthrough. She only needed to carefully grasp the mysteries within to shatter her own limitations and break through the core stage.
Xingjing Peak. Inside a bamboo hut.
Ning's soft, white, long dress shimmered with a pearlescent luster in the sunlight, light and flowing. Her long hair was as smooth as silk, cascading like a waterfall of radiant light. Her eyes were like bright stars, deeply captivating everyone who looked at her. Since you're here, come in.
You've been standing outside for half a sure.
If you have something to say, just get to the point. Ning's voice was utterly cold as she finished speaking. She closed her eyes once more. As the door was gently pushed open, Dan, the Grandmaster of the Azure Sect, stepped inside.
Dan's expression was grim, his brows were furrowed, and his aura surged.
Seeing that his senior sister was still regulating the mana within her body, he performed the Xingtian bow and said, Junior brother Dan, I pay my respects to senior sister.
Junior brother, if I'm not mistaken, you've come here because of my wayward disciple, Haven Tiu? Dan nodded, his face full of indignation. Senior sister, Yi has gone too far.
He shows no respect for his elders and has no sense of his place.
He actually insulted me in front of so many disciples. You must know why he insulted you, don't you?
Ning parted her cherry-red lips and said coldly, Junior brother, I know your temperament better than anyone.
The reason he insulted you is likely because you too did something you shouldn't have. Dan was left speechless by her retort, but he still said resentfully, Senior sister, as the sect master of the Azure Sect, am I really unable to control even a single disciple?
I can discipline disciples, but it depends on who they are.
Yi is my disciple. By singling him out like this, could it be that you're dissatisfied with me?
Suddenly, Ning opened her eyes. Her star-like eyes now held a hint of anger, and the temperature around her dropped at a visible rate, causing a layer of frost to form on the floor beneath her. Dan staggered back 2 steps and fell to his knees with a thud, beads of sweat the size of soybeans streaming down his face uncontrollably. However, perhaps because the surrounding temperature was so low, the sweat turned into ice crystals the moment it fell, clattering crisply against the ground.
I'm sorry.
Ning withdrew the cold air she had released and instantly teleported behind Dan. The movement was so swift that even Dan couldn't help but show a hint of fear on his face. Junior brother, back then, I promised Ning that I would protect you and help you defend the Azure Sect.
Yet your actions have deeply disappointed me.
Ning Wang's beautiful eyes shifted slightly as she glanced at Dan, who was kneeling on the ground. Instantly, her narrow eyes narrowed slightly, tinged with a hint of coldness. Feeling the chill wash over him, Dan hurriedly said, Senior sister, I only wanted to protect the sect's future. If you don't believe me, I'm willing to swear an oath before Ning's tomb. If there is even a shred of falsehood in my words, my body will explode and I'll die. A look of gravity slowly crept across Ning's coldly beautiful face, and she then returned to her previous seat. Exhaling a breath of cold air, Ning refrained from reprimanding Dan further and said softly, Xiaoyang, after all, you are my junior brother. We've known each other for over 700 years. You should be well aware of my temperament. Yi is exceptionally gifted, a future leader, and possesses the true bearing of a great emperor. In 100 years, he will go to the divine sect to cultivate, and one day, his fame will surely spread throughout the entire divine continent. Sitting before Ning, Dan had no desire to hear his senior sister praise her disciple in front of him, So he changed the subject directly. Senior sister, in 2 months, a prodigy from the divine sect will be visiting our Azure sect.
I'd like Tang to get to know this person.
Ning raised her head indifferently and said, how exactly will they get to know each other?
Through a sparring match? Junior brother believes this is our only chance to enter the divine sect.
If I arrange for Tang to marry the divine sect's prodigy, my disciple will automatically qualify for admission to the divine sect. Hearing this, Ning replied with a hint of sarcasm, Junior sister, do you really think the divine sect's prodigy would take a liking to your disciple, Tang? Senior sister, my disciple Tang possesses the potential of a great emperor. Once he breaks through his current limitations, he is bound to soar to great heights.
How can you rule out the possibility that she might take a liking to him?
Dan replied with a look of displeasure. His disciple was someone he had poured his heart and soul into, neglecting the passage of time, spending 100 years cultivating him before he finally broke through the soul stage. How could he possibly fail to win over a single woman? Ning smiled faintly but said nothing. Tang's talent was indeed impressive, but compared to the prodigies of the divine sect, it was clearly impossible for him to prevail. As for his appearance, it could be considered above average. Compared to his own disciple, Yi, the difference between the two was like night and day. If one were to draw a comparison, it would be like a star compared to the full moon, or a crow compared to a phoenix. Ning took a sip of tea and said expressionlessly, Junior brother, I've heard that my nephew, Lin Chen, left a powder on the jade slip to attract demon beasts.
Are you aware of this?
Dan's body trembled, and he replied immediately, this junior brother was unaware of this. However, upon hearing of the matter, I immediately disciplined junior nephew Lin Chen. Given his status, and since you, Ning, are still traveling in the outside world, I sent him to the cliff of decapitation to meditate in seclusion. Ning, of course, did not believe Dan's words through her divine sense. She had seen that Lin Chen was currently still cultivating within the sect. Suddenly, the skies above the entire Azure sect shifted dramatically. A colossal aura surged up from the ground with a thunderous roar, causing the Azure sect itself to tremble. Waves of multicolored auspicious clouds appeared in the sky as if out of thin air, and the entire hall began to tremble slightly.
Ning and Dan both sensed this energy fluctuation and immediately looked up at the distant sky. Is someone forming their infant soul?
The elders of the Azure sect also flew out to gaze at the distant sky, their expressions a mix of astonishment and bewilderment. Clearly, they too had felt the impact of this energy surge. It must be understood that the infant formation is an extremely critical event in the life of any cultivator generally. The cultivator's sect is required to provide diligent protection during their seclusion to prevent any mishaps.
However, all the sect's elders were currently here, and sect master Dan had even gone to consult with his great-grandmaster. So who exactly was this person, daring to undergo the infant formation at a time like this?
Ning vanished from where he stood in an instant, leaving only Dan sitting there sipping his tea. Dan then said coldly, who is forming their infant soul without informing the sect? Bamboo Pavilion by the Huai River, the 7th day of the 7th month. Yi stood with his hands behind his back, looking at Lin before him. A peculiar expression flashed across his face as he murmured, I never expected Lin to have grasped the essence of the sword and already begun forming his infant soul. Back when Yi had formed his infant soul, he had left the Azure sect well in advance, because the energy generated during the process was extremely violent. It could even trigger a lightning tribulation. If a cultivator failed to withstand the power of the lightning tribulation, they would very likely perish and lose their cultivation. If anyone were to interfere during this time, it would undoubtedly inflict severe damage on the cultivator's main body. He cradled the auspicious beast in his arms and formed hand seals and ice blue barriers suddenly appeared before him, protecting Lin during her infant formation so that no one could interfere. Immediately afterward, Ning materialized out of thin air, his eyes fixed on Lin inside the bamboo pavilion. He said, so it's this girl forming her infant here.
Ning glanced at Yi and sensed a unique sword energy permeating the air, which piqued his interest.
No wonder Lin had broken through the constraints and was forming her infant soul right here. The sword energy is vast and majestic, like a fleeting glimpse of a swan. Interesting, truly interesting. Ning landed steadily on the ground, and surging energy radiated outward in all directions like raging waves. Thunderclouds began to gather in the sky, enveloping Cheong Mountain as if the end of the world were upon them. Ning, you've emerged from seclusion. Yi tucked away his wine gourd, nodded, and smiled. Ning drew a bamboo flute from her waist, tapped Yi lightly on the head, and said reproachfully, I knew you'd act on your own again.
If I hadn't come out, would the Azure sect have become yours?
Yi scratched his head and said with an awkward smile, Ning, you know my temperament.
How could I possibly treat the Azure sect as my own?
Ning rolled his eyes at Yi but said nothing. Just then, Bai Yuling, the peak master of Shaozhu Peak, rushed over in a streak of white light. Upon seeing that it was her daughter who had broken through to the nascent stage, she was overcome with worry.
Breaking through to the nascent stage was extremely difficult, the slightest misstep could lead to death.
Now that she saw her daughter, her heart ached with concern.
June, your uncle. Bai Yuling landed beside Ning, her brows furrowed.
Junior uncle, why did my daughter break through directly to the nascent stage?
She was only at the mid-core stage yesterday. Ask Yi.
Ning gave Yi's head another light tap, his tone tinged with reproach. It wasn't he that breaking through multiple stages at once was a bad thing, it depended on whether one could withstand the energy required for such a leap. After all, no one else in the world had ever done what Yi had, breaking through directly from the late soul stage to the threshold of the void stage. Now, as Lin's infant thunder was about to strike, Bai Yuling was equally filled with anxiety.
If anything were to happen to her daughter, how could she ever face her daughter's deceased father?
Ning patted Bai Yuling's hand to soothe her, and she, her expression grave, lifted her head to gaze at the thunderbolts gathering furiously in the sky. If Lin really couldn't withstand it, then she would have no choice but to intervene herself. Although there was a high chance she would suffer backlash from the lightning tribulation, it was still better than watching Lin perish right before her eyes.
Boom!
Bronze-colored heavenly lightning darted wildly through the clouds like dragons and serpents, and a bolt as thick as a water bucket struck straight down toward Lin, who was in the midst of forming his nascent soul. The power of the lightning, piercing through the void, was ferocious. It not only shattered the barrier Yi had left behind but also struck Lin's nascent stage directly. Spurt! Crimson blood gushed from Lin's mouth, and the nascent stage, which had only just begun to form, was now struck until it lost its luster, as if it might vanish completely at any moment.
Shuizhu simply can't withstand the power of the lightning tribulation.
Bai Yuling, filled with dread, immediately shouted a warning, Shuizhu, abandon the nascent stage formation immediately. Even if you fail, at least you'll be able to save your life. Lin said nothing, her eyes still tightly shut, and declared resolutely, Mother, I won't give up this chance to form my nascent soul. If I miss it, the next attempt will be even more difficult. It might even take 100 years to rebuild my foundation.
I can't let this opportunity slip away.
You'll die if you do. Bai Yuling was frantic with worry, her eyes were already red-rimmed. She wanted to rush forward, but was stopped by Ning, who stood beside her. When the lightning tribulation strikes, anyone who interferes will inevitably bear the brunt of double the energy's impact. The slightest misstep could reduce them to ashes. Just as the next bolt of heavenly lightning began to coalesce, Lin held his breath, formed hand seals with both hands, and prepared to sacrifice his life to form the infant soul. Suddenly, a sword chi roared past, shattering the entire sky into pieces. Yi was floating in the sky, his vision blurred by drunkenness, with a dozen or so empty wine jars arranged beneath him. In his hand, he clutched Ning's frost sword.
Ning, please don't be angry.
I was in a hurry, so I used your sword.
Yi's face flushed crimson.
He raised his head, downed the wine from the gourd in one gulp, and with a smile curving his lips, laughed heartily.
What fine wine!
Congratulations, host, on drinking 13 jars of wine. You have been rewarded with a plus 30 proficiency boost to the Drunken Sword Master system. Congratulations, host, on mastering the Supreme Sword Technique, Blue Lotus Sword Song.
Hum. A sword's hum rang out.
In an instant, Supreme Sword Intent burst forth. Yi had not made a single fierce move throughout the entire process, yet the emerald green light surrounding him shot straight into the sky, and the long sword in his hand merely swept forward with a light, casual stroke. Like a pool of emerald water, its sharpness was fully revealed.
But since the Blue Lotus possesses the spirit of a knight-errant, do not say that the mortal world lacks sword immortals. Blue Lotus Sword Song, begin. Hum. A piercing explosion rang out once more. The clear night sky seemed to freeze in that moment, and then, under Bai Yuling's horrified gaze, 100 Zhonglong tears suddenly ripped through the void. What on earth is he trying to do? Just then, the elders of the Azure sect appeared one after another. With looks of shock on their faces, they looked up at Yi in the sky. They never expected this fellow would actually dare to challenge the heavenly thunder. Is he looking to die? Throughout history, no one had ever dared to defy the lightning tribulation, for whoever challenges it will bear twice the force of the thunder that strikes a cultivator breaking through to the next realm. Elder Lin Chen watched Yi's defiant stance as he faced the heavenly thunder and said sarcastically, "A mere mortal dares to defy the heavenly thunder. Truly, you have no idea how high the heavens are or how deep the earth is. Even Grand Uncle Ning might perish and lose his cultivation when facing the lightning tribulation, let alone a mere void stage cultivator like you. You're just courting death." Yi paid no heed to the idle chatter of the crowd around him. With a cold smile, he drained the last drop of wine, then, as if in a drunken haze, raised the frost blade in his hand. The clouds in the sky suddenly parted and shifted, and a brilliant golden beam of light shone down upon Yi. His entire body was bathed in golden radiance, dazzling like that of an immortal. "Gather the manna of the heavens!" Yi belched, his gaze shifting from its previous lazy disdain to one of determination. At the same time, the energy within him surged continuously as an endless stream of the manna of the heavens merged with the frost-cold sword. The frosty cold sword was a top-tier flying sword, forged from natural ice and incredibly hard. Even a lightning tribulation level expert would struggle to threaten its blade. Yet, as it absorbed the heavenly manna, a crisp cracking sound rang out. The sound was so clear it seemed to ring right in one's ears, causing one to involuntarily widen their bell-like eyes. Ning, too, furrowed her delicate brows slightly, her eyes fixed intently on the crack that had appeared in the frost-cold sword. "This thing, does it actually intend to let my flying sword vanish along with the lightning tribulation? Blue Lotus Sword Song, arise!" Yi's lips curled upward, and in an instant, he swung the sword forcefully toward the thunderclouds gathering in the sky. Though the motion seemed unremarkable, the inner force contained within, visible only to those at the soul stage or above, was immense. The silvery white sword energy shot forward like a crescent moon, moving so swiftly it left afterimages. In the very instant the sword's trail sliced through the void, it actually tore apart the space on either side. A gigantic golden sword pierced through the clouds and collided head-on with the bronze-colored heavenly thunder. The space before everyone rippled violently, and immediately, shockwaves expanded outward like lightning. A thunderous roar echoed as the calm lake surface erupted as if a bomb had been dropped, sending massive waves 7 or 8 zhun high surging upward. Finally, they crashed down with a thunderous roar, and the spray and mist enveloped the entire small valley in a hazy veil of water vapor. The sound of the sword's cry, like furious thunder erupting from a sky thick with dark clouds, rolled out in waves with Yi at its center, drowning out even the thunderous roar of the cascading waterfall. The sound could be faintly heard within a 10-li radius. Wherever the sound waves passed, all beasts collapsed. Even the surrounding elders of the Azure sect felt their souls tremble violently due to the trace of dragon energy intertwined with the sword's roar. Some weaker beasts such as jackals, wolves, tigers, and leopards that were slightly closer to the lake were actually shaken to death by these thunderous sound waves. This is impossible? Elder Lin Chen's eyes widened as he cried out in shock. How could he possibly unleash such a terrifying sword intent? I've never seen anything like this either. Not long ago, when he was still at the soul stage, he was already a match for our sect master. Now, this Blue Lotus Sword Song is even more overwhelmingly powerful. This young man is destined for greatness. Elder Hua stepped forward, his brow furrowed as he stared intently at the sword mark in the sky. There, amidst the once dark, cloud-filled sky, a golden sword mark had suddenly appeared. Energy surged within the sword mark, leaving the disciples and elders of the Azure sect utterly stunned. What a terrifying sword intent! What on earth did she do? How could he cleave the heavens with a single sword strike? Celestial mana. That guy must have just gathered celestial mana. That's why he unleashed such a terrifying strike. It's terrifying. Senior Uncle Yi's strength is enough to crush the prodigies of his generation. Even Senior Uncle Tang would be like an ant before him. Yi stood proudly atop the mountain peak, his jet-black hair blowing wildly in the wind, while the forest within a 10-li radius fell into complete silence. The dark clouds receded, and the thunder faded.
Lin had successfully condensed her nascent stage even though she had sustained some injuries in the process. It proved that she had now reached the early nascent stage. Yi felt incredibly weak. All the mana within her had been completely depleted by that single sword strike. Her entire body felt as if she had fallen asleep. Her vision went black, and she plummeted straight down. Ning appeared out of thin air, catching the falling Yi with both hands. With a hint of reproach on his face, he said, "You're such a fool. To go head to head with the lightning tribulation, you really are lucky to be alive." Looking at the now asleep Yi, Ning turned to face the sect elders and disciples who had been watching the spectacle, and said coldly, "As for today's events, it would be best for all elders and disciples to keep your mouths shut. If anyone dares to speak of this outside, don't blame me for showing no mercy."
"As you command."
The disciples and elders dared not disobey. They immediately clasped their hands in a bow, a peculiar gleam flashing in their eyes.
Ning vanished from the spot while holding Yi in her arms.
Seeing this, the others dispersed as well. Since the matter was over, there was no point in staying any longer.
Back at Qingjing Peak,
Ning laid Yi flat on a wooden couch and placed her finger on his pulse. Upon sensing that Yi had merely exhausted his mana and fallen asleep from exhaustion, she silently let out a sigh of relief. Just then, the auspicious beast rolled out of Yi's embrace. With its mana sealed, it was now nothing more than an ordinary demon beast. Even a common crane could easily bully it.
"Is this the auspicious beast?"
Looking at the plump demon beast, the usually expressionless Ning couldn't help but raise an eyebrow slightly, recognizing its identity.
After all, there was only one auspicious beast in Dongling Nanzhou.
She had once had the good fortune to see it, but due to her busy schedule at the time, she hadn't brought it back, never imagining that Yi would have captured it instead. The auspicious beast sat on the ground, rubbing its head with its little paws.
It, too, recognized Ning and said in a babyish voice, "So it's you. I've seen you before. So you're Ning, this little guy's master.
Tell him to unlock my cultivation power right away. I need to go back." The auspicious beast crossed its arms, turned its head away, and spoke in a discontented tone. Ning, however, replied with a cheerful smile, "Then let us wait until he wakes up. After all, you're my disciple as spoils of war, and as his master, I wouldn't just casually discard someone else's spoils."
"Ah!"
The auspicious beast immediately ran over, clung to Ning's thigh, and struggled to squeeze out a few tears, saying with a pout, "No, please, fairy sister, spare me.
I beg you."
Ning looked at the auspicious beast, its face streaked with tears, a hint of helplessness flickering in her eyes. She immediately crouched down, hugged the beast close, and said, "With your current cultivation level, even if you were to return to the forest of 10,000 beasts, you would surely die." Without the one-horned dragon's protection, the auspicious beast had become the prize every demon beast craved. Consuming it would drastically boost a demon beast's own strength. Even Ning wasn't certain of the auspicious beast's true identity. She only knew that every demon beast wanted to claim it for themselves. Simply possessing it would enhance their cultivation, and consuming it could even help them break through their current limitations. Hearing Ning's words, the auspicious beast wore a somewhat peculiar expression, its mind equally torn. Without the one-horned dragon's protection and with the bamboo grove already destroyed, even if it returned now, it would surely become a meal for other demon beasts. It might even be imprisoned to serve as a means for them to enhance their own power. The auspicious beast glanced at Yi, who was still fast asleep, then looked at the mana crystals on the table. After much deliberation, it decided to stay. After all, no one in this world had yet reached the void stage, a realm of power capable of splitting the heavens in two with a single sword strike. Perhaps by staying by his side, it would surely be safe. Seeing that the auspicious beast had come to terms with the situation, Ning said no more. She summoned the frost sword that Yi had used earlier and, looking at the peculiar cracks on its blade, felt a sense of helplessness. This flying sword was incredibly hard, one of the Azure sect's few treasures, but even so, it couldn't withstand too much infusion of heaven and earth mana. Had Yi not stopped in time, that previous strike would likely have shattered her flying sword. Ning opened her right hand, and a crystal stone quietly appeared in her slender, jade-like palm. The stone was a deep blue, and wispy strands of cold air radiated outward. Merely holding it in her hand gave one an extremely chilling sensation. The auspicious beast's eyes lit up. "This is a top-grade ice crystal.
I never expected a girl like you to possess such a precious item. Top-grade ice crystals originate from the depths of the most frigid lands. They contain boundless ice attribute energy capable of freezing all things. They are treasures that ice attribute cultivators dream of possessing. Some are even willing to spend their entire fortunes to obtain them. As Ning's finger twitched slightly, the ice crystal stone began to melt, quickly turning into a pool of writhing icy water. Under Ning's guidance, the icy water gradually seeped into the crack of the frost-cold sword. Whoa! Witnessing this scene, even the auspicious beast couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Using a top-grade ice crystal stone to repair the flying sword was nothing short of a waste of a precious resource. However, Ning didn't seem to mind much. After all, this flying sword had been by her side for hundreds of years. No matter how precious the ice crystal stone might be, she wouldn't tolerate even the slightest flaw in her flying sword. At that moment, the auspicious beast had only one thought. Neither this master nor her disciple is normal. Indeed, birds of a feather flocked together. A moment later, the crack on the frost-cold sword's blade was perfectly repaired. Amidst the floating dance of Frost's peerless beauty, the sword's shadow ripples through the frost. The silver moon pours over the icy sea. The sword's light dances like a phoenix in flight. The chill resonates at the sword's tip, and dazzling splendor blooms in its prime. Ning sheathed the sword, her eyes shimmering as she said lightly, "Stay here with him. When he wakes up, tell him to come find me." The auspicious beast nodded obediently, picked up a mana crystal, and began to gnaw on it. As for when you would wake up, that was entirely up to his own fate. The next morning, the dawn was radiant with light. Yi awoke from his slumber, feeling parched. His right hand instinctively reached for the wine gourd at his waist. Instead, he felt something soft and smooth. Yi furrowed his brow slightly and looked down. He saw that Lin was resting on his side next to him, and his right hand had accidentally brushed against Lin's cheek. Lin had also woken up by then. He rubbed his red, swollen eyes and, upon seeing his senior uncle awake, beamed with joy. "Senior uncle, you're finally awake." Yi sat up and asked, "How did you get here?" "I came right after I successfully formed my infant core. The auspicious beast told me that your mana was almost completely depleted. I owe you a great debt of gratitude this time, Uncle Master." Lin said, her face full of gratitude. She tucked a strand of black hair behind her ear and gave a gentle smile. Yi nodded and asked, "Where is my wine gourd?" Lin immediately took a gourd filled with wine from her storage ring and handed it to him, saying, "Uncle Master, your wine gourd was shattered by the sword energy yesterday. This one was specially made for you by Shueju, and I went down the mountain myself to fetch the wine inside." Yi took the wine gourd Lin handed him and eagerly took a big gulp. Although the taste wasn't as good as Losang wine, it was still considered a fine wine in Green Mountain Town. Lin then asked, "Uncle Master, I heard from Mother not long ago that you obtained the carcass of a one-horned dragon. Might I be permitted to examine it?" Yi paused what he was doing and glanced sideways at her. "Please don't misunderstand, Uncle. I'm not coveting your one-horned dragon carcass. I once studied formation arts with my father, and I can use the scales from the one-horned dragon's carcass to forge soft armor for you." Yi's expression froze for a moment. The image of Lin's father flashed through his mind. It was said that Lin's father had once been a late-stage soul stage powerhouse, a master artifact craftsman of the sect, and a leading expert in array cultivation, holding an extremely high status within the sect. Even sect master Dan had to show him due respect. After all, true masters of array cultivation were rare even across the entire Divine Continent. Unfortunately, Lin's father had vanished during a training expedition, and his fate remained unknown to this day. The scales of the one-horned dragon were the premier choice for crafting defensive inner armor. Dragon bones, dragon tendons, and the like were all rare treasures. The most precious of these is the one-horned dragon's horn, the very essence of the creature, containing immense energy. Legend even has it that this one-horned dragon once used a secret technique to slay a void stage powerhouse. The one-horned dragon's inner core is equally priceless. It is said that once it reaches the unity stage, this one-horned dragon can transform into a dragon and become a dominant ruler of a region. Dragon inner cores are exceptionally rare. They were the object of every cultivator's dreams in ancient times.
Rumor has it that consuming one grants a dragoness physique, and the consumer is known as the true Dragon Emperor. It is said that His Majesty the Dragon Emperor of the present-day dragon-ruling kingdom personally slew a dragon clan powerhouse, extracted its inner core with his own hands, and consumed it. Not only did his strength increase several-fold, but he also gained a share of the realm's fortune, becoming the strongest person within the dragon-ruling kingdom and styling himself His Majesty the Dragon Emperor. He stood up and said softly, "The demon dragoness body is too large, there isn't enough room here.
Come out with me." Xingjing Peak. On a vast, open lawn. Yi tossed the one-horned dragoness carcass out.
Even though this one-horned dragon had long since perished and its Tao had dissipated, it still retained immense energy. Even Lin, who had already reached the nascent stage, was now awed by the aura it emitted.
So this is the one-horned dragon capable of matching a void stage powerhouse. It's truly formidable. Its sheer presence alone is enough to intimidate many cultivators.
Lin stepped forward and gently stroked the one-horned dragoness scales. Such hard scales, if she could craft soft armor from them, it might even withstand attacks from a void stage powerhouse.
With it, her junior uncle would surely move unhindered throughout the dragon-ruling kingdom.
However, the scales were difficult to remove. Given her current strength, it would take at least half a month, perhaps even a full month, to extract a single scale. He smiled faintly and drew his sword from his waist.
"Leave it to me."
He swung his flying sword with grace. Snow-white sword energy whistled past like a full moon, generating a gale strong enough to make Lin stagger back 2 steps. It struck the one-horned dragoness body with sudden force, and a crisp humming sound rang in both their ears. Suddenly, the scales covering the one-horned dragoness body burst apart, and the resulting force caused its scales to scatter in all directions. Even though Yi's mana hadn't yet reached its peak, he still managed to shake all of the one-horned dragoness incredibly hard scales loose. Yi's fingers twitched slightly, and the scattered scales, as if drawn by some invisible force, drifted slowly before him before settling on the ground in a heap. Watching this scene unfold, Lin's admiration deepened. She never imagined her junior uncle's power to be so terrifying. Those scales, reputed to be impervious even to the void stage, were rendered utterly useless before him today.
Truly a divine being. See if there's anything else you need. Feel free to take it, Yi said, looking at Lin. Lin nodded.
Without the protection of the scales, the one-horned dragoness body was incredibly fragile. As she drew her dagger and walked over, she extracted the dragon tendons and bone marrow, all precious treasures that would undoubtedly cause a sensation in the cultivation world. "Senior uncle, I'll need 2 months to refine these. Please don't worry, once they're ready, I'll personally deliver them to you."
Yi nodded and said, "All right."
"Once the work is done, the dragon tendons and bone marrow are yours."
"Thank you, senior uncle."
Lin put all the scales away, exchanged a few brief pleasantries with Yi, and rode off on his sword. The auspicious beast ran over at that moment, leaped onto Yi's shoulder, glanced at the one-horned dragon which had already been skinned and stripped of its tendons, and sighed deeply. Then, in a babyish voice, it said, "Ning told me that if you woke up, I should bring you to her." Yi brought the auspicious beast to the bamboo hut where Ning was staying. Before he could even knock, Ning's emotionless voice drifted out from inside.
"Come in."
Yi's raised right hand paused for a moment, then he pushed the door open and stepped inside. The quiet room was arranged just as it always was, with a brass incense burner emitting a subtle fragrance and wispy wisps of mist. Yi performed the celestial bow toward Ning before him. "Disciple Yi pays his respects to Ning."
Ning nodded.
With a light flick of her slender jade-like finger, the teacup on the table rose into the air and hovered before Yi.
"Drink."
Yi caught the teacup before him, tilted his head back, and drank it in one gulp. The moment the tea touched his lips, a surging wave of mana coursed through his entire body, nearly fully replenishing his depleted mana reserves.
"This is tea I've treasured for many years. If it weren't for your feat of withstanding the lightning tribulation, I would never have brought it out."
Ning poured Yi another cup, glancing at his disciple with a touch of exasperation.
Yi didn't hesitate.
Sitting before Ning, he downed 3 cups of tea in a row, completely replenishing his depleted mana.
However, a thought crossed his mind: if he were to steep these tea leaves in alcohol, would the flavor be even more exquisite? Don't even think about it. This Tianshan spirit tea is incredibly precious. There's absolutely no way I'd let you use it to make liquor. Caught off guard by Ning's rebuke, Yi scratched his nose awkwardly. Ning took an elegant sip of tea and said lightly, "You were truly reckless this time. Do you realize that if you'd failed, you would have suffered double the lightning tribulation S attacks? At that point, even if I'd intervened, your chances of survival would have been less than 10%. The power of the lightning tribulation is extremely volatile. The slightest misstep could lead to death and the annihilation of one's cultivation, without even giving the nascent stage spirit time to separate from the physical body." Yi's recklessness clearly showed he didn't value his own life, which was what annoyed Ning. He had only this one disciple. If he died, Ning feared he would never take on another disciple for the rest of his life. Yi replied lazily, "Rest assured, Ning. The reason I dare to challenge the lightning tribulation is precisely because I know exactly what I'm doing." "You know exactly what you're doing?" Ning snorted coldly. "If that's the case, in 2 months, when the Divine Sect's prodigies arrive at our Azure Sect, you'll let them see just how powerful our Azure Sect's prodigies truly are." Yi nodded. "Rest assured, I will not disappoint you. By the way, Ning, what is the purpose of the Divine Sect's prodigies coming here? Surely it's not just for a friendly sparring match?" Ning shook her head. She didn't know much about the Divine Sect, but the prodigy's visit must be for some other reason. With Yi there, he could certainly help the Azure Sect save face. "By the way, your senior brother Ting, I hear he wants to marry the Divine Sect prodigy. What do you think of that?" Ning glanced at Yi and asked. Most of the Divine Sect prodigies were at the boundary between the Soul Stage and the Void Stage, or even higher. If Tang were to climb the social ladder by marrying into the Divine Sect, it would certainly pose a threat to her own disciples. However, the next sentence made Ning burst out laughing. "Tang?" Yi pursed her lips and said, "He is so ugly, he'd probably only be good enough to wash someone's feet at the Divine Sect." Snort. Ning covered her cherry red lips and laughed. "You're such a funny child. If Tang heard that, he'd be so angry he'd die." Yi looked up and met Ning's gaze. Ning's face was like a blooming lily, pure and flawless, elegant and ethereal. Her eyes were as deep as the night sky, sparkling with a bright light that seemed capable of seeing right into the depths of a person's heart. Her lips were tender and luscious, like a bright red cherry, making one unable to resist the urge to kiss them. This was also the first time he had seen Ning smile. He never expected her smile to be so beautiful and captivating. She truly looked like a fairy. Ning realized she had let her guard down for a moment and immediately regained her composure. Her cool voice rang out calmly, "All right, since everything is fine, you should go back for now. In 2 months, come with me to welcome the Divine Sect's prodigy." Although, given her strength, she didn't need to make such a big deal of it. The Divine Sect's power far surpassed that of the Azure Sect. Even the Divine Sect's disciples were considered superior to all others. Ning had no choice but to lower her status. Such was the cruelty of the cultivation realm. Only strength could command respect. There was no such thing as fairness. Yi nodded and said, "This disciple understands. I'll head back now. Please call me if you need anything." Leaving Ning's bamboo hut, Yi carried the auspicious beast back to his own room, intending to use the next 2 months to prepare as much as possible. The auspicious beast, however, remarked, "You humans are truly amusing. In our beast clan, no matter your status, if your strength is lacking, you have absolutely no right to strut around in front of the strong." "Then why did the one-horned dragon keep you caged up?" Yi retorted. "That's not keeping me captive. I'm his underling, and he recognizes me as the boss." The auspicious beast stomped its foot in frustration. "You humans just don't get it. I don't even want to talk to you anymore. Get me some mana crystals. I've already eaten them all." Pouting, the auspicious beast held out its little paw with righteous indignation, demanding mana crystals from Yi. Yi furrowed his brow slightly and said, "That's 30 mana crystals. Did you really eat them all that fast? It barely lasts me a few days. If you think I'm too much trouble to take care of, just send me back. How about that?" The spirit beast blinked its lively eyes and let a sly smile curve its lips. Then you'll just have to go hungry. Yi turned his head away, ignoring the auspicious beast. The beast was clearly flustered. Over the past few days, in order to deplete Yi's mana crystals, it had devoured every last one even when it couldn't stomach them. It had assumed Yi would send it back because it had eaten too much, but it never expected Yi wouldn't fall for that trick at all. No. Can't I just eat less from now on? 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. Numerous disciples of the Azure sect had also gathered in the square, preparing to welcome the divine sect's prodigy to their sect. Dan stroked his beard and said, "Tunger, it's all up to you now. If you can tie the knot with the divine sect's prodigy, you'll become someone those guys won't be able to look down on in the future." Tung, clad in a black Taoist robe, nodded and declared with conviction, "Don't worry, Ning. I will not fail this mission. I'll win over the divine sect's prodigy and marry her." At the same time, Ting cast a glance at Yi, who was still drinking there, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes as he said, "Now, I'm going to see just what qualifies you to stand against me." Yi also noticed Tang glaring at him, but he nonchalantly raised his wine gourd and drank deeply, exclaiming, "Nectar and ambrosia in a golden cup, none compare to raising a 3-chi blade in homage to the heavens." Fine poetry, truly fine poetry. Just then, a crisp voice rang out from the heavens. The sky, which had been azure blue, suddenly became crystal clear, and a rainbow bridge of 7 colors quietly appeared above the Azure sect. As the auspicious clouds descended, the earth was enveloped in an atmosphere of tranquility and harmony, as if all worries and troubles had vanished. The auspicious clouds were like poetry, like a painting, like a dream, like an illusion shifting through various forms in the sky, bringing people endless delight and emotion. Upon the rainbow bridge stood more than a dozen men and women clad in white robes, led by a woman whose attire was predominantly pale yellow and bamboo green. She wore a white inner tunic beneath a pale yellow straight-hemmed robe with a right lapel cross-collared design, topped by a bamboo green outer coat. Occasionally, a silk scarf was draped around her arm. A flame-shaped mark adorned her forehead, and she wore a pendant bearing the divine sect emblem at her waist. She held a magical flute in her hand. Dan, accompanied by his disciple Tung, flew forward first and bowed respectfully to the woman before him, saying, "Greetings, divine sect prodigy." The stunningly beautiful woman cast a glance at Dan and replied with an elegant expression, "You must be Master Dan of the Azure sect." "My name is Shui, a prodigy of the divine sect." The divine sect was the very same sect spoken of by the members of the Azure sect. It was a powerful sect. All cultivation sects in the entire Yulong kingdom were affiliated with it, and even the Dragon Emperor had to show deference to its disciples. "So it's you, fellow Daoist Shui. I've long admired your reputation," Dan said, introducing them. "This is my disciple, Tang, a prodigy of our Azure sect." "Tang?" Shui's gaze settled on Tang, and she said softly, "So you are the Tang who is said to possess the potential of a great emperor?" "Senior Immortal, you flatter me. That title is merely a nickname given to me by many fellow cultivators. It shouldn't be taken too seriously. You may simply call me Tang." Shui merely nodded once, then paid no further attention to Tang's self-aggrandizing boasts and walked straight toward the Azure sect's main hall. Tang furrowed his brow slightly, his expression sour. He cursed inwardly, "That bitch, how dare she ignore me like this? Once I've got my hands on her, I'll definitely practice dual cultivation with her to boost my power." Shui landed smoothly on the ground and bowed her hands toward Ning, who was standing there. "Disciple Shui pays her respects to Senior Ning. Ning asked me to convey his regards. He is currently in a critical phase of his cultivation and is unable to come to the Azure sect in person. I hope you'll forgive him. Nephew Nalan, there is no need to be so formal." "How is Ning doing at the moment?" Ning asked, with one hand suspended behind his back. "All is well. Thank you, Senior Ning, for your concern." Shui bowed slightly, then shifted her gaze to Yi, her ice blue eyes glinting with a peculiar radiance. "Fine wines in golden cups cannot compare to a 3-chi sword raised in homage to the heavens. I never expected a fellow cultivator to understand the path of cultivation so deeply. I am truly impressed. This is my wayward disciple, Yi, also a prodigy of the Azure sect." The maid standing beside Shui's eyes lit up, and she said enviously, "So this is Yi." I've heard of him. I heard he single-handedly defeated numerous sect prodigies during the sect's grand competition. And he even killed Zhou Longshan, the chancellor of the dragon-ruling kingdom. He made a name for himself in a single battle. However, another maid snorted coldly, it's nothing but bragging.
He is nothing but a good-for-nothing drunkard. Even if he were to join our divine sect in the future, he'd likely end up as nothing more than a menial disciple. After all, our divine sect would never allow a drunken fool to become one of the sect's rising stars.
Ling, don't be rude.
Shui shot a cold glare at the maid standing to the side, who immediately bowed her head deeply, not daring to say another word. Still, she muttered under her breath. It's all because Yi is such a good-for-nothing. Someone like that was unworthy of being a prodigy of their divine sect. If word got out, wouldn't other sects mock their divine sect?
I apologize, fellow Taoist Yi.
It was my oversight and supervision that led to her disrespect toward you.
Please forgive her.
Shui said with a look of deep regret.
It's fine.
Yi waved his hand dismissively, showing no sign of taking offense. Shui was also captivated by the man before her. Though they were both at the void stage, she sensed an incredibly formidable energy emanating from Yi. It felt as though she wouldn't stand much of a chance if they were to fight. Just then, Dan walked over with a cheerful smile and said, "Today is a special day, marked by the arrival of a prodigy from the divine sect.
I've already had my disciples prepare a banquet.
As for our sparring match, let us postpone it until tomorrow." Shui didn't refuse. They had come here for another matter, so she wasn't in a hurry just because of the delay.
Tang volunteered, Shui, though the Azure sect may not possess as abundant mana as the divine sect, it boasts countless scenic wonders. Why don't I take you on a tour? What do you say?
Shui shook her head and politely declined, "No, thank you.
I'd like to discuss the true essence of cultivation with fellow Taoist Yi."
Please don't take this the wrong way, fellow Taoist Tang.
Hearing this, Tang's expression darkened considerably.
He turned to look at his Ningdan, puzzled as to why everyone seemed to revolve around Yi.
Did he have no charm at all? Ning nodded with a smile. And why don't you take junior disciple Nalan for a stroll around the area?
It'll be a good opportunity for you two to exchange insights on your cultivation.
Understood.
Yi rose lazily to his feet. Although he didn't want to get too involved with the divine sect, since this was an order from Ning, he naturally couldn't refuse. Watching the two of them walk away, Tang's face darkened with anger.
Was he really destined to always be outshone by Yi? Tang suddenly had an idea.
He fixed his gaze on Ling, Shui's maid. Perhaps he could find a way in through her. All he'd need to do was find out what Shui liked. With that thought, a sinister smile crossed Tang's face. He strode over to Ling and said with a smile, "Fairy, you must be Ling."
Ling looked up.
Seeing that it was a prodigy from the Azure sect addressing her as Fairy, her face lit up with a proud smile, and she grinned, "Yes, so what?
Would you do me the honor of letting me show you the beautiful sights of the Azure sect?"
Ling was a bit taken aback. This was the first time a prodigy had ever invited her.
Could it be that he had taken a liking to her? It made sense. After all, she was so young and beautiful. What man wouldn't fall head over heels for her?
With that thought, Ling nodded haughtily and said, "In that case, this fairy will give you a chance.
Don't let me down, okay?" Dan's eyebrow twitched, and he whispered, "Tunger, what are you up to? Didn't I tell you not to pursue Shui?
Have you set your sights on this slut?"
Ning, rest assured. She is nothing more than a pawn to me.
I'll use her to help me carry out my plan.
Tang gave a sinister smile.
Judging by Ling's demeanor, she was likely a young girl just discovering romance. A few sweet nothings from him would make her overjoyed. Once he had Shui in his grasp, he could simply cast this girl aside. Wouldn't that kill two birds with one stone? Dan stroked his mustache and said with a smile, "Excellent. You truly live up to being my disciple, Dan.
Very good.
My disciple has the makings of a great emperor."
Ha ha ha. The mountains rose steeply like clouds, their peaks shrouded in mist.
The lake was crystal clear, its surface glistening with ripples.
The breathtaking scenery, where mountains and water blended seamlessly, made one linger endlessly. Amid this picturesque beauty, the soul found complete relaxation and nourishment.
The setting here is exquisite, with towering cliffs rising on either side, curving inward like the shell of a scallop. The higher one ascends, the narrower the gorge becomes. The cliffs display extraordinary colors, lustrous and radiant with a pearlescent sheen. Just then, a slanting ray of twilight swept into the gorge, casting its light upon the walls and reflecting back and forth for a moment. The gorge was awash in a dazzling display of golden and iridescent hues, leaving one dazzled. A small boat appeared in the center of the lake, drifting slowly forward. The Huai River reflects the Rocky Mountains like a mirror. The serene shadows return to the bamboo groves. This place is truly a wonderful spot. Shui gazed at the surrounding scenery, a childlike smile spreading across her face. The divine sect was abundant in mana, and beautiful sights were as plentiful as clouds. Yet, as a prodigy of the sect, Shui had never had the time to truly explore the world. She hadn't even been able to take in the scenery within her own sect. Now that she had arrived at the Azure sect, she found herself captivated by the view before her. Yi took a sip of the cloudy wine and said softly, "Yes, this place is considered one of the most scenic spots within the sect, though very few people ever come here."
"Why is that?" Shui asked curiously.
Such breathtaking scenery. If she could stay here forever, it would surely open her heart and greatly benefit her future cultivation. The mana here is meager, and since it doesn't belong to the Qingxian Mountains, few are willing to come here to cultivate.
Yi explained.
Upon hearing this, Shui sensed it for herself and found that fellow Taoist Yi was quite right. The mana here was pitifully thin, a world of difference compared to the rest of the sect, and unsuitable for cultivation. What a pity for such a beautiful scene.
Shui plucked a bouquet of flowers from the water and said softly, "What a pity."
Whether it be humans or all living creatures, everything withers away with the passage of time. The fundamental nature of all things cannot escape the 5 decays of heaven and man. This holds true for both humans and gods alike. However, young lady, if you wish to preserve the beauty of these flowers, I do have a plan.
Hearing this, Shui turned to look at Yi, who was drinking beside her, and asked curiously, "What do you mean, fellow Taoist Yi? Could it be that you have a solution? If I'm not mistaken, your spiritual root, young lady, is a top-grade ice spiritual root, isn't it?"
That is correct.
Shui did not deny it.
After all, both her name and her demeanor made it clear that she was an ice fairy. Everyone else also referred to her as the ice fairy Shui. Flowers fade easily, but your spiritual root is an extremely rare ice spiritual root. Why not make a dress out of the flowers? Not only would it preserve their beauty, but it would also allow them to retain their original form forever.
Try this, use your mana to infuse the petals.
Don't force it, just let it flow naturally from your heart. Listening to Yi's words, Shui fixed her gaze on the flower in her hand. As her mana circulated within her, ice attribute energy rose from her palm, forming a wisp of ice blue mist. Perhaps because it was her first attempt, Shui didn't control the force properly, and the petals began to crack across their surface at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then, as a gentle breeze swept past, it transformed into a wisp of fresh air and vanished from Shui's hand. Yi wasn't surprised by this. After all, everyone makes mistakes the first time. As long as she took it slowly, she would surely succeed. Shui silently took Yi's words to heart and resolved to master her ice attribute spiritual root. This was not only to preserve the flower's beauty but, more importantly, to greatly aid her cultivation.
Fellow Taoist Yi, you truly are carefree and unconventional. I admire you. Shui felt a strong curiosity toward Yi. He appeared to be only 18 or 19 years old, yet possessed such profound insight it was truly baffling. With a bamboo flute in your hand, and this mountain and scenery as your backdrop, the melody naturally echoes through the Heart Valley. Might I ask if you would be so kind as to play a tune for us? Shui said softly, "Since you have such refined taste, fellow Taoist, I shall make a humble attempt." No sooner had the words left her lips than Shui raised the bamboo flute to her lips and blew gently. Instantly, a crisp melody filled the air. The notes flowed gracefully and softly, melodious and enchanting, like the gentle chirping of a vermilion bird. The sound of the flute was like a gushing spring, lingering in the air and piercing the heart like celestial music. Yi laughed heartily, raised his wine gourd, and took a long, hearty swig, the clear liquor trickling down the corner of his mouth. The flute's melody echoed through Mount Xiong, like the music of silk and bamboo instruments, immersing everyone in a rich artistic atmosphere. What do you think, fellow Taoist? Shui glanced sideways slightly and smiled gracefully. Yi laughed with unrestrained glee. The ancients said that the beauty of a fair maiden lies in her dignified demeanor, her graceful dance and song, and her refinement in calligraphy and painting. If the world uses such words to describe the myriad charms of the mundane, there must be something extraordinary about her. Shui parted her cherry-red lips slightly, her hand gently clutching the bamboo flute, and rushed toward Yi at a brisk pace. He caught the hint, tilted his head back to take a swig of wine, sidestepped to dodge, drew his sword, and clashed with her. There was a thunderous crash. The lake water on both sides burst into a spectacular display, with spray rising as high as 100 zhang, a truly magnificent sight. Watching from this vantage point, Tang clenched his teeth so hard they nearly shattered. He glared viciously at Yi, seething inwardly, "Damn bastard. Why do you have to snatch everything I want? Once I break through these constraints, that will be the day you die." Tang silently left the scene. As long as he succeeded in capturing Shui's maid, all of this would be his for the taking. The sun was setting, casting a golden glow over the distant mountains, which appeared as dark as ink. The water's surface shimmered and sparkled. Against the backdrop of the setting sun, the multicolored evening clouds stretched intermittently across the sky in irregular patterns. On the wooden boat, the two stood side by side. Shui said lightly, "Our visit to the Azure Sect isn't just to spar with the Sect's prodigies, we must also travel to Nether Valley. It's said that a priceless treasure recently appeared there, and Ning has ordered me to go and seize it." "A priceless treasure?" Yi looked at Shui and asked, "What kind of priceless treasure?" "I'm not sure." Shui shook her head and replied, "All I know is that the place is extremely dangerous. The slightest misstep could mean certain death. Ning arranged for me to come to the Azure Sect so I could go there with one of the Sect's prodigies." Hearing this, Yi, sitting at the bow of the boat, asked, "Then why didn't you seek out prodigies from other sects?" "It's all because of you." Shui gave a bitter smile. It wasn't that she didn't want to, it was simply impossible to invite them. After all, during the Sect's grand competition not long ago, Yi had nearly killed those prodigies. Those prodigies were all currently in seclusion, so there was no way they'd show up again unless it was one of the veteran powerhouses. However, Ning had said that the fewer people who knew about this, the better. Yi rubbed his nose. He couldn't remember exactly what had happened when he was drunk back then. All he knew was that he'd killed Wu Yan, one of the 5 poisons protectors of the Luoha faction, though that guy deserved to die. Fellow Taoist Yi, today's events have shaken my state of mind deeply. Once this matter is settled, I'll return to my sect to go into seclusion and break through to the next level. Shui exhaled a deep breath of warm air and decided to return first. After all, she had been here for quite some time. Back at the Azure Sect, Dan had long since prepared rooms for the group to rest in, intending for his disciple Tang to attend to their daily needs. But Shui refused. In the quiet room, Ling made up the bed for Shui and remarked offhandedly, "Princess, you should stay away from Yi in the future. He's no good." "Why are you insulting fellow Taoist Yi like that?" Shui asked with a tone of displeasure. "It's not that I'm insulting Yi, it's just that this is the kind of person he is. You don't know this, but not long ago, Yi sexually harassed a female disciple." "That's impossible." Shui furrowed her brows and said, "Fellow Taoist Yi absolutely could not be that kind of person." Even though they'd only known each other for a day, Shui understood Yi's character. He would never commit such a heinous act. However, Ling continued, "Princess, if you don't believe me, you can ask around. All the disciples of the Azure Sect know about it. He molested a female disciple named Tong. You must have heard of Tong. She is the granddaughter of Zhou Longshan, the Chancellor of the Dragon Riding Kingdom." Shui narrowed her eyes slightly and asked, "Linger, do you have any evidence?" "Although I have no evidence," Tang admitted it himself, "and Tong died because of Yi. After all, what girl would ever joke about her own virtue? What a pity both grandfather and granddaughter have already died at Yi's hands." After tidying up the bed in front of her, Ling remarked, as if in passing, "People like that are truly despicable." In our divine sect, someone like that would be killed on the spot without even being given a chance to explain. Shui didn't believe Ling's words. She didn't think fellow Taoist you would do such a thing after all. Tong was merely a woman, and even her future cultivation would likely not exceed the nascent stage. As for Yi, his future cultivation would certainly not stop there. In other words, it was highly likely that someone was slandering Yi. As fellow prodigies of the sect, why would Tang slander Yi? Could it be jealousy? But why would she be jealous? Ling prepared the foot-washing water for the princess, gently slipped off Shui's shoes, revealing her flawlessly white feet, placed them in the basin, and began massaging them as she said, "Princess, some people hide their true nature very deeply. You can't judge them by appearances alone, otherwise, you wouldn't have been scolded like this. After all, given Yi's abilities, it's understandable that he would do such a thing to a female disciple. Besides, men are all driven by their lower halves." Enough! Shui snapped softly. "Linger, you're never one for idle chatter. What has gotten into you today? Why are you saying so much?" Ling lowered her head in fear and said with a hint of grievance, "You should know Linger's temperament. I only spoke so much because I didn't want that Yi fellow to deceive you. I hope the princess will see through this clearly." Ling said lightly, "Princess, you must listen to me. If His Majesty finds out, he will surely punish you." Enough! Shui furrowed her brows, a hint of coldness flashing in her eyes. "Who told you about this?" "It was I overheard disciples of the Azure sect mentioning it in conversation. I didn't go out of my way to ask." Shui kept her brows furrowed, then said coolly, "You may go. This matter must not be brought up again. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless." Faced with the princess's anger, Ling dared not say another word. He could only bow his head deeply and step aside. However, his objective had been achieved, and Ling had fulfilled the task Tang had assigned him. Yet, judging by the princess's expression, it was clear she didn't believe a word of it. But once the seed of suspicion had been sown, it would not be so easy to dispel her doubts. The next day, in the Azure Sect Plaza, numerous disciples of the Divine Sect had already gathered there. Two prodigies clad in Taoist robes stepped forward, their faces tinged with a hint of mockery. "We've long heard that the prodigies of this generation in the Azure Sect are incredibly powerful. May we ask which of you they are?" "Tug." Dan glanced at Tang standing beside him. Tang, catching the hint, teleported to the very center of the square and bowed his hands toward the group, saying, "Tan, the sect master's disciple of the Azure Sect, greets you all, fellow cultivators." Early soul stage. The man leading the group held one hand behind his back and smiled, saying, "It seems you're indeed a promising young talent. Breaking through to the soul stage at the age of 100 is a legendary feat even in the cultivation world." "And what else?" Li Pingho continued to ask. Lin, standing beside Bai Yuling, also leaped to the very center of the square and bowed his hands toward the Divine Sect members, saying, "Lin, a disciple of Xiao Zhupik of the Azure Sect, greets you all, fellow cultivators." Early nascent stage. Li Pingho raised an eyebrow and cast a meaningful glance at Lin, a flash of envy crossing his eyes. After all, breaking through to the nascent stage in one's 20s was an extremely rare occurrence even within the Divine Sect. Even Ice Fairy Shui had been 30 years old when she broke through to the nascent stage. Clearly, this Lin's talent was no less than that of Ice Fairy Shui. If nurtured properly, his future achievements would certainly be nothing to sneeze at. It seemed he needed to discuss this with the sect master. If they could recruit Lin into the Divine Sect, it would be a great boon. Li Pingho asked again, "I recall the Azure Sect has another prodigy. I wonder who it is." He waited a long time, but no one answered, causing Li Pingho to look around in puzzlement. The Divine Sect disciples were all frozen in place. Where was everyone? Are they that arrogant? Dan frowned and turned to confront Ning, asking, "Senior sister, where is he? Why hasn't he shown up yet?" Ning glanced at the time and replied expressionlessly, "Let us wait a little longer. He has probably drunk again." Ning had long since grown accustomed to her disciple's behavior. As long as he didn't violate the sect's rules, kill the innocent, or bully men and women, she, as his master, would always protect him. I never expected the Azure Sect's prodigy to be so arrogant. He clearly doesn't hold our divine sect in any regard. Indeed. Our divine sect is the divine sect, the supreme sect above your Azure sect. The way you treat our divine sect's prodigy is truly despicable. The maidservant Ling also added fuel to the fire. Princess, did you see that? That ye. Rumor has it he is lazy and arrogant, a true drunkard. Seeing him today, I can confirm the rumors are well founded. He is definitely the kind of guy who molest female disciples and kill to cover his tracks. Not far away, Tung heard Ling's words and let out a faint smile, silently hoping he would arrive even later. That way, no one would be able to disturb him and the immortal maiden. Just as the crowd's emotions were running high, a lazy voice rang out from nearby. All eyes turned toward the source of the voice. They saw Yi, reeking of alcohol, staggering toward them. He had gone down the mountain to drink last night and didn't return until dawn, only then remembering the sparring match between the sect's prodigies. Uncle Master. Lin hurried forward, grabbed Yi's wrist, and asked with concern, Uncle Master, how much have you been drinking again? Yi gave a faint smile and held up a finger. 10 jars of wine? Lin clicked his tongue. Today was an important day, yet he hadn't expected his uncle to drink so much. No wonder he was staggering about, as if he might collapse to the ground at any moment. However, Yi simply laughed and said, I drank until morning. At that moment, Yi himself didn't know exactly how much he had. In any case, he kept drinking until dawn before finally leaving the tavern. As soon as he finished speaking, the members of the Azure sect all gently rubbed their foreheads. They hadn't expected their junior uncle to have spent the entire night drinking. They seriously wondered if the guy was a reincarnated drunkard. This was a chance to impress the divine sect's prodigy, yet he'd gone down the mountain to get drunk. It was truly spine-chilling. Li Pingho, the divine sect's prodigy, looked at the reeling Yi and furrowed his brows. Is this the Azure sect's top prodigy? Tung, standing nearby, added fuel to the fire with a dismissive tone, not the top, just a prodigy who knows nothing but drinking. Li Pingho glanced at Tung and strode toward Yi, intending to see through his true identity. However, Yi's cultivation realm seemed shrouded in a layer of mist, making it impossible for him to discern the other's true strength. What cultivation realm is he at? The prodigy standing beside him also shook his head, then furrowed his brow slightly and said, could it be that this lad has already reached the void stage? Impossible. Li Pingho immediately dismissed the idea. He looks to be no more than 18 or 19. How could he have broken through to the void stage? He must be using some kind of secret treasure to conceal his cultivation level. We didn't arrive at the Azure sect until yesterday, otherwise, we would have known the strength of the Azure sect's prodigies in advance. Li Pingho felt a twinge of regret, but he still feigned knowledge and said, fellow Daoist, you truly are carefree and unrestrained. On such an important day, you're actually able to keep drinking, and you've been drinking all night long. It's truly baffling. I am Li Pingho, a prodigy of the divine sect, at the late soul stage. I am Wang Jingtian, a prodigy of the divine sect, at the mid-soul stage. Greetings to all fellow cultivators of the Azure sect. The two clasped their fists simultaneously, their voices booming. He straightened his posture, belched, and, still a bit tipsy, clasped his fists and said, I am Yi, a disciple of the Azure sect, at the void stage. Greetings to both of you, fellow cultivators. What did you say? The void stage? Wang Jingtian stared wide-eyed in astonishment, exclaiming in disbelief, how is this possible? You're clearly only in your teens, how could you have broken through to the void stage? Wang Jingtian could hardly believe his ears. The fellow cultivator before him looked to be no more than a teenager, yet his cultivation had leaped straight into the void stage. Such talent even Shui, the prodigy of their divine sect, couldn't compare to this. Li Pingho also wore a peculiar expression. He glanced sideways and locked eyes with Wang Jingtian beside him. Wang Jingtian blinked in understanding, then said softly, I never expected fellow Daoist Yi's cultivation to be so formidable. I'm truly impressed. With that, Wang Jingtian turned around and bowed his hands once more toward Ning, who was seated upright in his chair. Senior Cold, we may begin. Ning nodded, fixing his gaze on Yi and his two companions, and asked softly, Which of you would like to go first?
Lin raised her right hand and said, Grandmaster, this disciple would like to give it a try. Although her cultivation was only at the nascent stage, she was, after all, a prodigy of the Azure sect, and she wanted to test just how great the gap in strength between herself and the divine sect truly was. Ning did not refuse. This was merely a simple sparring match, and since there would be no casualties, he did not give it much thought. The crowd dispersed. On the stage, Lin stood with her sword on her back, her gaze fixed on Li Pingho, the divine sect prodigy standing before her. Li Pingho took a fan from his robe, opened it with a fluid motion, and nodded with a smile. Since you're in such a refined mood, young lady, I shall be happy to spar with you for a bit. Please. I hope you'll go easy on me, fellow Taoist Li Pingho. Li Pingho's cultivation had already reached the late soul stage. He was considered a prodigy even within the divine sect. Facing Lin, who was at the nascent stage, he didn't take her seriously. Suddenly, Lin charged forward at breakneck speed. Her movement sliced through the silent space like a bolt of lightning, while the sword light in her hand pierced the void like a dragon or serpent, hurtling straight toward Li Pingho. A faint smile played at the corner of Li Pingho's lips. He sidestepped to evade the attack, then gracefully swung his folding fan forward. A unique surge of energy sent Lin reeling backward. Lin retreated rapidly, but fortunately, she had planted her flying sword into the ground in advance, slowing her backward momentum. However, the previous collision still left a deep impression on her. Is this the true power of a soul stage expert? Anyone below the soul stage is nothing but an ant. Li Pingho said with a serious expression, your speed is indeed remarkable. In my opinion, it's already on par with that of a late-stage nascent stage cultivator at the Great Perfection realm. However, in the face of a soul stage cultivator, it's still too slow. Senior brother, you flatter me. The real contest is yet to come. Lin spun on her heel, her figure darting back and forth like a streak of light. It was hard to believe that her speed was even on par with that of a soul stage cultivator. Is that the divine roaming step? Tung stopped to watch, his brow slightly furrowed. The divine roaming step is the Azure sect's supreme cultivation technique. When mastered to perfection, it allows one to move so swiftly that they leave after images, making it impossible to pinpoint their true location. Likewise, the only one in the Azure sect who possesses the divine roaming step is Senior Uncle Ning. I never expected Ning to have bestowed such a precious technique upon Lin. At the tip of the sword, a blue sword aura pulsed faintly, pointing from afar at Li Pingho. In an instant, a gale materialized out of thin air. Li Pingho gradually grew serious. What concerned him was not Lin's speed, but the sword intent imbued with extreme energy. This sword intent flowed ceaselessly like a surging river, while the rising gale swept over everything like a tsunami. Li Pingho retracted his folding fan. With a sweeping gesture of his hand, he summoned a 3-meter-long staff from his storage ring. Golden runes flickered along its surface, and as he infused it with mana, the golden glow grew even brighter than before. A terrifying surge of energy finally erupted. A fierce sword chi descended from the sky as if from the heavens, sweeping toward Li Pingho with overwhelming force. As the two forces collided, an unparalleled blast of energy erupted violently, radiating outward in all directions and leaving ripples in the air. Li Pingho swung his staff with all his might. Faced with such overwhelming power, Lin was ultimately no match for him. She was sent sliding hundreds of meters backward, having lost this sparring match decisively. Seeing this, the onlookers were not surprised. After all, Li Pingho was at the late soul stage. If he were to take this seriously, a single strike of his staff would be enough to defeat Lin and might even shatter her nascent stage. However, Li Pingho showed no sign of joy at that moment. He gently touched his right cheek and only then realized that, at some point, a gash had been cut into his cheek. Scorching blood was continuously oozing from the wound. Li Pingho furrowed his brow slightly, raised his head, and his expression suddenly froze. It was hard to believe that a nascent stage cultivator could actually injure him. Lin thought to herself, the sword intent my junior master taught me is truly formidable, but the gap between cultivation levels still prevents me from challenging opponents above my own tier. Just then, Wang Zhengtian, the prodigy of the divine sect, also noticed the gash on Li Pingho's face. He leaped onto the stage and asked calmly, "Are you all right?"
I'm fine. Li Pingho shook his head, though he still felt a bit aggrieved. After all, he was a late-stage soul stage powerhouse, yet he'd been cut on the cheek by a nascent stage cultivator. It was clearly a humiliating defeat. You go down first. Leave the rest to me. Li Pingho nodded. He didn't think Wang Zhengtian would lose. As fellow soul stage cultivators, Wang Zhengtian might only be at the mid-stage, but his techniques were slightly superior to his own. Facing Tang, who was at the early soul stage, would naturally pose no problem. As Li Pingho left, Tang leaped onto the combat platform and bowed his hands toward Wang Zhengtian, saying, "Fellow Taoist, please. Please." A hint of sarcasm flashed across Wang Zhengtian's face. He was merely an early-stage soul stage cultivator in Wang Zhengtian's eyes, as fragile as an ant. As his body trembled, the entire square was instantly enveloped by a vast, unimaginable divine sense. All cultivators below the soul stage drew in sharp breaths of astonishment. Their nascent stage cultivation, unusually, became unstable, causing their bodies to tremble slightly. What terrifying spiritual sense power! This young man's strength definitely far surpasses Tang's. Elder Lin Chen said with a grave expression. Dan remained silent, instead staring intently at the contest unfolding on the stage. He refused to believe his disciple would fail so easily. After all, Tang's talent was exceptional. Even within the divine sect, he would be considered a prodigy. Moreover, given the current situation, Tang was bound to have his own countermeasures. Tang rolled up his sleeves. Though he knew his opponent was stronger than him, the cultivation world teaches one to rise from the brink of despair and break through adversity. Even facing a mid-soul stage cultivator, Tang showed not the slightest sign of panic. He opened his mouth and expelled a streak of purple light. The purple flying sword immediately appeared in his hand, shimmering with an eerie purple glow. The purple Shao sword. I never expected Junior Brother Dan to entrust his personal flying sword to Tang. Seeing the purple Shao sword in Tang's hand, Ning glanced at Dan beside her and smiled quietly. Dan replied with a serious expression, "Didn't you, senior sister, also entrust your personal frost blade to junior nephew Yi? There is nothing wrong with me doing the same, is there?" Ning elegantly picked up the teacup from the table and said lightly, "I just wonder if junior nephew Tang will be able to unleash the Zhixiao sword's true power." "You needn't worry about that, senior sister," Dan replied with an impassive expression. On the arena, Tang was the first to charge forward. Though his speed didn't match Lin's, his momentum surpassed Lin's. The sword energy unleashed by his flying sword was extremely violent, and the purple sword glow sliced through the void, hurtling straight toward Wang Zhengtian. True to his reputation as a prodigy of the divine sect, Wang Zhengtian immediately realized that Tang was unable to harness the full power of the purple Shao sword. As he spun to dodge, a purplish-black curved blade suddenly appeared in his hand. The curved blade effortlessly sliced through the sword energy and lunged straight for Tang's chest. What? His magical treasure can actually block the blade of the purple Shao sword? As expected of a prodigy of the divine sect, his strength is truly formidable. Tang furrowed his brow slightly, stepped back, and immediately dodged the attack. At the same time, he moved his hands, and dozens of illusory sword beams appeared at his sides. Under Tang's control, they continued to surge toward Wang Zhengtian. Wang Zhengtian began swinging his curved blade with every collision. A piercing sonic boom echoed through the air. Seeing that Wang Zhengtian was held in check, a look of delight flashed across Tang's face. He placed his hands in front of his chest, touching his index fingers to his thumbs to form a diamond shape, then murmured, "Illusory Spirit Array, activate." At that very moment, the instant his words fell, Wang Zhengtian's body vanished from where he stood. Even the flying swords that had locked onto him earlier remained suspended in midair. Tang jerked his head up toward the spot where Wang Zhengtian had vanished, a strange expression crossing his face as he thought to himself, "Impossible. How could he have suddenly disappeared?" Before Tang could even react, a peculiar thunderous energy began to permeate the entire arena. As he looked up, he saw purple-black lightning flashing on both sides. The azure sky was instantly overcast with dark clouds. Lightning flashed and thunder roared, and the overwhelming aura pressed down on Tang, leaving him no chance to even catch his breath. 100 Li Divine Thunder.
Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed as the lightning in the sky flashed wildly.
Two bolts, like thunderous serpents, sliced through the silent sky and shot straight toward Tang's position. Tang's mouth twitched.
He immediately placed his finger on his brow. A drop of crimson blood slowly flew out.
Under Tang's control, it split into countless droplets, which then transformed into a host of unique demon beasts. The demon beasts charged rapidly toward the lightning tribulation.
Just as they were about to make contact, Tang's eyes turned icy, and he shouted, "Explode!"
This self-destruction triggered a chain reaction.
Immediately afterward, the spiritual essences of all the demon beasts in the vicinity that had not yet dissipated exploded one after another.
At the same time, waves of immense mana suddenly filled the air.
In the split second of the explosion, all the thunder in the sky was blocked, and Tang had already spotted the figure above the clouds. Purple Shao Sword, emerge! With his left hand, Tang orchestrated the explosions in the sky, while his right hand sent the purple Shao Sword hurtling toward Wang Zhengtian's position. The sword energy it generated actually split the air on either side in two. Wang Zhengtian, high above the clouds, froze for a moment before immediately dodging backward. Yet the force of the purple Shao Sword was too swift. Not only did it shatter his 100-li divine thunder, but it also struck him directly in the abdomen. The excruciating pain made Wang Zhengtian's eyes widen like copper bells. Unable to defend himself against this heavy blow, a jet of crimson blood spurted from his mouth. His body plummeted toward the ground like a bird with broken wings, finally crashing heavily onto the Azure Sect's plaza amid countless horrified stares. Tang's eyes were bloodshot, his chest rose and fell rapidly, and his arms trembled slightly. The growing sense of weakness within him signaled that he, too, had reached his limit. Thank goodness Ning gave me the demon beast's blood in advance, otherwise, I really would have lost to that bastard Wang Zhengtian today. Li Pingho immediately rushed forward. Looking at Wang Zhengtian lying on the ground, he furrowed his brow slightly and immediately confronted Tang. "Fellow Taoist Tang, how could you strike so ruthlessly?" Tang, however, replied nonchalantly, "Fellow Taoist Li, I was merely giving it my all. After all, I'm only at the early soul stage, while fellow Taoist Wang's strength is at the mid-soul stage. If I hadn't given it my all, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to withstand that 100-li divine thunder earlier." Seeing the smug smirk on Tang's face, Li Pingho was at a loss for words. He immediately took out a gleaming golden pill and placed it in Wang Zhengtian's mouth. As the pill entered his body, the pain within Wang Zhengtian gradually subsided. Tang, however, added insult to injury. "Fellow Taoist Wang, you were too kind. If your 100-li divine thunder had been just a bit stronger, perhaps I really wouldn't have been able to withstand it." "You." Wang Zhengtian was deeply infuriated by Tang's words, but since he had lost, he could only return to his seat with Li Pingho's support, though his heart still burned with rage. What a humiliating defeat. Now the score stood at 1 win and 1 loss. If Ice Fairy Shui were to lose, the Divine Sect would suffer a complete loss of face. The Divine Sect was rich in resources and abundant in mana, an ideal place to cultivate prodigies. But to lose now to the Azure Sect's prodigy standing before them would be nothing short of humiliating. Dan burst into laughter, "As expected of my disciple, excellent, 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 ha ha ha. Tanger, come back and rest for now. Leave the next match to your junior brother." Dan glanced at Yi, who was already fast asleep in his chair. His brow furrowed as he clenched his fists. Clearly, he was deeply displeased with Yi's utterly nonchalant attitude. That guy really does have no regard for others. At Lin's call, Yi slowly opened his eyes. After glancing at the two who had just finished fighting, he stretched deeply and said, "Is it my turn? Uncle Yi, please be careful. Shui is a prodigy of the Divine Sect. Her strength is absolutely formidable." Lin cautioned with some concern. If Uncle Yi were to fail, the Azure Sect would suffer a complete defeat, but if he were to win, the Azure Sect would receive a large quantity of mana crystals bestowed by the Divine Sect every year. Yi walked onto the arena carrying a wine gourd, looking carefree and unrestrained as he tilted his head back and downed 2 liang of wine. Azure Sect, the combat arena. Shui looked at Yi before her with a smile. Holding a bamboo flute in her hand, she said leisurely, "Fellow Taoist Yi, in this state, are you still able to continue the sparring match?" Her voice was like a clear spring, a pleasure to the ears.
Yi waved his hand and nodded. It's no problem.
It must be noted that when Yi is intoxicated, not only does his mana increase significantly, but his combat prowess surpasses even his usual level. Upon hearing this, Shui said no more. She lifted her right foot, and the moment it touched the ground, a thin layer of frost formed on the arena at a speed visible to the naked eye. The frost spread outward, quickly enveloping the entire arena and causing the temperature there to plummet rapidly. Yi looked down at the frost beneath him, nodded, and smiled faintly. Your strength is indeed formidable, young lady. This frost power not only enhances your own strength but also weakens your opponent's mana. A sword glow flared. A silvery white flying sword suddenly appeared in Yi's hand. Mana surged through it, radiating outward like a clear spring. Shui did not underestimate Yi standing before her. Yesterday in Huaizhou, she had already witnessed his swordsmanship firsthand. While he might not be unrivaled in Ziniohizu, within Dongling Nansao, he was undoubtedly a dominant force. Yi drank 2 liang of wine, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, and laughed heartily. To roam the 4 seas with a sword in my heart, better yet, to laugh as I gaze upon the heavens and earth. Swords, rise! As soon as the words fell, countless flying swords shot up through the air. Though they appeared ordinary at first glance, a closer sense revealed that their sword energy contained a certain extreme energy fluctuation. The divine sect's powerhouses all looked up at the countless flying swords shimmering with a strange radiance in the sky. Their brows furrowed slightly, and their hearts stirred. Is this the true strength of Yi, the Azure sect's prodigy? Li Pingho raised an eyebrow and said, even I would find it difficult to withstand this sword energy. Anyone below the void stage is nothing but an ant. You alone don't have the ability to pose a threat to such a powerful figure. Wang Jingtian curled his lip, though he too was left speechless by the scene before him. Li Pingho knew this, of course. Still, curiosity welled up within him. He wondered how long he could hold out against Yi. The sword's glow shot straight into the sky like a flash of lightning. The sky, which had been shrouded in mist, now became crystal clear, like a vast ocean, with not a trace of mist in sight. Shui raised her delicate eyebrows slightly, placed the bamboo flute against her red lips, and blew gently. The sound waves spread outward, creating ripples that rippled around her. Sword beam, fall. Yi laughed heartily, pointing his right index finger toward the heavens as countless flying swords fell vertically like rain. Shui furrowed her brow slightly, gazing at the hundreds of illusory flying swords in the sky, then deepened her tone. Endless sound waves coalesced into a protective barrier, encircling her body. Clang! 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 The crisp, melodious clangs rang out continuously from the very center of the arena. With each collision, blinding sparks flared up, and the moment they burst forth, spiderweb-like cracks appeared in the barrier beside her. Shui's expression changed abruptly. She extended her slender, jade-like fingers, and a wisp of ice-blue energy flowed from her fingertips, merging into the barrier before her. As the barrier strengthened, the force of flying sword's attacks began to wane. Clearly, without some special technique, it would be difficult to break through Shui's defensive barrier. He picked up the wine jar beside him, casually popped the lid off, and tilted his head back to drink deeply. The clear, potent liquor dripped down the corner of his mouth, soaking his clothes and shocking everyone present. Ice Fairy Shui's expression froze. As a fellow void stage powerhouse, she could clearly sense Yi's strength rising bit by bit at that moment. Congratulations, host, on drinking an entire jar of wine. You have been rewarded with +4 proficiency in the Drunken Swordmaster system. The system's notification sounded in Yi's ear, and at that moment, a humming sword intent gradually enveloped the sky. With such cataclysmic power, is this guy really at the void stage? Li Pingho furrowed his brows in astonishment. Yi's gaze gradually hardened as he nodded toward the Ice Fairy Shui before him and said, Miss, I'm about to give it my all. The Ice Fairy Shui tucked a strand of her long black hair behind her ear with a delicate smile and replied, Go ahead, fellow Taoist. I'm eager to see just how powerful you truly are. A distant sword immortal rises from the clouds. 10,000 swords converge as one, sweeping across the green mountains. As soon as Yi's voice faded, the disciples of the Azure sect immediately bowed their heads. The swords at their waists, seemingly beyond their control, all shot toward Yi at breakneck speed. Even the swords of the divine sect disciples were caught up in the chaos, clearly demonstrating that, guided by the sword intent, these flying swords had no ability to choose in an instant, they frantically merged into one. It's the 10,000 swords returned to the source technique again. Elder Hua stared wide-eyed, his eyes as round as copper bells, and spoke with trepidation. It was this very technique that Yi had used back then to personally slay Hao, the disciple of Elder Lin Chen. Now that he was using it again, its power was undoubtedly 100, or even 1,000 times greater than before. Standing within the blade grave on the sect's rear mountain, the flying swords immersed in this place transformed into fleeting streaks of light, racing toward the sky. The elders of Bladegrave were used to this by now. They shook their heads one after another inside, saying, "I don't know if this is a blessing or a curse." A youth with such extraordinary talent is bound to be targeted from all sides in the future. Whether he can grow into his potential depends entirely on his fate. Upon the stone pillar, the white-haired elder slowly opened his eyes. Watching the flying sword that had already shot off, he said calmly, "Though this boy possesses talent, his fate is incredibly fraught with hardship." "What do you mean?" An elderly woman turned her head slightly, looking at the old man who had spoken with a puzzled expression. The old man placed his hands across his chest, touching his index finger to his thumb to form a diamond shape, and began to divine Yi's future. "As I gaze into the future, I see nothing but chaos. When I look back, there is nothing but emptiness behind Yi. This is an omen of great calamity." The elderly woman's expression grew grave. She immediately wanted to inform senior sister Ning of this, but was stopped by the old man beside her, who said, "Under no circumstances should you do that. This is Yi's destiny, and also his trial. We should let nature take its course and not reveal the secrets of heaven." In the 1,000 years of our Azure sect's history, it has been a rare occurrence for a disciple of such extraordinary talent to emerge. I will certainly not allow him to perish. After all, you should all be well aware of what our Azure sect's predecessor was. No sooner had she finished speaking than all the elders within Bladegrave raised their heads. The identity of its predecessor. Upon becoming elders of Bladegrave, they had received a wealth of inherited memories. These matters were unknown even to the sect master and senior sister Ning. Inside Bladegrave, the sect elders stationed here exchanged solemn glances, yet not a single one spoke. Clearly, the Azure sect's predecessor was a sect that could not be mentioned. If this information were exposed, all 3,000 disciples of the Azure sect would become nothing more than bleached bones in the graves. On the sect's arena, the piercing screech of swords, like thunderclaps, rent the silent sky, causing the void on both sides to bloom and shift. Seeing how profound her opponent's mastery of the swordway was, Ice Fairy Shui decided not to conceal her strength any longer. The sound emanating from her mouth quickened once more, but this time it was not a melodious tone, rather, a shrill phoenix cry. Suddenly, an ice-blue silhouette shot out from behind Ice Fairy Shui. It circled the sky once before abruptly transforming into an ice phoenix powerful enough to shake the heavens and the earth. A tuft of vivid ice-blue feathers crowned the phoenix's head, adding a unique touch of beauty to its appearance. Its eyes were like bright gems, sharp and profound, as if capable of seeing through all illusions. Its talons were sharp and resilient, symbolizing its indomitable spirit. Utterly sacred. It looked like a statue. The ice phoenix spread its wings and soared, instantly leaving an ice-blue vortex in the sky. Wherever the hurricane passed, it formed massive tornadoes reaching 100 meters in height. Had Ning not set up a barrier here in advance, the hurricane would likely have swept up all the cultivators in this area the moment it appeared, tearing them to shreds. Dan's expression grew grave as he murmured, "The ultimate illusory spirit Ice Phoenix. I never imagined Ice Fairy Shui's power to be so terrifying. Even I, an old man, would likely be no match for her." At this point, Dan's heart was filled with jealousy. Why were these young people so powerful, while he, despite years of cultivation, remained merely at the lowly void stage? This isn't fair. At that moment, Ice Fairy Shui also raised her head, gazing intently at the 10,000 swords returning to the source formation that had already coalesced. Clutching her bamboo flute tightly, she raised her slender hand and gently waved it toward the sword light before her. The cry of a phoenix and the call of a crane. The Ice Phoenix charged straight toward it. Yi remained as expressionless as ever. His large hands swept downward, and the colossal sword that had sliced through the clouds fell vertically. Under this overwhelming sword energy, the magnificent mountain gate shattered into pieces in an instant.
Huge boulders rolled down the mountainside, and the entire Azure sect shook violently, as if it were experiencing an earthquake.
The disciples inside the gate were all horrified. They looked up in unison, staring at the endless sword energy in the sky. Such earth-shattering energy was beyond anything they could have imagined, especially the aura generated by 10,000 swords returned to the source, which was surely enough to intimidate countless powerful figures. Void stage masters are truly this terrifying.
Dan also witnessed the mountain gate shattering from the impact.
His anger flared uncontrollably. He slammed his fist down on the table and exclaimed, his eyes white as copper bells, "That bastard!" A sudden, explosive hiss rang out. Countless ghostly white shards shattered in the sky. The Ice Phoenix formed by Shui instantly turned into countless ice fragments and shattered into pieces the moment it touched the sword's glow. The scattering ice fragments littered the ground, dissolving into a wisp of cold air and vanishing without a trace. However, the sword's glow did not stop. Instead, it swept straight toward Shui below. Even the barrier, as hard as iron, shattered the moment it came into contact with the giant sword. Fortunately, the giant sword halted directly above Shui. Otherwise, with her current mana reserves, she would have been utterly unable to withstand such a staggering attack.
Shui sighed deeply and said, "I concede."
Hearing Shui's concession, the disciples of the divine sect cast stunned glances at her. They hadn't expected that after only a few exchanges, their senior sister would already be unable to withstand her opponent's assault. Yi did not press his advantage. Holding his wine gourd in one hand, he swept his elegant robe, and the giant sword began to disintegrate, transforming into countless flying swords that returned to their respective masters.
"You've been kind enough to let me win."
Yi clasped his fists in a return salute, then turned and bowed once more toward Ning.
Ning nodded with satisfaction, raising her slender hand as she said, "Very well. The prodigies of the divine sect are indeed formidable."
"Senior, you flatter us. Our divine sect is blessed with abundant mana and resources, yet today we were still defeated by the Azure sect. It is simply that we juniors lack the necessary strength."
Shui bowed deeply toward Ning, clasping her fists together.
Perhaps even she didn't understand why she had been no match for Yi after all. He hadn't given her the impression of being the kind of figure who looked down on the world.
Ning smiled and said, "Junior disciple Nalan, you jest. You are considered exceptionally gifted even across the entire divine continent.
After all, under these circumstances, it's understandable that you were defeated by my disciple." Shui nodded and said, "Senior, I've been sent by my master to Nether Valley."
"Might fellow Taoist Yi accompany us there?" "Nether Valley?" Ning raised an eyebrow, glanced slightly at Yi, and asked, "Are you willing to go to Nether Valley?" Yi thought for a moment before replying, "I am willing to go."
Nether Valley was one of the few dangerous places in South State, East Ridge, but it contained countless treasures. Now was the perfect opportunity to gather some herbs for brewing the strongest wine. Seeing that Yi had agreed without hesitation, Ning understood what he was after, so he said no more.
"In that case, I'll leave it to you, junior disciple Nalan. Nether Valley is extremely perilous. Even Unity stage cultivators could meet their end there.
If you encounter any danger, do not venture any further."
"This junior understands." "Ning, I'm also willing to go to Nether Valley."
Just then, Tang stepped forward to volunteer, without even considering whether he had been invited, determined to follow Shui to Nether Valley. Only by spending constant time with Shui could he foster their relationship, leading them to tie the knot and become dual cultivation partners. Just as Shui was about to refuse, her maid Ling, standing beside her, reminded her, "Princess, fellow Taoist Tang is equally formidable. He was able to defeat Wang Zhangtian, so he must have his own methods. If he accompanies us, perhaps he can also help the princess obtain the secret treasure."
Shui thought it over.
Not wanting to be rude and refuse his kindness, she could only nod and say, "In that case, let fellow Taoist Tang accompany us to Nether Valley." A faint curve formed at the corner of Tang's mouth, and his eyes flickered. After a long moment, a cold smile appeared on his lips, and he thought to himself, Yi, once we reach Nether Valley, I'll seize the opportunity to leave you behind there. Nether Valley is fraught with danger enough to reduce you to nothing but bones.
Shwe, she is mine. Half a day later. Several figures slowly rose into the air in front of the hall.
To ensure the safety of the disciples, the Azure sect arranged for an elder from the Unity stage to accompany them to Nether Valley. This elder was clearly a bit unreliable, a woman with a stunning figure, but like Yi, she was deeply dependent on alcohol. Even when Ning dragged her out of her seclusion chamber, she was still thinking about her fine wines and spirits. She was a young woman dressed in a blue and white robe, carrying a bamboo flask of wine. Her clothes barely covered her, and she never let the wine leave her lips. In appearance and demeanor, she closely resembled the menial disciples within the sect who had been exploited for labor for so long that they had given up on themselves. The woman lay sprawled across the flying sword, still clutching the bamboo flask in her hand and taking a sip every now and then. Even Yi couldn't help but admire her a little. If she were to awaken the drunken swordmaster system, she'd probably be even more of a drunken swordmaster than he was. This woman's name was Dji-Wan, an elder of the Azure sect. She appeared to be in her 20s, but was actually over 700 years old, and her cultivation had already reached the great perfection of the Unity stage. She was the junior sister of Ning and Dan. Within the Azure sect, she was considered a shut-in unless there was something major going on. She would spend her days drinking and having fun in her private chamber. She was both unreasonable and a formidable fighter, a true madwoman through and through. Nether Valley is fraught with danger, and the fact that Dji-Wan has come out to protect this group of prodigious disciples speaks volumes about just how formidable she is. Watching the utterly carefree Dji-Wan, Elder Lin Chen's expression darkened as he cautiously asked, "Sect Master, with senior sister Dji-Wan in such a drunken state, might this be a bit?" Dan gently rubbed his forehead, feeling a deep sense of helplessness. After all, that was just Emperor Bol's personality. He wouldn't even give face to senior sister Ning, let alone him. If it weren't for Ning using the 1,000-year-old Luosang wine as a bargaining chip, Emperor Bol would never have set foot outside the sect under any circumstances. Let us hope nothing goes wrong. Lin handed over the soft armor made from one-horned dragon scales and said, "Uncle Master, the soft armor is now ready. Be sure to wear it. It can at least withstand the strongest attack from a cultivator in the early Unity stage. This journey is extremely perilous. Please be very careful, Uncle Master." Yi nodded and said softly, "Thank you. I'm leaving the auspicious beast in your care. If it doesn't obey, don't feed it any mana crystals." "Got it, Uncle." "You two should hurry along. Grand Uncle Emperor Bol can hardly wait," Lin said with a sweet smile. Yi and Ning exchanged a glance, then soared into the air on their swords, chasing after Emperor Bol and the others who had already departed. At the same time, Yi put on the one-horned dragon's soft armor that Lin had crafted as a means of self-preservation. After leaving the gates of the Azure sect, Dji-Wan sat up. With a flick of his finger, the flying sword beneath him instantly grew to several hundred zhang in size and slowly soared off into the distance. Dji-Wan glanced at the prodigious disciples on either side of him, walked over to the protruding sword hilt, leaned back against it without a care for his appearance, and casually picked up the wine gourd from his waist, a satisfied smile already playing on his lips. Taking a slow sip, a faint blush spread across Dji-Wan's cheeks. He let a soft moan drift away on the wind, his entire being radiating a sense of contentment and ease. Turning his head to look at Yi atop the flying sword, he quickly beckoned with a wave of his hand and said with a hint of mischief, "Qian, come here for a moment." Yi maneuvered the flying sword to Dji-Wan's side and bowed his hands, saying, "Uncle Master, is there something you need?" Empress One shifted her hips to make room, patted the spot where she'd been sitting with her jade-like hand, and said with a smile, "Sit beside me. I have something to tell you." Yi didn't refuse. He landed smoothly on Empress One's flying sword, sat down beside her, and asked in puzzlement, "Uncle Master, is there something you need?" "Well, I've heard you're also fond of the 3,000 ancient wines. Let me see how old your wine is." Empress One licked her lips and, with a mischievous grin, reached around Yi's waist to take the wine gourd. Before Yi could react, Empress One had already opened the lid. Gulp, gulp, she took several big sips. Yi winced in heartache. That was a 1,000-year-old Losang wine, after all, which he won as the champion of this competition and traded for from an elder of the divine sect Lightning Tribulation.
Now, seeing Emperor Bull drinking so heartily, Yi immediately snatched the gourd back and exclaimed, "Uncle Master, what are you doing?"
Emperor Bull savored the lingering aroma of wine on his lips, still craving more, the taste endlessly delightful, but could only gaze longingly at the wine gourd hanging from Yi's waist. After all, fine wines are scarce throughout the entire East Ridge South State, and most of the highest aged vintages are treasured by highly respected and venerable cultivators. After all, most cultivators lead rather gloomy lives for the sake of their cultivation. They rarely indulge in worldly pleasures, let alone go out of their way to brew fine wine. Therefore, for a cultivator like Emperor Bull, who is utterly obsessed with fine wine, this is nothing short of a torment in life.
Di Junwan rolled his eyes at Yi and said, "Don't be so stingy.
We cultivators should be magnanimous and tolerant. We should have a heart of truth and kindness.
Besides, I'm your junior master, we're family. Pour me half of your wine." Yi's mouth twitched twice, and he immediately turned his head away.
Daijinwan grew a bit impatient and was just about to take a few more sips when Tang interrupted him.
"Uncle Master, I have a jar of fine wine here. I wonder if you'd be interested in tasting it." Daijinwan perked up immediately and asked, "What kind of fine wine?"
Tang took a wine jar that had been sealed for many years out of his storage ring. As the jar was opened, a pure, refreshing aroma of wine wafted toward them. Just one whiff was enough to make one feel completely at ease. Empress Wan couldn't wait to take a sip, but her brows soon furrowed.
She looked up at Tang and asked, "What kind of wine is this?" "Fine grape wine."
"What vintage is it?"
"About 30 years, I'd say."
Upon hearing it was only a 30-year-old wine, Empress Wan, her face full of disdain, tossed the jar straight down from 10,000 li up in the sky. She pursed her lips and said, "Don't ever give me this kind of wine again.
Go play somewhere else."
Watching his prized wine get tossed aside like that, Tang's expression darkened, and he had no choice but to turn and walk away.
Di Junwan glanced at the group gathered around the ice phoenix.
Just as he was about to ask if they had any fine wine, Yi interrupted him. "I have another jar of fine wine here that's over 800 years old, enough to keep you going for a while.
Don't even think about taking my Losong wine."
Yi handed over the wine jar with a look of reluctance on her face. This was a gift Ning Ning had given her before leaving. Daijinwan immediately took the jar and eagerly took a sip. This was exactly the kind of exquisite nectar she'd been craving. So fragrant and mellow. Empress Wan cradled the wine jar, leaning against the hilt of her sword. She raised her head to gaze at the azure sky, sniffed the air, and inhaled the rich aroma wafting from the jar. Turning her head to look at Yi, who was sitting cross-legged, Empress Wan couldn't resist the urge to open the jar. But remembering that this was her only jar of wine, she suppressed the desire to drain it completely. The journey to Nether Valley was long. It would take 7 days and 7 nights, and if anything happened along the way, they'd be delayed even further.
Thinking of how boring these days would be, Di Junwan felt utterly miserable inside.
If he'd known it would be like this, he never would have agreed to let his senior sister come along with them.
"Fine wine, my fine wine."
Emperor Bull clung to the wine jar, unwilling to let go for a long time. He looked up and said, "Hey, Tang, go catch a few demon beasts for us to roast. And remember to stop by the town up ahead and buy some century-old wine." Tang, who was traveling on his sword, twitched his lips but dared not refuse. After all, he was an elder of the Azure sect, holding a status even higher than Ning Dan's.
Tang said, "Junior brother Yi, why don't you come with me?"
"I'm sending you. Why are you making Qian go?"
Di Junwan's willow-like eyebrows shot up in anger. He had to keep an eye on Yi himself, otherwise, if he drank all the fine wine from the gourd, how would he survive afterward? Tang's mouth twitched again.
He had no choice but to give in, turning to fly toward the forest where the demon beasts lurked, cursing Yi and Emperor Wan 800 times over in his mind. Emperor Wan chuckled, hugging the jar of wine and sneaking another sip. Her cheeks flushed instantly, and she licked her lips, still craving more.
Yi, for his part, didn't say anything. "Just don't come looking for me when you've finished it all."
Belching, Emperor Bull said, "Qian, you asked me to come here to protect your lives. Unless your lives are in danger, I won't intervene." Yi was also lying on the flying sword. Though it was a bit hard, it was still much more comfortable than standing or sitting cross-legged the whole time.
He replied, "No problem. After all,
Your presence here won't do much good anyway.
Daijin 1.
Yi shrugged, took a sip of wine, and said, Nether Valley is dangerous, but as long as we don't venture into the interior, we'll be fine. Dijuan turned sideways, propping her chin with one hand, and said with a chuckle, Qian, after all, your junior aunt is Ning Ning's junior sister. Sometimes, you really should listen to her, she won't harm you. For example, leave your wine gourd with me for safekeeping. I promise I won't take a single sip, otherwise, it would be a shame if you lost it. Yi glanced at Emperor Bol, who was grinning foolishly at him. In his mind, he recalled the words Ning had spoken to him not long ago. Your auntie is just an idiot, don't pay her any mind. If she asks for a drink, just refuse her, she'll be frantic with anxiety. Thinking of Ning's words, Yi didn't give it a second thought. He closed his eyes slightly, savoring the comfort brought by the gentle breeze. Such contentment inevitably sparked a burst of poetic inspiration. A guest in the dream of the cloud immortal, green mountains accompany my journey, the ethereal abode of the immortals, where I drift in a drunken haze, the mortal world bathed in the glow of the evening sunset. The Emperor's Bowl cast a meaningful glance at Yi, a hint of curiosity stirring within him. That this young man possessed such a state of mind, truly, he was a remarkable individual. 3 days later. The bright moonlight, poetic and picturesque, bathed the mountains and rivers in a serene and profound glow, utterly intoxicating. They had now traveled 10,000 li from the sect. A campfire burned on the blade of the sword, and sizzling, oil-dripping grilled beef lay atop the flames. Looking at the beef, which was a feast for the eyes, the nose, and the palate, Emperor Bol was already salivating with anticipation. Qian, I never would have guessed you knew how to grill meat, I wouldn't have thought so. Di Junwan licked her alluring red lips, then said earnestly, Qian, I am your senior master. You should understand that when there is something delicious, elders should eat first. Let me try a bite for you, how about it? Yi replied calmly, Uncle, if you want to eat it, just wait a little longer. But if you insist on eating first, I won't brush the seasoning on it. You. Di Junwan pouted, crossing her arms defiantly, and said angrily, You don't know how to share. I wonder how your senior sister taught you. When we get back, I'm definitely going to have a serious talk with her. Ning said that if you act unreasonable and throw a tantrum, she'll have me drop you off halfway back. Di Junwan exhaled a deep puff of hot breath and said somewhat ingratiatingly, Nephew, you eat first. Your auntie will just take a whiff, don't let yourself go hungry. Watching Di Junwan's demeanor, you wondered if she was really over 700 years old. How could she be even more mischievous than himself? If he told anyone that, he doubted many would believe him. After the meal, Di Junwan lay down and fell asleep peacefully, completely unconcerned with what those around her thought. Yi was no different. It really is true that birds of a feather flock together. Watching the two of them sleeping side by side, Tang was thoroughly infuriated. Why should they get to sleep while he had to sit here keeping watch over them? That was just too much of a slap in the face. If he'd known it would turn out like this, he would have sat on Shue's Ice Phoenix instead. This was nothing but bullying an honest soul. Tang glared at Yi and the Emperor's Bowl, who were sleeping soundly, her whole body trembling with rage as she exclaimed, These you two are a perfect match as master and disciple. 3 days later. The land was vast and sparsely populated, with magnificent mountains and rivers. As the giant sword soared through the clouds and mist, day and night without rest, they finally reached the border of Nether Valley in South State, East Ridge. Even before entering, they could already sense the eerie, terrifying atmosphere within. Di Junwan stretched, then used her flawlessly white little toe to tap Yi's cheek. He was still asleep and reminded him, Wake up. We're almost there. Yi smacked her lips and woke from her slumber, just in time to see Di Junwan rubbing her cheek with her toes. She was furious and exclaimed, Auntie, that's going too far. Di Junwan chuckled like a child. Seeing her standing there with her hands behind her back, he said with a smile, I did the same thing a few days ago. What are you going to do about it? All right, don't dwell on it. We're here now. Yi? Gotta hold it in. We're not at the Azure sect anymore. Once we get back, I'll definitely have Ning teach him a proper lesson. The flying sword began to slow down gradually, descending toward the tranquil valley below. Junwan glanced at the divine sect prodigies aboard the Ice Phoenix and warned them, "Listen up, all of you. The rest of the journey is up to you. I will not intervene unless your lives are in danger. Likewise, you are forbidden from entering the inner reaches of Nether Valley. Even Unity stage experts might not survive there. Remember, don't just fly blindly deeper into it. Stay safe. If you end up getting killed, your Ning will be crying and blaming me. Got it? This junior understands." One glanced at the group and said, "Beyond the valley before you lies the forested region of Nether Valley, though I cannot say whether you'll find what you're looking for there. Nether Valley is one of the few eerie mountain ranges in Dongling Nan State. It's a labyrinthine place teeming with demon beasts, and the air is thick with miasma. Inhaling too much of it could easily induce hallucinations. It might even lead to death and the destruction of one's cultivation." Yi, however, didn't pay it much mind. He only wanted to find the herbs for brewing wine. As for the secret treasure the divine sect sought, it had little to do with him. After all, even if he did manage to obtain what the divine sect wanted, they would surely demand it back. In the cultivation world, strength reigns supreme. Wan mounted her flying sword and soared into the sky. With a wave of her right hand, several jade slips materialized before the group. She instructed them. "My divine sense is sealed within these jade slips. If you encounter danger, shatter them immediately. I will locate you at the very first opportunity." Tang asked, "Auntie, aren't you coming with us?" One pursed her lips and replied irritably, "This is a trial for you. If I intervene, what use would you be?" Tang scratched his nose awkwardly. He couldn't help but feel that Auntie Wan had been singling him out all along. After all, he was a prodigy of the sect. When had he ever endured such humiliation? However, faced with Wan who had reached the peak of the Unity stage, Tang dared not voice his anger. After all, even his own Ning Dan dared not say much when she saw Wan. Wan was notorious throughout the sect for being high-handed and unreasonable, as well as a formidable fighter who showed no respect to anyone. Anyone who displeased her, let alone fellow disciples, would have to face her wrath, even if they were grand stage powerhouses. Wan stepped in front of Yi, blinked, and her tone softened considerably. "Be careful. Don't let the toxic mists inside drive you mad and leave you missing an arm or a leg. If that happens, your Ning will surely come crying to me for revenge." One glanced at the figure within the mist and said casually, "Besides, even if I don't intervene, that divine sect powerhouse won't let anything happen to this group of kids. After all, Xuan and the others were the divine sect's prodigies. Their status was incredibly exalted. If they were to die in Nether Valley, it would be an immense loss for the divine sect. Xuan and her two companions possessed remarkable talent. Their future achievements would surely be boundless. Given enough time, there was even a strong possibility they could ascend to immortality. Yi also sensed the surging aura within the mist. It appeared to be a cultivator at the early grand stage. True to its long history, the divine sect could casually dispatch a grand stage powerhouse. It truly had profound depths. One took a sip of wine, glanced sideways, and immediately transmitted his voice, "Qian, remember, watch out for your senior brother Tang. He no good." Yi nodded with a smile. Of course he knew Tang was no good. Back then, when Tang volunteered to come here, it was undoubtedly for the sake of Xue, the divine sect's prodigy. He wanted to impress her. Tang's talent was indeed outstanding among his peers, but unfortunately, it was no match for Yi's. If they were to be compared, it would be like comparing a plodding horse to a Qilin, or a crow to a phoenix. The difference between the two was as vast as the gap between heaven and earth. One cleared his throat and continued, "Before you leave, I'd like to offer you two pieces of advice. Once you enter Nether Valley, you must help one another. Even though you aren't from the same sect, you belong to the same lineage. If danger arises, do not act recklessly." One continued, "Secondly, do not obsess over serendipity, and do not risk your lives searching for herbs. Precious spiritual herbs are often guarded by ferocious beasts. These beasts are far from stupid, and you are their finest meal." "Thank you for the advice, senior." The group bowed once more in respect. Wan returned to the flying sword, sitting beside the hilt, her jade-like feet swaying gently. Her feet were faintly visible beneath her silk-like nightgown, like a fairy dancing in the moonlight. Every movement was utterly captivating. The delicate patterns on the soles of her feet created a charming, alluring silhouette against her skin, like flowing musical notes that left one spellbound. Yi shrugged. Surely Wan wasn't he going to put her jade-like feet in his mouth, was she? Wan took a sip of wine, waved his hand dismissively, and said, "You can all leave now. Just be careful don't actually die in there. If you Ning people come crying to me later, I won't be able to stand it." The group put away their jade tablets, bowed to Senior Wan, and, led by Shui, flew off on their swords toward the distance. Just as Yi was about to leave, a warning voice reached his ears. "Oh, right, one more thing. Word of this hidden treasure has spread. Once you enter the valley, you'll likely encounter other cultivators. You must be careful." "Got it." Yi replied briefly, then slowly flew off into the distance. The cultivation world was rife with deceit and treachery, something Yi had long grown accustomed to. Even righteous cultivators, when faced with personal gain, would treat even their own parents, brothers, and sisters as stepping stones on their path to success. A secret treasure as precious as this was bound to attract countless powerful cultivators vying for it, and there would likely be numerous casualties. "That guy's still drinking over there. I really don't know if he's here on vacation or what." The maid Ling glanced at Yi, who was sprawled across the sword, her face filled with disgust. She couldn't understand why the princess would befriend someone like him. If we're talking about a gentleman, senior brother Tang is undoubtedly the one. Not only is he highly talented and handsome, but he is truly a role model for us all. Tang, however, chose to rub salt in the wound. Given how unreliable junior brother he is, we shouldn't have let him come in the first place. After all, he has held up the immortal maiden, and this is a matter of great importance. "It's no problem." Ice Immortal Shui said softly. "Taoist friend Yi's carefree and unrestrained nature is rare even in the entire cultivation world. Perhaps this is simply his method of cultivation." Hearing this, Tang's face grew icy, and the corner of his mouth twitched. For some reason, he couldn't shake the feeling that the ice fairy before him didn't hold him in high regard at all. He felt completely invisible in her presence, while he held a very high status in Shui's heart. It was as if she were telling everyone else that Yi, with his carefree and unrestrained nature, was a prodigy who had attained profound insights into the way of the sword. The maidservant Ling pursed her lips and said, "Princess, why do you hold Yi in such high regard? A person like that is just the kind of..." "Enough." Shui's willow-like eyebrows shot up in anger. "Haven't I told you not to gossip behind people's backs? Ling, you weren't like this before." Ling bowed her head deeply, but it was clear from her expression that she had no respect for Yi whatsoever. Even if he was the chosen one of the heavens for 10,000 years, in her heart, aside from senior brother Tang, everyone else was a mediocrity. Listening to their conversation, Tang, who was walking beside her, gave a cold smile. Looking at Ling's aggrieved expression, he thought to himself, "You silly girl, you're nothing more than a pawn to me. Once I've won Shui's heart, you'll be of no use to me anymore." Deceit and treachery were commonplace in the cultivation world. As long as it served his plans, anyone could become a stepping stone on his path to the top. Even Ning. Tung chuckled coldly. The paths within the valley were a tangled maze, and emerald green miasma swirled overhead. This miasma acted like a natural barrier, making it impossible to pass through. They had no choice but to fly low. However, flying at low altitude quickly drew the attention of many demon beasts. Rather than giving away their presence, they crouched on the cliffs, watching the humans before them. As demon beasts, they were no fools. Several core stage demon beasts were also crouched on the ground, well aware that these humans' strength was not to be underestimated. If they were to attack, these humans would surely die today. It was pitch black, and danger lurked at every turn. Nether Valley was teeming with snakes, insects, and beasts, most of which possessed venom potent enough to threaten cultivators. By comparison, the forest of 10,000 beasts was far safer. I was wondering who it could be. It turns out to be fellow cultivators from the divine sect. Ha ha ha, it's been many years since we last met." Just then, a cold voice rang out from nearby. Before the group could react, numerous men clad in black and red robes had appeared before them. The man at the head of the group was hideous looking, appearing to be only about 30 years old. He held a silvery white curved blade in his hand and stared at Shui and his companions with a smirk.
So it's you, do ya, junior sect master of the Shirkwai sect?
Li Pingho's expression darkened.
He immediately stepped in front of Shui and asked, his brows furrowed, do ya, what business does the Shirkwai sect have here?
Do ya, the junior sect master of the Shirkwai sect, replied with a chuckle, we're here for the same reason you are. I didn't expect such a large contingent from your side this time. The divine sect actually sent all three of you out.
How amusing.
Shui gripped the bamboo flute in her hand and transmitted her voice to Yi, the Shikizong, a notoriously infamous sect in Ziniohizu. Just like their name suggests, their disciples are famous for crafting shirkwai. Moreover, the souls of the puppets they create are permanently sealed within them, leaving them unable to live or die. Throughout the entire Zinio state, the Shirkwai sect was known for its extreme cunning and treachery. The young sect master standing before them, Duya, was also at the void stage, while his father had reached the immortal realm, a truly formidable figure. Duya, the young sect master of the Shirkwai sect, kept one hand clasped behind his back. He cast a glance at Li Pingho and Wang Jingtian and said indifferently, you two soul stage brats actually dare to come here. You really don't know your place.
Duya, what exactly are you up to? Li Pingho asked, furrowing his brow.
The divine sect had no shortage of powerful cultivators. If it came to a fight, the outcome was far from certain.
Duya grinned.
I've heard that a secret treasure has emerged in Nether Valley.
How could the Shirkwai sect miss out on this?
Naturally, we want a piece of the action.
You demonic cultist, this isn't the place for you to run amok.
Li Pingho summoned his flying sword and pointed it at Duya before him, shouting angrily.
Duya licked the bloodstains from the tip of his blade, glanced at the sect disciples lining both sides of the valley, and said indifferently, Li Pingho, who do you think you are, daring to speak to me like that?
No sooner had the words left his mouth than a vast, boundless surge of energy instantly engulfed him. The immense mana pressure sent Li Pingho crashing to the ground in an instant, while the ground beneath him began to crack extensively at a speed visible to the naked eye.
Put!
Li Pingho suddenly spat out a mouthful of crimson blood, and the nascent stage cultivation within his body trembled violently, as if it might explode at any moment. Just then, the crisp sound of a bamboo flute echoed through the valley. The sound waves rippled through the air, not only shattering Duya's mana pressure but even causing Duya himself to involuntarily take 2 steps backward. Ha ha ha, Ice Fairy Shui really is an ice queen, just as the rumors say. But that's fine, this is exactly how I like a fairy to be. Duya swung the curved blade in his hand, a lecherous expression on his face. Especially when he saw Shui's delicate features and her graceful, curvaceous figure, his throat began to bob.
She must be absolutely delicious. Shui said coldly, Duya, what exactly do you want?
Duya shrugged, looked up to meet Shui's gaze, and said with a smile, I don't want anything.
I've heard that among the people you brought this time, there's a prodigy named Yi. I wonder who that is. Yi glided forward on his sword, one hand resting behind his back, and said softly, are you looking for me?
Oh.
Duya raised an eyebrow, looked at Yi standing before him, and burst out laughing.
So you're Yi, the prodigy of the Azure sect.
Just a little runt like you. I'd overestimated you. It's not that I'm looking for you, but there is someone who wants to see you. Come out, my good friend, Daoist me.
As Duya's voice trailed off, a man wearing a white mask stepped out from the crowd. Clad in a black robe, he stood tall and straight, his eyes carrying a hint of languor. I am Daoist me, one of the 5 poisons protectors of the Luoha faction. It is a pleasure to meet all of you, fellow cultivators of the divine sect. Mi Daoran bowed slightly to the crowd, then turned to Yi and asked, you must be Yi, the prodigy of the Azure sect, correct?
That is correct.
Very well, very well.
Mi Daoran was visibly excited.
He took a few steps forward and said with a smile, I've missed you terribly.
You must be the one who killed my junior brother, Wu Yin, right?
Yi replied impassively, what?
Are you planning to avenge him?
No. Daoist Me shook his head and said, although we are all members of the 5 poisons protectors of the Luoha faction, the cultivation world has always held the principle that the supreme reigns supreme.
The fact that you killed him means Wu Yan's fate was to face this calamity. I've come here today to ask for your assistance with a matter. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look at him with curiosity. Dao Runmi was considered a powerful figure in Dongling Nanzhou. Although he was over 500 years old, his cultivation had reached the late void stage, making him second in strength only to Ningshan himself. However, rumor had it that Daoist Mi had been struck by a magical artifact many years ago and had nearly died on the spot. Had it not been for Shan using the essence blood of 3,000 young boys and girls to temper his body, he would likely have perished long ago. The fact that he was able to appear here now meant that his injuries had fully healed. 99506432. Li Pingho furrowed his brow and demanded in a low voice, Dao Runmi, what exactly are you trying to do? Dao Runmi shrugged, took a step forward, and then his ethereal voice rang out once more. Nether Valley is one of the few human-restricted zones in our Dongling Nanzhou. It nurtures countless demon beasts and spiritual treasures. A peculiar insect called the purple yo dwells within this valley. Consuming its eggs raw can greatly enhance one's cultivation power. However, once the larvae hatch, they will devour all 5 viscera and 6 internal organs, leaving behind nothing but an undead shell. If you fellow cultivators could help me locate the ZOS eggs, I am willing to offer a Unity Stage magical treasure in return. What do you say? As Daoist Mi's words faded, the expressions of everyone present shifted. Some stared at him in astonishment. Who would have thought this fellow would be willing to part with a Unity Stage magical treasure? What a waste of such a precious item. Unity Stage magical treasures are incredibly rare. It's likely that not even the head of the Luoha faction possesses one. Yet here was the 5 Poisons Grand Protector, who apparently did it was simply beyond belief. Dao Runmi showed no fear of others snatching it away. He simply opened his right hand, and a magical treasure shimmering with golden light materialized out of thin air. As they sensed this energy, everyone in the crowd froze for a moment, for this was indeed a Unity Stage magical treasure. It really is a Unity Stage magical treasure. This guy actually has one. My goodness, is this really the 5 Poisons Grand Protector? How could he possibly possess a Unity Stage magical treasure? That just doesn't make any sense. That's right. They say even some Unity Stage powerhouses don't necessarily possess Unity Stage magical treasures, yet Daoist Mi actually does. What kind of treasure has this guy gotten his hands on? Tang glanced at Yi beside him and asked in advance, where is the purpline worm egg? It's near the secret treasure. I don't know the exact location, but if you can help me find it and hand it over to me intact, I will certainly keep my word. I can also swear by the Tao of Heaven that I will absolutely not kill to steal or plunder the treasure. Dao Shimi placed one hand behind his back and spoke in a somber tone. It was as if he were telling everyone that whoever obtained it regardless of their cultivation level or status would be the one to possess this Unity Stage magical treasure. Tang's heart raced even more. As long as he could obtain this magical treasure, his future cultivation would surely advance by leaps and bounds. He might even be able to use a Unity Stage magical treasure to slay a Void Stage powerhouse. Dia, the young sect master of the Shi Kuei sect, said with a smile, I'm sure all of you have heard clearly enough, so I won't dwell on it. If we can obtain a Unity Stage magical treasure, that would be quite a prize. Why don't we join forces and enter Nether Valley together? Ice Fairy Shui, however, scoffed at the suggestion and said coldly, I'm sorry, but as a disciple of a righteous sect, I wouldn't stoop to joining forces with disciples of a demonic cult. Dia laughed and said, as expected of a prodigy from the divine sect, you certainly have guts. But you'd better think this through. If you enter like this, there's a very good chance you'll meet a tragic end. That's none of the young sect master of the Corpse King sect's concern, is it? Shui replied expressionlessly. Seeing Shui's haughty demeanor, Duya snorted coldly. That wretch, if it weren't for the fact that she was a princess of a certain dynasty, he would have turned her into a puppet long ago to serve him for eternity. Shui paid no heed to Duya and led the others straight ahead. As for joining forces, she had absolutely no intention of doing so. Every disciple of the demon cult was a target for extermination. Were it not for the fact that this place held a secret treasure, Shui would have already made her move against Duya, the young sect master of the Shi Kuei sect. Watching the receding figures of the divine sect members, a Shikizong disciple couldn't help but ask, "Young sect master, are we just going to let them pass like that?"
"Humph," Duya snorted coldly.
"Even if they do pass, the poison mist forest isn't a place just anyone can traverse. As for what lies within that what's truly terrifying."
Daorenmi strode forward, stood with his hands behind his back, and said, "Rest assured, fellow Taoist. They can take the Unity Stage magical treasure, but whether they can leave Nether Valley depends on their own abilities."
Dia parted his lips, greedily inhaling the blood-red, pungent scent of the place, and said with a touch of intoxication, "Fellow Taoist me, you are truly amusing. In that case, let us wait patiently for good news."
Ha ha ha. Yi and his companions moved at a brisk pace in less than 10 minutes, they had traveled nearly 10 li. Along the way, no major incidents occurred. Even the occasional nascent stage demon beasts they encountered were easily dealt with by Wang Tianzheng and his group. Though the journey was unimpeded, the group's expressions remained tense. After all, Nether Valley was a forbidden zone for humans. Even though they were currently in the borderlands, things wouldn't go this smoothly. Swamps where white bones floated, flowers and fruits that were alluring yet deadly, and demonic spiders perched high in the trees, emitting maniacal cackles. Yi sat upright on the flying sword, raising his wrist as clear liquor trickled down the corner of his mouth. "Mist swirl and toxic fumes surge, my fellow Taoists, you'd best be careful." The maidling pursed her lips and said irritably, "Who needs you to tell us? We took antidote pills before we even arrived. These poisons are meaningless to us." However, Tang, standing beside him, froze for a moment. He turned his head to look at the smug maidling, and the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. They all taken antidote pills. Why did he have nothing, and still need to use mana to block the toxic mists around him? Double standards, huh? Li Pingho seemed to sense Tang's thoughts and said softly, "Fellow Taoist Tang, please don't misunderstand. It's not that we didn't want to give you and fellow Taoist any, it's just that we only had a few antitoxin pills left, and we simply couldn't spare anymore." Tang composed himself, realizing this wasn't the time to lose his composure in front of Shui. So, feigning indifference, he said, "No problem. A mere toxic mist is nothing to me." "Wow, senior brother Tang is truly impressive." Ling's eyes sparkled as she flattered him, unlike certain people who, even at the void stage, are still out there drinking and carousing. Compared to senior brother Tang, his perspective is far too narrow. Yi smiled quietly. Ignoring Ling, the maid by Shui's side, he continued doing as he pleased, tilting his head back to take several large gulps. "Congratulations, host, on drinking 3 jars of wine. You have been rewarded with a 15-point increase in the Drunken Swordmaster System's proficiency. Congratulations, host, on triggering the Drunken Swordmaster System's drop rate. You have been rewarded with the 9-blade array, which allows you to channel a flying sword to form an array. At the same cultivation level, you will have no equal." This time, Yi also heard the system's voice in his ear, followed by his character's basic information. Name, Yi. Age, 19. Status, Junior Master Uncle of the Azure Sect. Cultivation level, Void Stage. Cultivation techniques, Sword Control Art, Soul Shattering Spirit Severing Style. Formations, 9-blade array. Drunken Swordmaster System Proficiency, 65-100. Drunken Swordmaster System Level Up, 110. He swirled the wine gourd in his hand, propped his chin on one hand, and muttered, "Now that I've broken through the void stage, ordinary wine no longer holds much significance. It seems only a 1,000-year-old fine wine can help me level up." Just then, a suppressed beastly roar suddenly rang out. The buzzing of poisonous insects in the forest grew louder, and a wave of malevolent energy swept toward them from ahead. Finally, a demon beast could no longer resist and was about to launch an attack on the group. Shui raised her eyebrows slightly and pointed her slender jade-like finger forward. Suddenly, 2 colossal ice walls, each 100 meters tall, materialized from the forests on either side. The demon beasts trapped within were instantly frozen solid and shattered in an instant. Tang flicked his right hand lightly, and a silvery white flying sword instantly appeared in his grasp, radiating an overwhelming aura of sharpness. "You vile beasts, are you looking to die?" As he watched several core stage demon beasts charging toward him, Tang let out a sudden, low growl. The sword's glow shot forward like a flash of lightning, not only slaying every demon beast in its path but also carving a massive, 100-zhang-long gash into the ground. Wow, senior brother, you're so cool. Ling clapped her hands repeatedly. But suddenly, she felt a chill at her side. Before she could even react, an overwhelming sense of danger engulfed her entire body. Let me handle this. Li Pingho placed his hands in front of his chest, touching his index finger to his thumb to form a diamond shape. Spirit fire, burn. The charging demon beast had never seen anything like this. It tried to flee, only to discover that its limbs had already been scorched and withered by the flames. However, just as Li Pingho was about to show off, a dull whistling sound suddenly pierced the air. A silvery flying sword, like a clap of thunder, pierced the demon beast's skull without the slightest resistance. It was Tang who had struck. Tang pocketed the demon beast's inner core, cast a glance at Li Pingho who was still striking a pose and snorted coldly to himself. You! Li Pingho furrowed his brow, glaring intently at Tang's retreating back, overcome by the urge to rush over and slap him across the face. All right, now that the danger has passed, let us continue on. Wang Jingtian placed a hand on Li Pingho's shoulder and whispered a gentle reminder. Li Pingho snorted coldly but said nothing more. If it weren't for the fact that Nether Valley was fraught with danger and he couldn't afford to waste mana, he would have made sure to teach Tang a lesson no matter what. When a fork in the path appeared ahead, the group stopped in unison. Tang then spoke up with a suggestion. Fairy, Nether Valley is fraught with danger, and the paths here are confusing. It won't be easy to find the treasure. Why don't we split up and search? Xue nodded. Although they had plenty of time, this was Nether Valley after all, and staying here for too long wasn't a wise choice. So she said, all right, let us split into 4 groups and search in 4 different directions to locate the treasure. Just as Tang was about to say he'd team up with Xue, the maid Ling beat him to it. Ling grabbed Tang's arm and said, I'll be on the same team as senior brother Tang. Tang's mouth twitched. He was about to say something when he heard Xue's cool, calm voice ring out. Very well, then. I'll leave it to you, fellow Taoist, to look after Ling. Li Pingho and Wang Jingtian decided to form a team after all. The two were inseparable, and as best friends, there was no way they would split up. Now there were 3 people left in the arena, Yi, Xue, and Xue's other maid, Xiao Dai. Yi shrugged and pointed in a different direction, saying, then I'll take this path. I happen to be looking for some medicinal herbs anyway. Farewell for now. Li Pingho then reminded him, fellow Taoist, Nether Valley is fraught with danger. Why not team up with junior sister Xue? Before Li Pingho could finish his sentence, Yi had already set off down the path he'd chosen. His flying sword shot through the air beneath him, his robe fluttered, his long hair remained still, and he swiftly vanished around the bend in the forest ahead. Seriously, he is taking my good intentions for granted. The maid Ling muttered discontentedly, a hint of irritation on her face. To venture deep into Nether Valley alone, he really didn't know his place. Xue, however, didn't pay it much mind. Yi's strength was plain for all to see. Even if he acted alone, there was no cause for concern. Besides, the elders of the Azure sect were still watching over this area from the clouds. They certainly wouldn't let Yi meet his end here. You damn void stage cultivator, flying through the air at such speed and charging deep into Nether Valley, are you in such a hurry to die? High above Nether Valley, amidst the clouds, one sat cross-legged on a grey cloud, slapping his knees in frustration at Yi's actions. He truly wanted to grab his wine gourd and take a big swig to ease the frustration in his heart. He never expected so many prodigies from various sects to show up in Nether Valley this time. Not only Taoist Me, one of the 5 poisons protectors of the Luoha faction, but also Duya, the so-called young sect master of the Shirkuei sect, as well as other prodigies from various sects lurking in the shadows. If anything were to happen to Yi and his group, he wouldn't be able to take the blame. The pressure was immense. All right. Juan took a sip of wine, his spiritual sense shifting back and forth between the group, and he, too, felt the weight of the pressure. Inside the mist, it was cold and damp. Yi, standing on his flying sword, was racing forward, but suddenly, he stopped in his tracks. Just as he furrowed his brow, the miasma before him suddenly turned jade green. The miasma didn't spread quickly, but in the blink of an eye, it had already engulfed Yi. The withered trees on either side turned to a wisp of ash the instant they touched the toxic miasma, vanishing without a trace. With one hand suspended behind him, Yi channeled surging sword energy within his body, instantly shattering the toxic mist before him into fragments that scattered in all directions. Glancing around, Yi's indifferent voice rang out calmly, "Which senior has set up this toxic mist here? Please do not play games with this junior." Ha ha ha, what an amusing little layman. That unique sword energy, your strength is indeed formidable. As the words fell, a figure emerged from the toxic mist. The figure wore a green robe and was of short stature, with a stubby chin, a pointed snout, and sunken cheeks. A darkness glow flickered in his eyes, and a massive pus-filled boil protruded from the top of his head, making him look utterly hideous. That's a mid-void stage demon beast, the emerald water golden toad. Upon recognizing the figure, he raised an eyebrow, a hint of puzzlement crossing his face. Once a demon beast reaches the void stage, it can take human form. Yet this old man before him emitted no mana fluctuations. Instead, he radiated an extremely violent demonic aura. In other words, the old man standing before him was a demon beast that had reached the void stage, and a poisonous one at that. The old man in the green robe laughed defiantly. "Young layman, I never expected you to be a void stage cultivator. Judging by your age, you can't be more than 20, can you? Which faction's prodigy are you?" Although Nether Valley was home to many demon beasts, they weren't fools. They naturally understood what a prodigy meant to a sect. Given that the youngster before him had reached the void stage at such a young age, if he were a disciple of a sect from the Eastern Divine Continent or the Western Nyoha Continent, the old man would certainly not have laid a finger on him today. After all, he couldn't afford to offend the powerful figures of such top-tier factions. Yi, however, replied cheerfully, "Yi of the Azure sect." Azure sect? The old man in the green robe muttered to himself, realizing he'd never heard of this sect. He surmised the youth was likely not a disciple of either of the two great divine lands. In that case, he'd treat himself to a hearty meal today. The green-robed old man rolled his eyes and said defiantly, "Young layman, it's a rare pleasure to have met you. Why not leave your head behind? This old man is willing to let your nascent stage return to your sect. How about it?" Yi smiled and said, "You're quite an amusing old master. If you want my head, we'll have to see if you've got what it takes." The green-robed old man's expression turned icy. Suddenly, he charged forward with lightning speed. He was so fast that in the blink of an eye, he had already reached Yi's side. "Boy, prepare to die." His withered fingers, as if capable of piercing through anything, slammed forcefully into Yi's chest. However, to his horror, Yi did not spurt blood as he had expected. Instead, he stood there as if completely unfazed. "Is that the one-horned dragon armor?" The green-robed old man retreated 100 zhang, staring intently at the soft armor covering Yi's chest as he said coldly, "No wonder you brat, are so brazen. It turns out you've been granted the one-horned dragon soft armor by your sect. But while that soft armor may be powerful, this old man here specializes in poison. Look at your chest. A deadly toxin has already entered your body. In a matter of moments, you'll be dead for sure." The green-robed old man gave a defiant chuckle. But suddenly, his smile froze. To his astonishment, the deadly poison inside Yi's body had transformed into a cloud of jade-green dust, seeping out from his chest. What did you just do?" Yi brushed the dust from his chest and said calmly, "I forgot to tell you before I returned, Ning imbued my soft armor with grand stage level mana. No poison can harm me unless you break through to the grand stage realm." The old man in the green robe's mouth twitched, and a flash of intense murderous intent flickered in his eyes. He hadn't expected this fellow to have a grand stage level powerhouse like Ning on his side. Leaving was now impossible. Since he'd already offended him, he had to eliminate the threat completely. After all, this was Nether Valley. Even if he killed Yi, finding this place wouldn't be so easy. "Ignorant brat, I'll let you witness my true power." As soon as the words left his mouth, the green-robed old man's body began to swell wildly, and his once tight robes were torn to shreds. Mountain peaks suddenly burst apart, and as countless fragments of rock flew in all directions, the earth trembled. Amid the panic of countless birds and beasts, a gigantic toad as if magnified tens of thousands of times leapt into the air.
Red light burst from the eyes of the emerald water golden toad. As its body crashed to the ground with a thunderous boom, the ground within 1,000 zhang radius collapsed, spreading out like a spiderweb. Yi narrowed his eyes and said, as expected of a mid-void stage demon beast, you're truly formidable. You'll be the perfect test subject for the 9-blade array. Yi raised his right hand, and a jar of 800-year-old fine wine slowly drifted down to rest before him. With a pop, he opened the jar given to him by Ning Ning. The rich aroma of the wine, as sweet and fragrant as that of perfectly ripe fruit, was intoxicating. Those wispy notes of fragrance were like ancient tales, flowing slowly through the river of time, drawing one into their spell. You still have the nerve to drink when death is upon you? You brat, you're far too arrogant. Die. Yi was somewhat tipsy, and Han Ti clearly heard the voice ringing in his ears. With his sword gripped in his backhand, he staggered, as if he might collapse to the ground at any moment. However, Yi felt it wasn't tea enough, so he raised the wine gourd at his waist once more and began drinking voraciously right in front of the emerald water golden toad. I wish to drink 1,000 or 100 jars of nectar, riding my sword through the clear light of the sun and moon. 9-blade array, activate. As soon as the words left his mouth, the previously silent night sky suddenly thundered with a crash. A deep blue formation abruptly enveloped the emerald water golden toad, completely engulfing the space within 100 zhang radius. The emerald water golden toad gave a cold, sinister laugh. A mere formation, and you think you can trap this old man? You're truly delusional. Yi smiled quietly, offering no reply to the emerald water golden toad's words. Instead, he pointed his right hand straight at the heavens, parted his lips slightly, and said lightly, 9-blade array, first sword, setting sun. Fiery red sunlight scorched the heavens, causing the sky, thick with dark clouds, to suddenly burst into raging flames. Within the flames stood a flying sword, entirely blood red, engraved with the sun, moon, stars, and the myriad forms of the world. Just as the scorching sun bakes the earth, it suddenly enveloped the body of the emerald water golden toad. The emerald water golden toad was instantly filled with dread. He jerked his head up, gazing at the flying sword shrouded in flames, and immediately exclaimed, "What kind of formation is this? Such powerful solar energy! You wretch, what on earth have you done?" Yi paid no heed to the emerald water golden toad's furious roar. Instead, he raised his wine gourd and took several large swigs, then pointed his finger downward. The blood-red flying sword pierced through the clouds, plunging vertically from the heavens like a divine weapon. Its speed was so great and its energy so vicious that the void on either side blossomed and transformed under the sword's aura. The jade toad of emerald water's expression suddenly changed. It tried to break free from the formation, only to discover that, at some unknown moment, its limbs had been firmly bound by dozens of iron chains as thick as water barrels. And at the end of those chains stood a hiltless flying sword. "You damned brat, stop this at once!" A sudden, explosive hiss rang out. The sharp blade spewed searing flames, and under Yi's control, the sunset flying sword pierced through the green water golden toad's vaunted defenses without the slightest resistance. Not only did it pierce its body, but it also left behind searing sword energy within, causing the green water golden toad to feel agony so intense it would rather die than live. Put! The emerald water golden toad immediately reverted to human form, violently spewing a mouthful of crimson blood as it staggered back 2 steps. With a ferocious expression, it snarled at Yi, "How do you possess such a powerful formation? Could it be that you hail from the divine land of Dongxing?" Yi's face flushed crimson as the corners of his mouth curled upward. Another flying sword within the formation shot into the air. The second sword of the 9-blade array, Phoenix Cry Arise. The sound of the phoenix's cry was like a melodious ballad echoing through the heavens and earth, rich and resonant, imbued with profound emotion. The sword emerged from its sheath, transforming into an illusory form of phoenix of noble and elegant bearing. The phoenix was slender and graceful, its entire body covered in iridescent feathers. Whenever sunlight fell upon it, it resembled a vivid oil painting. Its every movement exuded boundless grace and confidence. Whether resting on a tree branch or soaring through the air, it displayed a unique charm. A phoenix? The old man in the green robe turned ashen-faced and attacked the barrier before him with all his might. Yet, in his current state, he had absolutely no chance of resistance. Every movement of the phoenix filled him with an unprecedented sense of dread. Wait! The jade water golden toad cried out urgently, "Don't kill me! If you kill me, you'll make an enemy of the entire Nether Valley." "Shut up!" The cries of phoenixes and cranes rang out like thunderclaps. "No!" As it fell, a massive phantom phoenix hovered above the forest. Its body was blown to pieces, and its remains and black blood were completely engulfed by the brilliant flames. An emerald green inner core floated in the air. Yi seized the jade water golden toad's inner core and stored it in her storage ring. There was an elder in the sect who specialized in alchemy. Perhaps she could trade it for some precious pills. After all, the inner cores of void stage demon beasts were extremely rare. There weren't many even in the entire Azure sect, and when used in alchemy, they were guaranteed to yield at least 7th grade pills. He cast a glance at the emerald water golden toad, now reduced to a pile of flesh, gave a soft snort in her heart, and transformed into a beam of white light, vanishing without a trace. Damn Nether Valley, there are actually so many snakes, insects, ants, and rats in here. Tang slashed with his sword, slaughtering every last one of the ants before him. With bloodshot eyes, he cursed Yi repeatedly in his mind. "Senior brother, what's wrong?" Ling stepped forward, gently wrapping her arm around Tang's, and said softly, "Senior brother, even though this place is rather eerie and terrifying, Linger is very happy just to be with you." Tang glanced at Ling at his side and snorted coldly inwardly. If it weren't for the fact that she was still somewhat useful, he would have slapped her to death long ago. A mere mid-nascent stage trash and just a servant at that, deluding herself into thinking she could climb the social ladder. She really didn't know her place. Tang grinned and said, "Junior sister, I wonder if Immortal Shui has any particular likes? The princess doesn't really have any hobbies. She is gloomy and withdrawn, cold as ice all day long. Even His Majesty sometimes gets the cold shoulder from her." Ling pursed her lips and said mischievously, "But I know something that you'll definitely find interesting, junior sister." "Oh?" Tang immediately asked, "What is it?" Ling glanced around. After making sure no one was nearby, she said cautiously, "The princess has a fiancé, the young master of a certain sect. Though he is not a prodigy, his cultivation has already reached the peak of the unity stage." Hearing this, Tang couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. That wasn't exactly a secret, was it? Besides, now that she said it out loud, how was he supposed to pursue Shui? A peak unity stage cultivator, neither he nor even his own Ning Dan would stand a chance against him. But soon, as if a thought occurred to him, Ting immediately said, "Junior sister Ling, do you happen to know where that young sect master is?" Ling nodded. "Of course I do. He visits the divine sect every year, and I'm the one who hosts him." "Very well. Once you return to the divine sect, I'll need you to do one more thing for me. Once it's done, I'll definitely tell Ning that I want to become your dual cultivation partner." "Really?" Ling's eyes lit up, and she immediately nodded in agreement. "Don't worry, senior brother. I'll definitely help you." Tang let out a cold, sinister laugh. Truly, heaven never cuts off a person's path to survival. All he had to do was kick him while he was down and add a little extra fuel to the fire. He was certain that little Bratji would end up with no place to be buried. It had been half a month since they entered Nether Valley. Yi had already flown tens of thousands of kilometers within it, yet he still hadn't found what he was looking for. If he flew any further, he would likely reach the heart of Nether Valley. The terrain in the heart of the valley as one ventured deeper into Nether Valley was such that the poisonous beasts and insects were far more ferocious than those on the outskirts. Among them were even demon beasts at the void stage. Though this group did not attack Yi, they had no desire to get injured over a mere human. Yi remained on high alert at all times, carefully searching for the spiritual herb he sought. After 15 consecutive days of searching, he had gathered quite a few poisonous plants and spiritual herbs, but the specific one he was looking for had yet to appear. Suddenly, acid rain began to fall from the sky. The rain was highly toxic. Even the raindrops themselves were emerald green, carrying an extremely aggressive corrosive energy. The acid rain came on suddenly, yet showed no sign of letting up anytime soon. Yi took the rare opportunity to rest, allowing his tense mind to relax slightly. He found a random cave to take shelter in and, watching the rain still pattering down outside, began grilling some meat skewers inside.
He didn't look one bit like someone who had come here in search of treasure. Over the past few days, Yi had slain quite a few powerful figures from major sects, including several prodigies from the soul stage realm. As for who those people were, Yi couldn't be bothered to find out. After all, most of the prodigies who had made it this far were from sects in Ziniohizu, and revealing his identity would surely bring him unnecessary trouble. However, Yi had a plan. Every time he encountered an enemy, he would reveal the name Tang, nearly provoking every cultivator in Nether Valley to launch a full-scale manhunt for Tang. Yi, the savior of the suffering Tang, the great emperor of murder and arson. By now, many people had already taken note of Tang, who claimed to possess the qualities of a great emperor. Boom! Just then, a massive explosion suddenly rang out. The mountain wall suddenly trembled, and massive boulders cascaded down. Yi swiftly expanded his spiritual sense and soon noticed something amiss in the clouds above. A vortex had formed within the mist, and from within it, two severely injured figures, a man and a woman, were hurled out. It was none other than Tang, the prodigy of the Azure sect, accompanied by his handmaiden Ling. However, Ling's left hand was now missing, and scorching blood flowed ceaselessly from the wound. Tang, too, looked haggard. A gash on his left arm cut deep enough to the bone, and blood mixed with emerald green rainwater streamed down his arm. Tang had now reached the mid-soul stage, and though he bore more than a dozen wounds, fortunately, none had struck a vital spot, otherwise, he would have perished long ago. "You wretch, Tang! How dare you kill my sect's prodigy? I'll spare your lives!" Thunder roared deafeningly, and the heavens trembled. Tang clutched Ling in his arms as he fled forward, cursing furiously, "You old madman! When did I ever kill your sect's prodigy? You still dare to talk back?" "My sect's prodigy sent a message before dying. It was clearly Tang, who claims to possess the potential of a great emperor." "You brat, pay with your life for my sect's prodigy." Tang cursed under his breath. He had no idea what was going on. All he knew was that for the past half-month, he'd been on the run every single day, evading assassins, even facing attacks from void stage-level powerhouses. Every time they attacked, they'd say only one thing: return the life of our sect's disciple. Tang had no idea what these guys were talking about. All he could do was keep fleeing with Ling in tow. His supply of thousandly talismans was nearly exhausted, and if things continued this way, he feared he would truly die here today. With tears in her eyes, Ling said, "Senior brother, please put me down. You can't run fast with me." Tang's mouth twitched, and he cursed inwardly, "If it weren't for the fact that you're useful to me and that you're Shue's personal maid, I would have sacrificed you right from the start." Seeing the enemies closing in, Tang was forced to pull out his soul jade slip. Reluctantly, he crushed it in his fist. At this point, there was nothing else he could do. He had no choice but to call on his senior uncle for help. As the soul jade slip shattered, Wan, an elder of the Azure sect, materialized out of thin air in the blink of an eye. With one hand suspended behind her back and a bamboo wine flask in the other, she said calmly, "Fellow Taoists, you may go now." The pursuing cultivators all halted in their tracks, glaring furiously at Wan before them. "Esteemed senior," they said, "Tang has killed a disciple of our sect today. He must pay with his life." Wan cast a glance at the gravely wounded Tang, then spoke slowly, "Tang is a prodigy of our sect. If you lay a finger on him, I will certainly not stand idly by. Or are you lot a bunch of little kids at the void stage, really capable of holding your own against me for a few rounds?" Faced with Wan's threat, the cultivators who had been chasing them all glared at her with wide, furious eyes, yet not a single one stepped forward. After all, the woman before them was at the peak of the unity stage, and making an enemy of her was hardly a wise choice. "Very well. The Yujing sect has taken note of today's events. Let us go." Watching the group depart, Wan caught a glimpse of Yi roasting meat in the cave out of the corner of her eye and instinctively swallowed hard. "Tang, the jade slip is shattered. Your trial is over. Go wait atop the sword blade. Thank you, senior uncle, for saving my life." Tang's face turned ashen. As he bowed in respect, he cradled Ling in his arms and vanished from the spot. Wan, however, headed straight for the cave where Yi was. Upon entering, she immediately sat down on a rock, took a basin of water from her storage ring, and washed her delicate feet. Yi said,
What are you up to? I'm not falling for that. What are you thinking? Juan rolled her eyes at Yi. Didn't you see I just stepped in mud? My feet are dirty.
Juan shrugged. As soon as she finished washing her feet, she eagerly cut off a piece of meat and, without caring if it was still sizzling in hot oil, popped it straight into her mouth. She washed it down with a jug of wine. It was simply delicious, needless to say. Juan licked her red lips and white teeth, smiling as she said, "You're quite the one, kid." Impersonating Tang like that. If he ever finds out, he'll be furious.
Ha ha ha. That guy's always pulling underhanded tricks behind people's backs.
What I did was actually pretty decent by comparison.
Juan nodded. That was certainly true.
She didn't like Tang either. If it weren't for the fact that he was a prodigy of the sect and junior brother Dan's direct disciple, she wouldn't have bothered with him at all. But after this incident, Tang would probably never dare to call himself the material of a great emperor again.
After all, it wouldn't be long before all the sects in Ziniohizu got wind of this. Juan took a sip of wine and asked, "Haven't you found the secret treasure yet?" "It's not that easy."
Yi shook his head and replied, "I've been searching for half a month, covering tens of thousands of kilometers, but I haven't found the secret treasure. As for the Ziyu that Taoist me mentioned earlier, there is still no clue. Let us just let nature take its course.
If you happen to think of it, could you give me that magical treasure?"
Juan blinked her lively eyes, shifted her hips slightly, and said in a pitiful tone, "Xian, you don't know this, but in all my years, I've never owned a Unity Stage magical treasure. Those things are all in Senior Sister's possession.
If you get one, she'll definitely snatch it away from you. Why not leave it with me? I promise to keep it safe for you."
Yi's lips twitched. Juan was notorious for her thick skin and she certainly lived up to her reputation. Perhaps because they were standing so close, he merely had to turn his head to catch a glimpse of a snow-white sight through the worn collar of her robe. He immediately turned away and said, "Auntie, please behave yourself." Juan pouted like a little girl, hugging her knees with both hands, showing not a trace of the aura one would expect from a cultivator at the peak of the Unity Stage. Crystal clear tears rolled down her delicate cheeks.
Yi felt a bit of a headache coming on.
Seeing Juan looking so aggrieved, he finally said, "If I manage to find it, I'll give it to you. After all, I don't really care much about magical treasures myself."
"Really?" Juan's mood instantly brightened.
She immediately hugged the freshly grilled skewers and said, "Thank you, Junior Uncle.
All this meat is mine now. Don't go back on your word, okay?" With that, Juan turned into a beam of red light and vanished, infuriating Yi so much that he threw the seasoning on the ground and stood up, exclaiming, "I haven't even added salt yet."
Yi was at a loss for words. He gathered up the seasonings in front of him, but still couldn't resist muttering a few curses under his breath. This woman was exactly as Ning had described her. After another half day of hard work, Yi left the place in disappointment. It seemed that all the herbs within Nether Valley had either been picked or corrupted by poison, rendering them unusable. He decided to search for 3 more days. If he still couldn't find what he was looking for, he would leave. After all, there was little point in staying any longer. Perhaps due to yesterday's heavy rain, a few gaps had appeared in the miasma clouds over this area. Pristine, flawless moonlight shone down on the path ahead, as if guiding Yi. Ancient texts had repeatedly recorded that a medicinal herb called crystal grass grew within Nether Valley. As the name suggests, its leaves were as crystal clear and translucent as crystal. If consumed by humans, it would surely increase their mana. If consumed by demon beasts, it could even enhance their demonic power. It is considered a treasure of the highest order. He walked another 500 li toward the east. If he couldn't find it, he would simply have to give up. Once he returned, he could sell all the spiritual herbs he had gathered, which would surely fetch a great deal of precious 1,000-year-old wine. He wasn't in such a hurry after all, such things are rare and hard to come by. If he could obtain it, that would be fine, but if he couldn't, why force the issue? He chose to go with the flow and remain content. He walked another 300 li, still with no results. Just as Yi was about to leave, a faint, refreshing fragrance drifted over from nearby.
Though the scent wasn't too strong, Yi could still sense it.
Riding his sword, Yi quickly arrived atop a jade-like mountain, where he saw a single herb, as deep blue as crystal, growing on the barren peak. It had 3 leaves in total, each with clearly visible veins, as lifelike and captivating as a crystal-carved ornament. Had it not been for the scent it emitted, it would have been difficult for anyone to notice that a herb was growing here at all. Judging by its patterns, this crystal grass was at least 3,000 to 4,000 years old. However, Yi did not rush to act. After all, a herb that had matured over several millennia was undoubtedly a potent tonic for demon beasts, so it was impossible for there not to be a creature guarding it nearby. Sure enough, inside a nearby cave, a scorpion-like demon beast was currently lying there asleep. At a glance, it appeared to be a giant scorpion, dozens of zhang in length. This colossal creature had 4 pairs of massive wings on its back, and its hairy, jet-black legs towered toward the sky. Its legs were covered with sharp, saw-like teeth as long as a human thigh, glowing with a faint purple radiance. Behind them, a scorpion tail as long as its body swayed back and forth, its sharp tip glinting with a cold light. A demon beast at the peak of the void stage? He glanced at the snow-white bones inside the cave and knew immediately that the demon beast before him would not be easy to deal with. After all, a demon beast on the verge of reaching the unity stage is not so easily slain. The gap between even a few minor cultivation realms is as vast as the difference between heaven and earth. Yi stroked his chin, pondering how to harvest this crystal grass. "What is that?" Yi muttered to himself as he noticed several fleshy growths hanging from the withered tree like blood-red rubies that seemed almost alive, constantly writhing. As a gentle breeze blew past, a cloud of blood-red mist wafted through the air. A rough count revealed there were more than 10 ZU eggs. No wonder a void stage demon beast was guarding this place. Is this the ZU the Taoist me spoke of? Yi's expression froze in surprise. The Taoist me had once described this phenomenon and mentioned that ZU grew near hidden treasures. If these were indeed ZU, then the hidden treasure was most likely nearby. Drink today's wine today, and get drunk. Pay no heed to the right and wrong at the gate. The scorpion inside the cave slowly rose to its feet. Its massive body stood a full 5 meters tall, and every step it took caused the earth to tremble and the mountains to shake. The great poison scorpion king stood up, sniffed the air, turned around, and immediately spotted the group not far away. I didn't expect today to be so lively to actually run into so many humans. Yi had already sealed off his mana and aura, and the scorpion spirit before him was clearly not speaking to him. Just then, several sword whistles rang out from the distance. Looking up, he saw Ice Fairy Shui and her companions materialize out of thin air. Apart from Shui, the others looked somewhat disheveled. Clearly, over the past half-month, they had endured many life and death battles. Fortunately, they were all prodigies of the divine sect, otherwise, they would have perished long ago within Nether Valley. The great poison scorpion king, clutching a wine jar, staggered as he said, "Human cultivators, leave this place at once. Don't stand here and interrupt my drinking." Shui took a step forward and bowed slightly, saying, "I am Shui, a disciple of the divine sect. I have come today for the secret treasure. I humbly request that the great king of poisonous scorpions hand it over to us." "Senior sister, why waste words on him? Just kill him," Li Pingho said with a frown. The great king of poisonous scorpions glanced at Li Pingho and said coldly, "Look at you, you scrawny wretch. One swing of my hooks and you'd be dead. Wouldn't it be better to spare your life? Don't loiter around here. If you break Grandpa's wine jars, you'll be in for it." Li Pingho looked at the wine jars scattered across the floor, picked one up at random, and discovered that the wine inside had actually been steeped in human heads. Just how many people had this monster killed? Li Pingho's hands trembled, and the blood-stained wine jar instantly fell to the ground with a crisp shatter. "How dare you!" The poisoned scorpion king immediately charged forward. Seeing his prized wine treasured for many years shattered by Li Pingho, he was instantly enraged. "I was willing to spare you humans, yet you insist on causing trouble for me. You're asking for death." The venomous scorpion king slammed the wine jar in his hand violently onto the ground. With rage boiling over, he charged directly toward Li Pingho. A powerful surge of energy whistled past. The oppressive pressure of the void stage realm caused even Li Pingho's body to tremble. Shue's eyebrows shot up in fury as her slender jade fingers danced rapidly. On the mountains and rivers on either side, countless threads too fine to be seen by the naked eye suddenly appeared. Each thread was incredibly sharp, capable of cutting through gold and shattering stone. The great poison scorpion king gave a cold snort. His pincers suddenly glowed with a golden light, and in an instant, he shattered every thread in front of Shui. The resulting blast of energy forced Shui to take 2 steps backward. A demon beast at the unity stage. Shui furrowed her brow slightly, surprised that this beast's strength was so formidable. Senior sister, why don't we ask Senior Wan for help? With her strength, she'd have more than enough power to eliminate this beast. Wang Zhengtian suggested. However, Shui replied, this is a trial for us. Even if Senior Wan intervenes, she can only ensure our survival, not that we'll obtain the secret treasure with ease. Hearing this, both Wang Zhengtian and Li Pingho wore grave expressions as they raised their heads and fixed their gaze intently on the great poison scorpion king before them. The great poison scorpion king said with a sneer, "You little punks, none of you will leave here alive today." Shui furrowed her delicate brows slightly and said, "Great poison scorpion king, we only wish to take the secret treasure from this place, we mean no harm. If you insist on this course of action, then don't blame us for being ruthless." Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. The king of poisonous scorpions' raucous laughter was deafening. His eyes darkened as he said, "Ha ha, cunning humans. The secret treasure is right here. If you can get it, then consider it never said. But if you can't, every one of you will become the lid on this king's wine jar today." Ice Fairy Shui's willow-like eyebrows shot up in fury. Since reason was useless against this monster, she had no choice but to resort to special measures. She held out her jade-like hand, and a purple lotus slowly floated into view. A howling hurricane swept past, forcing the toxic mists on both sides back 100 zhang. The great poison scorpion king frowned and said, "A unity stage magical treasure as expected of a disciple of the divine sect, you've actually managed to produce a unity stage magical treasure. However, at your void stage cultivation level, you lack the ability to wield a unity stage magical treasure. Then there is no need for the great poison scorpion king to trouble himself." High in the sky, a massive purple tornado with a single wave of Shui's hand roared with a furious howl as it swept madly toward the poison scorpion king. Wherever the storm passed, the forest below was reduced to a barren expanse of yellow earth, and countless demon beasts scrambled frantically to escape. Humph! Watching the oncoming storm, the king of poisonous scorpions let out a thunderous snort from his massive jaws. He spun around, his scorpion tail piercing the void before him, and in an instant, the storm crashed into it. The two colossal beings clashed in mid-air with lightning speed. At the very moment of impact, space seemed to freeze for an instant. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted out of nowhere in the clear sky. The storm and the scorpion's tail collided violently, both frantically unleashing terrifying energy at the point of contact. Space itself seemed to ripple slightly. Li Pingho, Wang Zhengtian, and Xiao Dai all stumbled backward. The force of the blast disrupted the mana within their bodies, and they could even feel their nascent stage tremble. The commotion caused by the battle between the man and the beast atop Chong Mountain was so intense that it startled many of Nether Valley's demon beasts, rousing them from their slumber. Consequently, the once desolate mountain ridges were suddenly filled with a variety of strange beastly roars. The demon beasts capable of surviving deep within Nether Valley were generally at the core stage or higher. At this stage, they had already begun to develop rudimentary sentience, setting them apart entirely from the demon beasts outside who acted solely on instinct. In the world of demon beasts, the hierarchy is extremely strict. Just like the beasts appearing now, the lower-ranked ones instinctively tucked their tails between their legs and retreated to the very outer edge of the battle zone. Only a handful of demon beasts were qualified to remain close enough to watch the battle. Among them were void stage beasts, and one had even reached the great perfection of the void stage, in no way inferior to the great poison scorpion king. Yi looked in that direction but didn't rush to act. He planned to first seize the crystal grass and the purpline that Taoist Me needed, believing this would also give Shui an opportunity. Just as the battle was at its fiercest, Yi swiftly charged forward. His speed was incredible. In the blink of an eye, he plucked the crystal grass and, at the same time, swung his sword, cutting down all the insect eggs hanging from the tree. Shui and his companions had also spotted Yi. They hadn't expected him to show up here. However, now was not the time for catching up. They had to defeat the great poison scorpion king before them as quickly as possible to stand a chance of obtaining the treasure they sought.
You wretch! How dare you!
The poison scorpion king flew into a rage, immediately abandoning his attack on Shui and charging straight toward Yi, roaring, "Drop the crystal grass, and I'll spare your life." Yi moved with lightning speed. Parting his lips slightly, he whispered, "Miss, I'll lure this beast away. You all take this opportunity to search for this secret treasure." Shui nodded and echoed back, "Be extremely careful, this beast has already taken half a step into the unity stage." "Wang Zhengtian, Li Pingho," shout I, "follow me to search for the treasure."
Yes.
As he raced away, he constantly dodged the poison scorpion king's attacks, while the poison scorpion king was thoroughly enraged, determined to annihilate Yi on the spot, even at the cost of his own cultivation. Yi dodged with light, nimble steps, appearing 1,000 zhang away in the blink of an eye. However, he was curious, why was this beast ignoring the secret treasure and coming here to hunt him down? "Human, hand over the crystal grass. Otherwise, even if I have to break out of Nether Valley, I will slaughter every last member of your sect." The great poison scorpion king quickly caught up, using all four limbs to move at an incredible speed, though even at full sprint, it was still slightly slower than Yi. Yi couldn't help but say, "Great king of poisonous scorpions, you're ignoring the secret treasure and chasing me here, isn't that a bit stupid?" "Bullshit. That crystal grass is the secret treasure. You stole it, so I'll make sure your soul wanders the three paths." Upon learning that the crystal grass was the secret treasure, Yi was momentarily stunned, almost unable to believe it. After all, while the crystal grass was precious, it wasn't exactly impossible to find. Just as Yi was lost in thought, the venomous scorpion king's body trembled, and with a single leap of 100 zhang, he suddenly turned to face Yi, only to find that the venomous scorpion king had already appeared right in front of him, completely blocking Yi's path. A massive, deafening explosion rang out. The ground before him instantly shattered, with cracks spreading across the area at a speed visible to the naked eye. The poison scorpion king's face darkened as he said, "You brat, how dare you steal this king's secret treasure? Hand it over, and I'll spare you a proper burial." Yi shrugged, shook his head in resignation, and said, "I don't know if it'll work, but having come this far, I've got no choice but to give it a try. It's just a shame about my fine wine." With a heavy heart, Yi took out all the 1,000-year-old wines from his storage ring. Though he was deeply reluctant, he had no other choice if he was to defeat the king of poisonous scorpions standing before him. The poison scorpion king's pupils suddenly contracted, and he hurriedly asked, "These wines, they're all 1,000 years old. Boy, what are you up to?" "Why, I'm just going to drink my fill and get completely drunk, of course." Yi's hearty laughter echoed through the forest as he casually opened the wine jars and poured all the strong liquor down his throat. The clear liquor trickled down the corners of his mouth, not only soaking his Taoist robe but also making the demon beast before him feel parched. The great poison scorpion king was also a demon who craved fine wine, but he had a peculiar habit, sealing human heads inside wine jars. Only the blood of human cultivators, mixed with fine wine, was a true delicacy of the mortal world. "Since you're drinking before you die, for the sake of this fine wine, I'll let you finish it all before you die. That's the least I can do to honor these wines." Before long, there were already more than a dozen wine jars beside Yi, and he had drained every last drop from them. The moment he finished those jars, an intense chill swept over him, and frost began to spread across the ground beneath him at a visible pace. "Congratulations, host, on drinking 30 jars of wine in a row. You have triggered the Drunken Sword Master system. Reward, your strength has increased by 1 level. Current status, peak mid-void stage. I've actually broken through?" The great poison scorpion king's expression suddenly changed. He immediately took 2 steps forward, sensing the energy fluctuations within Yi's body, and realized something was amiss. This guy had actually used drinking to boost his level. In the blink of an eye, he had pushed his mana from the void stage to the peak of the mid-void stage, just 1 step away from entering the late stage realm. This youth possesses extraordinary talent, he absolutely cannot be spared. The great poison scorpion king charged forward swiftly. A piercing gust of wind suddenly sliced through the air overhead, followed immediately by a massive black shadow plummeting from the sky, none other than the scorpion's enormous stinger. Yi dodged to the side. Before his opponent could react, he thrust his right hand out, seized the massive stinger with all his might, and slammed it violently into the ground. Unexpectedly, however, the great poison Scorpion King used that very force to spit a glob of black, sticky phlegm directly at Chen Xuan. "Cunning beast," Yi muttered, overcome with nausea. He swiftly darted to another position, evading the blood demon poison Scorpion's attack, and suddenly, an ice-blue flying sword appeared in his hand. Before his words had even finished, the giant sword embedded in the ground shot upward. Its massive blade swept upward, and an intense crimson glow suddenly slashed downward, sending a colossal moonlight beam and a blade of light hurtling toward the poisoned Scorpion King like a rainbow splitting the heavens. The venomous Scorpion King dodged swiftly, but the killing intent radiating from the sword's glow actually froze his body in place. Yi's face flushed crimson as his lips moved slightly. "To deal with you, I'll have to use my full strength. Come forth, Nine-Blade Array." Sunset, Phoenix Cry, Starry Sky, Dragon Roar, Clear Frost, Vanishing Shadow, Royal Authority, Jade Rui, and Dragon Godsword. 9 flying swords, each shimmering with a different radiance, shot into the air. The formation created by the 9-blade array instantly trapped the great poison Scorpion King firmly within, leaving him utterly unable to escape. This was the first time the great poison Scorpion King had encountered such a formidable opponent. He tried to fight back, but was blocked by the various flying swords. "You cunning humans, get out of my way!" A deafening roar suddenly rang out, perhaps due to the sheer power behind it. The very void rippled as the sound waves spread through it. Not only that, but the mountain ranges within 100 li were shattered into pieces in an instant. Even the trees growing there had been reduced to a wisp of ash, vanishing without a trace. 9 swords, unite! Although he had no other flying swords to assist him this time, the combined power of the 9 swords was more than enough to match that of any single flying sword. As the flying sword fused, the mana's oppressive presence in the sky grew increasingly pronounced. Under Yi's control, it immediately shot toward the great poison Scorpion King below. The great poison Scorpion King sensed an unprecedented sense of oppression, which instantly ignited its will to survive. Its scales turned blood red, and its cultivation level reached the pseudo-unity stage. Seeing that the mana was still insufficient, Yi couldn't help but furrow his brow, for he no longer had any wine aged over 1,000 years on him. Just as the great poison scorpion was about to break through, one's voice rang out from the distance. "Qian, catch the wine." High above the clouds, one tossed a flask of fine wine toward Yi's location. Though it pained him a bit to part with it, it was far better than letting this guy die at the hands of the poison Scorpion King. Yi nodded in understanding and popped open the flask given to him by his senior uncle Wan with a pop. The aroma was rich and intoxicating, like the sweet fragrance of perfectly ripe fruit. Those wispy notes of fragrance were like ancient tales, flowing slowly through the river of time, drawing one into their spell. It was like an elegant symphony. Rich fruit aromas and lush oak notes intertwined, while delicate sweetness and gentle tartness complemented one another. As time passes, the aroma evolves in the air, gradually transforming from the fiery intensity of a fresh brew to the refined elegance of an aged wine. It is just like the setting sun, as the colors of the sky and earth shift from a fiery crimson to a deep sapphire blue. Yi, too, was captivated by the fine wine in the jar and couldn't wait to take a sip. It was sweet on the palate, as clear as nectar. Truly a nectar of the gods. What a fine wine indeed! Yi had only taken a small sip when he realized just how sweet it was. Unable to resist, he downed the entire jar of wine right in front of the Scorpion King. "Congratulations, host, on downing an entire jar of 2,000-year-old Losong wine. You have been rewarded with plus 38 proficiency in the Drunken Swordmaster system. Drunken Swordmaster system proficiency has reached 100 points. The Drunken Swordmaster system has leveled up by 1. Current level, 210. Congratulations, host, on breaking through to the peak of the late void stage. How is this possible?" The great poison Scorpion King was somewhat alarmed. He never expected Yi to break through his cultivation again in the blink of an eye. This attack was utterly terrifying. The great poison Scorpion King had absolutely no chance to resist and was instantly impaled by the giant sword into the ground. Perhaps even in his wildest dreams, he never imagined he would meet such a miserable end. He exhaled a breath of alcohol fumes, gathered the great poison Scorpion King's remains, and couldn't he help but wipe the beads of sweat from his face. Nephew, you've actually managed to gain enlightenment in the way of the sword through drinking. At first, I didn't believe it, but now I do. One appeared out of thin air, like a fairy descending from the heavens, and sat directly on Yi's shoulder, casually crossing her legs. Barefoot, she lifted her jade-like foot slightly. Her legs were as smooth as silk, without a single blemish, as if they would glide off one's fingertips at the slightest touch. Their graceful curves were breathtaking from every angle. Her beautiful legs were fair and delicate, like morning dew, crystal clear and so radiant that one could scarcely bear to look upon them. He gently rubbed his forehead and said, still a bit tipsy, Junior Master, I never expected you to have such fine wine in your collection. Why didn't you bring it out sooner? What are you talking about? One feigned displeasure. That's a fine wine I've treasured for hundreds of years, one I had to beg and plead for from Ning. Now that Ning is dead, I have to keep it as a memento, don't I? If it weren't for the fact that you promised to give me a Unity Stage magical artifact, I'd never have parted with it. One pouted, then shifted her hips a couple of times and said with a hint of displeasure, You're too skinny, you're digging into my butt and it hurts. Then get off me, this is completely inappropriate. Yi replied, equally exasperated. You're actually getting shy? When you first joined the sect, I even made you kiss me, have you forgotten? Seeing that Yi was indeed a bit embarrassed, one landed gracefully on the ground. Even with barely any clothes on, she was still enough to make anyone's heart race. At that moment, one put aside her earlier playful demeanor and said with a serious expression, Xian, no matter what anyone says from now on, you must not reveal anything about the crystal grass. Do you understand? Since it's a secret treasure sought after by the divine sect, it must have something extraordinary about it. Now that we've obtained it, we mustn't mention it no matter what others ask. Yi nodded and replied, I understand, Junior Master. Next, let us head to the entrance of Nether Valley to exchange it for a Unity Stage magical treasure. At the mention of magical treasure, one clapped her hands with delight and immediately said, Great! Just don't forget our agreement when the time comes. Looking at Wan, who seemed as childlike as ever, Yi shook his head slightly. He took the wine gourd from his waist, took a small sip, and said softly, I won't forget, disciple. Let us go. At the entrance to Nether Valley, Shui and the others, having failed to find the secret treasure, sighed in disappointment. They had originally thought the treasure would be somewhere near the poison Scorpion King's lair, but to their surprise, no matter how thoroughly they searched, they couldn't find even a trace of it. Li Pingho said with a look of frustration, the poison Scorpion King is incredibly cunning. He must have hidden the treasure, otherwise, how could we possibly not find it? Ice Fairy Shui said softly, one cannot defy the will of heaven. Since we can't find it, there is no need to dwell on it. The divine continent is vast beyond measure, this isn't the only place where a secret treasure can be found. Sigh. Wang Zhengtian and Li Pingho exchanged a glance and said nothing more. Shui's gaze, however, remained fixed on the distant forest. She clutched her bamboo flute tightly, and a hint of worry now crossed her delicate face. The king of poisonous scorpions was a demon beast at the Unity Stage, while Yi was only at the Void Stage. Was he really alright? Just as Shui was worrying, a massive flying sword streaked toward them from the distance. Many cultivators looked up at the figures atop the flying sword. Upon the flying sword, Yi lay lazily, yawning with a slightly tipsy air, as if overcome by the urge to sleep. Seeing that Yi appeared safe and sound, Shui silently let out a sigh of relief. Her heart, which had been in her throat, finally settled. Princess, Ling seems to be injured. Xiao Dai, standing beside Shui, noticed Ling pale-faced and missing an arm and immediately spoke up. Hearing this, Shui teleported in front of her maid Ling. Seeing Ling, who had served her since childhood, so severely injured, Shui's expression darkened, and she glared at Tang with a hint of anger. Fellow Daoist Tang, why has Ling ended up like this? Immortal Eye. Faced with Shui's accusation, Tang, who was also injured, was at a loss for words. He had no idea why this had happened. Holding Ling in her arms, Shui said expressionlessly, Let me give you a piece of advice, stay away from Ling. As soon as the words left her mouth, Shui vanished from where she stood, leaving only Tang behind, his face dark with anger as he gritted his teeth. He muttered to himself, "You bitch. If you weren't a prodigy of the divine sect, I wouldn't have grumbled so low to approach you. If you'd agreed right from the start, I might have treated you with some respect. But now once I reach the unity stage, I'll make you suffer every kind of humiliation to avenge your repeated rejections." Yi landed smoothly on the ground, reached out with one hand, and handed over the purple shade egg she had plucked from the tree earlier. Dao Shimi was visibly overcome with excitement and rushed forward. "Excellent, excellent. That's the one, that's the one." Snatching the purple shade egg from Yi's hand, Taoist Mi laughed defiantly. "Such a demonic creature, with its bizarre and strange form, I must take it back to the sect for thorough study." Taoist Mi kept his word and tossed over the Unity Stage magical treasure he had promised earlier. Yi caught the Unity Stage magical artifact as it came toward him. After confirming that no soul imprint had been left within it, he stowed it away in his storage ring with satisfaction. Just then, Taoist Mi turned around with a grim expression and said with a smile, "Young layman, it's been a rare pleasure getting to know you. Why not do me one more favor? Leave your head behind so I can report back to Ning Shan. What do you say?" As Taoist Mi's voice trailed off, Duya, the young sect master of the Shi Kuei sect, walked over, licking the tip of his blade. Flanking him were powerful figures from various major sects. Their eyes were fixed not on anyone else, but on Yi, the prodigy of the Azure sect, and the Unity Stage magical artifact in his hand. Yi shrugged, tilted his head back to drink 2 liang of wine, and nodded. "What? Are you planning to make a move right now?" Dao Renmi cast a glance at Wan, whose stern face was etched upon the massive sword, and replied without a trace of panic, "Ha, young layman, you're overstating things. After all, this concerns your relationship with my Luaha faction, and the magical treasure." Sword energy blazed like a rainbow as a surge of chi roared past. Dao Shimi suddenly widened his bell-like eyes, staring at his own arm as it shot forward, his face contorted with terror. Late-stage void realm, at its peak? Dao Shimi's mouth twitched as he fixed his gaze on Yi, who had just attacked him, his tone tinged with madness. "Such prowess perfect, just perfect. There's no one better suited than you to be the first blood offering for my metamorphosis and ascension." Duya, the young sect master of the Shi Kuei sect, glanced in Taoist Mi's direction and frowned slightly. "Could it be that you intend to devour the purpline egg?" Dao Renmi paid no heed to Duya. He took out the Zu egg he retrieved earlier and swallowed it whole. Immediately, the crisp sound of cracking bones echoed throughout the valley. The faces of the many cultivators darkened as they watched Dao Renmi collapse to the ground, his head having transformed into a bug. One snorted coldly, "What a disgusting insect!" So Taoist Mi was using an insect to boost his power. He really didn't know his own limits. "Xian, what do you think?" He raised the wine gourd in his hand, gave it a slight shake, and said expressionlessly, "Leave it to me." Hearing this, one said nothing, but quietly observed the many powerful figures present while expanding his spiritual sense to envelop them all. Dao Shimi said defiantly, "Young layman, though the purpline egg has caused some damage to my body, if I can slay you, I'm sure it will be quite an amusing affair." With that, Dao Shimi charged forward at a rapid pace. With the aid of the purpline egg, his strength had increased significantly, even his speed had reached the point where he left after images. The onlookers around them couldn't help but marvel. "I never imagined the purpline egg could be so powerful. It can directly elevate a void stage cultivator to the peak of the late void stage. If I could get my hands on one, so what if I turned into a monster? Don't even dream about it. The purpline egg is an evil object. Although it can boost one's strength, don't forget that once the larva hatches, it will devour every organ until nothing remains but an undead shell." That's right. Consuming the egg raw can greatly increase one's cultivation power. Ancient texts have recorded this. I'm sure that even if Taoist Mi were to kill Yi, he would suffer severe damage to his cultivation or even perish and lose his Dao all because of the purpline egg. Hearing these words, Tang, seated atop the flying sword, let a hint of coldness flicker across his face, thinking to himself with great satisfaction, "Kill him. Taoist Mi, you must kill Yi for me." Buzz, buzz, buzz. The sound of swords rang out in rapid succession. Sword energy swirled around him like a pool of emerald water, its sharpness fully revealed. Yi lifted the wine jar and, quite naturally, tilted his head back to take several large gulps. The clear liquid slid down his neck, soaking his white shirt. "With just you?" After downing several large gulps, Yi, looking slightly tipsy, swung the flying sword in his hand. The sword energy darted like a startled swan, and the force surged like a tornado, charging straight toward Taoist me as he rushed forward. Wandering the four seas, my sword shines like a rainbow nectar and do hang in my heart. Sword cries rise from all directions, shattering the eight wastes. Mountains and rivers are severed, and the night becomes impassable. Daoshimi had intended to block the sword energy, but upon contact, he discovered that his arm had shattered without the slightest resistance. "This is impossible." The heavens and earth trembled. Under the scourge of the sword energy, a massive gully 300 meters long and 50 meters deep suddenly appeared across the ground. The towering trees on either side were no match for the might of the heaven and earth sword. Almost the moment they were touched, they instantly turned to a wisp of ash and vanished without a trace. As for Taoist me, he had long since turned into a wisp of silvery white candle smoke and vanished into thin air right where he stood. Witnessing this, the crowd erupted into an uproar once more. Taoist me, at the peak of the late void stage, couldn't he even withstand Yi's sword energy? Just how powerful was this guy? Even Tang stood up from his flying sword, his brow furrowed, his eyes brimming with boundless fury. Useless. Yi's face was flushed crimson, his white Taoist robe fluttering without a breeze. He glanced at the vanished Taoist me and said calmly, "Using the purpline egg to forcibly boost one's strength is, after all, merely a facade. And how could something fake possibly be a true opponent?" He stood with his sword on his back, his gaze once again resting on the others as he said, "If you fellow Taoists still want the Unity Stage magical treasure, then come at me all together." Dia's face twitched twice. He knew full well he was no match for Yi, so he chuckled and said, "It's a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. Since you're so powerful, fellow Taoist, why would we go looking for trouble? Until we meet again." With that, Dia led his sect disciples away without looking back, intending to return to the sect as quickly as possible to report the matter to his Ning. A prodigy with such extraordinary talent, if left unchecked, he could very well become an enemy of the Shirkuei sect. The cultivators from the other sects exchanged glances, sighed in unison, and reluctantly left Nether Valley. To them, while Unity Stage magical treasures were indeed formidable, they had only one life to lose. If they died, not only would they fail to obtain the treasure, but they would also leave their lives behind here. Shui turned around, raised her jade-like hand to tuck a strand of her long black hair behind her ear, and said lightly, "Fellow Taoist Yi, we must be going as well. We've been away from our sect for 3 months now. Though we haven't obtained the secret treasure, it has been my honor to have met you, fellow Taoist." Shui cast a lingering glance at Yi, then departed Nether Valley with the others, preparing to return to their sect to report. "Until we meet again." Yi shrugged, gazing after Shui's receding figure. One sat up straight at that moment. As if he just remembered something, he slapped his knee hard and said with a straight face, "Oh my, how could I have forgotten something so important? Junior disciple Qian, you all go ahead and leave Nether Valley. I'm going to gather all the medicinal herbs here." Wan chuckled, pulled a burlap sack from his storage ring, and looked at the spiritual herbs and demon beasts of Nether Valley, a hint of greed flashing across his face. "I'm sure you all know what happens next, even without me saying it." Xingjing Peak was quiet that night. A white cloud hovered in midair as Yi drifted down from above. "Qian, you're finally back." Before she could finish speaking, a graceful figure rushed out of the thatched cottage. She was wrapped only in a thin quilt, her slender figure exceptionally alluring. Her long hair was dripping wet, and her porcelain-smooth skin was still glistening with water. Seeing Ning, who had just finished her bath, Yi landed steadily on the ground and bowed to her. "Disciple Yi pays his respects to Ning." Ning nodded slightly, her expression as aloof as ever, yet her eyes as luminous as stars held a hint of appreciation. "How did your training go this time?" "I gained quite a bit." He waved his right hand, and the inner cores of the Great Poison Scorpion King and the Emerald Water Golden Toad appeared, along with several precious herbs. Ning's gaze swept over the demon beasts, paying them little mind, as if he had known all along that Yi was capable of slaying beasts comparable to Unity stage cultivators.
When his gaze settled on the crystal grass, Ning's eyes lit up.
He strode forward quickly and grasped the plant's stem.
Is this the water spirit shattered mirror herb? The water spirit shattered mirror herb? Yi paused for a moment, puzzled, and asked, "Isn't this just crystal grass?"
Crystal grass and the water spirit shattered mirror herb are extremely similar.
Even in ancient texts, there are very few records about the water spirit shattered mirror herb.
Ning pursed his youthful lips and continued, likewise, the water spirit shattered mirror herb is considered a divine-grade medicinal herb. It has the power to strengthen one's foundation, seek the source of vitality, and purify the marrow. It is a treasure among treasures. I suppose this is what the divine sect needs. Ning nodded with great satisfaction, then, with a serious expression, admonished, Xian, no matter what happens in the future, you must never reveal this to anyone else. Hearing this, Yi nodded. After all, Wan had reminded him of this matter many times and had even specifically emphasized the preciousness of the crystal grass. He hadn't expected this to be not the crystal grass, but the even rarer water spirit shattered mirror grass. No wonder the great Scorpion King was willing to burn his own soul just to snatch it from Yi's hands. Yi put away the water spirit shattered mirror grass before him and prepared to head down the mountain to buy some liquor. By infusing it with the immortal herb, he was certain he could produce many batches of incredibly precious elixirs. Ning seemed to have long since seen through Yi's thoughts. She sighed and said, cultivation must not be rushed. Only by proceeding steadily and cautiously, step by step, is it possible to overcome the major cultivation barriers. This disciple understands. Ning raised his slender hand and collected the inner cores of the two demon beasts. Since they were of no use to him, it would be quicker to keep them and use them to refine a few elixirs. You've just returned, you should get plenty of rest. This disciple understands. Yi was quite pleased with Ning. He hadn't expected him to break through to the perfect late void stage once again. It wouldn't be long before Ning truly broke through to the Unity stage. With such talent, even in the Eastern Divine Continent, he would likely cause a sensation across the entire Divine Continent. Seeing Ning return to the bamboo hut, he decided to go down the mountain to buy some fine wine to enhance his own strength. The moonlight was bright and pure, and the cicadas chirped ceaselessly. Qingshan Town. The town at night was even more poetic. Amid the dimly lit streets and hazy moonlight, the ancient bridge reflected in the flowing water, everything appeared so harmonious and serene. Lights dotted the ancient streets like stars, their vibrant hues contrasting beautifully with the tranquil river. It was like a mysterious ink-wash painting. As usual, Yi arrived at the Drunken Fragrance Pavilion. As a regular customer, the madam there knew him very well. Moreover, thanks to the Divine Sect's grand competition, Yi had become a household name in the dragon-ruling kingdom, an immortal known to everyone. The madam had specially prepared fine wine for him and said with a smile, "Immortal Yi, this is a special wine we at Zuishan Lu have prepared just for you. Please try it and see how it tastes." "Thank you." Yi picked up the wine jar and drank heartily without hesitation. Though the taste didn't compare to the wine Ning and his senior disciple had given him, in the mortal world, it certainly counted as a fine vintage. "Get out, get out, get out. What's a stinking beggar doing here? Get out of here right now." Just then, several guards at the entrance spotted a beggar reeking of filth and clad in rags. They immediately covered their noses and mouths and began shooing him away. The patrons of the Drunken Fragrance Pavilion were either wealthy or noble immortals from sects, passing merchants, or wealthy landowners. If a beggar were to disrupt their refined enjoyment, the Drunken Fragrance Pavilion simply could not afford the consequences. He raised an eyebrow and looked up at the figure by the door. The man was clad in tattered, heavily patched clothes and gave off a foul odor. His face was haggard and gaunt, his eyes hollow, as if he saw no hope at all. That he held a tattered hat in his hand, begging for alms from passers-by. "A guest is a guest. Put his tab on me." He set down the wine jar in his hand, slowly stood up, gathered all the wine in front of him, and, his face flushed, walked toward the exit. Just then, the beggar's right hand suddenly grabbed Yi's wrist, and he said gratefully, "Thank you, immortal." "Thank you, immortal." Yi nodded with a smile, then took a gold ingot from his pocket, placed it in the beggaress hat, and turned to disappear from the scene. After Yi had left, a look of admiration flashed across the beggaress' face, and he then stepped into the Yushan pavilion. Back at the Azure sect. At that moment, atop the sect's majestic mountain peak, Dan stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze shifting to Yi, who was flying on his sword.
Dan frowned and said, "You've gone down the mountain again?"
Yi halted in his tracks and looked at Dan. According to sect regulations, disciples are not allowed to leave the mountain without permission, but this restriction does not apply to the sect's direct disciples.
I don't believe I've violated any rules.
Listening to Yi's explanation, Dan couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Yi had already reached the peak of the late void stage, while he himself had only barely entered the mid-void stage. There was still a vast gap between them. Suppressing the jealousy in his heart, Dan looked up and forced a smile, saying, "Junior nephew Yi, my disciple Tang told me that you obtained a Unity Stage demon beast in Nether Valley.
Might you be willing to bestow it upon this old man?"
Yi replied softly, "The demon beast's remains have already been taken by Ning. If senior uncle, the sect master, desires it, you'll have to ask Ning for it." Upon hearing that the demon beast's remains had already been taken by his senior sister Ning, Dan's expression clearly turned displeased. But there was nothing he could do about it. After all, his senior sister had never given him a friendly look. However, Dan quickly thought of that Unity Stage magical treasure and demanded, "Junior disciple, since the demon beast is gone, hand over that Unity Stage magical treasure."
Dan's tone was brimming with greed.
To coerce Yi into handing over the magical treasure, he resorted to a bit of moral blackmail. "After all, you're a disciple of the Azure sect. If it weren't for your cultivation suddenly vanishing back then, you'd already be my disciple by now.
Could you do me this favor and hand over the Unity Stage magical treasure?
I promise I won't treat you unfairly in the future." Hearing Dan's words, Yi snorted coldly to himself. This sect master would be only too happy to see him dead, yet now he had his sights set on the Unity Stage artifact. He really had the face of a city wall.
Ha, junior brother, you really are insatiable.
I have no idea how Ning ever admitted you into the Azure sect in the first place. I'm actually embarrassed for you.
Just then, Juan, reeking of alcohol and clad in tattered clothes, walked over.
From the stench of alcohol on her, it was clear she'd been drinking all day. Juan belched, staggered over, and looked at Yi with a dazed expression.
"Ha? How come there are three of you now? Little Anan, when did you learn the art of cloning?"
Burp.
Dan snapped, "Senior sister, as a sect elder, you've gone down the mountain to drink without permission, and you're not even minding your appearance. What kind of example is this?"
Juan pursed her lips, draped her arm over Yi's shoulder, and said with a flushed face, "It's all because you lot are so gloomy and ascetic. I really have no interest in any of that."
Burp. It's not even as good as Little Anan's jug of wine.
Juan's eyelids drooped as she slurred, "And by the way, Little Anan has already given me the Unity Stage magical treasure."
Don't even think about it. Go find a cooler place to hang out.
You. Dan's forehead creased with frustration as he glared darkly at senior sister Juan. He'd been the Azure sect's sect master for hundreds of years. Did this sect bear the Dan surname or the Yi surname, anyway?
Why did these people always have to pick on him? They were all taking Yi's side.
What kind of charm did this brat possess that made two senior sisters willing to risk a public falling out with him just to protect him? Yi also took out that Unity Stage magical artifact from his storage ring. The moment Juan saw it, she snatched it away immediately, clutching it tightly to her chest as if she'd found a fine wine.
"I finally have a Unity Stage magical artifact of my own."
Dan angrily flung her elegant robe aside and spun around, a hint of coldness flashing in her eyes. Realizing she wouldn't be able to get her hands on the artifact today, she stormed off in a huff.
Juan curled his lip in disdain and muttered, "That Dan thinking he can lay claim to my magical treasure?" He asked, dreaming. Just then, Juan turned around, sniffed Yi's scent, and his eyes lit up. "Little Anan, you actually went to the Drunken Fragrance Pavilion? Are you that rich?"
As the peak master of Flying Sword Peak, Juan had sold off all the spiritual herbs and treasures on his peak 200 years ago to exchange them for gold and silver to buy fine wine. Nowadays, the entire Flying Sword Peak was barren, looking like a bandit's hideout with nothing but a dilapidated thatched cottage, and the rest was practically a wasteland.
Juan wrapped his arms around Yi's neck and whispered, "Nephew, are you planning to brew some wine next? Let your uncle keep you company." "No way." Yi refused outright. Juan was such a heavy drinker, who knows when he might blab about his affairs? Besides, the fewer people who knew about the brewing, the better. After all, it required the water spirit shattered mirror grass, which was as rare as an immortal herb. If he couldn't control his mana properly with that herb, every disciple in the Azure sect would likely sense it, and that would be a real problem. Juan linked her arm through Yi's, her tone tinged with pleading. "Just let me take a look. I promise I won't get carried away. I'll just peek, I won't go inside at all. Please? Just this once." Seeing Juan plead so earnestly, Yi felt a twinge of hesitation. But then he realized that Juan was at the peak of the Unity stage. Perhaps he could harness her mana to temper the potency of the water spirit mirror shattering herb and avoid detection. Originally, Yi had intended to seek out his own Ning, but since Ning was likely busy refining elixirs, he had no choice but to rely on Juan. After setting 3 ground rules with Juan, Yi took her back to Qingjing Peak. Upon arriving at Qingjing Peak, Juan began to complain about the surroundings, wishing her own Flying Sword Peak were this vibrant and full of life. "That would mean another chance to make some money, right?" Juan muttered under her breath, but then she thought of Yi's perpetually serious expression. "Junior nephew, when the time comes, I'll help you suppress the mana. Just remember to give me 2 jars of wine, okay?" "Sure." Yi didn't refuse. After all, the medicinal properties of the water spirit shattered mirror grass were extremely volatile and required many jars of wine to neutralize them, so sharing some with her wasn't a problem. Just then, the auspicious beast ran out of the room. Upon seeing Yi return, it immediately jumped onto his shoulder and began nudging his cheek repeatedly with its little paws. "You naughty human, why did you take so long to come back? I'm starving to death. Didn't I tell you to stay with junior disciple Lin? Why did you come back?" Looking at the auspicious beast on his shoulder, Yi couldn't help but ask with a curious glance. "She went into seclusion to cultivate. Before she did, she left me a few mana crystals. I got a craving and ate them all. I haven't eaten anything for half a month now," the auspicious beast said in a babyish voice. Its tone carried a choked-up sense of grievance. It was as if, had Yi not returned, it truly would have starved to death right there. Yi took a mana crystal from his storage ring, then said helplessly, "Fine. You'll just have to stick with me from now on." The auspicious beast clutched the mana crystal, which radiated a rich aura of mana, and eagerly took a bite, but Juan witnessed the entire scene. Her heart ached terribly. Those were mana crystals, after all. If she could sell them on the black market, she'd definitely be able to get quite a bit of fine wine in exchange. But to just feed them to her pet like that? What a waste! Yi looked at Juan and said, "Junior Master, we can begin." Juan yawned, sat cross-legged, and paced back and forth while stroking her smooth, slightly pointed chin, muttering incantations for the formation under her breath. As a special mana barrier materialized within Qingjing Peak, it enveloped the entire area within a 10-li radius. Not even a single thread of mana, let alone a bird, could escape. "Go ahead without worry, I guarantee there won't be any problems." Juan sniffed the scent of wine in the air, which inevitably whetted her appetite. She stuck out her tongue and licked her red lips and white teeth. "If only Ning had left me some fine wine back, then that would have been wonderful. But Ning, oh Ning, when are you coming back?" Juan exhaled a puff of warm breath, turned around, and looked toward Yi's position. Yi waved his hand, and the water spirit mirror shattering grass in his arms shot into the air. Immediately, a ball of flame burst from his fingertips. The intense heat began to roast the herb, and before long, it showed signs of melting. Juan looked up, her willow-like eyebrows furrowed in anger. "Liu Truefire. Little Anan, where did you get such a treasure?" Liu Truefire was the supreme flame in the cultivation world, the most coveted by alchemists. Pills refined using Liu Truefire yielded twice the results with half the effort. Compared to other flames, the difference was like heaven and earth. Yi smiled and said, "Ning gave this to me.
Hearing this, Wan clicked her tongue enviously. Just as expected of a senior sister in the sect, she really does have all the good stuff. When I have time, I'll definitely have to find her and pry a few of her possessions out of her. If that doesn't work, I'll just ask for some mana crystals. I'll save them to buy some spiritual wine or something.
Wouldn't that be wonderful?
Beneath a windowsill, bathed in the bright moonlight, a low table was laden with delicacies, and a nightglow cup was already filled to the brim with fine wine. It was actually the bamboo green wine brewed for Ning Ning, but Yi had opened a small jar of it early. Yi raised the cup, took a light sip, and said, "It tastes pretty good.
Would you like to try some, Junior Master?"
"Sure." Wan took the cup Yi handed her, downed the rest in one gulp, then shrugged and began to savor it with a slightly intoxicated air. Sure enough, her senior sister had been hoarding so much fine wine. If it were for her, she'd definitely have a glass every day. In midair, Yi's Liu True Fire burned the water spirit shattered mirror grass before him. After about half an hour, the water spirit shattered mirror grass had completely melted, turning into a single drop of spirit essence. Upon seeing the spirit essence, Yi pointed his right hand diagonally toward the sky. Several streaks of sword energy shot out, dividing the spirit essence into dozens of drops, which were then distributed into the wine jars according to their energy content. The moment the spirit essence entered the wine, the wafts of its aroma, like ancient tales, flowed slowly through the river of time, lulling one into a state of intoxication. The wine's aroma was rich and mellow, like mist drifting through the depths of the night, imbued with endless charm and mystery. Wan swallowed hard, just as she was about to take a sip, but the sharp-eyed Yi quickly put all the jars away. "This wine still needs to age for 3 more years. Please be patient a little longer, senior uncle. I'll personally deliver it to you when the time comes."
"What? Another 3 years?" Wan's face darkened.
Reluctant to give up, she tried to take a sip, but Yi flatly refused. With only a few dozen jars in total, an incredibly precious supply, letting her finish 2 of them would be a massive loss. Left with no choice, Wan had to accept this outcome. After all the wine was now in Yi's hands, and whether she could drink it in the future would depend entirely on Yi's whim. Yi stood up, sensing the energy fluctuations in the room. If Wan hadn't set up a barrier in advance, the mana here would likely have already spread throughout the entire sect. The moon hung low over the western mountains, and the table was strewn with empty cups and plates. Wan was fast asleep, her head resting on the table. Numerous wine jars were scattered on the floor, and after drinking so much that evening, she had finally succumbed to exhaustion. Half her cheek was hidden by her hair, the exposed half of her face was as smooth and lustrous as jade, her facial features outlined as if an ink wash, flushed with a gentle blush, and the line of her neck as delicate as fine porcelain. Her 2 long legs dangled off the edge of the table, white, plump, and voluptuous. A large wine gourd hung by her side. Upon entering the room, one could still hear her soft snoring, a scene utterly devoid of decorum. Yi was at a loss for words as she began tidying up the wine jars in the room. If Ning were to see this, who knows when he might throw Wan off a cliff. Wan smacked her lips, flopped onto the bamboo cot, and barely covered didn't forget to scratch her thigh. The auspicious beast whispered, "Yi, who is this woman?" "Wan, the peak master of Flying Sword Peak." Yi put all the wine jars away and said, "Flying Sword Peak used to be one of the most vibrant peaks in the sect, but ever since Wan showed up, it's been dubbed the peak with the least mana in the entire sect." The spirit beast blinked its lively eyes, hopped onto Wan's belly, tapped her chest with its little paws, and then settled down on top of her. It, too, intended to rest a while in this haven of comfort.
Zini of Hizu, Divine Sect.
Warm yellow light cascaded over the intricately carved rosewood furniture, casting flecks of golden glow. The poems, calligraphy, and paintings on the walls showcased the owner's literary talent, while several stalks of green bamboo arranged in an antique porcelain vase added a touch of tranquility and elegance to the boudoir. Shrouded by emerald bamboo, the room was filled with a refreshing coolness. The rosewood bed was covered with exquisite embroidered linens, exuding a faint, pleasant fragrance. By the window, a pot of orchids swayed gently, creating a scene as poetic as a painting and adding an air of refined elegance. Shui took a deep breath and stepped out of the room. Just as she was about to leave the courtyard, a melodious voice drifted slowly in from outside. Schwer, where are you going? Upon hearing the voice, Ice Fairy Schwer's eyes flashed with a cold gleam, and she lunged forward only to find a white figure swiftly stepping in front of her. The man wore a white robe and had long black hair. He was dignified and graceful, exuding a transcendent charm, the very essence of a cultivator.
Lu Liang, I've told you many times it's absolutely impossible between us.
If you insist on stopping me, don't blame me for turning on you without mercy.
Lu Liang smiled gently and said, Schwer, you're joking. This is the divine sect, how could I possibly stand in your way?
Where are you headed, Schwer?
I'd be happy to accompany you.
No, senior brother Lu Liang, you'd better leave the divine sect.
Schwer strode away without looking back, giving Lu Liang no chance to react. She didn't even bother to glance at him. Lu Liang furrowed his brow slightly as he watched Shui's retreating figure, muttering with some irritation, I am a mighty unity stage cultivator who visits your divine sect every year, yet you treat me like this? You damn bitch. If it weren't for your imperial dynasty, do you really think I'd even give you a second glance?
Just then, the maid Ling emerged from the room. Though she was now missing an arm, she remained the princess's personal attendant.
Senior brother Lu Liang. Glancing at Ling's missing arm, Lu Liang asked in an utterly indifferent tone, What is it? Do you need something from me? Ling stepped forward and said softly, Senior brother Lu Liang, do you know why the princess has suddenly become so cold toward you? Why?
Lu Liang, who had been about to leave, stopped in his tracks, turned around, and asked with a furrowed brow.
Following Tang's instructions, Ling recounted everything that had happened recently to Lu Liang. Upon hearing about the bamboo pavilion by the Huai River, Lu Liang's expression suddenly darkened. Shui was his fiancée, a marriage arranged personally by the Divine Sword sect and the imperial court.
He never imagined that this slut would be secretly strolling through the mountains and enjoying the scenery with a disciple of the Azure sect behind his back.
Lu Liang's expression darkened as he clenched the gift in his hand and said in a displeased tone, Shui, you've really given me quite the gift.
I don't care what you think you're going to have this wedding, whether you want to or not.
If you anger my Divine Sword sect, I won't hesitate to wipe out your entire imperial dynasty.
As for that brat from the Azure sect, I will personally chop off his head and present it to you as a gift.
Lu Liang handed the gift he had intended for Shui to the maidservant Ling and said softly, Thanks to you, otherwise I really would have been kept in the dark. This Unity stage magical treasure is yours.
Lu Liang vanished from where he stood, while Ling flashed an eerie smile and murmured, This time, senior brother Tang should be able to become my Dao companion, right?
East Ridge, South State, Azure Sect.
Yi slowly opened his eyes, exhaled a wisp of stale breath, and looked at Wan, who was still fast asleep, a hint of exasperation on his face. Wan was hugging the auspicious beast, drool trickling from the corner of her mouth. Such a silly sight. If word of this got out, Wan's reputation would surely be ruined. Just then, the wooden door to the room swung open, and Ning, her face cold and stern, clad in a sheer gauze robe, stepped inside. Ning, too, spotted Wan lying on her side on the bamboo cot. Noticing how scantily clad Wan was, she couldn't help but furrow her delicate brows in disapproval.
Wan! Get up this instant! At Ning's sharp rebuke, Wan's eyes snapped open.
Wan rolled over and sat up, her clothes in disarray and her shoulder blades half exposed. The scene resembled a crime scene. Instead of straightening her clothes, she first ran her fingers through her hair and looked at Ning with a hazy gaze.
Senior sister, what are you doing here?
Only then did she tug at her clothes a couple of times and stand up. While lying down, her appearance hadn't been all that striking, but the moment she stood up, her tall stature and stunning curves became even more apparent. Ning was furious with Wan and nearly grabbed her by the collar to throw her off Qingjing Peak. Wan rubbed her nose and muttered, I had a bit too much to drink last night.
My head hurts a little. Let me sleep a little longer.
You're barely covered, what a ridiculous sight. And you're putting on this show right in front of my disciple.
How unbecoming.
Wan snorted derisively.
Senior sister, what are you thinking? Am I the kind of person who would make a move on a junior disciple?
I'd never do something like an old cow munching on tender grass.
Then what are you doing here at my Qingjing Peak? You're not trying to get your hands on some of my treasures again, are you?
Ning furrowed her delicate brows slightly and said, "Don't even think about it."
No, nothing at all. Hurry back to your flying sword peak.
Tired of listening to 1S nonsense, Ning raised her jade-like hand, and a ball of ice blue energy lifted 1S body. Before she could even react, 1S slender form vanished into the sky like a shooting star, leaving behind only a startled cry of no. Ning turned to Yi, her tone tinged with reproach.
Haven T, I told you many times?
Your junior master is a hopeless drunk and a complete klutz. If word of this gets out, how will you ever find a cultivation partner? Yi rubbed his nose, looking embarrassed.
I'm only 19. I haven't even thought about finding a dual cultivation partner yet.
Ning shot Yi a speechless glance, then sat down on the meditation cushion and said softly, "In half a year, the sect will hold an election for elders. Any disciple whose cultivation level is at the nascent stage or above may participate. If you succeed, you'll become a sect elder and enjoy the privileges that come with the position. I've already registered you. If you manage to become the sect's chief elder this time, you'll be able to smoothly inherit the position of Azure Sect's sect master in the future and gain access to a vast amount of cultivation resources." As she spoke, Ning glanced at Yi. "I called you here to ask, don't you think our Qingjing Peak should be able to secure the position of chief elder?" Yi was speechless for a moment before whispering, "Ning, didn't we at Qingjing Peak agree not to participate in any sect elections?"
That was in the past.
Ning shrugged her delicate shoulders and replied calmly, "After all, you are my disciple. With such talent, given time, you'll easily break through to the grand stage and may even have the opportunity to enter the lightning tribulation stage in the future. If a lightning tribulation cultivator emerges within our sect, the entire Yulong Kingdom's cultivation level will rise, and will be eligible to travel to Ziniohizu to seek a new home for our sect.
Although the mana in Ziniohizu doesn't match that of Dongqing Shenzhou, it's dozens, even hundreds of times denser than in Dongling Nanzhou.
Especially within the spiritual veins deep within the major sects, the mana is even more abundant, naturally allowing cultivation to yield twice the results with half the effort. It is precisely for this reason that Ning decided to have Yi participate in the elder candidate selection. Once he becomes the sect's chief elder, he need only wait until Dan's cultivation breaks through to the late void stage to have an exceptional opportunity to become the patriarch of the Azure sect. Yi remained silent. The elder candidate selection was held once every 300 years, and all cultivators above the nascent stage were eligible to participate. This meant that veteran powerhouses who had been rejected or failed 300 years ago would all be present. Among them, the strongest group of Unity stage experts would likely appear as well. After all, becoming the chief elder signified future eligibility as a candidate for sect master. The chief elder serves as the public face of the Azure sect for each generation. Needless to say, competition for such a position is fierce. The Azure sect has a history spanning 1,000 years, and the sect harbors many ancient powerhouses. Among them, the elders within Bladegrave also have the opportunity to participate. If they succeed in placing within the top 10, they will be allowed to leave Bladegrave. Those old-timers have been guarding Bladegrave for hundreds of years. Now that they've finally found this opportunity, there is no way they'd let it slip away. Yi's talent is indeed outstanding, but after all, he is only at the peak of the late void stage. If he were to face a Unity stage cultivator, his chances of winning wouldn't be very high. Unless he were drunk. Next, Ning walked over and patted him on the shoulder. "Don't put too much pressure on yourself. You should have at least half a year left. Just prepare well. If you really manage to become the chief elder, I'll make sure you're well rewarded." Yi nodded. Since this was a task Ning had given him, he would see it through to the end, no matter how rough the road ahead might be. However, he did need to stock up on wine to prevent any accidents from occurring during the sparring session. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, he left Qingjing Peak with his auspicious beast in his arms, intending to check on his junior niece Lin at Shaozhou Peak. It had been several months since he last returned. He wondered how Lin was doing. Streams of light darted back and forth among the mountains, all disciples of the sect rushing to and fro. Those unable to fly would find it impossible to move even an inch here. Occasionally, a few spirit birds or immortal beasts would screech past, forcing the disciples riding their sword lights to give way.
Those who could afford to keep such massive creatures as mounts, even if they weren't peak masters or elders, were most likely from families of considerable standing at Wu Ti due to accidentally brush up against them. As Yi traveled on his sword, the disciples rushing toward him bowed in his direction. After all, Yi was the sect's junior uncle, and they were required to pay their respects. Yi was used to this by now. After all, the cultivation world placed great importance on etiquette, and anyone who dared to be disrespectful would ultimately be killed on the spot. Upon arriving at Xiaozhu Peak, Yi knew his way around like the back of his hand. Led by a disciple of Xiaozhu Peak, he made his way to a relatively quiet bamboo grove. The deep bamboo forest, like a vividly painted scroll, perfectly blends the vitality and energy of nature. Sunlight filters through the dense bamboo leaves, casting mottled patterns of light and shadow on the ground, making one feel as if they've stepped into a fairy tale. Deep within the bamboo grove, lush greenery abounds. Vast stands of bamboo, rising in varying heights, form a green barrier that evokes a sense of tranquility and mystery. Lin, sitting cross-legged on a rock, seemed to hear the faint sound of footsteps. She silently raised her head and said, "Didn't I tell you not to disturb me?" "Senior sister, it's our Uncle Master." Hearing the voice of a disciple from Little Bamboo Peak, Lin immediately stood up and ran toward the edge of the bamboo grove. When she saw Yi, her lively eyes filled with longing. "Shueju, it's been several months. How have you been?" "Uncle Master." A mist of tears suddenly clouded Lin's almond-shaped eyes, and she threw her arms wide and rushed into his embrace. Yi instinctively wanted to step back, but when he saw the look of grievance in Shueju's eyes, he sighed inwardly. He stood where he was with his hands behind his back, letting his niece run into his arms. "Uncle Yi, you're finally back. I thought you..." Lin's voice couldn't help but take on a slight tremor, and she began to choke up, but just as she was about to burst into tears, a large hand gently ruffled her hair. "Uncle!" Lin looked up, a glimmer of light flashing in her eyes, and she couldn't help but pout. "Don't worry. Nether Valley may be dangerous, but don't forget your uncle isn't going to die at the hands of a demon beast that easily." Lin pursed her youthful lips, let go of Yi, and looked at the soft armor on his chest. "Uncle Master, are you wearing your soft armor?" Yi nodded. Shueju's soft armor is truly a work of art. Lin tucked a strand of black hair behind her ear with her small hand, nodded, and smiled. "You're too kind, Uncle. If it weren't for the one-horned dragoness scales you gave me, I wouldn't have been able to make it at all." The autumn breeze blew over the Huai River, brimming with vitality. The lake was as still as a mirror, reflecting the sky. Golden sunlight bathed the water's surface, creating a shimmering glow that made the scene resemble a fairyland. A wooden boat was moored at the shore. Yi leaned against it, gently swaying the wine gourd in his hand. Lin, having taken another sip of wine, felt a bit drowsy. Sitting at the bow, she gazed at the full moon reflected in the water, her snow-white feet gently stirring the crystal-clear lake. Fish swam ceaselessly beneath her, occasionally nibbling at Lin's feet, causing her face to flush deeply. Bathed in moonlight, Lin's complexion glowed with a healthy rosy hue. She had long since forgotten the taste of fine wine, but seeing how much her senior uncle enjoyed it, she couldn't help but take a few sips herself. Though the aroma lingered on her lips and teeth, the drink burned fiercely in her throat, leaving her puzzled as to why her senior brother enjoyed such a thing. Lin's vision grew hazy, and she said, her voice slurred with drunkenness, "Uncle Master, you'll be participating in the sect's elder assessment in half a year, won't you?" Yi nodded and sighed. "I hadn't originally planned to take the elder assessment, but I couldn't resist Ning's persistence, so I'll have to participate. My mother has also entered my name this time, but Shueju knows her cultivation is lowly. I'm afraid it will be very difficult for me to become a sect elder." Lin looked at her own flushed cheeks through the clear lake water and exhaled a deep breath of alcohol fumes. "When the time comes, Shueju will cheer you on, Uncle Master. The outcome is still uncertain. Why jump to conclusions so early?" You looked at Lin at the bow of the boat, sat up unsteadily, and spoke lightly. "In this elder selection trial, the top 10 disciples will be admitted. Whether one succeeds or not, no one can say for certain." Lin still lacked confidence. While the sect did indeed have many nascent stage disciples, this elder selection would even see veteran cultivators who had failed in the past step forward, making their chances of success extremely slim. In fact, it might as well be impossible. Yi glanced out of the corner of her eye at Lin's sorrowful face, then leapt to her feet, grabbed Lin, and landed smoothly right in the center of the lake. Lin's toes lightly touched the lake's surface, sending out graceful ripples like blooming flower petals. As fellow sword cultivation prodigies, Shueju, your sword carries too much malevolence. I have a cultivation technique here, and today, I will pass it on to you. Yi stood on the lake's surface as if on solid ground. His fingers glided lightly along the back of his sword, then he suddenly closed his eyes. After a moment's contemplation, he swung his sword. A surge of sword energy rippled across the lake's surface. Yi leapt lightly into the air and began to wield his sword. It appeared incredibly graceful, but upon closer inspection, one could see that behind him, streaks of afterimages resembling inkwash paintings had appeared at some unknown moment. What a magnificent sword technique! Lin was taken aback. The sword technique Uncle Yi was performing now felt familiar, yet it was vastly different from their sect's own. It was as if he had added the finishing touch to a painting, leaving one utterly bewildered. The scenery before them also shifted from the original lush greenery to a brush and ink style reminiscent of a landscape painting. The moves were simpler and more fluid, but more importantly, as Uncle Yi wielded his sword, he truly embodied the carefree and unrestrained spirit he had spoken of. With a thunderous roar, the river, which had been flowing gently, suddenly split right down the middle. In an instant, walls of water several zhan high rose on both sides, surging upward at a speed visible to the naked eye. Riding my sword like a sparrow in the heavens, I roam the 8 seas. Drinking wine beyond the firmament, I alone am the immortal in my drunken state. Yi tilted his head back and took several more hearty swigs of the strong liquor. The clear liquid flowed down his neck, soaking his white Taoist robe. With a determined gaze and an air of unbridled freedom, Yi swung his long sword once more. Where his sword cut through the air, a vacuum nearly 10 zhan wide appeared, instantly exposing the parched and tangled riverbed. Many unfortunate fish, unaware of what was happening, were suddenly flung from the water into the air, their eyes widening in shock. This time, it was not a rotten wooden stick, but a genuine flying sword. Its blade's radiance, like a fleeting glimpse of a swan, sliced through the clouds and mist, radiating a brilliant golden glow. Yi's shadow was gradually stretched by the light at that moment. The torn sky resembled a golden staircase, as if signifying that the gateway to the immortal realm lay ahead. Shueju, did you see that clearly? Lin, however, was completely absorbed in this exquisitely subtle sword technique and had no time to answer Yi's question. Yi suddenly pointed his sword toward the sky and laughed heartily. 100 flowers wither, their ashes scatter. The long sword came down. A crisp breeze swept by. The flowering trees lining both shores of the lake swayed slightly in the wake of that crisp sword. Wind petals fluttered and drifted down onto the lake's surface. Yi sheathed his sword and turned to look at Lin. Though the exquisite clear sword dance is a fine dance, it carries too much of a killing aura. Since your health is fragile, you must not practice it for long. This dance is called Setting Sunday. When performed, it resembles the red sun at its zenith, emphasizing grace and softness while minimizing the killing aura. It will be beneficial for you. Yi landed smoothly beside Lin, handed her the sword manual he had illustrated himself, and then said lightly, mastering this manual will be enough to let you sweep across the entire Dongling Nanzhou region. I once had an old friend named Ji Qingchen. If the opportunity arises in the future, I will obtain a treasure from him and give it to you as well. Uncle Master, why is your sword style so similar to yet not quite the same as the sword manuals practiced in our sect? Why is that? All martial arts under heaven stem from a single source. It's just a matter of sword techniques. Gain insight into one, and you'll understand the second. Grasp the second, and you'll see the whole picture. Yi drank 2 liang of wine, held his hand behind his back, and walked forward with steady steps before speaking leisurely. Diligent practice will be of great benefit to you. Well then, it's getting late. I'll be heading back now. Lin was about to speak, but realized that Uncle Yi had already vanished over the lake. Aside from a faint trace of sword intent lingering in the air, all that remained was the sword manual in her arms, still warm to the touch. Biting her lip gently, Lin's eyes sparkled with a hint of shyness as she shyly lowered her head. Shueju. Just then, a stern voice rang out behind her. There stood Bai Yuling, the peak master of Shaozhou Peak, who had appeared there at some unknown moment.
Lin immediately turned around, hiding the sword manual behind her back, and looked up at her mother, Bai Yuling. Bai Yuling teleported in front of Lin and, upon catching the stench of alcohol on her daughter's breath, furrowed her willow-like brows in displeasure.
"You've been drinking again?" "Mother, I only had a little sip."
Bai Yuling was about to raise her hand to discipline Lin, but when she thought of how Ye's drinking and revelry had enabled him to advance his cultivation so rapidly, she held back her urge to scold her daughter.
"Was that sword intent just now caused by your junior master?"
Lin nodded obediently, her expression firm as she replied, "Mother, my junior master's understanding of the sword is truly unmatched in this world." Bai Yuling spoke gently, "It seems Yi really does have some skills after all." Glancing out of the corner of her eye, she saw the sword's glow still lingering, suspended above the emerald lake, twisting the sky like a whirlpool. Bai Yuling raised her jade-like hand, but the moment she touched it, her finger was sliced open by the sword's glow. A drop of red blood trickled down the wound and fell into the clear lake water.
"Mother, are you all right?" Lin ran over anxiously and asked. "I'm fine."
Bai Yuling raised her slender hand and gazed toward the distant green mountains of Ijuan, her expression somber as she said, "If you truly can, I hope you'll help me protect my daughter."
"As for me, I'll follow you, my husband." Half a year later. Azure Sect Plaza.
At the end of the long stone steps, mist swirled beyond the mist lay a vast plaza, entirely paved with uniform boulders, giving it a simple yet majestic appearance. Upon learning of this event, numerous secluded elders and disciples of the sect had gathered in the square, ready to witness the entire proceedings. At that moment, the vast square was filled with several thousand sect disciples, while many inner sect disciples soared through the sky on their swords. Ning, the sect's founder, sat in his chair and, with an expression of detachment, picked up the teacup on the table. Almost every sect and cultivation family within the Dragon Riding Kingdom had sent representatives. The vast majority were sect leaders or their chief disciples in person. Such grandeur was something only the Azure Sect could command. No other sect could achieve this.
Tang, standing beside Dan, wore a grim expression.
Through half a year of diligent cultivation, his cultivation base had broken through to the perfect late soul stage, and this time, he was determined to become the chief elder at all costs. This wasn't just about whether he could become the sect's next leader. More importantly, it was a matter of Ning Dan's personal prestige. Therefore, no matter what, he was determined to become the sect's chief elder this time. The elders of the Blade Grave had also arrived on flying swords. They landed smoothly on the ground and bowed respectfully to Ning, who sat upright in her chair.
"Greetings, senior sister." Ning opened her beautiful eyes, then nodded lightly, offering a casual reply.
Dan, however, felt a bit put out. It seemed she, as the sect master, wasn't being given any respect at all. Although her strength wasn't on par with these Blade Grave elders, she was, after all, the sect master of the Azure Sect. Not only did they fail to bow, they didn't even bother to greet her.
Anyone else would likely find such humiliation unbearable.
Several black lines appeared on Dan's forehead, and the veins in his arms bulged. However, given the Blade Grave elder's strength and status, he couldn't bring himself to say anything further and could only let it go. The sect's prodigies had all arrived here, including several whom even Tang did not recognize. They were the prodigies who had failed 300 years ago. Now, upon learning of this matter, they had all emerged from seclusion to prepare for the upcoming Elder's assessment. Tang's gaze settled on a young, beautiful woman. Tall and slender, with a fair complexion, a delicate face, and arched eyebrows, her phoenix-like eyes shone with an extraordinary radiance. While her beauty was unparalleled in the world, she also exuded an aura of untouchable dignity. Clothed in a magnificent orange court robe that gave her a clear, translucent appearance, her slender hands as if untouched by the spring water had fingers as delicate as scallion roots. A single glance was enough to make one lose oneself in her beauty.
Tang asked curiously, "Ning, who is that woman?"
Dan glanced slightly to the side, looking at the woman in the magnificent orange robes in the center of the hall, and said calmly, "Her name is Lu Lingjia. She is a late-stage void stage cultivator. 300 years ago, she competed with me for the position of sect master. Come to think of it, she was actually his junior sister. 300 years have passed, and yet she is still alive." Lu Lingjio had also raised her head, looking in Dan's direction and flashing an eerie smile. Her smile was utterly chilling, giving one the sensation of falling into a bottomless abyss. Even Dan felt a shiver run down his spine. If it weren't for the stagnation in his own cultivation, it was far from certain who would have taken the seat of sect master. The others were all prodigies of the sect as well. 300 years had flown by in the blink of an eye, yet they had not forgotten their ambition to become the sect master of the Azure sect one after another. They had emerged from seclusion and come here to vie for the position. Lu Lingjio walked over at that moment and gave Ning a slight bow with clasped fists. "Senior sister, it's been 300 years. I never expected you to have already broken through to the grand stage."
"Lingjiao, it's been a long time."
Ning stood up, gently tucking a strand of Lu Lingjio's black hair behind her ear, and smiled warmly.
"Where have you been these past 300 years?" "I've been wandering the divine continent," Lu Lingjio replied.
Her return to the sect this time was specifically to become a candidate for the next sect leader, to make up for the regret she felt 300 years ago.
Lu Lingjio then asked, "Senior sister, wasn't it agreed upon that Unity Stage cultivators were not allowed to participate in the sect elders' trials? Why are the Blade Grave brothers being allowed to take part this time?"
Ning replied calmly, "The Blade Grave elders have been stationed there for several hundred years. This is the only way to grant them their freedom, and it also serves as my way of settling the score with Ning." Upon hearing these words, Lu Lingjio said nothing more. After all, whether those old fools left Blade Grave or not had nothing to do with her. Although she was only at the late void stage, years of combat had caused her strength to skyrocket, so naturally, she had no reason to fear that bunch of old fools.
Lu Lingjio then glanced at Teng, who was standing beside Dan.
She saw Teng's willow-like eyebrows furrowed in disgust as she turned away. In Teng's eyes, she saw lechery and greed. People like that are truly disgusting. Realizing her gaze had been caught, Teng immediately averted her eyes, though her gaze still lingered beneath Lu Lingjio's elegant robe. Around those jade-like arms, the pale purple cuffs of her wide court robe fluttered wildly as the white bone lizard soared through the clouds, stirring up a gale that sent the cuffs and her garments dancing in the wind.
Dan, however, snorted coldly and said, "Junior sister Lu Lingjio, haven't you seen your senior brother, Dan?" He, Lu Lingjio said with a sneer. "Dan, if it weren't for your underhanded tactics back then, how could you possibly be sitting in this position? Do you really think that just because you've mastered dragon power, you can hold on to this seat forever? A fake will always remain a fake. All these years have passed, and you're still at the void stage. Truly laughable. If it hadn't been for Ning's desire to pass the position of sect master on to a male disciple, you would have been eliminated long ago." Faced with Lu Lingjio's sarcasm, Dan, the sect's grandmaster, was consumed by rage. He immediately stood up, but just as he was about to retort, Lu Lingjio's piercing gaze struck fear into him, forcing him to sit back down. He vowed silently that one day, he would make this bunch of short-sighted fools pay the price. The drumbeats thundered like lightning, deafening to the ears. The sect's elder tournament was about to begin. Many of the sect's original disciples and elders had gathered here, all hoping to stand out among the multitude of powerful figures and become the sect's strongest elder. Dan glanced at the time and was just about to declare the start when he spotted two figures racing toward them from the distance. The gazes of all the disciples fixed on Yi and Lin. Even the prodigies who had been in seclusion for years raised their heads. Yi and Lin landed smoothly on the ground and bowed to Ning. "Greetings, Ning." "Greetings, great uncle."
Upon hearing the name Ning, the cultivators who hadn't seen her in a long time all looked startled, casting curious glances at senior sister Ning. Even Lu Lingjio shot her a surprised look, thinking to herself, "Senior sister has actually taken on a disciple. Interesting, truly interesting. Go for it, senior uncle Yi. Go for it. Go for it, senior uncle Yi. Defeat them all." While all the outer sect disciples here were elated, the inner sect disciples scoffed at the spectacle and raced straight toward Zhengdao Mountain, their haughty voices rising and falling along the way. "Although Yi is our sect's prodigy, he is still young and impetuous. His cultivation is merely at the void stage. There is absolutely no need to fear him." "That's right. With senior disciples Lu Lingjio and Qi Han on our side, we're certain to defeat all the new prodigies.
Senior disciple Lu Lingjie will surely win, and Yi will surely lose. The Azure sect has always been led by our previous generation of prodigies. Their current prodigies are nothing more than vassals. As the commotion among the inner and outer disciples grew ever more intense, Dan, the sect master of the Azure sect, stood up and spoke abruptly, his face expressionless. There are a total of 22 candidates participating in this elder selection. Opponents will be determined by lottery to select the 10 elders of the outer sect and the sect's chief elder. In these sparring matches among fellow disciples, deliberate killing is forbidden. Each round will have a recovery period of 3 sticks of incense, and once one party concedes defeat, the opponent must cease attacking. These contests will be presided over by Elder Ouyang of the Disciplinary Hall. Almost the moment Dan's words echoed out, the disciples on both sides felt a jolt in their hearts and instinctively looked up at the combat platform above. Just then, Sect Master Dan, standing on the combat platform, flicked his wide sleeves, and instantly a token materialized out of thin air, shooting straight toward the platform. On the arena, the token shone brightly, splitting into 22 fragments that flew toward the participants of the Sect Elders Tournament. Yi and the others at the front caught them one by one, then immediately looked down at their tokens. The token in Yi's hand bore the number 13, meaning he would next face the 14th ranked opponent. Lin S was number 20, quite a distance behind Yi. First match, those holding tokens numbered 1 and 2, step onto the arena. A cold voice rang out from the upper terrace, not Dan S, but that of Elder Hua from the law enforcement hall. No sooner had he finished speaking than an elder from Blade Grave rushed forward. Though his cultivation was only at the mid-void stage, he carried himself with great dignity and did not believe he would suffer a direct defeat today. Elder Zhou Fong of Blade Grave. As the gaunt, sallow-faced elder stepped onto the combat platform and spoke haughtily, Lu Lingjiao stepped forward from the crowd. Lu Lingjiao, the prodigy of the previous generation of our sect. She stood there, her expression cold. Her entire presence was like a block of natural ice, giving off a faint chill. The moment Lu Lingjiao stepped forward, all the inner sect disciples present erupted into a thunderous cheer, rallying behind her. Elder Zhou Fong of Blade Grave's face darkened. He hadn't expected that the very first opponent he'd face upon entering the arena would be Lu Lingjiao, the renowned prodigy of the previous generation. His expression turned grim after taking a deep breath. He immediately summoned his flying sword and charged forward to meet her. However, Lu Lingjiao remained completely impassive in the face of his attack. In an instant, her body vanished, only to reappear directly behind Elder Zhou Fong of Blade Grave. With a flick of her right hand, a flying sword appeared at Elder Zhou Fong's throat. At this sight, the disciples in the arena erupted in an uproar. Even the other Blade Grave elders' lips twitched. What kind of power was this to unleash a speed rivaling that of a Unity Stage cultivator? If they weren't mistaken, the flying sword in her hand was also a Unity Stage weapon. A faint smile played on Lu Lingjiao's lips as she said softly, "Senior brother Zhou Fong, you've lost." Blade Grave Elder Zhou Fong turned around, disbelief evident in his eyes. He knew he might not be a match for her, but he never expected to lose so quickly. After a long moment, he lowered his head bitterly, sheathed his flying sword, and stepped down from the dueling platform. Senior disciple Lu truly lives up to her reputation. Even after 300 years, she is still the sect's prodigy. Ha, that's right. This current prodigy is probably going to get humiliated. Victory will ultimately belong to us inner sect disciples. Some of the Azure sect's inner sect disciples had lived for over 300 years naturally. They were contemporaries of Lu Lingjiao and recognized the once famous senior sister Lu, a figure who had once shook the sect with her reputation and who combined beauty with formidable strength. The outer sect disciples, however, exchanged bewildered glances, unable to believe their eyes. This can't be possible. How can her speed be so blindingly fast? The elder is at the late void stage, yet in front of Lu Lingjiao, he is as good as nothing. Ripping apart the void, manipulating the heavens and earth, could she be a Unity Stage powerhouse? It's very likely. Lu Lingjiao must be incredibly close to the Unity Stage, otherwise, how could she have torn apart the void in the blink of an eye? Second match. Just as the crowd's cheers and commotion grew more intense, Dan's icy voice rang out from the stage above, cutting short their discussions.
A figure stepped forward from the crowd. He had a sharp, monkey-like face and was sallow and emaciated, as if he'd been completely drained. Even his gait was unsteady, as if he might collapse to the ground at any moment. Zhou Tsong, the great-grandson of the former Grand Master of the Azure sect, greets you all, fellow Taoists. Once again, it was Elder Blade Grave who stepped forward, though this time, he was an elderly man with snow-white hair and beard. He appeared to possess extraordinary composure, but in reality, he was panicking like crazy. Zhou Tsang, at the Void Stage, had originally been the direct disciple of an elder of the Azure sect. Having left the sect 250 years ago, he had now returned and was undoubtedly confident in his abilities. Elder Blade Grave charged forward swiftly, but in Zhou Tsang's eyes, he was as good as defeated. With a mighty swing of his arm, a bolt of heavenly lightning as thick as a water bucket crashed down, leaving him almost no chance to resist or dodge as it engulfed the entire arena. The roar of thunder was deafening. When the dust settled, Elder Blade Grave, who had charged forward moments earlier, was already lying on the ground, convulsing. Even his hair had turned the color of charcoal, clearly indicating he had sustained severe injuries. The outer sect disciples all wore grim expressions, and many gasped in shock. Even the current prodigies, including Tang and his peers, were deeply shaken. In contrast, the cheers of the inner sect disciples erupted at that moment, shaking the heavens. Tang clenched his fists and murmured to himself, "I never expected the strength of the previous generation's prodigies to be so overwhelming. If I were to face the remaining one, I'm afraid." At this thought, Tang turned his gaze toward Ningdan. Dan, however, nodded at him, signaling that Tang need not worry. He had already taken care of everything and would ensure Tang never came face to face with the remaining celestial genius. Soon, the third match began. This time, a seemingly unremarkable disciple took the stage, facing off against another elder from the Blade Grave sect. However, the outcome was once again a crushing defeat for the Blade Grave elder, a result that left the Blade Grave elders utterly humiliated, even causing them to wonder if their years away from combat had made them forget how to fight. From start to finish, the Blade Grave elder never even managed to touch his opponent's sleeve. He was toyed with like a plaything in the other's palm. He sat in his chair, drinking and enjoying himself, occasionally glancing at the battle on the arena as a diversion to accompany his drink. The fourth match, however, featured Chi-Hun, a prodigy from hundreds of years ago. His strength was even more formidable, having already reached the great perfection of the Void Stage and the Unity Stage. Chi-Hun, the prodigy of the previous generation, greets Elder Blade Grave. Chi-Hun was clad in a blood-stained robe, his silver hair flowing in the breeze. His expression remained utterly impassive, and even his voice seemed devoid of any emotion. Elder Blade Grave was seething with rage as he strode forward. Bronze-colored celestial thunder swirled around his body, and his entire being, even his eyes, had turned a deep, azure blue. Thunder Dharma King, Zhang Xuanxiong, greets junior brother Chi-Hun. No sooner had the words left his mouth than countless bolts of lightning crashed down, forming a thunder pool 10 zhang in diameter with him at its center. Chi-Hun shrugged impassively. With a sweep of his right hand, a demonic scythe imbued with the scent of death materialized before them. A black wave of energy, dark enough to block out the sun, roared past, turning the sky pitch black. Amid the flashing lightning, Zhang Xuanxiong raced toward him, the lightning in her hands crackling with a sharp crackle. "Junior brother, be careful." Chi-Hun remained expressionless. In fact, as he stood there, he even closed his eyes. Seeing Chi-Hun's arrogance, Zhang Xuanxiong was instantly furious, her voice laced with anger. "You're asking for death." Thunder roared and lightning flashed, shattering the silent sky. The thunder and lightning all around them swelled in intensity, their momentum even more overwhelming, as bolts of lightning like a thunderous pool crashed down upon Chi-Hun below. Chi-Hun remained as calm as ever, yet just as the lightning was about to strike his body, he dissolved into countless streams of plasma and vanished, while the demon scythe in the sky swung out directly. The demon scythe, 100 zhang in length, was a spectacular sight. Dense black patterns flickered with dazzling light even from 100 li away. One could feel an unprecedented sense of oppression sweeping toward them. Elder Zhang Xuanxiong suddenly looked up. All the lightning surrounding his body let out a thunderous roar as it struggled and rapidly collapsed. Even the ground beneath his feet cracked in concentric circles amid a series of sharp snaps. Before he could speak, the bones within his body began shattering instantly. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of crimson blood, crashed heavily to the ground, and fell unconscious. The sect disciples on both sides could not help but feel a surge of fear. In the midst of this terror, the mana within their bodies felt suppressed, and they even experienced the illusion that their very souls were being ripped from them. It's actually the Crimson Moon Demon scythe left behind by Ning all those years ago. I never imagined that Crimson Soul could refine it to such a degree it's now on par with a mid-Unity stage magical treasure.
That's right.
The Crimson Moon Demon scythe was originally a magical treasure of the demon cult, but Ning later entrusted it to Crimson Soul, which is why his cultivation has advanced by leaps and bounds. The Grand Elder of Blade Grave's face darkened. In the blink of an eye, he appeared on the combat platform. With a sweeping gesture of his hand, the members of the Crimson Moon Demon cult before him were instantly sent flying backward. Even Shi-Hun couldn't help but take 2 steps back.
The Grand Elder's eyes darkened as he glared intently at Shi-Hun before him. "You're still so young.
Though you possess natural talent, you're so vicious, slaughtering your fellow disciples right before our very eyes.
Are you looking to die?"
Shi-Hun narrowed his eyes, then spoke with unabashed arrogance. I didn't expect him to be so weak.
Could it be that senior sister is attacking junior brother because of this incident?
Blade Grave's senior elder's face darkened, seemingly hesitant. He snorted coldly, scooped up his junior brother Zhang Xuanxiong, and walked away. Zhang Xuanxiong could no longer continue fighting. In fact, his injuries were so severe that it would likely take a long time for him to recover. Losing 4 consecutive matches left the outer sect disciples feeling their faces flush with embarrassment.
Was this truly the strength of the previous generation's prodigies?
It was terrifying to such an extent. In the 5th match, Dan's direct disciple, Tang, took the stage. As Tang appeared, the outer sect disciples cheered once more, "Uncle Tang."
"It's Uncle Tang. With Uncle Tang here, we're sure to turn the tide."
That's right. Uncle Tang has the potential of a great emperor. No one can match him.
Snort.
One, sitting in the audience, covered her red lips but couldn't help but laugh out loud, especially when she heard the phrase "potential of a great emperor," which made it even harder to keep a straight face.
Dan furrowed his brow and asked in confusion, "Senior Sister Wan, what are you laughing at?"
"And nothing.
I just thought of something rather amusing."
Wan burst into laughter, unable to hold it in any longer. Tears streamed down her face, especially when she pictured Ting being hunted down. It was simply too hilarious.
Ning shot Wan a glance and said coolly, "Giggling like that in public, what kind of behavior is that? And to think you're an elder of our Azure sect." Rebuked by Senior Sister Ning, Wan immediately quieted down, though she still had to cover her mouth to stop laughing. Tang's face turned ashen.
The last thing he wanted to hear right now were the 4 words, "potential of a great emperor." It was precisely because of those 4 words that he had nearly been killed back in Nether Valley. He even thought about it every time he dreamed, and it had nearly driven him mad. In the audience, Yi couldn't help but laugh as well and said, "Looks like he never wants to hear that title again."
Lin asked curiously, "Uncle Master, you and Ancestor Wan are both laughing here. What exactly happened?"
Yi beckoned, and Lin, sensing the hint, moved closer. After hearing the details whispered in her ear, she couldn't help but burst out laughing.
Giggle.
Lin covered her cherry red lips and said, "I never expected so much to have happened."
"Uncle Yi, you're so mean."
"I was just giving him a taste of his own medicine." He shook the wine gourd in his hand, a hint of a smile on his face, and said, "That Tang guy is no good. What I did was simply turning the tables on him." Lin nodded instinctively. Tang seemed unremarkable on the surface, but his heart was actually incredibly dark, something that had been evident ever since the prodigy tournaments among the major sects. He was ruthless and decisive, with cruel methods. This time, a plump middle-aged man stepped forward, sporting a small handlebar mustache. He walked with a wobbly gait, giving off an air of innocence.
"Zhou Yan, an inner sect disciple of the Azure sect, greets Senior Uncle Tang."
Tang glanced at Zhou Yan with a hint of derision. After all, he was merely a nascent stage grand perfection cultivator. Drawing Tang as his opponent was simply a stroke of bad luck. The battle had barely begun when Tang charged forward. A late soul stage cultivator facing a nascent stage grand perfection cultivator was an overwhelming advantage.
In the blink of an eye, Zhou Yin was struck until he spat blood and collapsed to the ground, conceding defeat. The outer sect disciples, seeing Uncle Tang even the score, danced with joy. Finally, there was a glimmer of hope for them. Tang's lips curled upward, revealing a sinister smile. After all, as the sect's modern prodigy, there was absolutely no way he could lose right from the start. Match 7, holders of tokens 13 and 14, step onto the combat stage. Huo's voice rang out abruptly after Tang had left. He glanced at the token in his hand, knowing it was his turn to step onto the arena, though he had no idea who he would be facing next. Just then, a man who appeared gaunt and sallow stepped out of the crowd. His frame was bony, giving him a malnourished, sickly appearance. He couldn't even speak without coughing. Ahem, ahem, ahem. Intersect prodigy, ahem, ahem Fan Tao, ahem, ahem, ahem. I humbly seek your guidance. He stood up and, under the gaze of numerous sect disciples, strode toward the combat platform. Seeing this, the sect disciples began to whisper among themselves. So it turns out it's Uncle Yi who is stepping up this time. Looks like Fan Tao's in for a rough time. Not necessarily. Fan Tao was already a prodigy of the sect hundreds of years ago, and I've heard he has been training in Dongling South State all this time. His cultivation has now reached the void stage. That makes sense. After all, back in the day, Uncle Fan Tao's strength was second only to Aunt Lu Lingzhou's. Fan Tao coughed twice and said in a feeble voice, so it's junior brother Yi. Ahem, ahem, ahem. I've long admired your reputation. It is truly an honor to spar with you today, junior brother. Fan Tao's gaze gradually hardened. He waved his right hand, and a soul banner suddenly appeared in his grasp. But this soul banner was entirely different from the human emperor's banner. His magical treasure, the soul guiding banner, was forged from corpse oil. Not only could it guide souls, but it could also cause the wounds of those struck by it to rot and necrotize. The most formidable of all was Fan Tao's weeping graves. Weeping at the graves is not merely a ritual but also a powerful combat technique capable of summoning the spirits of the dead to aid in battle. Fan Tao's weeping at the graves skills include heart-wrenching lament, banner of the filial son, and binding of vengeful spirits. These skills not only deal direct physical damage to enemies but also, through the accumulation of the resentment gauge, trigger the tearing assault of vengeful spirits, inflicting immense mental and physical damage. Fan Tao's ultimate move, 100 Graves, Wandering Souls, is the pinnacle of his abilities. Through intense resentment and heart-wrenching wailing, he can inflict immense psychological pressure and substantial damage on enemies across a wide area. In addition to his offensive skills, Fan Tao also possesses certain defensive and evasion capabilities. This object is not the banner of 10,000 souls you all speak of, but merely an ordinary soul summoning banner. You'd best not read too much into it. After all, I am a righteous cultivator. Cough, 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 cough. Fan Tao coughed twice, raised his head to meet Yi's gaze, parted his lips slightly, and a hint of coldness flashed across his gaunt face. Morning, morning. Once the wailing begins, the living grow weak. Junior brother Yi, are you ready? Yi took a sip of wine, stepped onto the dueling platform, and bowed slightly toward Fan Tao. I am Yi, a disciple of Master Ning of Qingjing Peak. Please instruct me. Beat him up. One waved his arms and shouted, Xian, beat him up good. I've had it in for him for hundreds of years today. You're going to vent my anger for me. Fan Tao said with a mournful expression, Uncle, that was hundreds of years ago. Why do you still remember it? Hundreds of years ago, Fan Tao had been practicing his grave weeping technique, and his wailing echoed throughout the entire Azure sect. It was precisely this that had woken Wan from his sleep, and ever since then, Wan had held a grudge against him. Every time they met, Fan Tao was sure to get a thorough beating. Fan Tao said solemnly, I am just a grave weeper, junior brother Yi. Senior brother, I'm about to cry. He lifted the wine gourd at his waist, glancing slightly toward Fan Tao, who had already begun to shed tears, and at the same time noticed a thick black mist swirling around his body. In energy? Yi took another large swig of wine. When he felt he'd had enough, he hung the gourd back at his waist and raised his finger slightly, pointing diagonally toward the sky. Seeing that Yi Han-ti summoned his flying sword, Fan Tao thought his opponent was being far too arrogant, and immediately let out a piercing wail. Wah, my life is so miserable, wah, it's been 300 years, a full 300 years. Wah, I absolutely must become a candidate for sect master today, wah. My life is so miserable. Fan Tao knelt on the ground, weeping uncontrollably. Junior brother, I'm suffering so much, just let your senior brother hit me once, okay? Just one hit, please. His wailing seemed to lack any melody, yet it possessed an extremely piercing quality. Upon hearing his voice, the disciples on either side for some reason began to empathize with him. And some had even started shedding tears. Listening to the heart-wrenching wailing, Ning Dai furrowed her brows slightly and said, even after 300 years, this guy is still just as he always was, a real headache. The main reason Fan Tao was able to become the former celestial genius was his wailing. Not only could it make enemies empathize with him, but it could even manipulate the emotions of others. That was what made him so terrifying. And under the intensity of his wailing, he would attract numerous souls, which he would then control using the soul-summoning banner in his hand to slay the enemies before him. Seeing that Yi had stopped moving, Fan Tao sprang forward, swinging the soul-summoning banner in his hand toward Yi's neck. Yi's lips parted slightly, sword beam, fall. Suddenly, thunderclouds rolled across the sky, which had previously been as clear as the sea, and a blue sword beam descended from the clouds without warning. True to his reputation as a prodigy, the moment Fan Tao sensed that icy cold blade, he immediately snapped his ankle, using the excruciating pain to force his body to a halt. Only after putting distance between himself and Yi did he realign his ankle. Such decisiveness, few in the entire Azure sect could have pulled that off. Fan Tao clutched the soul-summoning banner tightly in his hand and continued to wail, why am I so unlucky? I was so close to succeeding. Oh my god. Yi nodded and smiled faintly, I see. Using your cries to extract your opponent's soul for your own use, or perhaps to manipulate their soul and keep them firmly under your control, senior brother Fan Tao, you truly have some impressive skills. However, it's not certain that you'll be able to control my soul. Upon hearing this, Fan Tao began to cry even louder. As his voice trailed off, countless purplish-black souls suddenly materialized on the combat platform. Yi recognized some of these souls, including Wu Yan, one of the 5 poisons protectors of the Luoha faction in Tong, who had slandered him last time. The disciples around them stared at the suddenly appearing souls with looks of astonishment, filled with curiosity about Senior Uncle Fan Tao's abilities. I never expected Uncle Fan Tao to be able to summon the souls of the deceased. That must be Tong. She never actually left the sect. That's terrifying. If you were to face him, you'd likely have your soul controlled before you even had a chance to fight. I wonder what Uncle Yi is feeling now that he has seen Tong again. He furrowed his brow slightly as he gazed at Tong's soul, which had now taken a distinct form before him. The expression on his face bore almost no trace of his earlier state. Tong, it was Sect Master Dan who slew you back then. Now, let your senior brother personally send your soul on its journey through the 3 paths. Yi's finger flickered suddenly as he gazed into the distant sky, letting out a hearty laugh, sword rise. As Yi's voice faded, countless fallen peach blossoms from the sect slowly rose into the air. The pink blossoms swirled wildly, forming a gigantic tornado 100 meters high. Within the tornado, the petals, as if controlled by some mysterious energy, transformed one after another into flying swords, their blades flashing with dazzling light. Sword control technique? No sooner had the words left his mouth than the peach blossoms across the entire mountain instantly began to fall. With a single sword strike, Yi summoned the blossoms of the entire mountain, using them to withstand the onslaught of countless wandering souls without the slightest hindrance. Peach blossoms scattered across the sect's plaza as Yi cut through the shower of flowers and unleashed another sword strike. Though it was spring, this strike of Yi's caused a shower of frost to fall. Peach blossoms swirl, flying swords gleam, falling leaves drift as if winter had returned in spring. Yi reached for the wine gourd at his waist. Inspired by the moment, he eagerly took a hearty swig before declaring, the autumn wind is a sword, rottenwood is a sword, clouds and mist are swords, there is nothing in the heavens and earth that cannot be a sword. With a carefree smile, Yi pointed his right index finger diagonally at the ethereal mist once more. The sword beam he unleashed this time was even more dazzling. Not only did it shatter the souls of Tong and the others,
but it also sent Fan Tao's body flying 100 meters away.
Many disciples from various sects came to a sudden halt upon witnessing this scene.
Among them, an elderly man with snow-white hair and beard glanced at Ning and sighed, "Such a prodigy of heaven is bound to leave us in the future.
What a pity."
Ning had kept her eyes narrowed the entire time. Though she said nothing, she knew deep down that Yi would eventually have to leave the Azure sect. Originally, she had intended to use her position as the sect's chief elder to keep Yi in check, so that one day he could become the sect's grandmaster and remain at the Azure sect forever. Now, seeing the Golden Age sword art once again, Ning's resolve finally began to waver. Like spring water bluer than the sky, I sleep on a painted boat, listening to the rain. Green trees encircle the village, shrouded in fine rain. A cold tide sweeps across the sand beyond the city walls. The subsequent sparring matches were not particularly intense. Most of the remaining participants were nascent stage and soul stage cultivators, with nascent stage inner sect disciples making up the majority. Lin had thought she had no chance against the elder, but to her surprise, she had succeeded, not only defeating a nascent stage grand perfection cultivator but also astonishing everyone with her sword dance.
"I did it!"
Lin jumped for joy, her delicate face now brimming with excitement. After all, making it into the top 10 meant she was already a sect elder. If she made it into the top 5, she would be granted a mountain and river by the sect, allowing her to recruit disciples. This was the position Lin had long dreamed of, and today she had finally achieved it. Lin ran up to Yi, her face beaming with joy.
"Uncle Yi, I did it! From now on, I'm a sect elder too."
Yi smiled faintly, reached out with his right hand to ruffle Lin's hair, and said softly, "I've always said that the fate of the universe is still undecided. No one can guarantee what the outcome will be." Lin's pretty face flushed crimson, and her youthful lips parted slightly as she said, "Senior brother, tonight do you have time? Shuizhu has prepared a jar of fine wine and I'd like to savor it with you." Upon hearing the words fine wine, Yi naturally couldn't resist and agreed on the spot, arranging to meet at the bamboo pavilion by the Huai River.
Tang watched Yi's retreating figure, his eyes brimming with envy and jealousy. Why did all these women have to swarm around Yi? Did he have absolutely no charm at all? It's not fair. This isn't fair.
Tang's forehead creased with frustration. He was grinding his back teeth so hard they were nearly shattered as he said, word by word, "Yi, don't get ahead of yourself. Once the young sect master of the Divine Sword sect arrives, forget about you. Even if you were Ning, you wouldn't be able to save yourself."
As the first round concluded, a break lasting 3 sticks of incense began.
The defeated disciples would engage in one-on-one sparring matches to determine the bottom 10 rankings.
3 sticks of incense have passed. Proceed to the second round of the Elders' battle to determine the top 6. Of you 11, one will receive a buy in advance directly to the top 6. The remaining 10 will face off in pairs according to the order of the draw. As Dan's words echoed, suddenly, a beam of light appeared on the battle platform, coalescing into a blue token nearly half a zhang in size. As it hovered there, the tokens held by the 11 prodigies including Yi seemed to be summoned at that very moment. They instantly flew from their hands, hurtling toward the token and merging into it. Using our sect's secret techniques, we have concealed the heavenly will to ensure fairness and impartiality. Not even I can interfere with the tokens within, so you may rest assured. Now, draw them all and determine your rankings.
Tang and the others also used their divine sense to extract the tokens. Upon seeing the corresponding numbers in their hands, they all announced them aloud.
"I'm number 8. Lu Lingjiao smiled alluringly and said, "Number 3. Zhou Tsong raised the token in his hand and declared in a hearty voice, "Number 6. Qi Han said calmly, "Number 1.
Lin looked at the jade slip in his hand, sighed deeply, and said, "It seems my luck has run out."
Disciple Lin, number 10.
Every disciple, upon receiving their token, immediately spoke up to announce their rank, while simultaneously glancing around to identify the disciple who had been exempted. After everyone had announced their rank, all eyes turned to Yi, because while everyone else had spoken, Yi had said nothing. Yi lowered his gaze and glanced at the token in his hand, only to discover that there wasn't a single character on it, which meant he could advance directly to the top 6 without a hitch. Tang glared at Yi, who had received a buy, seething with resentment. Why did all the good fortune always fall to him? Yi, however, didn't pay much attention to the matter. Lifting his wine gourd, he bowed toward Ning, then turned and walked off the sect's martial arts stage. Watching Yi's retreating figure, the many prodigies wore looks of indignation, having already cursed Yi hundreds of times in their minds.
He's way too arrogant. He's just way too arrogant.
Lin glanced at the token in his hand, then at Uncle Yi as he walked away, and immediately said, "Sect Master, Ning, I know I'm no match for these prodigies, so I'd like to withdraw." Ning did not refuse. Making it into the top 10 was already a remarkable achievement. Now that most of the remaining competitors were soul stage and void stage cultivators, Lin, with his nascent stage cultivation, naturally stood no chance against them. Lin set down the token in his hand, turned around, and hurried toward the direction in which Uncle Yi had departed.
Dan frowned and said, "Giving up before it's even started? This is clearly an attempt to leave with Yi. What's the big deal? It's his right to concede. A nascent stage cultivator can't just challenge a void stage cultivator. Why don't you go challenge a grand stage cultivator instead?"
Wan pursed her lips and retorted.
Dan looked a bit flustered. He rubbed his nose and said, "Junior Sister Junwan, what you're saying isn't right. The purpose of this contest is to exchange techniques. How can one let fear take hold simply because the opponent is powerful? We are cultivators. If we shy away from battle because of a difference in cultivation levels, we be ridiculed by the entire world? One didn't care in the least. Cultivators should be carefree, doing whatever they please. If they were constantly troubled by mundane matters, what would be the point of cultivating at all? They might as well just stay home and sleep soundly."
Qingshan Town, Drunken Fragrance Pavilion. The madam came out personally to greet him, her plump cheeks pinched together like a blooming chrysanthemum. "Oh, Immortal Yi, why have you come so early today?" Yi took a mana crystal from his pocket and handed it to her, saying casually, "I heard the Drunken Fragrance Pavilion has brewed a special daughter's red wine, so I came specifically to sample it."
The madam laughed and said, "Master Yi's information is always spot on. Please come inside, I'll have someone bring it out to you right away."
Since it was daytime, there weren't many people at the Drunken Fragrance Pavilion, just a few scattered guests sampling the newly released wine.
It wasn't until nightfall that the place would be packed to the brim. The auspicious beast lay on Yi's shoulder, raised its noble head, sniffed the scent of wine in the air, and murmured, "You humans are truly strange. Why do you like this stuff? So you're not human." Yi tapped the auspicious beast on the forehead with his finger, then led Lin up to the second floor. They found a spot to sit and prepared to savor the fine wine. The sect's competition wouldn't end for at least 3 hours, so they had plenty of time to enjoy the wine at Zuishan Lu. The dancers at the Drunken Fragrance Pavilion, seeing that guests had arrived, came out early to begin their performance. At the same time, they strummed their harps, playing a melody for the distinguished guests. The harmonious tones of the harp were like sunlight piercing through the clouds, illuminating every corner of one's innermost being and filling one with boundless warmth and comfort. The harp's tone was as soft and beautiful as silk, gently caressing the heart and immersing one in a poetic and picturesque melody. After listening for a while, just as Yi and his companions were about to order some fine wine, a white figure slowly appeared at the staircase of the Drunken Fragrance Pavilion and began ascending to the second floor. The man wore a white robe and had long black hair. He carried himself with dignity and grace, exuding a transcendent charm, the very essence of a cultivator. After ascending the stairs, the white-robed figure slowly scanned the room before heading toward the window. Moments later, under the gaze of many, he stopped beside the table where Yi was seated. "Fellow Taoist, may I sit here?"
The man in the white robe smiled at Yi. However, even as he asked the question, he had already plopped himself down across from Yi. The auspicious beast immediately leaped into Yi's lap, baring its teeth and watching the man before them warily. Yi gracefully and casually set down his wineglass, looked up, and cast a slightly puzzled glance at the man. Although he didn't recognize him, he could sense a powerful mana emanating from him.
"A unity stage cultivator?"
Yi glanced at him out of the corner of his eye. The man in the white robe shrugged, looked at the wine jar in front of Yi, then nodded and said, "You're truly carefree and unconventional, fellow Taoist. Having already reached the unity stage, you're still interested in the fine wines of the mortal world." Yi remained unflustered. From the mana fluctuations, it was clear that the man was merely an early-stage Unity stage cultivator.
Such a young Unity stage cultivator must surely be a powerhouse from Zinio-Hizu.
The man in the white robe toyed with the wine cup in his hand, then raised his head to look at Yi before him and said, "I have come here because there is a matter I need your assistance with, fellow Taoist." "Go ahead," Yi said, narrowing his eyes slightly as the mana within him began to circulate slowly. "Those who come with ill intent do not come in peace." This man was clearly targeting him, and judging by his demeanor, he certainly wasn't here to make friends.
"Your brother's head."
The man in the white robe slowly raised his head and said in a detached tone, "I am Lu Liang, the young sect master of the Divine Sword sect in Zinio State. I have come today to seek justice."
"What?"
"He is Lu Liang, the young sect master of the Divine Sword sect in Zinio State.
I've heard of him.
Although he is already over 300 years old, his cultivation has reached the Unity stage. He is a rising genius whose fame has spread throughout the entire Zinio State." As soon as the man in the white robe finished speaking, a crisp clatter of wine cups hitting the floor echoed around them, followed immediately by a chorus of shocked exclamations. He showed no sign of panic. He merely said casually, "Shuizhu, you take the auspicious beast back to the sect first."
"Is he going to call for reinforcements?"
Lu Liang showed no sign of concern. After all, such matters were of little consequence to him. Whether Yi went to call for help or not, he was destined to die here today. The Azure Sect's power in Dongling Nan Prefecture was indeed formidable, but if placed in Xinyohi Prefecture, it would be nothing more than a bottom-tier presence. Even a random elder from the Divine Sword sect could easily annihilate the Azure Sect. Lin, understanding the implication, left the drunken fragrance pavilion with the auspicious beast in her arms and flew off on her sword toward the sect's headquarters. He drained the wine jar before him in one gulp, then flicked his finger forward, sending a burst of special chi energy whistling toward Lu Liang. "Ha ha ha, a Unity stage cultivator is indeed a genius, but compared to a true Unity stage cultivator, this meager power really doesn't measure up." Lu Liang smiled faintly. Then, as his finger twitched slightly, the burst of chi energy before him vanished into thin air the instant it made contact. However, along with it, Yi, who had been sitting right in front of him, also vanished.
Looking at the now vanished Yi, Lu Liang said calmly, "Did you really think you could escape my five-finger mountain?"
"Aolai mist, Huagua fragrance today, I'll let you witness the true Aolai staff technique. To die by the staff technique bestowed upon me by Ning is, in a way, a blessing in your fate." Lu Liang condensed a crimson gold staff within the palm of his right hand, yet he made no move to pursue Yi immediately. Instead, he drained the clear liquor from his cup in one gulp, then slowly rose to his feet. Gazing in the direction Yi had vanished, a faint, cold smile curled at the corners of his mouth.
"Boy, you 1T get away.
This place is hundreds of kilometers from the Azure Sect. Returning to your sect 1T be that easy. Besides, even if you do manage to return to the Azure Sect, no one there would dare to oppose my Divine Sword sect." Lu Liang smiled faintly. A hint of keen interest flickered in his pale red eyes. He then took a slow step forward, and his figure vanished as silently as a ghost. Watching the two figures vanish suddenly, everyone at the drunken fragrance pavilion was left speechless. They never expected the young sect master of the Divine Sword sect to come to Dongling South State in person and to head straight for Yi. It seemed this matter was going to get complicated.
We're doomed.
Although Yi is a prodigy of the Azure sect, the gap between him and Lu Liang, the young sect master of the Divine Sword sect, is as vast as the difference between heaven and earth. This time, he is in deep trouble. A faint sigh drifted through the crowd.
1,000 li away from Qingshan town, mountain peaks soared into the clouds, standing side by side.
Wildflowers blanketed the slopes, their vibrant colors swaying in the breeze, enchanting all who beheld them. In the valleys between them, streams gurgled and waterfalls cascaded, creating magnificent scenery that left one in awe. Just then, a faint chuckle suddenly drifted from not far ahead. Instantly, on the summit of a mountain ahead, Lu Liang, clad in a silver robe, stood with his hands behind his back. His icy eyes, tinged with a hint of mockery, fixed on Yi. Lu Liang glanced at his surroundings and said indifferently, "I'm surprised you didn't return to the sect but came here instead.
Could it be that you've decided to make this your final resting place?"
Yi stood suspended in midair, a smile on his face, and replied, "It remains to be seen whose final resting place this will be." Hearing this, Lu Liang lost his patience and said bluntly, "Yi, you should never, ever have gotten involved with Shui. In 10 years, it will be the dual cultivation ceremony for Shui and me. By then, I will personally present your head to her." Yi paid no heed to the other's daydreaming and took out the fine wine Ning Ning had given him. Even though there was a 1-rank difference in their cultivation levels, it meant nothing to Yi. Seeing Yi still drinking there, Lu Liang gradually lost his patience. Although he heard that Yi, the prodigy of the Azure sect, used drinking to enhance his strength. Lu Liang, however, scoffed at the idea. What kind of ability could a drunkard possibly have? In the presence of himself, the young sect master of the Divine Sword sect, Yi was nothing but trash. Lu Liang swung the staff in his hand and pointed it angrily at Yi, shouting, "You brat, are you ready to die?" Yi drained the jar of strong liquor, wiped the droplets from the corner of his mouth, glanced at the staff in Lu Liang's hand, and said with a sneer, "The young sect master of the Divine Sword sect doesn't use a sword, he uses a staff instead. How amusing. Ignorant brat." Lu Liang said indifferently, "This martial art was personally taught to me by Ning. How could the likes of you mere commoners possibly know of it? All I missed, fragrance of flowers and fruits, the staff that calms the sea and makes 10,000 demons bow. You may not have heard of it, but let me tell you, this is a martial art from the kingdom of Alai in the eastern sacred continent." The kingdom of Alai? Yi raised an eyebrow, he hadn't heard of it either. But judging from Lu Liang's proud expression, it was clear that the kingdom of Alai was undoubtedly a top-tier power in the eastern sacred continent. Otherwise, how could such a prodigy possibly harbor such arrogance? Yi gradually grew serious. After all, his opponent was the young sect master of the Divine Sword sect in Ziniohizu, and his own strength was certainly not to be underestimated. Sword rise. Suddenly pointing toward the sky, he swung his right hand forcefully at the flying sword. Instantly, the flying sword split into dozens of blades, each one glowing with a different color. The dozens of flying swords spun at breakneck speed, their sword energy tearing through all living beings in the vicinity. A colossal tornado, soaring 100 meters high, obscured the sky and the moon, enveloping 1,000 zhang radius of space. Lu Liang looked up at the flying swords appearing all around him and laughed defiantly, "A mere void stage brat, daring to provoke a unity stage powerhouse, you truly don't know your place. Today, I'll see you off myself." Lu Liang had no intention of playing around. Veins bulged on his right hand as his entire body transformed into a flash of lightning, shooting toward Yi's position. At the same time, just a few zhang before reaching Yi, he swung his Rui staff with all his might. As the staff whirled through the air, the void before him was torn apart. Yi shrugged lazily, glanced at the wine jar he had already drained, casually unfastened the wine gourd from his waist, tilted his head back for a hearty swig, and then smiled leisurely. "A candle-less smoke may be blown out, but my sword can slay immortals." A sword beam flashed, racing toward him like a soaring sun. Yi, still under the influence of alcohol, slowly raised his head as his aura surged. With his right hand, he naturally swung the flying sword toward the Rui staff before him. The moment the two weapons made contact, the air in front of them suddenly froze. Even the falling leaves were held mid-air by the pressure of this energy. The space that had just been in turmoil was now surprisingly calm, not because it was quiet, but because the two men's power had directly suppressed all life within it, including the gentle breeze and the falling leaves. Soon, this energy sent ripples rippling through the air, spreading wildly in all directions at breakneck speed. Within 100 zhang, the mountains and landscapes began to shatter the moment they came into contact with this energy. Countless boulders cascaded down, creating an incredibly spectacular scene. After sensing the mana within his opponent, Lu Liang instinctively took a few steps back and said impassively, "Your sword intent is actually on par with my Rui staff. Could you be from the divine land of Dongsheng?" Lu Liang's face betrayed fear and unease. Someone capable of unleashing such overwhelming sword intent simply could not exist anywhere in the entire Dongling Nanzhou region. Either the Yi standing before him hailed from Ziniohizu, or he came from the divine land of Dongsheng. Otherwise, how could he possibly withstand the Rui staff, a legacy of the Alai kingdom? That was absolutely impossible. Readers Group 9950643222. Lu Liang stared at Yi's drunken appearance, his mind racing.
Suddenly, as if a thought had struck him, he snapped his head up in astonishment. Could it be that you're the prodigy from the drunken god sect in the divine land of Dongxing? Drunken god sect? Yi was a bit bewildered as well. Is there really a drunken god sect in the eastern sacred continent? How strange. Seeing that Yi didn't respond, Lu Liang's mind began racing with speculation. He had once heard the name drunken god sect from his teacher. It was said to be an extremely secretive sect whose disciples found joy in drinking and relied on the mana within alcohol to enhance their strength. The disciples were as elusive as a mirage. One might catch a glimpse of their heads but never their tails. Few knew their exact whereabouts. All that was known was that this sect was incredibly powerful, and its sect master's strength was said to rival that of a sage. Lu Liang began to feel a bit nervous. Combining this with the fact that the man was an exceptional drinker and could even use alcohol to enhance his sword art, Lu Liang found himself deep in thought. If he really were a disciple of the drunken god sect, then if Lu Liang were to kill him today, the entire divine sword sect, or rather, the entire territory of the divine sword sect within Zinio Hizu would likely be wiped out. Lu Liang swallowed hard, sheathed his Rui staff, and asked again, "Are you really a disciple of the drunken god sect?" Yi was momentarily taken aback by the question. He had never even heard of a sect called the drunken god sect. However, judging by Lu Liang's expression, it was clear that the drunken god sect must be an extremely powerful sect. Otherwise, the deputy sect master of the divine sword sect standing before him wouldn't be showing such a terrified expression. Yi took the opportunity to deflect the question. So what if I am? So what if I'm not? Seeing that the other party had agreed, Lu Liang was instantly terrified. In his heart, he cursed the maid Ling 1,000 times over. Once he returned, he would definitely make that bitch pay. Immediately, Lu Liang dared not delay and hurriedly bowed, saying, "Fellow Daoist, it's all a misunderstanding." A misunderstanding? Yi raised an eyebrow, his tone tinged with coldness. You tried to kill me for no reason at all, and you call that a misunderstanding? In the cultivation world, strength is certainly important, but one's background carries even more weight than strength. If the grandfather of a chi stage cultivator happens to be the ruler of a top-tier cultivation nation, then even a grand stage cultivator would have to address him as young master upon meeting him. If you dared to kill him, an unimaginable manhunt would await you, and even with the divine sword sect's strength, they'd be as fragile as ants in the face of the drunken god sect. It would take them just a single sword strike to wipe out the entire divine sword sect. Just then, Ning and Wan, having received the notification, materialized out of thin air at the scene. Their gazes settled on Lu Liang, the young sect master of the divine sword sect, a hint of coldness flickering in their eyes. Ning asked, her tone tinged with indifference, "Young sect master Lu Liang, you have suddenly arrived within the territory of our Azure sect. Why did you attempt to kill my disciple?" Lu Liang glanced at Yi, a nagging doubt rising in his heart. Ning's disciple? Could I have been mistaken? That's unlikely. The sword intent just now contained the power of the great Tao. Aside from disciples of the drunken god sect, I've never seen anyone else capable of that. Lu Liang straightened his back and said, "Fellow Taoist, please don't be alarmed. It was all just a misunderstanding." A misunderstanding? Ning's willow-like eyebrows shot up. Glancing at the jade mountains around them, shattered by the two men's mana, she found it impossible to believe this was merely a misunderstanding. Lu Liang shrugged and addressed Ning, "I've heard that Yi, the prodigy of the Azure sect, possesses extraordinary talent, having reached the unity stage at the age of 20. That is why I came here to spar with you." Ning looked at Yi and realized his noble status. If he were to die here, the divine sword sect would certainly not let the matter rest. Given the Azure sect's current strength, it would be utterly incapable of withstanding an attack from the divine sword sect's lightning tribulation elder. Therefore, if Lu Liang were to die here, it would spell disaster for the entire Azure sect. Yi understood Ning's concerns and took the opportunity to defuse the situation, saying, "Ning, fellow Taoist, Lu Liang speaks the truth. We were merely engaging in the simplest of sparring. There's nothing to worry about." As he spoke, Yi waved his right hand, and the sword intent in the air vanished. Though these sword intentions appeared unremarkable, when put into action, they were powerful enough to instantly annihilate cultivators at the nascent stage. Seeing Yi's prowess, Lu Liang silently let out a sigh of relief.
his conviction growing that this fellow must indeed be a disciple of the drunken god sect. Better not to provoke him.
Yi gently placed his arm around Lu Liang's shoulder and said, "As it happens, my Azure sect is currently holding trials for elder candidates. Since fellow Taoist Lu has such a keen interest, why not come and observe? What do you say?" "I don't think that's a good idea."
Lu Liang, the young sect master of the Divine Sword sect, looked up and scratched his nose awkwardly.
All he wanted now was to return and verify Yi's identity.
If he wasn't a disciple of the drunken god sect, then Lu Liang would have to wipe out the entire Azure sect. But if the other party was indeed a disciple of the drunken god sect, then as the young sect master of the Divine Sword sect, he would have to treat him with the utmost respect. In the future, he might even be able to leverage this connection to forge ties with the drunken god sect. Faced with Yi's firm stance, Lu Liang had no choice but to agree, and he followed Yi as they sped off toward the Azure sect. Ning and Wan exchanged glances, unsure of what had happened in the meantime to cause such a drastic change in the Divine Sword sect's young sect master's attitude. Ning furrowed her dark brows slightly. Eager to understand the situation, she parted her cherry-red lips and whispered telepathically, "Disciple, what exactly happened? Why has Lu Liang's attitude toward you changed so drastically?" Yi made no attempt to hide anything and recounted everything that had just transpired to Ning. Upon learning that the other party had mistakenly taken Yi for a disciple of the drunken god sect, Ning's expression froze in surprise. Although she had never heard of the drunken god sect, she could tell from Lu Liang's deferential attitude that the drunken god sect was undoubtedly superior to all the cultivation nations and sects in Ziniohizu. She hoped she could continue to keep this a secret. If Lu Liang were to discover the truth, the entire Azure sect would likely be destroyed, and its members might even be slaughtered to the last. Back at the sect. At that moment, Tang was battling Zhouzong. Armed with a top-grade flying sword and the magical treasure bestowed upon him by Dan, Tang secured victory in just 100 rounds. Just then, Tang also noticed Lu Liang, the young sect master of the Divine Sword sect, standing beside Yi. Back in Nether Valley, the maid Ling had already shown him a portrait of Lu Liang, the young sect master of the Divine Sword sect, and had promised to inform Lu Liang of this matter. By using Lu Liang as a pawn, he intended to personally subdue Yi, this prodigy. Tang was somewhat puzzled. Logically speaking, shouldn't Lu Liang have come here to kill Yi? Why did he seem so unconcerned? As the group landed, the elders and the grandmaster of the Azure sect hurried over and bowed respectfully to Lu Liang, the young sect master of the Divine Sword sect. "We pay our respects to young sect master Lu Liang." Lu Liang's status was extremely high as the young sect master of the Divine Sword sect. The elders of the Azure sect felt compelled to pay their respects. In the past, Lu Liang wouldn't have even deigned to glance at them, but now, for Yi's sake, he merely nodded casually and said, "My fellow cultivators, there is no need to be so formal. I've come here today to meet fellow cultivator Yi. You may simply continue your duel." Dan stroked his pale beard, gestured invitingly, and said with a smile, "Young sect master, please have a seat." Lu Liang nodded expressionlessly, turned around, and sat down on a random chair. "Disciple, go back and change your clothes first. The competition isn't over yet, and it won't be long before it's your turn to compete," Ning reminded him. "All right." Yi nodded toward Ning's position and flew straight toward Qingjing Peak, simultaneously sending a telepathic message to Ning, "Do not reveal the sect's affairs to Lu Liang." Ning was no fool, he understood the importance of the matter. Not only did he have to keep Lu Liang occupied, but he also had to make sure Lu Liang knew that Yi's identity was shrouded in mystery. Sure enough, after Yi left, Lu Liang turned around and couldn't help but ask, "Fellow Taoist Ning, I wonder if fellow Taoist Yi has lived in the Azure sect since childhood?" Ning replied calmly, "Yes, but she joined the sect at the age of 3. As for which family he comes from, we're not sure." 3 years old. Lu Liang stroked his chin, his expression sour, thinking to himself, back then, Ning seemed to have mentioned in passing that a prodigy from the drunken god sect had shown extraordinary talent at the age of 3, but for some reason suddenly vanished. Could it be that Yi really is that prodigy from the drunken god sect, sent here by the sect's elders for training? The young sect master of the Divine Sword sect watched Yi's receding figure.
Until he got to the bottom of this, he'd better not lay a hand on ye. He'd investigate once he returned.
If he was playing games with him, then don't blame him for being ruthless. The entire Azure sect would have no reason to exist in this world. Just then, Tang walked over and respectfully clasped his hands before Lu Liang. This junior, Tang, a prodigy of the Azure sect, pays his respects to the young sect master.
You're Tang?
Lu Liang had heard the name Tang from the maid Ling. He was said to be the second most promising prodigy after Yi, and was destined to travel to the divine sect for further cultivation.
I've heard of you. It said you possess the potential to become a great emperor, is that correct? Tang's face turned ashen, and the corner of his mouth twitched.
He wanted to say something, but upon considering the other's status, he forced himself to suppress the rage welling up inside him. The last thing he wanted to hear right now was, "My disciple Tang possesses the potential of a great emperor." The young sect master jests. "I am merely a soul stage cultivator in the presence of a true prodigy like yourself. I am nothing more than a fleeting moment."
"What do you want?"
Lu Liang glanced at Tang standing before him, well aware that this fellow was nothing but a sycophantic sycophant. Lu Liang had always held such people in utter contempt.
Tang cast a glance at Ning at his side and said cautiously, "Could we speak in private?"
Lu Liang looked up with some impatience, gazing into Tang's pleading eyes, and decided to hear what he had to say. Every move the two made was under Ning's watchful eye. As the senior sister in charge of the sect, she knew her junior brother's character better than anyone, and she was certain his disciple would be cut from the same cloth. Tang led Lu Liang to a secluded spot and asked directly, "Senior, why didn't you kill ye?" Lu Liang, the young master of the divine sword sect, furrowed his brow slightly. He glanced around and, after confirming that you wasn't there, glared at Tang and snapped, "What on earth are you talking about? This junior doesn't understand. Weren't you supposed to come here today to kill ye? After all, ye is still with immortal Shui at the bamboo pavilion by the Huai River.
Aren't you her fiancé?"
Lu Liang's expression turned displeased, and he lowered his voice, saying, "This has nothing to do with you.
If this is the only reason you're here, then I'll be taking my leave."
Tang assumed the other party had refrained from attacking Yi out of fear of Ning, so he replied bluntly, "Senior Lu Liang, I can bring Yi out. With your strength, killing him should be more than enough." Just as Tang was outlining his meticulous plan, a crisp, sharp slap rang out. Tang fell flat on the ground, clutching his red, swollen cheek, staring in disbelief at Lu Liang, the young sect master of the divine sword sect, standing before him.
This guy actually slapped him in public. "Young sect master, what are you doing?" Lu Liang furrowed his brows and said, "Are you really unaware or are you just pretending not to know of Yi's true identity?" "True identity?" Tang was a bit baffled. He only knew that Yi was a disciple of the Azure sect, he knew nothing else. Could it be that Yi was the young master of some prominent family? Seeing that Tang knew nothing, Lu Liang was thoroughly infuriated. A guy like this actually wanted him to take action? What kind of person was he, anyway? Lu Liang lowered his voice and said, "Yi most likely comes from the eastern sacred continent." "What?" Tang immediately cried out in surprise. The disciples around them also turned to look in that direction, casting puzzled and astonished glances. What was going on with Senior Uncle Tang? Why had he suddenly shouted out like that? Tang realized he'd lost his composure and hurriedly covered his mouth, though inside he was filled with shock and bewilderment at Yi's identity. Lu Liang glanced at Tang and said calmly, "I'll investigate this matter personally. If Yi deceives me again, I'll tear him limb from limb. If what he says is true, then I must negotiate with him." At this point, Lu Liang's expression changed noticeably. This matter was of the utmost importance to him. If he could establish good relations with a disciple of the drunken god sect, it would naturally be a win-win situation for his sect. But if he were deceiving him, then even if he had 1,000 lives, he would be utterly annihilated. That's impossible. Yi is merely a disciple of our sect. He has absolutely no connection to the Eastern Divine Continent. Young sect master, you must be mistaken, Tang said immediately. He simply refused to believe that Yi had any other identity. Whether this is a mistake or not, I'll get to the bottom of it. For now, it's best not to touch him. If the Eastern Victory Divine Continent has no connection to Yi, then I will make sure he's left wishing he were dead. Hearing Lu Liang's words, the corners of Tang's mouth twitched rapidly.
He hadn't expected the junior sect master of the Divine Sword sect of all people to be so timid and hesitant. If he were the young sect master of the Divine Sword sect, there is no way he would have let Yi live this long. Lu Liang shot Tang a glance, turned around, and sat back down at his seat, ready to watch the upcoming matches and use this opportunity to carefully study Yi's sword techniques.
The Divine Sword sect, as one of the top sects in Zinio-Hizu, was renowned for its disciples' mastery of the flying sword technique.
Lu Liang himself had practiced swordsmanship since childhood and had long since reached the pinnacle of the art.
Yet Yi's swordplay gave him the impression of having attained a state of perfection, and he deperformed it while intoxicated. This prodigy was clearly no ordinary sect prodigy. Even if he were to spread the word, few would likely believe it. By this time, Yi had already changed into a clean set of clothes. He, too, noticed the handprint on Tang's face and said with a smile, "Senior brother Tang, did you run into trouble with your chi stage again and swell your face up?" Tang immediately covered his red, swollen cheek, glared at Yi, and snapped, "Yi, don't rub salt in the wound. I merely bumped into a wall, that's why my face is swollen." "Senior brother, the wall you hit must have been a slap wall." Yi glanced at the handprint on Tang's face, turned with a half smile, and sat down in a chair. He had already heard about the incident from Ning. Yi's brow remained furrowed as he gently swirled the teacup in his hand, his face betraying no emotion. If Lu Liang were to learn the truth, the entire Azure sect would likely be implicated. But if he were to kill him now, the Divine Sword sect would certainly not let the matter rest. They might even take direct action against the Azure sect. Given Lu Liang's strength, it would take him roughly 10 years to thoroughly investigate this matter. As long as he could advance from the Unity stage to the true immortal realm within those 10 years, he would have a chance to stand up to the Divine Sword sect. After all, upon reaching the true immortal realm, one's mana would transform into immortal power, granting a level of energy beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. After the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, the top 6 had been successfully determined. They were Yi, Lu Lingjiao, Shihun, Tang, Zhou Yuyan, and Li Qingho. Apart from Yi and Tang, the other 4 were all prodigies from 300 years ago, all at the void stage, truly formidable figures. Among the 6, only Tang was in the late soul stage. Reaching this point was no small feat, yet Tang had no intention of giving up. Instead, he used the magical artifact bestowed by Ning Dan, which allowed him to challenge opponents at the void stage despite being a lower-tier cultivator. With this magical artifact, Tang's cultivation had received a significant boost. It was precisely for this reason that Tang chose not to give up but instead prepared to compete for the position of Chief Elder. Dan shrugged, collected the tokens from the group, and redistributed them to the remaining disciples at random. Yi and the others caught the tokens as they flew toward them. As they looked at the tokens in their hands, Yi couldn't help but curse under his breath. This time, Yi had drawn token number 1, meaning he would be the first to take the stage. Meanwhile, Tang, standing in the crowd, had already seen the token in his hand and discovered it was token number 2. In other words, he would be facing that guy, Yi. Tang stared at the token in his hand, a flash of coldness flickering in his eyes, then immediately raised his head to look toward Yi's position. Clutching his fists tightly, he thought to himself, "Yi, you are indeed powerful, but I possess the magical treasure bestowed upon me by Ning. Even against a mid-void stage cultivator, I can still win. Today, I'll make sure you fall at my hands. It'll be fitting for someone who has the sect's holy son." After the battle, all contestants were given 2 sticks of incense's worth of rest time to replenish the mana they had expended. Taking advantage of this moment, Tang approached Dan, bowed, and said, "Ning, you summoned me." Dan slowly opened his eyes and said in a somewhat indifferent tone, "You know what to do next, don't you? Defeat Yi at any cost. If you can kill him while you have the chance, so much the better." A flash of ferocity crossed Dan's eyes as he placed his high hopes on his disciple, Tang. Hearing Ning's instructions, Tang nodded vigorously, assuring him he would find an opportunity to eliminate Yi. To be on the safe side, Dan pulled a special compass from his robe. Though no larger than the palm of a hand, it displayed two distinct colors yin and yang and emitted an extremely volatile energy fluctuation. This is the yin-yang compass. When used, it can suppress an opponent's cultivation to the late soul stage. Each use consumes a large amount of mana, so do not use it frequently. Tang patted his chest and declared solemnly, "Rest assured, Master Ning, this disciple will definitely cut off that brat's head." You truly live up to being my disciple." Dan smoothed his pale beard, nodding with satisfaction as he said with conviction, "You truly live up to being my disciple. Do your best, I believe in you." Tang, too, let a cold expression flicker across his face. He intended to make Yi pay a price and prove that his reputation as a prodigy was by no means unfounded or exaggerated. Ning glanced at the smug, schadenfreude-filled expressions on Dan and his disciples' faces and knew immediately that Dan had given him the yin-yang compass. "Disciple, how confident are you in defeating Tang?" Yi replied with a smile, "Tang is only at the soul stage. Challenging a unity stage cultivator even without me saying it, Ning, you should know the outcome." Ning was, of course, well aware of this. However, the yin-yang compass was the personal magical treasure of the former Azure sect master, that is, Ning herself, and it suppressed the cultivation levels of all cultivators below the unity stage. Back in the day, the founder of the Azure sect the Ning was referring to had, while at the late soul stage, slain a void stage powerhouse, thereby cementing her fame throughout the entire East Ridge South province. Even cultivators above the unity stage would be drawn into the conflict because of this, which was precisely why Ning had asked Yi about his chances of success. To be on the safe side, Ning handed her sword to Yi and said softly, "Let my sword accompany you on this journey." Yi had intended to refuse, but upon seeing the determination in Ning's eyes, he finally accepted it and replied slowly, "Don't worry, Ning. I've got this under control. As long as you're confident." Ning sipped her tea, her delicate features reflecting a hint of trust as she nodded slightly. She knew Yi's character well. He always proceeded with caution, and since he was so certain, he must have a solid plan. An incense stick's worth of time passed quickly. Dan also had considerable faith in his disciples and immediately announced, "The next match, Yi versus Tang." Tang, sitting in the audience, jerked his head up. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes as the memory of his previous defeat at Yi's hands surfaced. A sharp gleam appeared in his gaze as he strode onto the battle platform. A mountain breeze blew, ruffling his long hair, making Tang look exceptionally handsome at that moment, like a precious sword, and causing countless disciples' eyes to sparkle with admiration. However, this time the sect's disciples did not cheer. Instead, they held their breath and focused intently on the combat platform, afraid that they might misjudge the situation and thus miss the moves exchanged between the two prodigies of the great sects. By the time he took the stage, Tang had already been waiting on the combat platform for quite some time. He stood with his hands behind his back, a hint of contempt in his eyes. "Yi, today I'll show you what a true prodigy really is." After all, clashes between these two prodigies were exceedingly rare, and now that they had finally met, a verbal exchange was inevitable. Tang had long harbored a deep-seated hatred for Yi. Even before the match began, a cold glint flashed in Tang's eyes. He raised his right hand and pointed instantly. A flying sword by his side let out a piercing whistle as it shot forward. Like a bolt of lightning splitting the silent sky, it roared through the air and appeared directly in front of Yi. Its momentum was unstoppable, and its speed was so great that in an instant, it was less than half a foot away from him. He spread his fingers and, facing the suddenly charging flying sword, swung his hand forward expressionlessly. A trace of milky white mana lingered on his fingertips. A crisp clang rang out as sparks flew in all directions, and the flying sword summoned by Tang was sent flying. Everyone in the arena paused in their tracks, yet fell into silence. As they looked at Senior Uncle Tang, they all wore expressions of displeasure. Even those who had previously fawned over him now furrowed their brows. This competition was meant to select the sect's future Grandmaster. Before Elder Hua had even announced the start of the match, Tang had already launched the first attack, the sort of thing only a petty person would do. "Yi, no matter what sweet talk you used to conceal your true identity, today I'm going to teach you a lesson and make you understand what a true prodigy really is." Tang opened his right hand, and the yin-yang compass in his grasp instantly grew larger in the wind. Not only that, but the colors of yin and yang suddenly flared up at Yi's feet, and in the blink of an eye, they had already engulfed the entire combat platform. As black and white reversed, the sun and moon in the sky seemed to shift as well. The originally cloudless sky suddenly turned to night, and a dazzling night sky gradually enveloped the heavens, causing everyone in the arena to look grim. To actually be able to reverse the sun and moon, is the magical treasure in Tang's hand truly that precious? Watching the transformation of heaven and earth, the young sect master of the Divine Sword sect immediately sat up. At that very moment, a hint of greed flashed in Lu Liang's eyes. He couldn't help but marvel at the sheer power of the yin-yang compass. If he could obtain it, he might even stand a chance against a grand stage cultivator. He felt the mana within his body plummeting rapidly and finally understood why Ning had said those words earlier. So it's the yin-yang compass. I never expected that Uncle Ning, the sect master, would entrust such a treasure to you. No wonder you, senior brother Tang, possess such boldness. Tang spat out a mouthful of purplish-black blood and staggered back 2 steps. His eyes bloodshot, he looked up at Yi, his right hand clutching the yin-yang compass now trembling slightly. I never expected your cultivation to be this high. Tang clutched his heaving chest, stunned that Yi's cultivation had already reached the unity stage. He had nearly fallen into Yi's trap just moments ago. Had he not carefully controlled his power in advance to suppress Yi's cultivation to the late soul stage, his body would likely have already collapsed under the yin-yang compass's impact. Suppressing an opponent's power requires using one's own body as a conduit. The stronger the opponent's power, the greater the cost one must bear, and there is even the risk of the power backfiring on the user. Tang had originally intended to suppress Yi's cultivation to the mid-soul stage, but he hadn't anticipated that Yi was already a unity stage cultivator. As a result, he had narrowly avoided being overwhelmed by the mana within Yi's body and reduced to a mindless fool who could do nothing but scream and wail. Yi stood with his sword on his back, glancing out of the corner of his eye toward the yin-yang compass of black and white mist, which now completely enveloped the entire combat arena. Clearly, the yin-yang compass's power was limited to this area. If they left the arena, its suppressing effect would cease entirely. However, Yi currently had no way to leave. After all, stepping off the arena would be considered an automatic forfeit of this sparring match, allowing Tang to be declared the winner. Yi did not panic despite having his cultivation level suppressed. As he slowly raised his right hand, thunderclouds suddenly began to roll across the previously clear sky. Under Yi's control, the stars above the entire combat arena burst forth with unimaginable brilliance, like moonlight. All the sect disciples rose from their seats, their faces filled with unease as they gazed at the shifting energy among the stars. They never imagined Yi would be capable of unleashing such earth-shattering sword intent. How terrifying! Even in Qingshan town, hundreds of li away, people could witness this spectacle. Their expressions were a mix of bewilderment and awe, unable to believe what was unfolding. The cultivators of Qingshan town all hovered in the air, gazing intently at the distant starry sky, and murmured, "First he altered the sun, moon, and stars, now he is actually using the power of the stars as a catalyst." The Azure sect truly has produced many geniuses. The Azure sect has always been a prestigious and powerful sect. Its disciples possess extraordinary strength, especially the rising star Yi, who has been hailed as the greatest figure the Azure sect has produced in 1,000 years. Are you saying this sword beam is the work of Yi, the disciple of the Azure sect? Apart from him, I can't think of anyone else capable of such a cataclysmic feat. It seems that within 100 years, the entire Dongling Nanzhou region will undergo earth-shattering changes. The beggar whom Yi had earlier gifted with spiritual wine also raised his head at that moment. His eyes, like those of a soaring eagle, fixed intently on the distant sky. He murmured, reversing yin and yang, "The sword beam draws the stars shine like moonlight, and the aura surges like terrifying waves." Interesting, truly interesting. Yi, I really hope you'll grow stronger soon. The sword's glow glided through the silent night sky like stars, and the light cascading from the heavens instantly left everyone speechless. Even Tang, at that moment, stared wide-eyed in astonishment at the scene before him, unable to believe that Yi could unleash such earth-shattering energy while still at the soul stage. Tang roared furiously, "You're just bluffing. I refuse to believe that, as fellow soul stage cultivators, you could possibly defeat me." Tang summoned his flying sword once more.
This time, it spun wildly at his side, splitting into hundreds of illusory flying swords in the blink of an eye. Under Tang's frenzied finger movements, they shot straight toward the setting sun and the stars. The moment the two collided, an incomparably terrifying burst of energy erupted. Under the powerful shockwave, the disciples watching from both sides could all feel the energy radiating from the sword-esque glow. Some disciples could even feel their nascent stage cultivations trembling violently within their bodies. Such a breathtaking battle, even a powerhouse from the void stage realm might not be capable of achieving this. A deafening explosion suddenly rang out, and the powerful sword light burst out in all directions. It moved so fast that even the disciples closest to the scene couldn't help but stumble backward, fearing they might be caught in the blast. Tang spat out blood as his body was violently thrust backward, stumbling more than 10 steps. Blood spurted from his mouth once more, and a look of disbelief spread across his face. How is this possible? Tang abruptly looked up at Yi, who stood before him with an air of calm and composure, unable to believe he had actually been defeated by this man. Yi stood with his sword on his back, his ink-black hair and silvery white Taoist robe fluttered in the wind. Standing alone on the dueling platform, he resembled an immortal who had descended from the heavens, sending a chill down one's spine. Yi! Tang, feeling humiliated, roared in anger. As he formed hand seals, 5 flying swords instantly materialized around him. Each of these 5 flying swords radiated astonishing sword energy. Under Tang's relentless control, at any cost they screeched straight toward Yi. Yi unfastened the wine gourd from his waist, tilted his head back, and took several great swigs. The clear liquor trickled down the corners of his mouth, soaking his Taoist robe and shocking the crowd. A dream visitor to the cloud and mist sword immortal, wandering the 8 directions with an unquiet heart. He raised his head to gaze at the distant stars. His words were filled with melancholy, resonating not only with the other disciples but even causing the thunder in the sky to seem to wail in sympathy for him. Bronze-colored heavenly lightning split the silent night sky, and in an instant, torrential rain poured down. Yet just as everyone thought Yi intended to use his own body to intercept the Tang flying sword, the falling raindrops suddenly froze mid-air. Yi swept his elegant robe, and the falling rain spun wildly in the air. To everyone's astonishment, each raindrop condensed into a crystal-clear flying sword. A cold gleam flashed from the flying swords. Mighty sword energy burst forth, shooting out like a startled swan so fast that it left behind trails of shattered void in the air. What on earth is this? Dan looked up with a strange expression, clicking his tongue in grave astonishment, almost unable to believe his eyes. Those tens of thousands of flying swords were all imbued with a unique energy. If they struck Tang, no matter how powerful he was, he would surely die. Lu Liang, the young sect master of the Divine Sword sect, suddenly stood up and exclaimed in shock, "Sword control technique? No. Ordinary sword manipulation is only effective against flying swords. You can actually manipulate the 5 elements to transform them into flying swords. He must be a disciple of the Drunken God sect." By now, Lu Liang was completely convinced that Yi was a disciple of the Drunken God sect. Across the entire divine continent, there were only a handful of people capable of turning all things into swords. To have reached such a realm by the age of 20, he had to be a disciple of the Drunken God sect. Tang, standing on the arena, spat out blood. A look of bewilderment flashed in his eyes. He couldn't believe he had actually lost, and to Yi, the very person he had looked down upon. For him, the humiliation he felt was far greater than his physical injuries. Unwilling to accept defeat, he let out a piercing scream as he watched himself about to fall off the arena. "Stop this!" Tang twisted his legs with all his might, forcing his body to come to a halt, but the excruciating pain still caused him to tremble all over. Lying on the ground, he struggled to his feet with the help of the flying sword. "Yi, I have to admit, you really are the prodigy of our Azure sect, but I, Tang, have never accepted your superiority. So what if you can drink a little? What's so great about that?" As he spoke, he bit through the tip of his tongue, spurting blood. His hair visibly withered slightly. As his hands rapidly formed seals, his entire body began to tremble, and a beam of bloodlight suddenly burst forth from the crown of his head. "I, Tang, know full well how formidable you are, but I'm no pushover either. Summon the Blood God Sword." As the bloodlight surged skyward in an instant, it actually transformed into a blood-red sword. It's actually the Azure Sect's supreme flying sword, the Blood God Sword. I never imagined Tang would have tempered it into his life-bound treasure. The Blood God Sword was lost 100 years ago. So it turns out the sect master's senior disciple stole it and handed it over to Tang, letting him temper it. That's right. The Blood God Sword carries such a heavy aura of slaughter that if he were to unleash it, rivers of blood would surely flow. Dan's brow was furrowed as he glared down at his disciple Tang, thinking to himself, "You good for nothing to let ye force the Blood God Sword out of you. You're unworthy of being my disciple." Poof. Ning shot Dan a cold glance and said indifferently, "Once this matter is settled, I will personally get to the bottom of it. If you do not answer truthfully, don't blame me for being harsh." Dan trembled all over with fear and immediately said, "Senior sister, let me explain." "Shut up." Startled by Ning's rebuke, Dan was thoroughly frightened and immediately lowered her head, but she soon thought of something and fixed her gaze on Tang. "It seems I have no choice but to resort to that method." Tang, disregarding everything, formed a seal with both hands and pointed at Yi. Instantly, his blood sword exploded with a boom, shattering into countless threads of blood that crisscrossed to form a sword net, which shot straight toward Yi in an instant. Wherever it passed, an even more intense and piercing whistling sound echoed through the air. Yi raised his head in his right hand, once again pointing a single finger. With that single finger, the void before him instantly seemed to warp. A gigantic sword appeared out of nowhere, its blade flashing like thunder, and the ear-splitting sonic boom caused the void on both sides to shatter and warp. "You thought you could use the yin-yang compass to suppress my cultivation and then defeat me with the Blood God Sword, but this world isn't ruled by your assumptions. Even with my cultivation suppressed, I remain the #1 cultivator in the soul stage." Yi's icy voice rang out calmly at that moment, and at the same instant, the colossal sword before him clashed with Tang's life-bound treasure, the Blood God Sword. Once monthly votes reach 500, I'll immediately post 5 extra chapters. A thunderous roar. A deafening explosion was now raging unchecked across the combat stage. Tang's figure was flung backward while still in midair. Blood gushed from him once more. Like a kite whose string had snapped, he traced a perfect arc through the air before crashing heavily onto the ground. "I still failed." Tang raised his right hand high, gazing up at the star-studded sky, and coughed up another mouthful of crimson blood in bitter resignation. He didn't understand his fellow prodigies of the Azure sect and both late-stage soul stage powerhouses. Why was he always outmatched by Yi? Why? Tang's eyes were bloodshot as he mocked himself in bitter resignation. Ha 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 ha. I, Tang, who prided myself on being a genius, have actually been defeated today by a drunkard. How pathetic, truly pathetic. Ha 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 ha. Dan stood up at that moment. Clenching his fists, he instantly appeared beside Tang. Seeing that Tang's physical constitution had been damaged, he immediately used his own mana to forcibly help Tang recover. At the same time, he glared at Yi and roared, "Yi, this duel is over. How dare you strike so ruthlessly? Do you want to cripple your own fellow disciple?" Ning held the yin-yang compass in his hand and sent his spiritual sense surging through it, completely breaking its control and instantly restoring Yi's cultivation to the unity stage. Yi let one hand hang behind his back and said expressionlessly, "I merely stopped short of causing serious harm." The reason Tang suffered such severe injuries has a great deal to do with his own reckless fighting style. You. Faced with Yi's explanation, Dan, as the sect master, naturally refused to believe him. He could only clench his fists and glare at Yi with eyes as round as copper bells. If only he'd known back then that Yi possessed such extraordinary talent, he should have dealt with him sooner. Now that Yi had grown stronger, there was no way he could be a match for him based on his current strength alone. Lu Lingjiu and Shihan exchanged glances and bowed simultaneously. "We are willing to forego competing for the position of chief elder and voluntarily cede it to junior disciple Yi." They had all witnessed the previous battle clearly. A youth with such extraordinary talent was a rare sight even across the entire divine continent. Not only could he challenge opponents several ranks above him, but he was even capable of unleashing unimaginable sword intent. Against him, they stood no chance at all. It was better to give up early and avoid bringing unnecessary trouble upon themselves. Elder Ho looked at Sect Master Dan,
then exhaled a puff of warm breath and said, somewhat reluctantly, very well. I hereby declare the Azure Sect Elders Grand Competition officially concluded. The victor is Yi, the prodigy of the Azure Sect. In 1,000 days, Yi shall assume the position of chief elder of the sect and be enshrined in the sect's ancestral hall, where his name will be celebrated for 1,000 generations. We pay our respects to the chief elder. We pay our respects to the chief elder. Both disciples and elders rose to their feet, clasping their fists in a bow toward Yi's position. The chief elder is the highest ranking position within the sect. The holder is destined to succeed the sect master in the future and is second only to Grand Uncle Ning within the sect. Yi, with his sword slung over one shoulder and appearing slightly tipsy, turned around, glanced at his Ning, and nodded slightly. Dan, holding his disciple Tang in his arms, turned and left the area. Tang needed to restore the mana within his body as soon as possible, otherwise, his foundational cultivation might be damaged. The sparring match was over. Lu Liang, the young sect master of the Divine Sword sect, had no doubt about Yi's identity. After pondering for a long time, he turned to face Yi and exhaled a deep breath, saying, fellow Taoist Yi, I had high hopes for today's sparring session. Now, I must return to the Divine Sword sect. Should the opportunity arise in the future, I shall certainly engage in a proper sparring match with you and Zinio Hizu. Yi gave a slight bow with clasped fists. Lu Liang turned and walked away with a flourish, having decided to return to the sect immediately to investigate Yi's identity and background. From the sword light earlier, it was clear that Yi possessed an extremely profound understanding of the sword intent. Such a top-tier powerhouse would either become his ally or his enemy. Yi watched Lu Liang depart, knowing full well that the man's intentions were far from benevolent. Just as Yi was about to leave, thunderclouds suddenly rolled across the previously azure sky, and an astonishing aura of might thundered down from the heavens following the lightning tribulation. It shook the earth, causing every cultivator in the entire Azure sect to tremble violently in their hearts, as if the wrath of heaven had descended. At the same time, a voice tinged with surprise echoed far and wide amid the spreading divine might. How interesting. I've come to your Azure sect this time, and I've actually encountered such a terrifying sword intent tribulation. As the voice rang out, a middle-aged man clad in a blue robe materialized from the sky, walking step by step toward them. With each step he took, the sense of divine might grew even more intense. An overwhelming sense of oppression struck suddenly, and surging energy spread out in all directions like raging waves. The moment the middle-aged man appeared, all the peak-level experts of the Azure sect were filled with dread. Their nascent stage cultivation nearly collapsed. They had not the slightest doubt that if he were to fix his gaze on them for even a moment longer, their nascent stages would be unable to withstand such immense pressure and would explode on their own. A scattered immortal Ning's heart trembled. Such an aura had completely surpassed that of a lightning tribulation cultivator. This was a true scattered immortal, a powerhouse possessing the power of an immortal. Ning had once, under his own guidance, met the middle-aged man standing before him, Fujiwara Tian, one of the elders of the divine sect and a mid-stage immortal. Fujiwara Tian swept his gaze around the area out of the corner of his eye. As his elegant robe fluttered, the energy from earlier vanished without a trace. He then said with a faint, ambiguous smile, "All right, no need to be so formal. I have come here today to inform you of something regarding the Azure sect." Ning asked in confusion, "Senior, what exactly are you here to inform us of?" Fujiwara Tian's finger twitched slightly, and an azure blue imperial edict instantly appeared in the sky. Mana surged from within the edict. Even the overflowing mana alone was enough to shatter the surrounding mountains and landscapes into pieces. Within 3 years, Yi, the prodigy of the Azure sect, must travel to the divine sect. Failure to comply is not an option. Seeing the edict Fujiwara Tian had suddenly issued, Ning's eyebrows shot up in anger. She was about to speak, but realized the energy had already dissipated, leaving her no chance to utter a word. Her narrow eyes narrowed slightly, and Ning's expression turned displeased. She hadn't expected the divine sect to demand Yi's presence so soon. The original agreement was for 100 years, yet less than 2 years had passed. What exactly was the divine sect up to? Could it be that Yi's extraordinary talent posed a threat to the divine sect's status? One landed beside Ning and asked, "What should we do now?" "There's nothing we can do. We cannot disobey the divine sect's orders.
If we dare to say a single no, every disciple of our sect will be slaughtered to the last. Ning shook his head and replied with a strange expression. A total of 4 updates today, including bonus chapters for donations and monthly votes. Once monthly votes reach 500, I'll post 5 bonus chapters at once. Current donations, 2,838 10,000.
Reader group, 995064322.
The Divine Sect's power far surpasses that of the Azure Sect. While they claim to be sending Yi there to train, their true intention is to make him a hostage, keeping him under the Divine Sect's watch for all eternity. After all, Yi's talent is simply too extraordinary. Given 100 years, he would very likely become a powerhouse capable of threatening the Divine Sect. That is precisely why the Divine Sect decided to send Yi to the main sect ahead of schedule. If they refused, the Azure Sect would be reduced to ruins in an instant, and its elders and disciples would surely perish.
Fujiwara Tian landed smoothly on the ground.
Standing with his hands behind his back, a hint of disdain flashed in his eyes. In the face of absolute power, no matter how extraordinary Yi's talent might be, he was ultimately nothing more than an ant. The so-called hostage was simply a means of recruiting prodigies from subordinate sects into the Divine Sect, while also allowing for covert surveillance. If he were to demonstrate extraordinary talent in the future and harbor treasonous intentions, he could be eliminated outright within the Divine Sect.
No loose ends would be left. If he remained absolutely loyal and willing to serve the Divine Sect, the sect would grant him abundant cultivation resources.
One furrowed her delicate brows slightly. Senior.
Are you intending to refuse?
Fujiwara Tian turned around with a grim expression and shot a cold glance at Wan, who stood not far away. That single glance instantly sent a chill through Wan's entire body, leaving her nearly speechless. Ning immediately placed a hand on Wan's shoulder and shook his head at her, signaling her not to provoke the Divine Sect's immortal. That was a powerhouse who had transcended the lightning tribulation realm. The energy within him was no longer the mana of a cultivator, but true immortal power. To make an enemy of him meant certain death. Wan bit her lip lightly with her pearly teeth, but still clasped her hands and said, "This junior disciple has a wayward nature and is a hopeless drunkard. Allowing him to cultivate at the Divine Sect would only bring dishonor to the Divine Sect's name. I fear he would leave a bad impression on the Divine Sect." Upon hearing this, Fujiwara Tian said with a sneer, "None of those things are a problem.
As the venerable Divine Sect, how could we possibly refuse to accept a mere Unity stage cultivator?
Even if he has a wayward temperament and is a heavy drinker, my Divine Sect happens to have 1,000-year-old fine wine.
As long as he can contribute to the sect, he may drink as much as he likes."
Very well, the matter is settled. Furthermore, to ensure harmonious relations between our main sect and branch sect, we will also take 2 others with us this time. Fujiwara Tian's right foot lightly touched the ground, and surging energy instantly enveloped the entire Azure Sect, immediately identifying the few with the greatest talent. Raising a finger, he pointed at Shihan and Lu Lingjiu and said, "These 2 have excellent talent, and that fellow Tang is also quite capable.
Choose a date for them to accompany Yi to the Divine Sect for cultivation."
Ning remained silent. 3 years might seem like a long time, but for cultivators like them, it was practically the blink of an eye. Even though her heart was filled with 1,000 regrets, there was nothing she could do. In the presence of Alu's immortal-level powerhouse, any resistance on their part would be utterly futile. Fujiwara Tian placed one hand behind his back and flew toward the quietest cave residence in the Azure Sect, his icy tone ringing out calmly, "I shall remain here for 3 years.
When the time is right, I will take them to the Divine Sect."
Hearing the voice echoing in their ears, everyone present wore solemn expressions. They had not expected the Divine Sect's envoy to be so domineering. He gave them absolutely no chance to resist.
In the silent room,
Tang listened to the voice lingering in the sky, a faint smile curving his lips. Even though he was severely injured at that moment, a flicker of excitement shone in his eyes. Finally, he had the chance to go to the Divine Sect.
So what if he came in first?
He'd still end up as a hostage of the Divine Sect just like him.
Theoretically, he wasn't at a disadvantage.
Once he reached the Divine Sect, he'd have 100 ways to make he wish he were dead. At this thought, a cold gleam flashed in Tang's eyes.
He glanced at Ning Dan's back and resolved to make those who bullied him pay a terrible price. Dan shrugged and looked at Tang lying on the bed, her tone tinged with reproach. Tang, you're still too impatient. Now that the yin-yang compass has been taken by senior sister, and your blood god sword has been exposed as a result, I don't even know what to do next. Tang clenched his fists and said through gritted teeth, I just can't accept this. Why is it that brat Yi can run the show within the sect, while I, Tang, have to be the one to pave the way for him? It's not fair. Fair? Dan retorted sarcastically, there is no such thing as fairness in this world. Some are tall, others are short, some hold high office and great power, while others come from humble origins. Fairness is nothing but a joke. In every age, the weak are the slaves of the strong. Even as eras change, all that changes is the method of enslavement. Only the victor can define right and wrong. That is how the real world works. To achieve one's goals, any means are justified. Dan's words weren't pleasant to hear, but every sentence rang true. Tang fell silent instantly. What makes this world interesting is precisely its unfairness. And the fairness these people speak of is nothing more than the most ridiculous joke. Does that mean the strong can do whatever they want? Tang clenched his fists and asked. Exactly. Dan had already been seething inside, and now that these guys were demanding fairness right here, he'd show them today what true fairness really was. Standing up, Dan said coldly, the strong can rewrite the laws of this world. If they tell you to die, you must die. If they tell you to live, you can live. The strong can do as they please. What's wrong with that? Hearing these words, Tang closed his eyes in anguish. If he'd known this earlier, he never would have let Yi live back then. Dan looked at his disciple's dejected expression and sighed deeply. Tang, your master understands the pain in your heart, but the path of cultivation is inherently fraught with countless hardships. You need to look on the bright side. As long as you can enter the divine sect, I have a way to help you quickly become an honorary disciple. Tang suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Ning Dan before him, asking in confusion, Ning, what do you mean by that? Dan gave a cold smile. Do you know why I was able to become the sect master of the Azure sect even though I'm only at the void stage? Tang shook his head. He was somewhat curious about this matter himself. After all, his Ning was merely a void stage cultivator. Theoretically, he shouldn't have been able to become the sect master of the Azure sect. Yet the fact that he had held this position for hundreds of years clearly indicated that the matter wasn't that simple. It's because many years ago, I met a senior cultivator, a sworn brother of your grandmaster. Tang's interest was piqued. Ignoring the pain in his body, he sat up and hurriedly asked, Ning, may I ask what cultivation level that senior cultivator possesses? Dan raised his chin with a touch of pride and said leisurely, perfect realm of wandering immortals. The moment those words left his mouth, Tang froze in place. He could hardly believe his ears. Perfect realm of wandering immortals. Isn't that an immortal? An immortal actually has ties to their Azure sect? That was simply mind-boggling. Dan said indifferently, we met this elder when your master and your grandmaster went to pay him a visit back then. If it weren't for your grandmaster's sudden disappearance, he would likely have already broken through to the true immortal realm by now. At this point, Dan shook his head regretfully. After all, if they had a true immortal level powerhouse, the Azure sect would undoubtedly be able to establish a firm foothold in Ziniohizu. When you go to the divine sect in 3 years, I'll write you a letter. As long as you follow the address and deliver this letter to that senior, I guarantee you'll thrive in the divine sect. Upon hearing this, Tang trembled with excitement and hurriedly knelt to express his gratitude. Thank you, Ning. With the protection of this loose immortal level powerhouse, he would definitely be able to walk all over the divine sect. By then, never mind that brat Yi, even Shui would have to become his dual cultivation partner. From this day forward, I, Tang, am destined to reach the pinnacle of life. Xingjing Peak. Towering and majestic, it stood in all its grandeur. Clouds and mist swirled around the summit, making it seem as if one were in a fairyland. The middle slopes were densely forested and lush, forming a striking contrast to the mountain's imposing majesty. At the foot of the mountain, a river rushed swiftly, surging ceaselessly, and churning up waves of white foam. Amidst the green trees, a clear spring trickles gently, embodying the endless charm of nature.
Inside the tranquil bamboo hut, Ning furrowed her delicate brows slightly as she gazed at Yi before her, then said softly, "Disciple, are you absolutely sure about this?" Yi shook the wine gourd in his hand and replied, "If we refuse, Fujiwara 10 will absolutely not let the Azure sect off the hook. If there were any other way, we wouldn't want you to leave either." One felt a headache coming on. She let out a long sigh, looked at Yi with a bitter expression, and spoke softly. She hadn't even tasted the immortal wine Yi had brewed yet. If he left, what would she do in the future? "Don't worry," Yi said, looking at Ning and his senior disciple, both with worried expressions. He nodded and smiled faintly. "It's not like I'm going to my death, I'm just heading to the divine sect. There's no need to act as if we're parting forever." There was a sharp thud. Ning clenched her delicate hand and gently tapped Yi on the head, saying calmly, "You're so irresponsible. Your junior master and I are just worried about you. Since you show no fear, I won't say any more." Ning parted her cherry red lips, took a sip of tea, and continued, "Among those accompanying you on this trip, you'd better keep a close eye on Tang. The main reason Dan was able to become the sect's Grand Master was because of that top-tier powerhouse Ning introduced him to all those years ago. Very few people knew about this aside from Ning and Wan. Only a handful of highly respected elders within the sect were aware of it. That was precisely why Ning was warning Yi to be especially careful around Tang." Yi nodded slightly and replied with a bow, "This disciple understands." Wan shifted her hips over to Yi's side. Right in front of Ning, she slipped her arm through Yi's and said with a mischievous smile, "Little Anan, my junior master has something she'd like to discuss with you. Could you?" "Little Anan?" Ning's eyebrows shot up in fury in an instant. He grabbed Wan by the collar and began dragging her toward the exit. Wan struggled, and since she was already scantily clad, her struggle exposed even more of her snow-white skin. Yi immediately turned away. If anyone else had seen that, they would surely have died of arousal. It must be said that Wan was a woman whose beauty was on par with Ning's. With full lips and pearly teeth, skin whiter than snow, and a curvaceous figure, she was perfect in both appearance and physique. It was just a pity that her fondness for fine wine meant that, even at several hundred years old, she was still wearing this outfit. A couple of gusts of wind, and one could probably catch a glimpse of some lovely scenery. The auspicious beast blinked its lively eyes and said, "So white. Your junior master has really taken good care of herself. Get lost." Yi poked the auspicious beast on the forehead with her finger, then said, "If I leave, you'll follow Ning in your cultivation and strive to break through the void stage as soon as possible so you can take human form." The auspicious beast rolled around on the ground twice before coming to a stop. It lifted its head, furrowed its brow at Yi, and said in a babyish voice, "I don't want to become human at all. I'm just fine the way I am, petite and cute, absolutely adorable." Yi's lips twitched slightly as he glanced sideways at it. For some reason, he couldn't help but feel that this auspicious beast had picked up some bad habits from Wan. "Senior sister, please don't do that. If you keep this up, I'm going to call for help." "My clothes, hey, senior sister, don't pull on my clothes, this is the only set I have, they're torn. Shaonan, remember to save a few jars of wine for me." The voice grew fainter and fainter. Clearly, she'd been tossed right out. Ning clapped her hands, returned to the bamboo hut, glanced at Yi who seemed completely unfazed, then took a few pills from her storage ring and handed them over. These pills were all refined using the inner cores of the great poison scorpion and the emerald water golden toad, their 7th grade pills. Yi took the pills Ning handed him and sniffed them, only to find that they didn't have the medicinal fragrance he'd expected. Instead, they carried a faint bitterness. "Ning, why don't these pills have a medicinal scent?" After all, the great poison scorpion and the emerald water golden toad are demon beasts that live in Nether Valley. Their flesh and blood are already incredibly toxic, and even I couldn't completely purge the poison. However, you may keep it. Should you ever encounter a toxic fume you cannot resist in the future, you can take it. I guarantee it will make you immune to all poisons." Yi thought it over and decided to keep it. After all, even if no danger arose in the future, he could still trade the 7th grade elixir for fine wine. It must be noted that even within the divine sect, a 7th grade elixir is considered a precious treasure, and the value of each one is simply unimaginable. After all, the world's strongest ninth-grade alchemists all lived in Dongsheng Shenzhou, and getting them to refine pills was no easy task. Their Azure sect was fortunate enough to have a 7th-grade alchemist, though it was said that this alchemist had an eccentric personality and liked to use humans as medicinal catalysts, all to test whether humans could withstand the energy released by the pills. The moonlight was bright and pure, and the stars shone brilliantly. Qingyun Peak. The mist in the mountains was as poetic as a painting, making one feel as if they were in a fairyland. The damp trees and the peaks that appeared and disappeared were like an inkwash painting in the heavens and earth. The sea of clouds surged, and the mountain ridges appeared and vanished, resembling a splashed ink landscape painting. Amidst the lush greenery, a clear spring trickled gently, embodying the boundless charm of nature. He arrived on his sword, gazing toward Qingyun Peak, and could clearly sense the faint fragrance of elixirs wafting from within the mist. As the peak of the Azure sect dedicated to alchemy, this place was not guarded by any disciples of the sect. All the disciples in the sect knew that the peak master of Qingyun Peak had an eccentric personality and often used disciples' bodies to test his elixirs. For this very reason, no one was willing to come to Qingyun Peak to serve as a disciple. Alchemy is all well and good, but if one were to die from a test elixir one day, it would hardly be worth the risk. He landed steadily on the ground and took a deep breath of the local manna, inwardly surprised by how abundant it was. True to its reputation as a sect peak renowned for alchemy, just a single whiff brought a refreshing sensation that soothed the soul. Yi took a few steps forward. Not far ahead stood a fairly decent wooden cottage, fenced off by a hedge. Within the courtyard stood an alchemy furnace, its flames still burning. The open spaces on either side were planted with all manner of precious spiritual herbs, which released a strong medicinal fragrance at night. Likewise, dozens of flower spirits stood guard here. The flower spirits were about the size of a palm, with a flower perched on their heads. They held weapons resembling miniature spears in their hands, constantly on the lookout for anyone trying to steal the herbs. Who goes there? How dare you trespass upon the great immortal Qingyun Peak? The flower spirit fluttered its colorful wings, flew up to Yi, and pointed the spear in its hand right at his nose. Yi smiled and said, "I am Yi, a disciple of the Azure sect, here to seek out my senior uncle." "Are you immortal, Yi?" The flower spirit blinked, then immediately flew over excitedly and said, "So you're Yi, the prodigy of the Azure sect. I really like you. I heard you split the sect's main gate with one sword strike and vanquished a prodigy with two. Could you sign my autograph?" He rubbed his nose and said with a smile, "Of course." The flower spirit's eyes lit up. She immediately called over the other flower spirits to fawn over the great immortal, not forgetting to pull out paper and a pen so Yi could write his name on it. Just then, the door to the wooden hut suddenly swung open. The crisp sound caused all the flower spirits to stop what they were doing and turn around immediately. Upon seeing the peak master of Qingyun Peak, they promptly returned to their places. Yi looked in the direction of the sound. It was a young girl who appeared to be only 14 or 15 years old. Although her frame was petite, she was strangely well developed for her age. Curves where they should be, slender where they should be, full where they should be, and delicate where they should be, though she still looked slightly inexperienced. She had a cute, delicate, oval face, like a beautiful porcelain doll. Her timid demeanor, reminiscent of a frightened little rabbit, couldn't help but evoke a sense of pity in others. You're my senior sister's disciple, Yi, right?" The girl's voice was cold, much like Ning Ning's, devoid of any emotion, as clear as natural crystal, giving off a chill. Yi clasped her hands in a bow. "Greetings, senior sister Linger." Shui Linger turned around and said lightly, "Since you're my senior sister's disciple, then please come in." Yi didn't refuse and stepped into the wooden cottage. Inside, it was shaded by emerald bamboo, creating a cool and refreshing atmosphere. The rosewood bed was covered with exquisite embroidered linens, exuding a faint, pleasant fragrance. By the window, a pot of orchids swayed gently, creating a scene as poetic as a painting and adding an air of refined elegance. It was like a tranquil scene of natural beauty, with a unique atmosphere filling every corner of the boudoir. Bright silk sheets covered the carved rosewood bed, and a delicate painting of a court lady often hung above the headboard, filling the entire room with an elegant artistic ambience. Shui Linger tucked her long aqua blue hair behind her ear with a delicate gesture, poured Yi a cup of tea, and asked,
how did you find the time to come see me?
This disciple wishes to refine a few elixirs.
No.
Before Yi could even explain what kind of elixirs he meant, Shui Linger flatly refused. In our sect, aside from the elders and the sect master, no disciple is permitted to come here to refine elixirs. As a prodigy of the Azure sect, you should be well aware of this sect rule. Yi was, of course, well aware of this rule, but this time he wasn't planning to refine the pills himself. He hoped his Aunt Shui Linger would help him with the process. Aunt Shui Linger, I have something here that should interest you greatly. Shui Linger took a light sip of her tea, raised an eyebrow, and replied with a hint of disdain, as a Unity stage cultivator, what kind of valuable item could you possibly have? Yi held out his right hand, and a purple medicine bottle suddenly appeared in his palm. Instantly, a wisp of purple mist rose from it, and the temperature in this small space seemed to rise sharply at that moment. Feeling the air around her gradually grow scorching and staring once more at the wisps of vapor that resembled purple flames, Shui Linger furrowed her brow slightly as she accepted the vial handed to her. Shui Linger clutched the jade vial in her hand, held it to her nose, and took a light sniff of the rich aroma. Instantly, she sensed that its contents were no ordinary substance. This is Shui Linger's eyes gradually brightened, and even her voice carried a hint of excitement. This is dragon marrow saliva incense. Dragon marrow saliva is a priceless treasure produced by dragon-type demon beasts. While there are countless dragon-type demon beasts, the probability of one producing dragon marrow saliva is extremely low. It can be said to be a once-in-a-century find. For alchemists, it is an unimaginably precious treasure. Yi nodded with a smile. He had discovered this dragon marrow saliva by chance. Originally, he had intended to roast and eat the one-horned dragoness carcass, but he stumbled upon the dragon marrow saliva quite unexpectedly. At first, Yi hadn't recognized what it was. It was Lin who later told him that this was the extremely precious dragon marrow saliva from dragon-type demon beasts. Moreover, it was a once-in-a-century find, a top-tier treasure. Whether used for refining elixirs or crafting magical artifacts, dragon marrow saliva was undoubtedly the best choice. Shui Linger suddenly looked up at Yi and said in surprise, "Little guy, I never expected you'd actually manage to get your hands on something like dragon marrow saliva. I just got lucky." Yi smiled and said, "Auntie, now that we have this bottle of dragon marrow saliva, can we sit down and have a proper chat? What kind of elixir do you want?" Shui Linger took out a silver needle, dipped it in some dragon marrow saliva, and after confirming it was the finest quality, she could hardly hide her excitement. Current donations, 5,838 10,000. Yi didn't mince words, a top-tier 7th grade elixir, the Celestial Spirit Elixir. What did you say? Shui Linger was taken aback by Yi's outrageous demand and immediately stood up, exclaiming, "To make such an outrageous demand at such a young age, do you even know how difficult it is to refine the Heavenly Spirit Pill? And yet you actually want one." The Heavenly Spirit Pill, a top-tier 7th grade elixir, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it an 8th grade elixir. Moreover, it grants Unity stage cultivators an 80% chance of entering the Unity stage realm, making it an extremely precious elixir. Even an ordinary 7th grade alchemist would have absolutely no chance of successfully refining it, as the herbs required for the Heavenly Spirit Pill are extremely complex. To date, not even Shui Linger had managed to gather all the necessary ingredients. That was precisely why, upon hearing Yi's request for the Heavenly Spirit Pill, Shui Linger flew into such a rage even her chubby cheeks trembled slightly with anger. Yi shrugged, pulled a handful of spiritual herbs from his pocket, and handed them over, saying, "Junior Master, here are the herbs needed for the Heavenly Spirit Pill. There's enough for you to refine 3 pills. You actually managed to get your hands on the herbs for the Heavenly Spirit Pill?" Shui Linger could hardly believe it, but upon seeing the herbs in Yi's hand, she finally realized that this little guy really did have some skills. Yi had found these herbs in Nether Valley. Originally, he hadn't planned to refine the Heavenly Spirit Pill. After all, he had become so powerful by drinking wine. However, his latest batch of wine wasn't ready yet, and those ordinary Luosang wines simply couldn't provide him with the energy needed to break through. That was why he decided to refine a Heavenly Spirit Pill to help him advance to the next realm. Shui Linger pursed her lips and said, "You must know how important the Celestial Spirit Pill is. Even I don't have a 100% guarantee of success. If it fails, all your herbs will be ruined. Yi understood this, of course. After all, pill refinement carries the risk of a furnace explosion, so he nodded without hesitation and said, whether it succeeds or not, it has nothing to do with you, senior aunt. And I'll still give you this bottle of dragon marrow saliva incense.
Alright, no problem.
Shui Linger gazed at the dragon marrow saliva incense in the bottle and agreed immediately. For the sake of her senior sister Ning and this bottle of dragon marrow saliva incense, the risk was worth taking.
Refining this pill is extremely difficult. I'll need 2 years. Is that okay with you? Yi nodded, no problem. As long as it's finished before I leave the sect. Shui Linger nodded.
Although the process would be somewhat tedious, she decided to take on this alchemy task to challenge herself. However, she gave Yi a word of warning beforehand: don't tell anyone else about this, or else certain people would definitely use our sect's rules to punish Yi. Yi wasn't a fool. Of course, if word of this got out, that Tang fellow would surely try to rub salt in the wound. After exchanging a few brief pleasantries with Shui Linger, Yi bowed his hands in gratitude and turned to leave Qingyun Peak.
Watching Yi's receding figure, Shui Linger let out a faint smile. What an interesting fellow.
It seems my senior sister was right after all. A hero rises from among 10,000 men. Blood stains the mountains and rivers, turning the sun red. Ha ha ha, the prophecy rings true. After leaving Qingyun Peak, Yi did not return to Qingjing Peak, but instead went to the bamboo pavilion by the Huai River, where he had arranged to meet Lin.
Moonlight, like water, gently cascaded across the tranquil lake.
A gentle breeze swept by, creating ripples that spread out in concentric circles, resembling a flowing ink wash painting.
Fish broke the surface, like sparkling meteors streaking across the night sky, capturing everyone's attention.
The moonlight, like fine threads, gently cascaded over the lake's surface, as if draping it in a thin veil of silver. As a gentle breeze swept by, the moon's reflection on the water swayed gracefully, resembling a flowing scroll painting. Ripples rippled across the water, and the autumn wind carried falling leaves, creating a series of ripples on the lake's surface. Lin sat upright on a rock, her flawless, jade-like feet resting in the cool water, gently wiggling.
Countless small fish swam over, constantly darting beneath Lin's feet.
Yi, dressed in white, landed gracefully nearby. Seeing that Lin was completely absorbed in the scene, he did not rush to disturb her. Instead, he carefully sat down beside her and drank wine under the moonlight. Lin caught the scent of wine in the air and immediately snapped out of her reverie, turning to look at Yi, who was smiling at her from beside her.
Uncle Master. Lin threw herself into Yi's arms.
Her eyes instantly welled up with tears, and her voice choked with emotion. I thought you weren't coming.
How could that be?
Yi gently stroked Lin's fragrant long hair and said with a smile, since I promised you, there is no way I'd go back on my word.
Uncle Yi,
I heard from Mother that you're leaving the Azure sect.
Is that true?
Lin looked up with tears in her eyes and asked, her voice full of reluctance. You didn't hide the truth. He nodded and said, there is no choice. We can't refuse the divine sect's orders, nor do we have the power to refuse them.
But don't worry, I'll be fine.
If the opportunity arises in the future, I'll definitely return to the Azure sect. You reached out a finger to wipe the tears from Lin's face and said softly, once I've settled into the divine sect, I'll bring the sect's disciples there to train.
Really? When have I ever lied to you?
Yi smiled gently, then lay back lazily on the rock, resting one hand behind his head. Gazing up at the dazzling stars in the sky, he couldn't resist taking a sip of wine. Lin pursed her lips. Her cheeks flushed crimson. She still cautiously rested her head against Yi's chest, gazing at the serene sun, moon, and stars in the sky alongside her junior master. Far away, beneath a bamboo grove, stood a woman of extraordinary beauty. Her steps were light and graceful, accompanied by a gentle rustling sound. She wore sky-blue court robes, the hem adorned with layers upon layers of triangular jade-embellished fabric. A sash was tied around her waist, from beneath which many long, flowing ribbons extended. When worn by this young woman, the court robes exuded a natural air of grace and ethereal elegance. She was exceptionally beautiful though she wore no makeup. Her complexion was as radiant as the morning glow reflecting off snow, truly as white as cream, with a face as lovely as a flower and as serene as the moon. The mana surging within her was immense. Even standing there motionless, she instilled an unimaginable sense of dread. She was none other than Bai Yuling, the peak mistress of Xiaozhu Peak and one of the elders of the Azure sect, a woman who wore no makeup. Bai Yuling gazed in the direction of her daughter, her star-like eyes flickering with a strange emotion.
In the end, was it still unavoidable?
Bai Yuling turned away with a graceful sweep. The fresh, youthful scent of her fragrance drifted on the breeze. She then raised her head to gaze at the starlight and murmured, "My husband, though I do not know if you have perished, I must go find you so that our family may be reunited." The autumn wind carried falling leaves, which drifted away into the distance. Deep within the bamboo grove, the bright moonlight glided down, illuminating the handsome man and beautiful woman.
He swayed the wine gourd in his hand and spoke animatedly.
A single reflection of the Huai River floats upon Yen Mountain. Its faint shadow returns to the bamboo grove. I wonder if, after I leave, I'll ever see such a beautiful scene again at the divine sect. Tears welled up in the corners of Lin's eyes. Clear tears rolled down her delicate cheeks and fell onto Yi's robe. Yi ruffled Lin's hair and said lightly, "Don't worry.
I'm not going to my death this time.
I'll leave the sect in your hands from now on.
Uncle Master I."
"All right." Yi sat up and, taking Lin's hand, led her onto the small boat, determined to take in the scenery here to the fullest before the autumn wind arrived.
The next morning, the dawn was radiant and resplendent.
Yi awoke from his slumber, gazed at the sleeping Lin, took off his own clothes, and draped them over her. Then, skimming the water's surface on the tips of his toes, he flew off into the distance. Upon reaching a pavilion, Yi bowed slightly to the woman inside, "Senior sister Bai." As early as last night, Yi had already sensed Bai Yuling's presence. To avoid disturbing Lin, he had kept quiet and waited until she was fast asleep before coming here in person to meet senior sister Bai Yuling. Bai Yuling turned around with graceful poise, spread her slender, jade-like hand slightly in a gesture of invitation, and said, "No need to be so formal, junior brother. Please, have a seat." He sat down on the chair and, gazing at Bai Yuling's charming and alluring face, asked curiously, "Senior sister, may I ask why you summoned me here?" "There is indeed a matter I need your help with. I wonder if you would be willing to grant my request. Please feel free to speak." Bai Yuling exhaled a deep breath of warm air and said, "I hope you can help me look after that girl, Shuizhu. As you know, Shuizhu's father was originally an elder of our Azure sect and a master of formations. After he left the sect for training, we never heard from him again. Now that more than 10 years have passed, I want to go look for him." Yi spoke softly, "Do you believe senior brother Lin isn't dead?" "Yes." Bai Yuling nodded.